The protagonist of today's story is merely an ordinary person. Under normal circumstances in cultivation, one can only contain a single attribute. In the cultivation world, anyone who can absorb two attributes is already hailed as a once-in-100,000 years genius. But our protagonist surpasses that standard by fusing all attributes. This means he can devour everything that exists in the world. When facing flames, he can directly swallow the raging fire. Encountering hardened metal thunder, he still absorbs it with ease. In short, every attribute in the universe can be merged into his body. Without further delay, we officially begin the story. The content has been fully completed. The admin wishes everyone an enjoyable reading experience. On a clear morning, when immortal sunlight blanketed the flourishing eastern city, the scene takes place within the inner courtyard. A young woman with a full figure, fiery red hair, and striking amber eyes appears. The woman in yellow holds a stack of drawings, her face flushed with anger as she scolds the person before her loudly. She shouts that Duong Tran is the one who drew her portrait and secretly sold it in the academy. As soon as she finishes speaking, she raises the drawing as evidence. It is indeed her portrait, only the clothing is drawn far too revealing, and the pose is exceedingly provocative. The young man in black and white robes before her shows no guilt. Instead, he grins mischievously and replies. He says that senior sister is too beautiful, so all the senior and junior brothers adore her portraits. Hearing this, senior sister can only sigh helplessly and gently advise him. She reminds him that he refuses to focus on cultivation. The upcoming inner courtyard exam will expel him if he continues like this. After hearing this, Duong Tran lifts his chin confidently and assures senior sister that his tiger-subduing fist has reached great completion. The inner courtyard exam is nothing to worry about. Nearby disciples who overhear the conversation burst into mocking laughter. One laughs loudly and says, "Ha ha, Duong Tran bragging about tiger-subduing fist. Can you believe it?" Two others join in. One says someone stuck at body tempering first layer for 3 years in the lower courtyard is truly boastful. The other grumbles because he sold senior sister Lai's portrait at an outrageous price. The ridicule instantly darkens Duong Tran's expression. He stands frozen in place. Senior sister Lai suddenly grows interested, pulls a leather whip from her waist, and slowly steps forward saying, "Let me see how far you have trained tiger-subduing fist." The gesture startles Duong Tran. His eyes widen as he stares at the whip. Senior sister Lai tightens the whip, shows no mercy as she presses closer to Duong Tran and urges him to make a move. Overwhelmed by her aura, Duong Tran retreats repeatedly, sweat pouring like rain as he hurriedly explains that he cannot bear to strike a woman. This match should end here. Whip lashes fiercely against the ground. Stones scatter everywhere. Luckily, Duong Tran dodges in time. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. Even then, Duong Tran continues to boast, though his face is pale without a trace of blood. He repeatedly shouts to stop and declares that his martial soul is extremely terrifying. Once he uses tiger-subduing fist, he cannot hold back. He fears injuring senior sister. Those words leave senior sister Lai and the other two stunned, staring at him with eyes full of disbelief. In the end, they cannot hold back and burst into laughter. Even senior sister Lai, who is usually cold, covers her mouth as she laughs. One person beside her even teases, "Have you heard him rambling?" Senior sister Lai suppresses her laughter, her gaze mocking as she strokes the whip, and says, "Duong Tran, you just mentioned martial soul. Do you even understand what a martial soul is?" Duong Tran immediately lifts his nose proudly and replies, "Of course I know." Continues speaking endlessly, explaining that a martial soul is the symbol of a heavenly Tao master, granted extraordinary talent by the heavenly Tao, the favored child of the heavens. Hearing this, senior sister Lai is slightly surprised and nods, saying, "It seems you do understand quite a bit." Amazed, Duong Tran immediately raises his head high, one hand on his hip and one before his chest, arrogantly and proudly declaring himself the great heavenly Tao master. As soon as he finishes speaking, a scornful laugh rings out, causing everyone to turn their heads instinctively. The one laughing is a fellow disciple of Duong Tran, his face cunning and malicious. He mocks that Duong Tran has spent 3 years in the academy with low cultivation, yet dares to call himself a heavenly Tao master. Without hiding his disdain, he grows increasingly excessive, directly calling Duong Tran trash and telling him to wake from his dream. Duong Tran glances at him, his face expressionless, his eyes now completely different from when he faced senior sister. Seeing no reaction, the man becomes bolder and steps forward to provoke him. Demanding Duong Tran summon his martial soul, Duong Tran remains standing still, his expression icy. Senior sister Lai senses the tension and speaks to stop them, saying that is enough. Yet Tu Luong refuses to stop. He immediately forms a stance to summon his martial soul. A mighty giant tiger appears. He confidently says he will teach this boastful trash a lesson on behalf of senior sister. The surrounding disciples who already dislike Duong Tran also join in. One says Tu Luong is already at body tempering second layer peak. Duong Tran is finished this time. Another says who told him to brag. Getting taught a lesson is deserved. Tu Luong advances with the imposing aura, the golden tiger martial soul. With a triumphant expression, he charges straight toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran does not dodge at all. His eyes suddenly turn sharp and cold, fury clearly revealed. Suddenly a thunderous explosion resounds, accompanied by a dazzling golden burst. Tu Luong is blasted far away, the impact so strong that the ground where he lands shatters into pieces. Senior sister Lai and the others witnessing the scene are horrified, fear evident on their faces as they exclaim this is. Duong Tran steps out from the smoke with an arrogant stance. A vague martial soul appears behind him, red blazing eyes and sharp fangs, red and black aura surging and making everyone tremble. Fastest to react is senior sister Lai. She immediately runs toward Duong Tran, who is in a rage, and calls out his name loudly. Duong Tran turns to look at her with indifferent eyes, the violent aura around him gradually weakening. Senior sister Lai sighs helplessly, closes her eyes, and says she hopes he will soon break through his cultivation, enter the inner courtyard, and not waste the heaven-bestowed talent. Hearing this, Duong Tran instantly switches to a silly expression, scratching his head as he thanks senior sister and promises to remember. The two completely ignore Tu Luong still lying unconscious behind them. Those who witness the battle are stunned in disbelief. A few cannot help discussing. One asks, is that truly a martial soul? Another says the pressure was too terrifying. Someone else widens their eyes in doubt that Duong Tran has truly awakened a martial soul. Murmurs make Duong Tran inwardly delighted, his face full of pride as he confidently strides away. Elsewhere, a figure walks leisurely, attracting the gazes of young maidens wherever he goes. According to the girls, whispers, this person is not only genius and handsome to the point everyone dreams of marrying him. He is a tall, fair-skinned, brown-haired young man with outstanding bearing, carrying a great sword on his shoulder, dressed in white and green robes, honored as the strongest in the outer courtyard, Kim Vo Kai. After only a few steps, he sees Duong Tran strutting arrogantly out from the inner courtyard. Coldness on Kim Vo Kai's face instantly disappears, replaced by bright eyes, as he happily calls out twice elder brother. Duong Tran hears the call and turns around, recognizing the person before him, then runs over smiling brightly, not forgetting to affectionately rub the other's head. He even grins foolishly and calls him Little Kayet. Witnessing the close brotherhood, the girls who were initially watching Little Kayet cannot help but exclaim in surprise. One wonders how the number one of the outer courtyard has an elder brother who ranks last like Duong Tran. Duong Tran ignores the gossip, drapes an arm over Little Kayet's shoulder and boasts that today he shone brilliantly, scaring those little beasts out of their wits, his martial soul emerging like a true dragon descending. Even Lai Khan Lam had to bow respectfully. Little Kayet hesitantly asks in a low voice whether senior sister Lai cast him a flirtatious glance. Asked right at his itch, Duong Tran immediately talks endlessly, blushing as he strokes his chin and paints a fabricated scene. He says Little Kayet was not there. If he had seen Lai Khan Lam's burning gaze, he would understand. If not for others, she would surely have thrown herself into his arms. After speaking, he lowers his voice and sighs, one hand over his chest, blaming himself that this would be unfair to Mo Tayet. Hearing this, Little Kayet laughs happily and reminds him that Mo Tayet still does not know he has awakened a martial soul. They might as well go tell her. Duong Tran simply replies go and runs ahead excitedly. Little Kayet remains behind, smiling gently at his foolish elder brother. The two quickly head toward Vu Mo Tayet's small courtyard. Along the way, Duong Tran hops and hums, while Little Kayet strolls calmly behind. Suddenly an arm stretches out to block their path, accompanied by a shout to stop that startles both as they look at the person before them. Before them stands a girl with an unforgettable appearance, fierce eyes, freckled cheeks, and overly thick lips, creating a look remembered after one glance. Seeing this, Duong Tran steps back and pushes Little Kayet forward to deal with her, even though his younger brother is trembling as well. Little Kayet stammers, his face stiff as he says, Sister Thatch Lu, we came to see Mo Tayet. The girl uses a ferocious expression to intimidate them, causing both to step back in fear, then coldly asks what the matter is. Little Kayet answers seriously that there is something important, while Duong Tran hides behind cautiously. Thatch Lu hears this and indifferently picks her nose, telling them to speak so she can pass the message. Duong Tran finally gathers his courage and steps out, his face scrunched as he shouts that seeking Mo Tayet has nothing to do with her. Move aside. Being shouted at, Thatch Lu's face darkens. She lowers her head to look down from above, then flicks away a lump of mucus, sneering that Duong Tran is not only trash but unbearably stupid. Having his pride struck, Duong Tran feels uncomfortable. His expression turns serious, a low snort escaping his mouth. Thatch Lu crosses her arms disdainfully, turns aside, and continues saying Mo Tiat does not wish to be close with him. In this competition, she will certainly enter the inner courtyard. Afterward, they will belong to two different worlds, so it is best not to entangle further. Duong Tran cannot believe those words, his face stern as he questions back angrily, saying that unless he hears it with his own ears, he will never believe it. At that moment, a green-haired girl with a golden hairpin steps out, drawing the attention of the three arguing. Mo Tiat, with her emerald eyes, steps forward, her aura gentle yet carrying an oppressive feeling that makes others short of breath. Vo Kiat can no longer restrain himself. He looks straight at Vu Mo Tiat and asks Mo Tiat, "What do you truly mean?" Vu Mo Tiat immediately assumes a white lotus demeanor, her fragile figure retreating, tears glistening in her eyes as she softly calls Vo Kiat elder brother. Suddenly, Vu Mo Tiat gathers her courage to look directly at Duong Tran and Vo Kiat and shouts, "Tran elder brother, we have grown up. We are no longer as before. In the future, we should keep our distance." After speaking, she breaks into sweat, anxiously waiting for the reaction of the person she has just rejected. Duong Tran fixes Vu Mo Tiat's image deeply in his eyes, his expression aggrieved, yet his voice indifferent as he replies, "Fine." After speaking, Duong Tran decisively turns and leaves, leaving behind the stunned gazes of Vu Mo Tiat, Little Kiat, and Thatch Lu. Little Kiat also prepares to leave, not forgetting to say, "Vu Mo Tiat, I hope you will not regret this in the future." Two brothers leave just like that, while Vu Mo Tiat stands silently watching from behind. Nightfall, Duong Tran sits cultivating on a rock by the lake. Little Kiat sits silently beside him. From Duong Tran's body emanate dark red streams of aura like blazing fire. After a while, above Duong Tran's head appears an ancient tome wrapped in surging flames. Duong Tran opens his eyes to look at the scene before him, unable to hide his shock as he blurts, "This is." Reaches out and grabs the book floating in midair. Seeing clearly what is in his hand, Duong Tran widens his eyes and exclaims, "This is the inheritance of the primordial demonic dragon martial soul, the primordial demonic dragon blood." Turning a page, Duong Tran's finger touches the glowing words heaven-devouring scripture. Reading while contemplating, he realizes that with his current strength, he can only cultivate the first chapter. Thinking so, Duong Tran immediately follows the record, sitting cross-legged with both hands forming a Bagua seal. His spirit highly focused as dark red mixed with black power gradually appears around him. Duong Tran's palms close together. Between them, a dazzling golden light instantly erupts. Even the place where Little Kiat sits is stirred by this phenomenon. Kiat panics as the surrounding spiritual energy is drained clean, hurriedly crying out what is happening. Turning his head, he discovers that the spiritual energy is being frantically sucked into Duong Tran, the pulling force so strong that it forms a violent gale. Kiat has to cling tightly to avoid being swept away, inwardly cursing that the spiritual energy of the entire academy is about to be drained by his elder brother. Then Duong Tran's consciousness, dense spiritual energy flutters around his body like countless spirits. Knowledge about heavenly Tao masters surfaces in his mind. Rare single attributes and dual attributes are engraved one by one. For instance, a fire attribute heavenly Tao master can only absorb fire spiritual energy. Other attributes are extremely difficult even to sense. Awakening from the dreamlike state, Duong Tran trembles as he realizes he is an all-attribute heavenly Tao master. He takes a deep breath to calm himself. Ignoring day or night, Duong Tran throws his head back and roars, the sound echoing through the inner and outer courtyards, his face unable to hide his excitement. Kiat uses lightness skill to rush over, seeing Duong Tran still grinning foolishly, and asking elder brother what has made you so happy. Duong Tran hugs Kiat tightly, leaving him bewildered, only hearing Duong Tran say, "Kiat, in the future elder brother will protect you." Looking around the quiet courtyard, Duong Tran inwardly marvels at the terrifying, devouring power of his martial soul. In such a short time, it has drained all spiritual energy here. Just as he thinks of returning to rest, Duong Tran suddenly narrows his eyes at Kiat and says, "Kiat, we are going up the mountain." Kiat asks blankly, "Up the mountain?" Without waiting for an answer, Duong Tran pulls his junior brother along, saying as they walk that this place has no spiritual energy left. Triuka Mountain is more suitable for cultivation. The competition is near, so they must seize time to increase their cultivation. At dawn in a corner of the Triuka Mountain range, Duong Tran has been cultivating all night. Fallen leaves surrounding him proving he has not moved at all. He begins absorbing spiritual energy, along with the sunlight. All the energy is gradually drawn into Duong Tran's body. Tiu Kayat watches with a chill down his spine as the aura around Duong Tran becomes so dense that his figure cannot be seen clearly, like a blazing flame flickering. Absorbing solar true flame, a spiritual force of heavenly Tao true master rank. Time quietly passes on Triuka Mountain. Duong Tran's body temperature rises so high that his clothes burn away. Heat waves surge. His eyes turn white like an invincible monster. Tiu Kayat is shocked that in just one day Duong Tran reaches body tempering second layer, something that took him 2 months. Not wanting to be left behind, Tiu Kayat also enters meditation to cultivate as evening falls. Sunset covers Triuka Mountain. Sensing a disturbance, Tiu Kayat, who is cultivating, suddenly opens his eyes. Looking over, he sees only a human-shaped lump of black charcoal. Tiu Kayat cries out in alarm, "What is this?" Rushing closer, Tiu Kayat anxiously calls elder brother, "Do not scare me." At that moment, cracking sounds echo as dirt and stones fall away, revealing a robust body. Duong Tran bursts up from the pile of earth, muscles bulging. Tiu Kayat exclaims in shock that he has reached body tempering third layer. Looking at that solid body, Tiu Kayat thinks that body tempering third layer is the hardest stage that took him 3 months. Yet Duong Tran completes it in less than a day. He can only silently wipe his sweat. Just then Duong Tran's stomach growls loudly, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Duong Tran scratches his head awkwardly and says, "I am hungry." Understanding, Tiu Kayat turns to find food, telling Duong Tran to wait there. He dashes quickly into the deep forest. Before long, Tiu Kayat returns carrying a meal. But what he brings back is a giant bull. He says body tempering first layer should be enough for elder brother to eat. Unconscious bull is thrown heavily to the ground without mercy. Soon the scent of roasted meat spreads. A fragrant roasted bull appears. Duong Tran devours large chunks of meat voraciously. He pays no attention to Tiu Kayat's longing gaze as he watches without being able to eat. In the end, the demonic beast is reduced to a pile of white bones. Duong Tran rubs his belly, his expression still unsatisfied as he says, "Tiu Kayat, it seems I am still hungry." Duong Tran's expression gradually changes. His eyes reveal shock as he mutters, "This is troublesome." Tiu Kayat hurriedly runs over and asks what is wrong. Is there a problem with the martial soul? Duong Tran clutches his stomach, goosebumps rising all over, trembling as he whispers martial soul. Immediately, a black and red aura bursts from his body like a tornado. Surroundings are torn apart, the aura growing stronger and stronger. When everything settles, the area around Duong Tran is completely bare. Grass and trees are burned to ashes. After the outburst, Duong Tran feels better, rubbing his stomach and saying, "I am no longer hungry." Tiu Kayat steps out from behind a rock and softly asks elder brother, "Are you all right?" Inwardly thankful he ran in time. Duong Tran flexes his muscles and smiles, saying, "It is nothing. I feel full of strength." That innocent face leaves Tiu Kayat speechless. Tiu Kayat excitedly praises elder brother, "You are amazing. Half a day and you advance 2 realms. Try a punch." Duong Tran clenches his fist and confidently replies, "All right." He walks toward a large tree nearby. Duong Tran lowers his stance, draws his arm back in preparation, takes a deep breath and shouts, "Tiger," subduing first fist. A punch strikes out, accompanied by the phantom of a majestic golden tiger. With a loud explosion, a huge hole is blasted through the trunk, the remaining wood charred and smoking. Looking through the large hole in the trunk, Duong Tran stands upright with imposing aura, dense spiritual energy, still burning like flames, clinging to the arm that threw the punch. Witnessing Duong Tran's new strength, Tiu Kayat is stunned, eyes wide as he exclaims, "Fire, this is fire attribute." Duong Tran withdraws his stance, closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, spiritual energy around him surging in waves. Suddenly from Duong Tran's chest, spiritual energy gathers into an orange bead emitting brilliant red light. Seeing that bead, Duong Tran is extremely shaken, realizing it is fire attribute true chi. Moreover, the fire seed of solar true flame, truly worthy of its name, seizing creation against the heavens. Before long, the sky turns from bright to dark. Tiu Kayat quietly approaches and says it is late, so they should return. Yet Duong Tran remains motionless. After a moment of thought, Duong Tran raises his head to look at Tiu Kayat and says, "Seriously, no. We will find a cave to rest temporarily and continue cultivating." Thus the two wander through the forest of Triuka Mountain. While walking, Duong Tran suddenly stops and turns aside, his strange expression making Tiu Kayat widen his eyes and ask elder brother, "What is wrong?" Duong Tran does not answer but rushes forward, using his hand to part the roadside bushes forcefully, revealing a natural waterfall behind. Duong Tran's gaze fixes on the waterfall, an indescribable expression slowly appearing on his face. His cheeks flush red, his mouth opens wide, his pupils shrink to the size of beans. Duong Tran's greedy gaze drops to the pool beneath the waterfall, where a long-haired, fair-skinned young woman with delicate features and alluring figure bathes without a single thread. her beauty even more enchanting in the night. The young woman is completely unaware she is being watched, still bathing carefree under the moonlight and the quiet scenery of Triuka Mountain. Duong Tran shamelessly widens his eyes to stare, drool trailing down. Tiu Kayat curiously steps closer and asks elder brother, what are you looking at? Following Duong Tran's gaze, Tiu Kayat is startled to see the silhouette of a bathing young woman. He nearly cries out, elder brother, this. Before he can finish, Duong Tran covers his mouth, his other hand signaling silence. But the action is quickly noticed. The young woman in the pool turns toward the sound, her eyes cold as she shouts who is there. Space falls silent, only the night wind rustling through leaves. She stands up vigilantly observing her surroundings. The two youths are terrified like children caught in wrongdoing, crouching on the ground afraid to move. Tiu Kayat trembling while Duong Tran is so tense his whole body stiffens. Unwilling to give up, Duong Tran still secretly parts a small gap in the bushes to observe, sweat beading on his forehead. This time the young woman has put on her blue clothes, holding a long sword ready for battle, angrily shouting whoever it is come out. She steps closer to the two hiding figures, the distance shrinking and filling them with extreme fear. Tiu Kayat holds his head low, sweat pouring like rain, Duong Tran even more frightened, eyes wide and body trembling like a kit. Just as they think they are about to be caught, the entire mountain suddenly shakes, fierce winds rising everywhere. The young woman stops at once and thinks it is the Earth Rampage bear. She quickly looks toward the distance as if sensing something. She turns and rushes away. The two youths escaping disaster breathe a sigh of relief. Tiu Kayat tiredly looks at Duong Tran and says the Earth Rampage bear has arrived, so they should run. But Duong Tran calmly replies he has never seen it before and wants to take a look. Tiu Kayat panics and tries to persuade him. An adult Earth Rampage bear usually reaches body tempering 8th layer. Even he cannot defeat it. It is very dangerous. Duong Tran pays no attention, excitedly running ahead and saying that young lady has gone there too. Tiu Kayat can only helplessly follow. Ahead stands a gigantic black bear as large as a small hill, red streaks stretching across its shoulders, each roar shaking heaven and earth. The ferocious bear swings its paw down, its eyes blood red and filled with killing intent. Strike makes the ground explode into a deep crater, rocks and dirt scattering everywhere. The young woman from earlier nimbly dodges the bear's fatal blow. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat watch from afar. Duong Tran recognizes the bathing girl as Thien Lin Hai. Duong Tran turns to Tiu Kayat, who is watching the battle, and says go over and assist. Tiu Kayat solemnly explains that this Earth Rampage bear is not yet mature, only at body tempering 5th layer, and is already severely injured and near death. Hearing this, Duong Tran glances at the battlefield and nods in understanding. Battle between the Earth Rampage bear and Thien Lin Hai continues. Her movement technique is swift, as if splitting into clones, continuously attacking and leaving the bear covered in wounds. Beneath the bright moonlight, the beast lets out its final roar. It collapses to the ground, lying motionless beside Thien Lin Hai. After defeating her opponent, Thien Lin Hai turns to look at the two onlookers and says, "Are you two still not planning to show yourselves?" Only then do the two step out timidly. Duong Tran grins foolishly in greeting. Tiu Kayat follows behind and politely greets Lin Hai. Lin Hai frowns and asks, "Are you that trash?" She pauses, then corrects herself. "You are Duong Tran, right?" Duong Tran laughs heartily and replies, "It seems you still remember me." Lin Hai lowers her head slightly, her face flushing red as she shyly asks, "Was it you two at the lake just now?" Duong Tran feigns innocence and says he was merely passing by and heard the commotion, so he came to look, even praising her fighting posture as beautiful, making Tiu Kayat beside him inwardly disdain that his elder brother is truly thick-skinned. Lin Hai looks at Duong Tran half believing and half doubtful. He then puts on a righteous expression and says she is the goddess in his heart. Lin Hai casts him a disdainful glance, lightning swirling around her body as she says goddess. I remember it was Vixen instead. Duong Tran is left speechless, only managing a vague murmur. Without giving him a chance to explain, Lin Hai turns to inspect the bear's corpse. After a few steps, she turns back to warn Duong Tran, "If I find out you lied to me, you are dead." With that, she walks straight into the dark forest. Duong Tran looks blankly at Tiu Kayat and asks what Vixen means. Tiu Kayat explains that 3 years ago Duong Tran once said Lin Hai would grow up to be a vixen. Only then does Duong Tran remember, regretting that she still recalls it. Tiu Kayat teases that if he marries her, father would be delighted. Hearing that, Duong Tran sighs and calls Tiu Kayat. Then he places his hands on his hips proudly and says at 15 he is already a heavenly Tao master. There are countless beauties in the world. Lin Hai is only a reserve. Such shameless words leave Tiu Kayat unwilling to respond. Time flies. In a blink, an entire month has passed with Duong Tran cultivating on the mountain. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat finally return to the sect, astonishing an old woman and a nearby child. The two now look like beggars. Tiu Kayat retains some bearing. Duong Tran is tattered and miserable. Long journey leaves them exhausted. Duong Tran complains while walking that heaven-devouring scripture is good in every way, except it keeps burning his clothes. Tiu Kayat consoles him that reaching body-tempering 5th layer in half a month is already heaven-defying. Hearing that, Duong Tran smiles brightly and promises to back up Tiu Kayat in the future. Remembering that the inner courtyard grand exam rules are about to be announced, Tiu Kayat urges him to hurry. Duong Tran immediately drags him back to change clothes. The outer courtyard square, 8 stone pillars and a grand formation are ready, the crowd packed densely. Senior Sister Lai arrives early, leaning against a stone pillar reading a book, indifferent to the surroundings. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat appear, Duong Tran's robe fluttering impressively. The crowd murmurs endlessly, praising and criticizing whether Duong Tran is a heavenly Dao master or trash. Mocking laughter rings out. Hearing those words, Duong Tran merely lowers his head and walks on silently. The aura around him turns cold. He already has his own plans in mind. Only when he sees Lai Kan Lam does Duong Tran flash a bright smile and call out loudly to Senior Sister. Duong Tran flatters Senior Sister Lai's beauty, making her snort coldly. Lai Kan Lam scolds and asks why Duong Tran has skipped classes for more than half a month. Duong Tran places his hands on his hips proudly and says he went to Cultivate. The inner courtyard assessment cannot trouble a heavenly Dao master. Seeing his confidence, Senior Sister Lai only sighs and says fine before falling silent. Lai Kan Lam glances around to check if anyone is eavesdropping, her expression amused. After confirming it is safe, she leans close and softly asks Duong Tran, "Have you reached body-tempering 2nd layer yet?" During this, Duong Tran lifts his chin proudly, his eyes gleaming as he slowly states clearly that he has completed bone tempering and now reached body-tempering 5th layer. Such an absurd answer makes Senior Sister Lai so furious she nearly explodes, anger almost visible above her head. Lai Kan Lam grits her teeth and calls Duong Tran's name word by word. "I do not want to care about you anymore," Senior Sister Lai says angrily and leaves, leaving Duong Tran bewildered, not understanding what he said wrong. With questions filling his mind, Duong Tran turns to ask Tiu Kayat beside him why Senior Sister is so angry. Could it be she does not believe him? Vo Kayat is also speechless, puffing his cheeks awkwardly and thinking that anyone would find it hard to believe. Jumping from 1st layer to 5th layer in half a month, who would dare believe it? The atmosphere of the assessment becomes extremely lively. The crucial moment finally arrives. All eyes focus ahead. Silver-haired figure suddenly appears midair, an extraordinary old man who announces the rules of this grand assessment. The inner courtyard exam is divided into 2 stages. The old man hovers in the air, intensifying the pressure. He continues that the first stage allows self-formed teams, 3 people per group entering Triu Ka Mountain to gather spiritual herbs or hunt spirit beasts by any means. His voice turns stern. The prerequisite is survival. If encountering danger, one may call for help. Instructors are stationed around the mountain, but calling for help means elimination. Time limit for this stage is 3 days. The team that gathers more resources scores higher. After 3 days, everyone returns here to assemble. I will announce the 2nd stage content. After hearing the rules, the crowd below raises their hands and cheers in excitement. Senior Sister Lai feels delighted, her face radiant as she walks to Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat, smiling that this rule suits him perfectly. As long as he teams with Vo Kayat and another expert, scoring high will be easy. Facing the proposal, Duong Tran firmly shakes his head in refusal, shocking Lai Kan Lam. He crosses his arms confidently and says he and Tiu Kayat alone can roam Triu Ka Mountain. No need for anyone else. These words anger Lai Kan Lam until her face flushes red. She turns sharply and shouts that he is truly hopeless, then leaves angrily. Tiu Kayat remains calm and softly says Senior Sister truly worries about him, implying Duong Tran should be gentler. Unexpectedly, Duong Tran replies coldly with sarcasm, saying what concern, she only cares about her reward. Soon after, all candidates move toward the foot of Triu Ka Mountain. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat also arrive. Tiu Kayat asks whether they truly will not find another teammate. Duong Tran ponders and answers they will see the situation. If they meet someone strong enough, they will team up. Otherwise, it will only hinder others. Hearing that, Tiu Kayat nods in agreement, finding the reasoning sound. Suddenly, Tiu Kayat notices something in the distance and tells Duong Tran to look. That is Mo Tayat. Duong Tran glances over. From afar, Mo Tayat smiles beside a young master, the two talking and laughing intimately. Looking closely, the young master in green holding a white fan is Van Trin Min. Tiu Kayat observes and tells Duong Tran that man is the young master of Quang Nguyen Pharmacy, named Van Trin Min, and an inner courtyard student of Bok Ho Pavilion. Seeing Mo Tiat makes Duong Tran's expression darken. The air around him grows heavy. He says coldly, ignore him. Whoever he teams with has nothing to do with me. Though he says so, Duong Tran's resentful gaze keeps drifting toward Van Trin Min. After being stared at for too long, Van Trin Min notices them and walks over. He mocks that is this not the #1 genius Kim Vo Kaya, completely ignoring Tiu Kaya. He steps closer and deliberately speaks loudly in provocation, with Mo Tiat beside him, then sneers at Duong Tran that teaming with trash like you will surely fail the assessment. At this point, Tiu Kaya can no longer endure it, his face cold with killing intent, as he replies that it has nothing to do with them. Van Trin Min smiles strangely, his eyes flashing as he pretends goodwill, saying he is merely offering a reminder. After speaking, he drapes an arm over Mo Tiat and leaves, tossing back a fake wish of good luck. Duong Tran's mood worsens, his face so indifferent that Tiu Kayat wants to comfort him but refrains. The surrounding crowd adds fuel to the fire, saying even if Kim Vo Kayat is strong, teaming with Duong Tran means few will join. Lacking members and dragging trash, they will surely fail. As night falls over Triuka Mountain, all candidates scatter to hunt spiritual herbs and beasts. At this moment, Duong Tran faces a giant bear, dozens of times larger than him. It roars, creating shockwaves that sweep everything around. Yet Duong Tran stands still, only his robe fluttering in the strong wind. The enraged bear strikes down like thunder from above toward Duong Tran. Even so, he does not dodge, clenching his fist as spiritual power gathers into raging flames. Duong Tran leaps forward and punches straight into the bear's chest. In an instant, the spirit beast collapses motionless. After defeating it, Duong Tran dusts off his hands as if nothing happened, narrowing his eyes at Tiu Kayat and telling him to quickly collect the spoils. Tiu Kayat drags a large sack over while breathing heavily, saying his speed is even faster than mine. With one move, he killed the Earth Rampage bear. Praised, Duong Tran beams with joy, walking and chatting, as he proudly says to let elder brother handle everything in the future and heads to the next target. Before they go far, a group of candidates suddenly rush past excitedly, leaving the two brothers puzzled. Tiu Kayat guesses something has happened. Duong Tran eagerly pulls him along to take a look. Mid-air, a purple vortex suddenly appears accompanied by resounding thunder. The phenomenon instantly attracts numerous candidates gathering below, pointing and discussing. Someone recognizes it as a heaven and earth anomaly, each appearance signaling a divine miracle. Duong Tran's eyes shine brightly as he mutters, could a divine miracle truly be appearing? Afar in the starry night sky, two streaks of light rush over simultaneously. They are two examiners arriving to inspect the situation. One observes for a moment, then turns toward the candidates below. One in blue says this is not a divine miracle, but an electric vein triggering celestial phenomena. The one in green adds that this electric vein is special and may produce rare treasures. He orders everyone to disperse and continue the assessment because this phenomenon is dangerous. Carelessness may cost lives, making everyone leave reluctantly. Some curse in disappointment as they leave. Only Duong Tran remains staring at the phenomenon. Looking up at the anomaly, Duong Tran feels a grand idea stirring, wondering whether heaven-devouring scripture that comprehends all things could help him understand the mysteries of lightning. Thinking so, he slowly closes his eyes to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. Under intense focus, the spiritual power condenses into specks of light. Duong Tran's body emanates dark red spiritual energy like blood threads, slowly spreading to connect with the lightning above. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes straight down onto Duong Tran, causing him to cry out in pain. Two examiners notice the abnormality, their expressions changing as they shout that this is bad. At this moment, Duong Tran stands motionless, his body charred black from the strike, lightning still coursing along his frame, smoke rising with the stench of burnt flesh. He collapses to his knees, bracing himself with both hands, his white eyes flickering with faint arcs of electricity. Within Duong Tran's chest, the lightning begins to gather, forming an increasingly distinct shape. Seeing this, Tiu Kayat panics and rushes over, calling elder brother repeatedly. Duong Tran already lying motionless on the ground. The two senior examiners finally teleport to Duong Tran's side. Tiu Kayat turns over Duong Tran's unconscious body, white smoke still rising. One senior grasps his wrist to check his pulse. The other remarks that the boy is truly unlucky to be struck by lightning. The one checking the pulse adds that fortunately his life is tough, and he still retains a breath. Stroking his white beard, he looks at Duong Tran in Tiu Kayat's arms and reassures him that the lad is not dead. Taking him to Elder Thien for treatment will suffice. After speaking, the senior lifts Duong Tran onto his back to leave. Tiu Kayat anxiously calls out saying that is his elder brother and begs to follow. Senior only glances at him and tells Tiu Kayat to return down the mountain with peace of mind. Nothing will happen. Kim Vo Kayat still refuses to leave, worry filling his eyes as he asks what about their assessment. Two seniors say no more, channeling their energy to fly into the sky, leaving only the words continue the assessment. He will wake tomorrow. The next morning, at a small house nestled among lush green hills, Duong Tran slowly opens his eyes, wounds still marking his face. He sits up groggily, his face weary as he wonders where this is, clearly remembering being struck by lightning. He places a hand on his chest. He is startled as small purple bolts of lightning shoot from it. Immediately he sits cross-legged to circulate his energy. Around him not only fire spiritual energy, but also thunder spiritual energy fills the air. A second beat appears, leaving him stunned as he wonders. This be heavenly thunder, true chi. Duong Tran gapes with wide eyes in disbelief, inwardly marveling that heaven-devouring scripture must have absorbed all the heavenly lightning yesterday and transformed it into heavenly thunder, true chi. Recalling the moment he was struck, still sends a chill through Duong Tran. Yet immediately after he leaps onto the bed in excitement, shouting that this time he is truly invincible under heaven. After celebrating, Duong Tran suddenly realizes the place he is in is completely unfamiliar. He looks around and wonders where exactly this is. After some thought, Duong Tran decides to open the door and step outside to observe. Before him appears a simple wooden house and a spacious, tranquil courtyard. Looking another way, Duong Tran sees a young woman sitting and painting, her smooth white shoulders and long flowing hair making him momentarily dazed. Just as he intends to approach to view the painting, Duong Tran suddenly stops, eyes widening as the painting radiates brilliant golden spiritual energy. He thinks such strong fluctuations must mean a formation master. In Duong Tran's understanding, a formation master is a noble branch profession of heavenly Tao masters, highly revered. Across the heavenly master continent, every formation master is certainly a heavenly Tao master. Yet not every heavenly Tao master reaches the realm of formation master. The formation patterns carved by a formation master possess various powerful supportive effects, extremely useful in cultivation or battle, even able to merge into weapons and armor to enhance power. As he approaches closer, Duong Tran's eyes widen upon recognizing the young woman as Thien Lin Hai, a single question echoing in his mind, why is it her? At the same time, the girl seems to sense someone standing behind. Thien Lin Hai glances back over her shoulder. She smiles gently and says, "You have awakened." Beneath the clear sky and soft breeze, her exquisite beauty becomes even more striking. Duong Tran stammers, pointing at Thien Lin Hai suspiciously and asking Vixen, "Could it be you are a heavenly Tao master?" Question immediately irritates Thien Lin Hai. She frowns at Duong Tran and says word by word, "So what if I am?" While the two argue, a figure slowly approaches from afar. It is Thien Ba Quang. His long white hair and immortal bearing make him stand out. His jade-green eyes smile at Duong Tran as he gently asks whether he can sense the soul power fluctuations of the person beside him. Duong Tran does not conceal his ability, answering naturally that of course he can. Then he turns to the stone table where a household beast carving with formation diagram rests, placing his hand upon it and narrowing his eyes as he tells Thien Ba Quang that this formation pattern carries would attribute inclined to defense and heaviness. Seeing Duong Tran not only sense but deeply understand the formation pattern, Thien Ba Quang asks again in surprise, "You can sense it too?" Duong Tran nods helplessly and says yes. After confirming, Thien Ba Quang's lips curl into a gentle smile as he asks Duong Tran whether he wishes to learn the path of formations. Before he can finish, Duong Tran drops to his knees swiftly, the decisive action startling even Thien Ba Quang. For Thien Ba Quang, Duong Tran clasps his hands respectfully and loudly pays homage as master, then skillfully kowtows repeatedly according to proper rites. Thien Lin Hai beside them can no longer endure and leaps up pointing at Duong Tran, angrily telling her father that he is a scoundrel unworthy to be taken as disciple, while Duong Tran kneels smugly. Thien Ba Quang regains his composure, looks down at Duong Tran, and slowly says, "To be my disciple, you must remember one thing. Never be mediocre. Within 5 years, if you achieve nothing, you will be expelled." Duong Tran remains kneeling, hands clasped as he asks doubtfully what counts as achievement. Thien Ba Quang lifts his head to the blue sky and calmly utters 4 words that shock the listener, fame shaking the eastern lands. Those 4 words alone make Duong Tran's eyes widen in disbelief, inwardly shouting that this is no different from a joke. Within 5 years, his name must shake all eastern lands. Thinking of the vastness of the eastern lands, Duong Tran breaks into cold sweat. He has not even explored small Triu Ka City, while eastern lands is immense with Thien Nam district, only one of 108 districts. Seeing Duong Tran hesitate, Thien Ba Kuang's face darkens as he narrows his eyes and asks, is there difficulty? Duong Tran immediately smiles brightly and says none, inwardly thinking he will first learn formations, then decide. 5 years is still long, so taking a gamble is fine. Lin Hai knows she cannot interfere and can only watch Duong Tran formally become her father's disciple. After accepting him, Thien Ba Kuang pulls Duong Tran up, smiling that he will temporarily remain at Chiu Ka Martial Academy. How much he learns depends on fate, making Duong Tran overjoyed. Duong Tran clasps his hands and bows in reply. Thien Ba Kuang laughs and says no need for excessive courtesy in the future. Sincerity is enough, reminding him he is still in the inner courtyard assessment and should finish it first. After speaking, he turns to his daughter with an innocent look, ordering Thien Lin Hai to send Duong Tran away, making her extremely displeased. Though unhappy, Thien Lin Hai still leads Duong Tran away. At the door, Duong Tran turns back, teasing that he never expected her to be a heavenly Tao master hidden so well, making her coldly reply that it has nothing to do with him. Duong Tran shamelessly continues, asking whether her cultivation has reached body tempering 6th layer. Thien Lin Hai irritably answers the same phrase, that it has nothing to do with him. Duong Tran even flatters that her hair bun looks prettier. Before he can finish, the wooden door slams shut with an angry shout from inside that it has nothing to do with him. Returning to the assessment at Triu Ka Mountain Range, it is now the morning of the 2nd day. A spirit wolf with blazing red eyes and sharp fangs growls fiercely. Tiu Kayat stands opposite, eyes intensely focused without a single opening. After a roar, the wolf lunges at Tiu Kayat. The sword in his hand flashes as Tiu Kayat swings, forming a perfect sword arc that sends the wolf flying. Duong Tran returns just in time to witness this and applauds, praising that Tiu Kayat's swordsmanship grows ever more refined. Seeing Duong Tran, Tiu Kayat immediately sheathes his sword and runs over, asking if elder brother is all right. Duong Tran points a thumb at himself and laughs proudly, saying, how could a mere bolt of heavenly lightning kill me? Tiu Kayat smiles, saying he knew elder brother would be fine, and suggests continuing the hunt. The two resume completing the assessment around Triu Ka Mountain. Finally, the 3-day assessment ends. All candidates return to the original hall to submit spoils. And Trin Min and Mo Tiat come again to provoke. He mocks, asking whether in the end no one teamed with them, and receives only disdainful looks. Duong Tran does not bother, turning his head coldly, saying just wait and see. And Trin Min laughs mockingly, calling Duong Tran trash, saying killing a few spirit beasts makes him arrogant. Mo Tiat covers her mouth and laughs, darkening Duong Tran's expression. From above, the senior examiner appears, loudly ordering teams to submit their spoils. He declares that any team collecting at least 3 spiritual herbs or killing 3 spirit beasts will pass preliminaries. The greater the number, the richer the reward. Hearing this, Van Trin Min lifts his chin, ordering go, an arm around Mo Tiat's waist. Behind him, a burly subordinate carrying a sack replies, yes, boss. The group steps forward before the examiner and kneels, opening the sack to display their spoils. After inspection, the examiner loudly announces that the team of Van Trin Min, Mo Tiat, and Tran Tiu killed 7 spirit beasts, obtained 1 spiritual herb, and passed. And Trin Min smugly glances sideways at Duong Tran, asking how about that trash. Mo Tiat lifts her chin arrogantly. Duong Tran is not angered but yawns lazily, calling Tiu Kayat to present theirs. Tiu Kayat immediately turns to fetch it. Van Trin Min sneers, waiting to see them embarrassed. From behind the stone pillar, Tiu Kayat struggles to drag out an enormous sack, stunning everyone present. Mo Tiat, Van Trin Min, and the surrounding candidates all stare wide-eyed, minds filled with questions. Someone blurts out how many spirit beasts and herbs could such a large sack contain. Another suspects it is fake. Though their faces darken, Van Trin Min and Mo Tiat still refuse to believe. He snorts coldly, saying it is mere show. Tiu Kayat exerts all his strength, placing the sack in the center, a heavy thud sounding with dust rising. The senior examiner sweats slightly, pointing and ordering the sack to be opened. Tiu Kayat immediately opens it without delay. The sight inside shocks all candidates, each crying out as if struck by lightning. And Trin Min reacts most violently, his face pale as he shouts, how is this possible? A mountain of spirit beasts and rare spiritual herbs lies clearly before everyone. Even the examiner, seeing this for the first time, is flustered, turning to ask his colleague to verify again. The assigned person steps forward carefully, counting each spirit beast and herb. Duong Tran crosses his arms with a delighted smirk, while Van Trin Min keeps muttering in disbelief. After verification, the examiner loudly announces that the team of Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat killed 90 spirit beasts, obtained 5 spiritual herbs, and officially passed. During the result, Van Trin Min grits his teeth in hatred, wondering how they could kill 90 spirit beasts in 3 days. The examiner waves for Duong Tran's team to step back while praising them, and hoping they perform well in the next round. The two leave proudly, Duong Tran smiling as he asks Tiu Kayat what reward the academy will give for such huge spoils. Tiu Kayat calmly replies he does not know, but fortunately elder brother kept a few herbs. From afar, senior sister, Lai rushes over asking Duong Tran in disbelief how they killed so many spirit beasts. Duong Tran again becomes arrogant, crossing his arms saying, senior sister, I told you I am a great heavenly Tao master with unfathomable strength. Icon Lam does not believe at all, thinking Duong Tran weak, and that it was all Kim Vo Kayat's credit. The criticism leaves Duong Tran stunned, while Tiu Kayat can only smile bitterly without explaining. Lycon Lam places a hand on Duong Tran's shoulder, kindly saying passing the first round is already good. The next round cannot form teams, so he must strive alone. Duong Tran raises his thumb, confidently replying to senior sister Lai that she can rest assured. Everything is under control. Lycon Lam leaves while smiling and humming. Before disappearing, she turns to tease Duong Tran that more than half of those 90 kills were handled by him. Duong Tran does not bother, letting out a soft breath and patting Vo Kayat's shoulder, calmly saying these trivial matters can be ignored. Focus on finishing the next assessment. A sudden thought flashes through Vo Kayat's mind, and he becomes excited, clenching his fist with a sly grin as he says, elder brother, in the next round just unleash your full strength and open their eyes. Catching sight of Motayat's familiar figure in the distance, Duong Tran's expression darkens and his gaze turns cold. He replies lightly to Tiu Kayat, that suits me well. From above, the examiner announces that the first round has ended. Those who passed must return tomorrow for the second round. Family members may attend to watch. Everyone is expected to perform well. After hearing the announcement, Tiu Kayat turns to Duong Tran, who stands absent-minded and curiously asks, elder brother, do you think father will come to watch this time? Duong Tran rests his hands behind his head and sighs, replying in a weary tone, with his temperament it is hard to say. Tiu Kayat looks equally dejected, brows drooping as he gazes at the sky and laments how good it would be if father came. The two brothers sigh together. Duong Tran waves his hand saying, stop dreaming. Grandfather will not come either. Have you ever seen him step out the door? Hearing that, Tiu Kayat laughs to comfort himself and says, elder brother, as long as we pass the inner courtyard assessment, father will surely be happy. Duong Tran closes his eyes briefly in thought and replies yes. Once inside the inner courtyard, he can access techniques and martial skills. Yet inwardly he calculates that he already has primordial demonic dragon art, but lacks martial skills. He must find a suitable one there. Next morning, when the inner courtyard assessment officially begins, the arena is already crowded early. The area for family members is just as noisy and lively. Tiu Kayat suddenly widens his eyes and points, saying, elder brother, look, father has arrived. Duong Tran immediately looks over. On the stands, Duong Chin Engip stands like a mountain, muscular with a rough butcher-like appearance, his masculine aura overwhelming even his sons. The two brothers immediately use lightness skill to rush before Duong Chin Engip and respectfully call father. Seeing them so flustered, Duong Chin Engip becomes angry and scolds loudly that they are still rash as ever. Listen carefully, if you fail to enter the inner courtyard this time, I will sever ties. His booming voice heard by all. The two brothers are both frightened and embarrassed, especially as their father misuses an idiom in public. Duong Tran inwardly thinks this is humiliating. That idiom is not used that way. Tiu Kayat steps forward and bows respectfully to Duong Chin Engip. Duong Chin Engip crosses his arms and laughs proudly, saying, Tiu Kayat brings honor to me. I heard you have reached body tempering 6th layer and dominate the outer courtyard. Good, I like it. Hearing this, Tiu Kayat turns pale and thinks, where did father hear such nonsense? When did he dominate the outer courtyard? Duong Chin Engip's joy suddenly pauses. He snorts and mutters, all right. Turns to Duong Tran, gripping the railing and shouting, why did you offend Tiu Kayat? She is the daughter-in-law I have chosen. His words shock the brothers. Those words fluster Duong Tran, who instinctively glances toward Motayat nearby. On the stands, Vu Kim hears his daughter mentioned and angrily points at Duong Chin Engip, shouting, when did my daughter become your daughter-in-law? This moment both Duong Tran and Motayat are placed in an awkward situation. The two are caught between advancing and retreating, unsure how to explain. Murmurs fill the stands. Some say Duong Tran stayed at body tempering 1st layer for 3 years yet dreams of Vu Motayat. Others argue her martial talent is high, and she has reached body tempering 3rd layer. She will surely enter the inner courtyard. Duong Tran stands silently listening to the accusations. Some mock that rumors say he awakened a martial soul, but who knows if true. Others laugh that even with a martial soul, he is still trash after 3 years. Chen hears everything clearly. Some whisper that heavenly Tao cultivation is easy, that Tran is probably just good at deception. Unable to bear it, Chen roars for them to get lost and prepare for the exam, outwardly scolding his sons but actually driving away the gossipers. Watching his sons leave, Chen wonders why Tran is still at body tempering first layer. He placed all hopes on him, and now sees him distant from Tiu Tai. What happened? It is time for the assessment. The examiner stands on a high stone platform and reads that today is the official entrance test consisting of 3 rounds. Those who pass will enter the inner courtyard. Tiu Kayat sighs, saying they worked hard for first place only to find it was just a preliminary test. Tran smiles, faintly saying it does not matter. Just continue taking first place. The examiner continues that the academy will tally total results and select the top 10 for rewards. First place will receive a potential dragon pill. All students' eyes light up, and they shout potential dragon pill. Legend says the potential dragon pill is golden with a coiling dragon shape, refined by a grand alchemist from sub-dragon inner core. Its tyrannical medicinal power tempers the body, increases strength, and may even break through body tempering. On the stands, people marvel at the generosity of the inner courtyard. Chen wipes sweat, saying they are truly lavish. The examiner gestures for silence and says besides the potential dragon pill for first place, second and third will receive consolidating origin pill. Ranks 4 to 10 will share 10 minor spirit pills. Hearing consolidating origin pill, Tran becomes interested. His eyes gleam as he calculates that at body tempering 5th layer he needs time to reach 6th, but with this pill it will differ. Thinking so, Tran grows more determined, clenching his fists and vowing to obtain the consolidating origin pill. Suddenly the scene becomes restless. Candidates gather toward one direction. Someone shouts, "Look, Thien Linhai has arrived." Tran nearby is startled. Indeed, Thien Linhai appears, her beauty drawing all gazes. Behind her follows a tall, slender man, Quan Minhao, recognized as 2 top outer courtyard geniuses. Whispers continue. Some say even Kim Vo Kayat is slightly inferior to them. Truly a talented pair. Minhao grows more proud while Thien Linhai calmly scans the crowd as if searching. Men around whisper that Quan Minhao only has talent and does not match Thien Linhai, who is beautiful and strong. Others nod in agreement. Thien Linhai suddenly walks toward Tran, startling him and making him a thorn in the eyes of many men. The devouring gazes make Tran shiver. He greets Linhai with a smile, saying, "Vixen, half a day apart, and you miss me as if 3 autumns passed." Being called that, Thien Linhai is not angry but smiles charmingly, covering her mouth and saying, "You are truly shameless." Behind her, Minhao angrily rushes forward, shouting at Tran to get away from Linhai, surprising both. As if an evil idea arises, Tran reveals a wicked smile, steps forward and wraps an arm around Thien Linhai's shoulder, boldly saying, "We are mutually in love. What does it have to do with you?" Making Minhao turn pale with rage. Onlookers gather instantly, whispering that Minhao admires Thien Linhai but is always rejected. This will be interesting. Others question why she stands with Tran, each word driving Minhao mad. Before conflict erupts, the examiner announces the first round is strength testing. Use full power to strike the force pillar. Each glow equals 100 jin. Reach the required level to pass. Quan Minhao sneers and provocatively raises his little finger at Tran, saying at least 1,000 jin counts. "I think you can barely reach 100. Better withdraw to avoid humiliation." Tran sticks out his tongue and makes a face, laughing that it has nothing to do with you. This young master will go if he wishes. After speaking, he pulls down his eyelids and sticks out his tongue, making Minhao grind his teeth, saying, "You are hopeless." Above, the examiner declares the assessment officially begins. Candidates line up to test strength, most striking around 450 jin, failing and leaving dejected. Thien Linhai and Tran calmly wait. Those behind pray or complain. Some say the first round is already hard. Others reply the inner courtyard is never easy. Entering changes fate. A few candidates barely pass after 3 strikes and jump in joy. Tran thinks 500 jin is not hard for the first round, but the next 2 will be difficult. The inner courtyard is indeed not easy. The examiner announces 1,100 jin valid. Before the pillar stands a tall youth in red robes. This is Tudu Bin of the Tudu family, born with divine strength and cultivating great strength tendon art. Reaching 1,000 jin is common. Some say the Tudu family is the richest in Triu Ka, and he has endless pills. From afar, Tran leans toward Thien Linhai with a teasing tone. Says Vixen, listen. Tu Du been soaked in medicinal baths for 3 years, yet barely exceeds 1,000 jin, truly wasting great strength, tendon art. Hearing this, Thien Lin Hai pushes his hand off her shoulder and smiles, saying, really, I only smell jealousy. If you have ability later, strike over 1,000 jin for me to see. Duong Tran places his hands on his hips with a sly face, saying, do not believe. Then let us wager. Thien Lin Hai casts a charming glance, revealing her white shoulder, and smiles like a fox, saying, if you fail to strike over 1,000 jin, strip and run a lap around Triuka City. Dare you? Huge condition makes Duong Tran sweat and stammer. Seeing this, Thien Lin Hai grows more provocative. Duong Tran feigns innocence, asking, what if I win? Inwardly laughing at the opportunity. Thien Lin Hai believes she is certain to win, and snorts, asking, if you win, what do you want? Idea flashes. Duong Tran smiles brightly, saying, if I win, you must kiss me once. Seeing his confident, wicked smile, Thien Lin Hai feels uneasy, wondering why he seems so confident. She reassures herself he is only bluffing. Finally, Thien Lin Hai nods and agrees. It is Min Hao's turn. One of the 2 outer courtyard geniuses, all eyes focus on him. Seeing his confidence, people whisper that if he uses mountain-crushing palm, he might reach 1,500 jin. Min Hao places his fist on the pillar and begins channeling energy. Whispers grow louder. 1,500 jin, unbelievable. Spiritual energy gradually radiates from Min Hao's mouth, becoming denser with time. The onlookers widen their eyes in shock. Someone gasps and shouts that Quan Min Hao has reached body-tempering 6th layer. Duong Tran watches from afar, his expression serious yet inwardly assessing that this man indeed has some strength. Quan Min Hao draws his fist back for momentum, takes a deep breath, spiritual energy around him so dense it nearly covers half his body. He unleashes mountain-crushing palm directly at the pillar. A mountain phantom appears behind him. Sparks burst at impact and shockwaves scatter dust. Flames fade and the pillar cools. The result slowly appears. The examiner cannot believe his eyes and adjusts his glasses. The crowd stands stunned with mouths agape. The result is 1550 jin. After displaying overwhelming power, Min Hao dusts his hands and sneers coldly at Duong Tran, asking if he sees the gap. Unfortunately, Duong Tran ignores him, turning innocently to Thien Lin Hai, saying, Vixen, see if that fool is provoking you. Later, remember to deal with him, making Min Hao nearly explode with rage. The examiner then calls Kim Vo Kayat, one of the 3 top outer courtyard talents. Tiu Kayat calmly steps onto the testing ground. Passing Duong Tran, Tiu Kayat whispers whether to use full strength. Duong Tran smiles confidently, saying, strike with all your power and let them witness your strength. Standing before the pillar, Vo Kayat pauses briefly. He begins channeling energy, waves of spiritual power swirling like a storm. The crowd gasps again. Someone shouts that Kim Vo Kayat is already at the peak of body-tempering 6th layer. Even Min Hao sweats, thinking he improved too fast. Like a silver flash, Tiu Kayat charges and punches, his sharp eyes unwavering. Deep boom sounds as his fist hits the pillar. Golden light bursts brilliantly from the pillar, too bright to look at. The arena falls into eerie silence, all eyes fixed on the pillar, some rubbing their eyes wondering if it malfunctioned. Number 2050 Jin appears clearly on the pillar, below showing valid. Beneath his fluttering white robe, Kim Vo Kayat looks like an immortal descending, extraordinary in bearing. Faced with that astonishing achievement, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Some claimed Kim Vo Kayat was even stronger than Quan Min Hao. Others said Min Hao had already been surpassed. These words reached Min Hao's ears and made him furious, yet he could only swallow his anger. On the stands, the father of he and Tiu Kayat beamed with pride, standing tall as he pointed and laughed loudly, boasting that was my son, stirring endless envy from those beside him. Vu Kim looked at the scene with disdain, secretly cursing that this achievement had nothing to do with that man. It was all thanks to the old master's guidance. Down on the field, he wore the same smug expression as his father, smiling until his eyes nearly disappeared. Not stopping there, he turned to the crowd, raised both hands to the sky and shouted for them to cheer, declaring that was your king. In others' eyes, he looked no different from a mad troublemaker. Lin Hai, standing beside him, shot him a look of disgust and said, what does this have to do with you? But he continued cheering excitedly without pause. Hearing that, he placed a hand over his chest, his face full of pride as he said, Fox Spirit, do you not know that Tiu Kayat has today because of the efforts of an elder brother like me? Those shameless words were too much for Lin Hai. She merely snorted coldly and turned her face away. unwilling to listen further. While the two bickered, the people around them continued discussing. A young man remarked that of the 3 outer court experts 2 had already finished. Only Thien Lin Hai remained. Not keeping everyone waiting, it was now Thien Lin Hai Jia Sun Thai's turn. Her peerless beauty and soaring aura made nearly every man present unable to look away. He stepped forward from behind and placed a hand on Lin Hai's shoulder, teasing that fox spirit, it seems it is your turn. That intimate gesture made the surrounding men glare at he with reddened eyes. Lin Hai stepped before the strength-measuring pillar, each footstep leaving a thin layer of frost over the ground. Blue spiritual energy poured from her body, gathering around her like twisting azure flames. Closer she moved to the pillar, the stronger Thien Lin Hai's presence became. The entire audience held its breath to see how the outer court genius would perform. She calmly threw a straight punch at the pillar. It looked gentle, yet the impact exploded loudly. Blue shockwaves surged outward in all directions. Thien Lin Hai withdrew her hand and stepped back several paces to await the result. The examiner looked up and loudly announced, 1450 Jin, qualified and passed. As soon as the result was declared, the men who admired Lin Hai felt both regret and anger. Some shouted that it was lower than Quan Min Hao. My goddess should be first. Hearing that, he folded his arms and pouted, saying, what do you know? Inwardly, he thought Lin Hai was not strong in raw power. Cultivation was her advantage. If she reached the 6th level, her punch would surpass Min Hao. As soon as Thien Lin Hai left the field, the examiner called his name. He happily whistled and skipped forward. His confidence made Thien Lin Hai uneasy. She could not understand how he could remain so calm. Her anxiety grew stronger. Her expression turned increasingly unpleasant. She could not help thinking, could it be that this fellow truly wanted her to kiss him? Yet she shook her head to dispel the thought, consoling herself that it was impossible. He would certainly fail. Standing before the strength-measuring pillar, he did not strike immediately. Instead, he performed a series of strange motions, rolling his shoulders, swaying his hips, stretching his legs to warm up. That baffling behavior made those who had looked down on him burst into laughter. Some pointed and laughed at what he was doing. Before the laughter faded, a change occurred around him. Streams of spiritual energy gathered from all directions and slowly enveloped his body. Those who had just mocked him immediately turned pale, eyes wide in shock. Someone stammered, what is happening? Only those at bone tempering and above can mobilize spiritual energy throughout the body. Van Trin Min, who already disliked, he grew even more irritated, gripping his fan tightly and gritting his teeth as he said, what exactly is going on? Was he not only at the 1st level of body tempering? Vu Mo Tiat beside him was equally stunned. Lin Hai's brows shot up in anger, heat rising within her as she cursed inwardly that this scoundrel truly deceived her. Now it was too late to regret. Quan Min Hao stood frozen, sweat pouring down like rain. He could not believe he was at the 5th level of body tempering. Min Hao shut his eyes to calm himself, though his expression betrayed him. He thought that even at the 5th level he was still inferior to him. Surely it was drug stimulation. The power of his punch would be nothing but a joke. On the platform, his eyes brimmed with confidence in victory. He smiled and unleashed a full-force punch. His fist carried the ferocious phantom of a golden tiger as it slammed into the pillar. The ground trembled. Dust filled the arena. Only blazing fire attribute spiritual energy shone brightly. Light on the strength-measuring pillar surged continuously, the number climbing without any sign of stopping. The entire venue was stunned. The examiner stammered as he announced 1750 Jin, qualified and passed. Van Trin Min's face darkened like charcoal, clenching his fists as he said, strength alone means nothing. In real combat you may not defeat me. Vu Mo Tiat beside him widened her eyes and whispered he. Seeing the result, he excitedly turned to Thien Lin Hai, pointing at the pillar and loudly calling for her to look. But the spot where Lin Hai had stood was already empty. She had fled so quickly that even he was stunned. He asked blankly, where did she go? Realizing Lin Hai had run away after losing the bet, he did not rush to chase her. He simply smiled smugly and said, you may escape the 1st day, but not the 15th. By then, Thien Lin Hai had run far away, dashing through the forest while angrily cursing he as a fraud. She swore she would never kiss him. He walked toward Kim Vo Kiat with a radiant and proud expression. Those who had once scorned him still stood in shock, mouths agape as they watched him. Senior Sister Lai, who had watched from beginning to end, was also astonished. Yet suspicion lingered in her eyes as she murmured that half a month ago, he was only at the 1st level of body tempering. How could he now be at the 5th? Stroking her chin, Senior Sister Lai carefully observed he, thinking to herself that this person was indeed extraordinary. After everyone completed the strength test, those who met the standard were called together to hear the announcement. The examiner declared the 1st round ended. Those qualified would participate in the 2nd round tomorrow morning. The candidates departed one after another, each returning home to prepare for the next day. That afternoon, at the residence of the two brothers He and Kim Vo Kayat. Once they returned, and no prying eyes remained, Tiu Kayat leapt onto the bed and rolled around comfortably before asking his elder brother what the second round would test tomorrow. He sat down on a chair, eyes resolute as he clenched his fist, and said he was not certain, but by usual practice it would likely be combat assessment. If it came to fighting, then be honest. If you see someone displeasing, then fight properly. Tiu Kayat sat up straight, looking at He with doubt as he asked whether tomorrow she would come to watch. He fell silent for a long time. He let out a familiar sigh, his face gloomy as he answered yes. At the same time, in a luxurious tavern within Chiuka City, Quan Minhao's father Quan Tu was drinking with his son and meeting an acquaintance. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Nguyen, it has been long since we met. I did not expect your cultivation to reach such heights." Sitting opposite was an old man with a face full of fierce scars. As he drained his cup and listened, according to Quan Tu, he was Nguyen Man, Pavilion Master of White Tiger, one of the 4 great Pavilion Masters of the inner court of Chiu Ka Martial Academy. Nguyen Man closed his eyes and sipped his wine, slowly saying, "Time passes quickly. It feels like only yesterday we cultivated together in the inner court." Quan Tu laughed heartily and said, "Senior brother Nguyen, when Min Hao enters the inner court in the future, I hope you will look after him." Slightly drunk, Nguyen Man's face flushed red as he laughed and replied, "Junior brother, rest assured. With Min Hao's talent, there is no need to worry." Before he could finish speaking, Quan Tu called for Min Hao to quickly pay respects to his master. Min Hao reacted in shock. He immediately knelt down, his knees striking the floor heavily, clasping his hands respectfully toward Nguyen Man as he loudly declared, "Min Hao pays respects to master." Min Hao repeatedly kowtowed, continuously proclaiming his name, greatly pleasing Nguyen Man, who reached out to help him up. Min Hao stood to the side serving wine. Quan Tu turned to Nguyen Man and probed that he heard he would be an examiner in the 3rd round this time. Min Hao hesitated beside them. Nguyen Man immediately understood Quan Tu's implication. He raised his cup and drained it before smiling and saying, "Junior brother, rest assured. With Min Hao's outstanding outer court talent, the first place of this examination will surely be his." Naturally, the hidden dragon pill will also hardly escape Min Hao's grasp. Early the next morning, the second round assessment was about to begin. The atmosphere had been lively since dawn. Father of He and Vo Kayat could not restrain himself from repeatedly patting his 2 sons. The gesture meant encouragement, but was a bit heavy-handed, laughing as he struck their shoulders, and said they had brought him great honor. Duong Chin Engi proudly raised a finger and announced that the old master had instructed that after the exam they could return home for a few days. He must miss the 2 of them greatly. During they could go home, Tiu Kayat's eyes lit up as he cheered in delight that it was wonderful. By contrast, he standing beside him felt somewhat uneasy, a trace of worry flickering across his face as he shivered slightly. Duong Chin Engi sternly conveyed the old master's words that at any time they must keep a trump card in reserve. He and Tiu Kayat listened attentively and memorized every instruction. The senior examiner appeared, began gathering everyone, and announced that the second round of the inner court assessment officially began. Its content was testing the heart. Hearing the words "testing the heart," the candidates below immediately became restless and confused, each looking around without understanding what it meant. The senior examiner leisurely raised his hand high. Not far from his palm, a golden ring of light appeared. Continued channeling energy. The light from that ring grew ever more brilliant. From the ring suddenly descended a vertical pillar of light, spreading into a cone that covered the ground. Sight left the nearby candidates stunned in amazement. The examiner continued, "All students enter the heart tempering array one by one. Remember to hold fast to your true heart. Pass 5 trials and you are considered qualified." His narrowed eyes warned that the difficulty was not small. Candidates quickly entered the heart tempering array. He and Tiu Kayat also stepped inside one after another. Upon entering the array, he was transported to a strange forest, leaving him momentarily stunned and unsure what had happened. As he turned his head to observe his surroundings, countless bizarre sounds suddenly echoed from all directions. Before he appeared a horde of ferocious spirit beasts charging forward. Lions, giant bears, pythons, honey badgers, their momentum terrifying. He calmly realized it was all an illusion. He closed his eyes and circulated his technique, leisurely shouting that it was merely a mirage, disperse at once. As expected, the herd of spirit beasts instantly shattered into fragments of phantom light. Voice rang out from the void announcing the first trial passed. He stood in midair with a smug smile and said it was only a small matter. Second trial was a chaotic battlefield of weapons, yet he swiftly dispelled it as well and passed smoothly. The third trial targeted greed for wealth. Jewels and gold piled up before him. He did not even spare them a glance, strolling with hands behind his head straight into the fourth trial. Opening the door before him, He muttered in boredom that the difficulty was only this, then stepped directly into the glow behind it. Suddenly he froze, his face flushed red, eyes wide in shock, his whole body trembling without any cold. For him was the trial of desire. Lai Kan Lam and Thien Lin Hai stood waiting. Teasing words echoed, yet he heard nothing. His gaze locked onto their scantily clad figures and seductive stances. Outside, everyone focused intently on the purple glow to follow the progress of the assessment. At the entrance of the heart-tempering array, every few minutes several candidates were expelled. They fell from above to the ground in unconscious states. Each time someone fell out, the examiner calmly declared them unqualified. The heart-testing round also drew the pavilion masters of the inner court Azure Dragon Pavilion and Thien Ba Kwong to observe. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master looked at he with satisfaction and praised to Thien Ba Kwong that this disciple's martial heart was extremely steadfast. Thien Ba Kwong modestly shook his head and replied that he was still immature, a good seedling but needing polish. It was too early to speak of his future. Meanwhile, the other candidates still struggled in the trials. Quan Minhao was still battling spirit beasts in the first trial, not realizing it was an illusion. Thien Ba Kwong lamented that without a firm martial heart, high cultivation was useless. Those words inadvertently suited Thien Lin Hai, who at this moment was engrossed in admiring herself in a golden mirror found among the treasures of the third trial. Hearing that, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master greatly admired him and turned to praise that the senior's insight was truly profound. After chatting for a while, the two continued observing the assessment progress. Seeing that Kim Vo Kiat and Quan Minhao had passed the third trial, only he seemed to encounter trouble. Within the illusion, his mind spun, his face burning red, saliva dribbling as his whole body felt engulfed in flames. The phantom of Lai Kan Lam appeared provocatively, seductive as she pressed close, her reddened eyes calling he to practice swordplay, making it hard for him to remain calm. Struggling to preserve the last shred of reason, he turned his face away and shouted, "No, you are fake." The illusion grew bolder. Lai Kan Lam pressed close, caressing his face and whispering about dual cultivation, causing his mind to waver violently. His entire body seemed ablaze, his pupils darting wildly as he stammered and thought that this time he was truly finished. The scene shifted into a warm pink bed. Lai Kan Lam pulled Duong Tran down onto it, leaving him flustered and unsure how to resist. Lai Kan Lam winked seductively like a fox spirit, mist swirling as her red garments gradually dissolved. She drew Duong Tran closer by the collar to kiss him, his eyes now filled only with infatuation, reason completely gone. At that very moment, pain surged up from his dantian. The two pills within his body erupted with power and pulled Duong Tran back to his senses just in time. Opening his eyes, Duong Tran turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he realized everything had been an illusion. He swung his hand and seized the face of Lai Kan Lam's phantom. Though a trace of regret lingered, Duong Tran still circulated his energy decisively and shouted that she was fake before shattering the phantom. Just as he sat down and let out a breath of relief, the next trial immediately descended. Thien Lin Hai in a short bodice pressed close, holding his hand and speaking softly that Tran Ka, you lost the bet. Today you may do whatever you wish. A violent shock exploded within Duong Tran's mind, making him widen his eyes. Duong Tran could not help gripping Thien Lin Hai's hand tightly. His face flushed red, and his eyes filled with desire. Outside, Thien Ba Kwong's expression turned extremely grim, killing intent clearly revealed in his eyes. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying that young blood ran hot, and being bewitched by beauty was normal. Yet Thien Ba Kwong's face remained unpleasant. Within the illusion, Duong Tran's lips were only an inch away from Thien Lin Hai's. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if realizing something. Duong Tran forcefully pushed Thien Lin Hai back, stepping away himself as he shouted for her to wait. Phantom of Thien Lin Hai shed aggrieved tears like a fragile white lotus, and asked whether Tran Ka did not like her. Without hesitation, Duong Tran circulated his energy and formed a seal at his dantian, executing the heaven-reaching scripture. Surging green spiritual power enveloped him. The phantom of Thien Lin Hai began to crack, and it completely shattered into fragments of void. A voice announced the fourth trial passed. Duong Tran spread his arms and exhaled heavily in exhaustion. Quan Minhao had also just opened the door of the fourth trial and stepped inside. Within stood Thien Lin Hai and two other women dressed as dancers, moving gracefully. Minhao revealed a wicked smile and tugged his collar aside as if already prepared. He shouted and unleashed a move. From his chest, a golden orb was revealed that shattered all the phantoms. The announcement sounded that the fourth trial was passed, Minhao tucked the orb back into his clothes and smiled to himself that the formation pattern given by his master was indeed formidable. First place would surely be his. On the other side, Duong Tran stood before a stone bridge. Beneath it, waters filled with white bones made him shudder. Skeletons rose up, skulls flying from all directions toward Duong Tran. His already foul mood worsened. Duong Tran roared that even the fox spirit and senior sister could not shake him. "You are mere trash." His spiritual power erupted and swept everything away. The phantoms instantly vanished. Duong Tran strode forward proudly as the announcement of the fifth trial passed echoed. Outside, Thienba Quang saw that display and was extremely satisfied, smiling with pride. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master also smiled and praised that Duong Tran's martial heart was rare even within the inner court. Thienba Quang calmly replied that this was only a basic heart-tempering array. Passing the intermediate level would be worth mentioning. Hearing that, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile in agreement, inwardly lamenting that the intermediate heart-tempering array was so terrifying that even he would struggle to pass it. After passing the fifth trial, Duong Tran was brought to the array core. Above his head appeared a green formation engraved with a dragon. He observed intently and wondered whether this was a formation tool restraining the heart-tempering array. Thought flashed through his mind. Duong Tran sat cross-legged to cultivate, telling himself to see whether he could comprehend the heart-tempering array. Thienba Quang observed from beginning to end and could only sigh in admiration. This boy truly had bold courage, not yet grasping basic formation patterns, yet already seeking to uncover the mysteries of the heart-tempering array. Within the array core, more and more formation rings appeared above Duong Tran, their intricate vastness leaving him astonished and excited as he regarded it as a rare opportunity to learn. Outside the inner court grounds, the crowd waited anxiously for the first person to emerge. Suddenly, countless golden lights appeared in the sky. Cheers erupted as Quan Minhao was the first to step out of the heart-tempering array. He descended with a wicked smile that drew exclamations that he was indeed the first to pass the assessment. The other candidates were also expelled one after another from the heart-testing circle. Second place was Kim Vo Kiat, followed by Thien Lin Hai. As expected, the top three positions all fell to the three outer court geniuses. The remaining people were slightly slower, but still completed the trial one after another and exited the array. Kim Vo Kiat stood observing for a long while, yet still did not see Duong Tran. He began to grow anxious, unease gradually appearing on his face as he wondered what had happened to his elder brother. After waiting a while longer, the heart-tempering array showed no major changes, only continuously emitting faint golden light, occasionally flashing a few small sparks. Just when everyone nearly believed Duong Tran had failed, from the center of the heart-tempering array's light, he finally appeared, descending majestically from above within a dazzling radiance. The onlookers revealed disdain upon seeing Duong Tran. Some mocked that the last one was indeed Duong Tran. Others beside them sneered in reply, but at least he had still passed the assessment. The moment Tiu Kiat saw Duong Tran, he hurried over and placed a hand on his forehead to check him, asking anxiously whether his elder brother was all right and why he had taken so long. Seeing Tiu Kiat so flustered, Duong Tran brushed his hand aside, leisurely leaned close to cover his mouth and whisper while his other hand subtly signaled, smiling as he said, "Tiu Kiat, we have struck it rich, truly struck it rich." Tiu Kiat grew even more confused upon hearing that. He looked at Duong Tran and asked what he meant by striking it rich. Duong Tran lightly patted his shoulder and firmly replied that they would talk about it later. Everyone took turns discussing noisily, turning the scene into chaos like a shattered marketplace. In the end, the examiner had to step in to suppress them. He turned and walked away while raising his hand to signal the crowd, announcing that the third round would take place inside the inner court. Those qualified should follow him. The others were also ordered to move accordingly. All the candidates who met the standard headed together toward a pagoda. Before their eyes stood a massive towering pagoda, each floor roofed with sharp black tiles at the four corners. The white body trimmed with dark red lines gave off an imposing aura. In front of the tower, White Tiger Pavilion Master Nguyen Man was already waiting, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the tower behind him as he said this was the Four Spirits Tower, the treasured artifact of Triuka Martial Academy. Each floor contained a grand formation arranged by array masters. The third round was to enter the tower, and he would be the chief examiner. The group of Duong Tran, Thien Lin Hai, Kim Vo Kiat, and Quan Minhao stood at the front listening attentively. The White Tiger Pavilion Master continued that only the lowest 5 floors were open. Passing the first floor qualified one for the ordinary inner court, but to compete for the top 10 one had to climb higher. Quan Minhao smiled smugly upon hearing this, confident because of his backing, thinking that no matter how others tried, the leading position would only belong to him. After finishing his words, the pavilion master loudly announced the start of the assessment. The heavy doors of the Four Spirits Tower opened with friction against the ground, stirring up dust. Behind the doors was a dense black curtain. Duong Tran stepped toward the entrance, carefully placing his hand on the black curtain, and saw streaks of golden light spreading like ripples. Gathering his courage to step through, Duong Tran found himself standing in a lush green forest. The familiar scenery made him pause in brief confusion. From a nearby tree branch, a figure suddenly swooped down. Thinking it was a formidable expert, he found it was only a clumsy thug. That man landed with a ferocious face, holding a broadsword and pointing at Duong Tran while shouting threats. Seeing Duong Tran standing still without expression, that man raised his weapon and charged forward, roaring for him to accept death. Duong Tran felt helpless at the sight, curling his lips as he thought the fellow was too weak, merely body tempering second level. Without wasting any effort, Duong Tran casually threw a punch, directly sending both the man and his blade flying into the air, easily passing the first floor. On the second floor, what greeted Duong Tran was a gigantic shadow wolf at the peak of body tempering third level, its crimson eyes blazing as it lunged fiercely. But whether wolf or dog, it was still just a beast. Before it could even act, Duong Tran knocked it into a miserable howl with a single punch. Outside the tower, the progress of climbing was constantly announced. A round light spot swiftly shot up to the third floor, stirring the crowd. The senior examiners were astonished at the speed. Someone asked who had reached the third floor. Another replied it must be Quan Minhao, since the Quan Sun Min family was extraordinary, and he possessed a steady temperament. Yin Ba Quang, standing beside the White Tiger Pavilion master, nodded in praise, remarking that the youth surnamed Quan was indeed a rare genius, making Nguyen Man agree even more. Nguyen Man laughed heartily while stroking his beard, saying most candidates were still struggling on the first floor. Charging straight to the third showed Quan Minhao was far superior. Inside the tower, Quan Minhao was battling a spirit beast. Although struck by 3 vicious blows in succession, he did not dodge. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. From his torn robe burst a golden light. Light shot straight out, precisely targeting the shadow wolf. The terrifying power immediately blasted the spirit beast away. Quan Minhao adjusted his clothes in satisfaction, smiling smugly as he thought that with the yellow rank low-grade inner armor bestowed by his master, this stage was truly too easy. Inside the tower, 2 more light spots rushed up to the third floor. The crowd erupted in cheers again. Someone wiped sweat and exclaimed how fast. It must be Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kaya. Only they could keep up with Quan Minhao. Inside the third floor, the space was entirely different. An ancient-styled chamber with 2 wooden armored mannequins placed in the center. As Duong Tran pushed the door open and stepped in, the 2 mannequins immediately activated. Wrapped in black aura, the mannequins lit up. One wielding a spear attacked from the left, the other with a blade struck from the right. Their swift coordination forced Duong Tran to dodge as the slash smashed the ground and scattered stone fragments. Duong Tran could not hide his tension, thinking their speed might be body-tempering 4th-level mannequins. Before he could catch his breath, the spear-wielding mannequin attacked again, forcing him to leap aside. Duong Tran realized their coordination was even harder to handle than body-tempering 5th level. He flipped backward, one hand bracing the ground in a guarded stance. Spiritual energy circulated swiftly as he silently recited the mantra of the heaven-devouring scripture. The 2 mannequins pressed forward again with fierce momentum, their power not to be underestimated. After circulating the technique, Duong Tran widened his eyes to observe and discovered he had caught up with their movement trajectories. Without hesitation, he seized the moment as the mannequins lunged and threw a direct punch. The punch force pierced the armor. A phantom golden tiger exploded forth, smashing the 2 mannequins into each other and destroying them outright. After passing the third floor, Duong Tran clenched his fists in excitement, feeling the spiritual energy around him, and thinking that his vision and reflexes had clearly improved after circulating the heaven-devouring scripture. Advancing to the 4th floor, what awaited him were 2 colossal earth berserk bears like mountains, their roars violent as Duong Tran appeared tiny before them. He stood observing, eyelids lowered, sweat seeping out as he thought 2 body-tempering 5th-level berserk bears were truly troublesome. Outside the tower, when the light reached the 4th floor, the crowd stirred. Some cheered that Quan Minhao was formidable. Others doubted whether it was truly him. That statement was immediately refuted. If not Quan Minhao, then who? Lai Kan Lam, watching nearby, also wondered whether it could be Duong Tran. Each time golden light shot from the tower, it meant a candidate was eliminated. Those who fell lightly were battered. Those severely became crippled and unconscious. The examiner, standing beside a fallen candidate, calmly said that anyone who had not passed the first floor was already eliminated. Those not yet out had passed. Another senior sighed that too many were eliminated. This assessment had fewer than 200 people, far less than the previous cohort. The senior stroked his beard and smiled, saying although fewer in number, the quality was very high. Quite a few true geniuses, considered the best batch in 10 years. White Tiger Pavilion Master Nguyen Man sternly reminded that candidates must know their limits. If they were left crippled, then even entering the inner court would be useless. After an hour, almost all candidates had exited the tower. A senior reported to the White Tiger Pavilion Master that 5 people had yet to appear. Before he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the 3rd floor. Golden light flashed and flung a red-robed man outside. He was Tu Dao Bin, defeated on the 3rd floor, falling to the ground in a miserable state, yet managing to brace himself to survive. The crowd immediately discussed the harshness of the ancient tower, not expecting even Tu Dao Bin to fail the 3rd floor, making everyone anxious. Someone said that meant 4 remained: Quan Min Hao, Kim Vo Kaya, Thin Lin Hai, and one more. Who could it be? Looking around in doubt. After checking, everyone was shocked to realize the one not yet out was Duong Tran. Truly Duong Tran. Umo Tayat stood watching as if turned to stone, eyes wide at the tower in disbelief, murmuring that Brother Tran had become this strong. Another light appeared. Thin Lin Hai completed the assessment and landed lightly without injury, her graceful figure like a fairy. She descended elegantly, her whole body radiant, drawing every gaze. Someone asked in awe and fear how she could do it. On the 4th floor, Duong Tran was still fiercely battling the 2 Earth Berserk Bears, one punch striking their arms yet causing no harm. Instead, he was counterattacked, fortunately blocking with his arm yet still sent flying far away. Defending while observing, Duong Tran inwardly lamented that the beast's skin was hard as steel. Realizing prolonging the fight was disadvantageous, his eyes grew serious, lowering his hand as he said it was time to use his trump card. Spiritual energy condensed around him. Duong Tran rushed forward and threw a punch carrying a vortex of fire spiritual energy straight into the Berserk Bear. Smoke rising from the impact. The Berserk Bear was immediately engulfed in a sea of flames, screaming miserably. It fell to the ground, turning into a charred mass. Duong Tran was startled by the power, thinking the solar true chi was indeed domineering. After thinking that, he turned to look at the remaining trembling Berserk Bear. Duong Tran revealed a wicked smile, clenching his fist and cursing inwardly that it had chased him happily before and now it should die. At the same time, on another 4th floor, Quan Min Hao was battered miserably by 2 Berserk Bears, his body sent flying. He fell to the ground covered in wounds, one eye swollen, his armor nearly shattered, grinding his teeth as he thought the 4th floor was too strong but the top position should still be his. Outside the tower, a sudden shout rang out that someone had reached the 5th floor, a light spot shooting up from the 4th floor. Before the shock faded, another light spot followed to the 5th floor, the crowd shaken in disbelief. Bin Ko Hien Vo Pavilion Master stroked his beard in satisfaction and turned to praise Nguyen Man that someone had reached the 5th floor. Nguyen Man smiled proudly and replied, "Not bad." Reaching the 5th floor proved Quan Min Hao was still the #1 genius. Pavilion Master Bin Ko only gave a faint smile, closing his eyes and asking again if it was Quan Min Hao. Nguyen Man crossed his arms irritably and retorted that if not Quan Min Hao, then who else? Pavilion Master Bin Ko calmly replied that it was hard to say. Nguyen Man confidently lifted his chin and challenged whether he dared to bet. Pavilion Master Bin Ko opened his cold golden eyes to look at Nguyen Man and asked how he wished to bet. Nguyen Man smiled smugly and said, "If I win, then your cloud-rising sword belongs to me." Bin Ko stroked his beard and agreed. "But if you lose, then your blood-drinking blade must change owner," the two confronting each other without yielding. The light suddenly flared again, signaling that 2 figures appeared simultaneously on the 5th floor. Nguyen Man was equally stunned. He observed closely, then could not help sighing with emotion, blurting that those 2 truly were Kim Vo Kai. On the 4th floor, Quang Min Hao was still risking his life battling the 2 Earth Berserk Bears, though his body was covered in wounds and his protective armor gradually cracking. Poured all his strength into a mountain mean palm, striking straight at the spirit beast eyes, hoping to inflict some damage on the monster before him. Pavilion Master Nguyen Man flew into a rage at the attitude of the 2 brothers, his spiritual energy erupting into the head of a gigantic flaming lion. he roared that he would revoke Kim Vo Kiat's title of second place, instantly stripping his top 3 position. Kim Vo Kiat, who was usually calm and gentle, could no longer endure. His face darkened as deep green aura nearly turned black spread out, his gaze icy as he ground his teeth and uttered one word, "You." Vo Kiat angrily intended to step forward to challenge Nguyen Man, killing intent filling his face. Fortunately, Duong Tran promptly grabbed his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Tiu Kiat, we are not his opponents now." Seeing this, Nguyen Man grew even more arrogant, standing high above looking down at Vo Kiat, and smugly said that since Kim Vo Kiat was disrespectful to his elder, he would also revoke the next second-place qualification. The second place of Thien Lin Hai, originally held by Tu Du Bin as fourth-place explorer. At this point he paused, glaring with a sneer and dragging out each mocking word. "If you refuse to accept the Academy decision, then get out of here." After speaking, Nguyen Man turned and left, brushing past the military pavilion master, leaving the latter silent, only watching with indifferent eyes. When Tran Nguyen Man disappeared, the watching candidates finally burst into discussion. Duong Tran had his inner court qualification revoked, truly miserable. Someone added that it was hard to pass and he was too stubborn. As Duong Tran was about to leave, Lai Con Lam hurried over from afar, her expression flustered and face filled with worry for him. Lai Con Lam's eyes shimmered as if about to cry, both angry and worried as she scolded that damned brat. "Do you know what trouble you have caused?" In complete contrast, Duong Tran was strangely calm, even smiling foolishly as he teased that senior sister looked beautiful when angry, making Lai Con Lam angrily shout, "How could you still laugh? Your inner court qualification has been revoked." Was entering not enough. Hearing the words inner court, Duong Tran showed disdain, turning his face away to avoid her gaze, and coldly saying that such an unfair exam meant not entering the inner court was fine. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lai Con Lam's face turned red with anger, seeming to steam as she shouted that he was truly an idiot, not wanting to waste words with him. After venting her anger, she gradually calmed, looking straight at Duong Tran and suspiciously asking that half a month ago he was only body tempering first level. How had he reached 5th level now? How did he cultivate? Duong Tran, half jokingly and half seriously, suddenly making a perverted face while speaking, replied that every day he looked at senior sister paintings to cultivate and unknowingly reached 5th level, causing Lai Con Lam to blush deeply. She immediately flew into fury like a female demon, loudly shouting Duong Tran name. Tense atmosphere was interrupted by a deep voice. A tall man in iron armor with a red cloak stepped forward, calling Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat names, making them both stop arguing at once. The one who came was Lai Hoi's son, the general guarding Triu Ka. His appearance startled them both. Duong Tran cried out in alarm, "General, sir," while Lai Con Lam hurriedly said, "Father, why are you here?" Although Duong Tran often joked around, he knew propriety well. He immediately stepped back and bowed. Lai Hoi's son smiled kindly and patted his daughter's head, then said gently that he had come to see these two promising youths. Then he turned to Duong Tran, who was bowing, and slowly said that, although he had been expelled from Triu Ka Martial Academy, if he agreed he could join his Azure Tiger Legion. During the invitation, Duong Tran lowered his head and cupped his hands in thanks, then tactfully declined, saying, "Thank you, General, but this matter required asking his family first." General Lai did not force him upon hearing that. He merely smiled and said that he had performed very well today. The Azure Tiger Legion would always welcome him. After speaking, he led Lai Con Lam away, not forgetting to tease, laughing loudly that this brat was not bad and could become a son-in-law, making Lai Con Lam blush and protest that her father was teasing her again. Duong Tran also bowed to see the two of them off. Afterwards, unwilling to remain long in the inner court, Duong Tran turned to look at Kim Vo Kiat. He instructed Tiu Kiat, "The inner court has many resources. Stay and cultivate well. I have my own plans." Duong Tran turned and left. Vo Kiat wanted to call him back but swallowed the words, only asking inwardly, "Brother, where will you go?" Duong Tran smiled confidently, his eyes shining with hope, replying that he was going to find the fox spirit. Hearing that, Vo Kiat could not hide his disdain, helplessly watching his back and saying that at a time like this, he still thought about women. Duong Tran pouted and retorted that he was thinking nonsense. He was going to the fox spirit house. Her father was both his father-in-law and his master. Kim Vo Kiat was full of doubt, as if countless question marks appeared above his head, watching Duong Tran hurry away and wondering since when his brother had a master. Duong Tran left the inner court arena and returned to Thien Ba Quang residence. By then it was night, and the moon hung high, lighting his path home. Just as he was about to push the gate open, he was called out. It was a man in brown-yellow robes with silver hair. calling Duong Tran's name in surprise. The one who spoke was White Tiger Pavilion instructor Thich Kong. He looked at him with weary and unfriendly eyes and said that had he not been stripped of inner court qualification, was this a place he could come? Duong Tran shot him an annoyed glance and sneered, asking what he was doing here. This was his master residence. The two words master startled Thich Kong, disbelief on his face, as he stammered to ask whether his master was Thien Ba Quang. But Duong Tran ignored him and continued pushing the gate. Stepping inside, he did not look back, only replying with two words, yes indeed, leaving Thich Kong stunned behind him. After regaining his senses, Thich Kong hurriedly turned and left, thinking no wonder Duong Tran improved so quickly. He had taken the Sword Saint as master. This was serious and must be reported to the pavilion master at once. Entering the courtyard under the moonlight, Duong Tran saw Thien Ba Quang's silhouette and called out, "Master." Thien Ba Quang was sitting on a stone cultivating. Behind him appeared a phantom great sword descending from the sky, strands of golden spiritual energy radiating around, worthy of the title Sword Saint. Duong Tran witnessed that scene in shock, his pupils contracting and sweat pouring as he inwardly sighed at the terrifying pressure. Only then did Thien Ba Quang notice him, stepping forward with a smile and saying he had arrived, while Duong Tran was nearly suffocated by the oppressive aura and had to struggle to stand firm. After steadying his breath, Duong Tran bowed and greeted Master. Thien Ba Quang happily patted the stone table and told him to sit. Duong Tran sat opposite, breathing heavily and wiping sweat, thinking that this master was truly formidable and must be cultivating a high-level sword technique. As if seeing through his thoughts, Thien Ba Quang calmly asked if he wanted to learn. Hearing that, Duong Tran nodded so hard his face nearly twisted, decisively replying that he wanted to. Thien Ba Quang was not surprised, leisurely sipping tea before saying that he wanted to learn. He should keep dreaming. His strength was far from enough. The gentle words were sharp as blades, making Duong Tran's face darken as he looked at his master helplessly. Unable to refute, he could only lower his head and sigh in frustration. Thien Ba Quang asked again about the assessment, saying that his mindset during the exam was barely acceptable. Mentioning the inner court made Duong Tran immediately indignant, recounting the entire matter to his master without missing a detail. Beneath the bright full moon of Triuka City, after listening, Thien Ba Quang snorted coldly in displeasure, saying good Nguyen man truly has guts. Seeing his master side with him, Duong Tran grew even angrier, clenching his fists and cursing that he and Tiu Kayat had reached the 5th floor and were stronger than Quang Min Hao. He refused to accept it. Thien Ba Quang closed his eyes in thought, then said that as a teacher to be so rude was a disgrace to the sect. Nguyen man had strayed into the demonic path. Duong Tran slyly raised a finger and said, "Master, why not just say a word and expel Nguyen man from the academy?" Thien Ba Quang opened his eyes and looked sternly, saying, "Brat, you think too simply. I am not a member of the academy and do not use power to oppress others. That is the conduct of a petty man. Do you want to be petty?" Duong Tran blushed at the reprimand and hurriedly defended that he was not petty, inwardly cursing that his master was unreliable. Nguyen man was a big shot of the inner court. He could not be beaten nor argued against. Right after, Thien Ba Quang's expression turned frightening, his eyes icy and smile sinister, a cold aura spreading as he slowly said that he was his disciple. If that man bullied him, it meant looking down on him. If there was a chance, he must beat him. Duong Tran shuddered at that eerie smile, eyes wide in fear, thinking his master was indeed different. He scratched his head foolishly and probed, "Master, then what should I do?" Thien Ba Quang withdrew his smile and returned to calmness, closing his eyes and saying that if he refused to accept it, then take it back himself. This world speaks with fists. Duong Tran rubbed his hands and grinned foolishly, asking Master could he stay here to cultivate. Before the words finished, a female voice rang out saying no, making both of them startled and confused. It was Thien Lin Hai stepping out from the room, killing intent blazing as she looked at Thien Ba Quang and ordered that father must not let him stay here, while Thien Ba Quang looked at his daughter indulgently. He pretended to wave his hand to coax her, saying, "Lin Hai, he is my disciple. Let him stay temporarily. After all chores in the courtyard need someone to do, in the future give them all to him." Thien Lin Hai reluctantly conceded, but still glared at Duong Tran like a cannon, her expression extremely ugly, while Duong Tran smiled smugly and raised two fingers provocatively, making her furious. In the end, she could only swallow her anger and turn back into the room. Duong Tran cheerfully turned to Thien Ba Quang and asked, "Master, when will you teach me to inscribe formation patterns?" Thien Ba Quang looked up at the starry sky, the breeze stirring his long hair as he replied that inscribing formation scripts was still beyond him. He should finish reading the jade slips in the study first. Hearing that, Duong Tran immediately jumped up excitedly and said he would go look right away. The sound of a door opening rang out. The door swung open, making Duong Tran freeze in place. His face turned pale and sweat broke out. eyes wide at the sight before him as if they might fall out. Before him was a gigantic study packed tightly, with neatly arranged books. The books emitted faint light, immortal aura soaring to the heavens, causing Duong Tran mouth to hang open. In the night sky of Triu Ka Martial Academy, the 4 brightest stars glittered, forming a quadrilateral. Under Thien Ba Quang roof, in the study, Duong Tran began cultivating, sitting cross-legged with martial manuals before him, hands forming Bagua seals as spiritual energy swirled violently around. While in meditation, Thien Lin Hai's voice sounded from outside. She laughed and said, "Father, there is something delicious tonight. We will have golden jade deer heart soup." At the mention of food, Duong Tran was instantly pulled from cultivation and opened his eyes wide. Then Thien Ba Quang's gentle voice said golden jade deer was rare. Tonight was fortunate. Unable to resist, Duong Tran opened the door and rushed toward Thien Lin Hai, his eyes fixed on the bowl of soup in her hands, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Pretended nothing was wrong, flashing a greedy smile at Thien Lin Hai, who was frowning while holding the soup, and asked if the fox spirit had brought soup for him. Thien Lin Hai's face darkened as she shot him an annoyed glance and replied, "Dream on. Why was he still here? Did he plan to stay forever?" Scolded, Duong Tran was not angry. He grinned and scratched his head innocently, saying Master told him to stay and cultivate well. Was that not allowed? After speaking, he casually mentioned the bet, carefree as he raised his hand and smiled, saying, "By the way, fox spirit, should they fulfill our bet?" Mentioning the bet immediately changed Thien Lin Hai's expression in shock. She hurriedly shoved the bowl of soup toward Duong Tran. Luckily, he reacted quickly and caught it. After handing over the soup, she angrily turned and left, shouting, "Drink it," leaving Duong Tran standing stunned with the bowl in hand. Watching Thien Lin Hai's back disappear, Duong Tran scratched his nose in confusion and muttered, "Was it not just a kiss? Was she that shy?" Without thinking further, he opened the steaming bowl and inhaled deeply, the fragrance instantly filling him as he exclaimed how fragrant it was. The soup was still hot. Duong Tran lifted the bowl, intending to drink it all in one go. As soon as the soup touched his tongue, his eyes lit up. He could not help but marvel at how delicious it was. He scraped it clean to the last drop, so tasty that his mouth opened wide as if to swallow the bowl itself. After drinking, he let out a loud burp, his face satisfied, still gripping the bowl tightly, unwilling to let go. Before he could do anything more, Duong Tran was suddenly blasted backward by an invisible force into the study, his eyes widening in shock. The moment he hit the ground, the study door slammed shut, Thien Ba Quang's voice sounding that he must continue cultivating. If he did not finish inscribing the first formation pattern, he could not go out. Duong Tran helplessly looked at the door and sighed, wondering if his master had heard his earlier words. This was clearly making things hard for him. Even so, he returned to his cultivation spot, sighed once, and sat down to continue inscribing formation patterns. Time passed swiftly like the wind. In a blink, Duong Tran had cultivated for half a month at Thien Ba Quang's place. Throughout this time, he did not leave the study, finally achieving results. His hands formed seals before his chest as fire attribute spiritual power gradually manifested. On the ground before him appeared a circular formation pattern. At its center, a flame symbol with countless strange runes, fire spiritual power surging around. Immediately after, an explosion sounded from the core of the formation pattern, the shockwave strong enough to blow away several martial manuals, startling Duong Tran. His eyes shone as he shouted in excitement that he had succeeded. A fire attribute formation pattern. Thien Ba Quang pushed the door open from outside and entered, a profound smile on his face as he said, "Not bad." In only half a month, he had inscribed the first formation pattern. Thien Lin Hai followed him out, jealousy in her eyes as she glanced at Duong Tran, thinking that he was truly that formidable. She had once taken a full month. Thien Ba Quang stood before his daughter and calmly continued, "Good. He could leave the study now. Next, he would learn the gravity formation pattern." In front of Thien Lin Hai, Duong Tran stood and dusted off his robe, happily replying, "Yes, master." Thien Ba Quang turned and left. Duong Tran immediately seized the chance to boast to Thien Lin Hai, laughing and saying how about it fox spirit was his talent unrivaled. Thien Lin Hai unwillingly acknowledged it, only snorting lightly that it was barely acceptable. Duong Tran stepped closer, the atmosphere ambiguous as he winked, and said it was time to fulfill the bet. Thien Lin Hai flushed red, angry and shy as she shouted for him to stay away. Wait until he finished learning the gravity formation pattern. After speaking, she hurriedly left the study, not daring to stay longer. Duong Tran stood there thinking about the future, inwardly saying it was only a gravity formation pattern, just wait. Time continued to pass. Another half-month went by and autumn turned to winter, white snow covering Thien Ba Quang residence. One morning, Duong Tran opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. excitedly shouting, "Master, I have succeeded." But as he stopped amid the cold snow, he froze for a few seconds at the sight before him. In midwinter, Thien Lin Hai wore a blue robe playing with the snow, like a plum blossom blooming, stirring the heart. Duong Tran stepped behind her and suddenly spoke, startling her, asking whether this counted as growing old together, referring to the snow on their hair. Thien Ba Quang also came out and looked at the two children, saying they were both up early. Seeing Thien Lin Hai lightly kick Duong Tran, he smiled. In his heart, he thought that youth was truly wonderful. When the two saw Thien Ba Quang, they ran over. Duong Tran blurted out without thinking of the consequences that, "Master, we struggled all night." The shameless words leaving Lin Hai no time to react. Thien Ba Quang smiled, yet his expression darkened, inwardly cursing that the brat was growing more and more arrogant, daring to take advantage of his daughter. It seemed he needed discipline. But before he could act, a golden phantom flashed within his jade-green eyes. Looking up into the sky, all three saw a gigantic golden Kimlone bird flapping its wings toward Triu Ka Martial Academy. At the sight, Thien Ba Quang expression turned grave. He said it seemed the academy had encountered trouble. Duong Tran shaded his eyes in astonishment and asked, "Master, what was that thing? It was so huge." Thien Ba Quang slowly explained that it was a Kim Lone bird, and on its back were people from Bayen Kin Martial Academy. Duong Tran curiously asked what Bayen Kin Martial Academy was doing here. Thien Ba Quang watched the clouds and snow scatter along its path, and said Bayen Kin and Triu Ka were neighbors. Every 3 years their academies compared their younger generation, and there was always a wager involved. Duong Tran raised his brows in disdain, and said so they had come to challenge. Thien Ba Quang looked at the two youths behind him, and said he had heard that Bayen Kin had several outstanding students this time. Duong Tran should take Lin Hai to watch the excitement. Inside Triu Ka Martial Academy, Quan Minhao was playing chess with Nguyen Man when he heard a loud call to go out and receive guests, making him look up in shock. Quan Minhao pointed at the sky in alarm and asked Master what that was. Nguyen Man looked toward the Kim Lone bird shadow and immediately understood what was about to happen. He stood up and while walking ordered Quan Minhao to quickly gather all new inner court students. Kim Lone bird landed on the square, its head raised proudly, its body as large as a building, golden light blazing with soaring spiritual energy. Countless new students and curious onlookers rushed over. Duong Tran shielded and cleared a path for Thien Lin Hai to move forward, ignoring the dissatisfaction of others. Kim Vo Kiat came from another direction and happily called Duong Tran, making him respond with equal brightness. Duong Tran asked Tiu Kiat what had happened. Vo Kiat explained that a giant spirit beast had appeared, so the pavilion masters had summoned the new students. Duong Tran looked at the golden, shimmering Kim Lone bird and thought inwardly that he wondered when he would have such a mount. Suddenly, a loud voice announced that the pavilion masters had arrived, causing everyone to turn their heads at once. The 3 inner court pavilion masters appeared, led by the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master, followed by Nguyen Man and the Military Pavilion Master, their aura overwhelming. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master stepped forward and laughed heartily, saying that guests from Bayen Kin had traveled far and must be tired, inviting them into the inner court to rest and asking whether the match could be postponed. From the back of the Kim Lone bird, a Bayen Kin Pavilion Master jumped down, thin with dark circles under his eyes, releasing red spiritual energy in display as soon as he landed. He laughed and said there was no need. After all, in recent years, Triu Ka had no outstanding juniors. They could begin right here. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master grew angry yet still smiled, releasing pressure in response, and saying that if so, then let it begin. Bayen Kin Pavilion Master looked slyly and said the rules were as before. 5 disciples from each side, single combat. The winner stays and the loser is eliminated until one side has no one left. Any objections? Seeing the situation unfavorable, Nguyen Man whispered a suggestion to change the rules because Bayen Kin momentum was too strong. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master laughed and dismissed it, saying his disciples were not weak this time either, and having more people was advantageous. He turned to Bayen Kin and said since they looked down on them, then they would follow their words. As if waiting for that, the Bayen Kin Pavilion Master widened his eyes with a wicked smile and ordered them to come down. Immediately, the Bayen Kin new students leaped down one after another from the Kim Lone bird back. Each landed with extraordinary bearing like hidden experts. Duong Tran could not help being astonished and even praised that they truly had several geniuses. His words made Thien Lin Hai look at him curiously and asked coldly how he knew. Duong Tran crossed his arms and confidently replied that of course he could sense it. The answer made Lin Hai both disdainful and clicking her tongue. Before going on stage, The Bayen Kin Pavilion Master turned and loudly reminded the new students to remember to hold back, not too light and not too heavy. All the inner court new students of Triu Ka erupted in anger, especially Quan Min Hao at the front, whose face darkened and gaze seemed to swallow the opponent. Those behind echoed provocations, one taunting and another supporting. Brother Min Hao, later you must teach them a lesson. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master stepped into the center and waved his hand to announce the start of the exchange competition between the academies, raising his voice that the triennial match between Triu Ka Martial Academy and Bayen Kin Martial Academy officially began. At the signal, Bayen Kin Martial Academy sent someone first, a youth with hair standing up like a hedgehog, sharp eyes, and a faint smile as he stepped onto the stage. That man cupped his hands and introduced himself. I am So Nhat Min, body tempering 5th level, please advise, his voice filled with showy confidence. On the Triu Ka side, Nguyen Man crossed his arms and signaled Tu Du Bin, saying in a low voice that he should go first. Tu Du Bin accepted and stepped forward to fight. Walked straight to the central circle, where So Nhat Min was waiting. Tu Du Bin clenched his fists and took his stance, eyes locked on his opponent as he said, Tu Du Bin, body tempering 5th level, please. As his words ended, a mighty golden tiger phantom immediately appeared on the field, with spiritual power condensed by So Nhat Min, man and tiger charging simultaneously. His eyes turned ferocious, and a greedy smile spread as he attacked. The spectators were stunned by So Nhat Min methods, some confused and others shaken upon realizing the strength gap. Someone shouted in disbelief that he was a fire attribute heavenly Tao master. Duong Tran beneath the stage was also shocked. He narrowed his eyes and said that the fellow looked ordinary but turned out to be a fire attribute heavenly Tao master. The military pavilion master leaned toward the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master and stroked his beard, saying no wonder Bayen Kin Martial Academy had such momentum this year. They seem to have gained several good seeds. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master did not reply and simply watched. On the stage, So Nhat Min threw a direct punch at Tu Du Bin, fire spiritual power surging with the strike, forcing Tu Du Bin to cross his arms and block with effort. Even though he blocked, Tu Du Bin was still blasted backward, nearly falling off the stage, the white bandage on his left arm scorched black, not allowing his opponent to breathe. So Nhat Min pressed forward with a second punch, eyes full of excitement and lips curled when he saw he dominated with a single move. As the opponent rushed in, Tu Du Bin suddenly crouched, one hand on the ground and eyes closed. Everyone thought he had conceded when he abruptly opened his eyes. He formed seals before his chest and shouted great strength Vajra art. Instantly a violent surge of spiritual power erupted from his body. Like lightning, Tu Du Bin charged straight at So Nhat Min with his fist prepared, startling the opponent into a brief pause midair. Their punches struck almost simultaneously, the collision creating terrifying shockwaves, green spiritual power clashing with red like ice and fire battling fiercely without merging. Even giving his all, the gap in strength between the two remained obvious. Du Bin was blasted away again by So Nhat Min punch. He himself could not hide his shock. The military pavilion master watching was stunned and exclaimed that the boy had not even used a martial skill, yet Tu Du Bin had already unleashed great strength Vajra art. Seeing his opponent kneeling and panting, So Nhat Min was extremely smug, sneering and saying, let it end. So Nhat Min raised his flaming fist high, his contemptuous gaze like looking at ants, preparing a finishing blow. At that moment, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master outside grew angry and shouted that it was enough. This round they conceded. After winning, So Nhat Min relaxed his hand, his eyes filled with disdain as he said weak indeed. His words enraged the inner court new students of Triu Ka. They booed and criticized his arrogance, saying it was only one win. Others echoed that he was truly conceited. Duong Tran was also annoyed, his face darkening not because Triu Ka lost, but because someone dared to outshine him. He said irritably that he could not bear it. There was someone more arrogant than him. Lin Hai beside him snorted coldly and said that he was far more arrogant than that man, so why worry? Hearing the comfort, Duong Tran instantly beamed, turning to Thien Lin Hai with eyes closed and grinning as he repeatedly thanked her. Thien Lin Hai could only stare blankly, not understanding whether he had been insulted or praised. Duong Tran moved closer, one hand covering his flushed cheek as he shyly said that he only boasted before outsiders. Before his fox spirit, he was a brick, rolling wherever needed. Thien Lin Hai immediately seized the opening, looking at him dangerously and saying that he had said it himself. Later, when she practiced sword, he would be the post. Hearing that, Duong Tran quickly avoided her ruthless gaze, pretending not to hear to decline tactfully. The match continued. Nguyen Man turned to Quan Min Hao and ordered that in the second round he should go. Receiving the order, Manhua stepped onto the stage, his unpleasant face wearing a faint smile as he adjusted his sleeves and introduced himself. Quan Manhua, please advise. So Nhat Min glanced at him and mocked that he was the top of the inner court. He looked ordinary. Duong Tran could not help clutching his stomach and laughing loudly, pointing at Quan Manhua and saying he was right. Truly nothing special. Thien Lin Hai and those around glared, making him stop laughing. Duong Tran coughed to regain composure, rubbing his chin thoughtfully and saying that if Manhua fought him, it was hard to say. Quan Manhua became like a crazed beast, beginning to circulate energy, eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead. From his body, waves of faint orange spiritual power surged out. In contrast, so Nhat Min simply raised his hand, and spiritual power instantly formed a fierce tiger before him. He sneered and flaunted his advantage. Quan Manhua stomped heavily and launched straight at his opponent. Yet his lightning-fast strike was easily dodged by So Nhat Min, leaving him stunned. Thien Lin Hai was slightly surprised, noting that the speed was truly fast. Duong Tran widened his eyes and praised that the fat one was agile. Quan Manhua immediately turned around, preparing to unleash his next move. But all his movements were within the opponent's sight. Then he seemed like a madman, only charging and striking, yet all was useless. So Nhat Min calmly dodged everything and mocked that Manhua was too slow. Quan Manhua gradually sensed something wrong, a dangerous intuition surging and causing panic. At that moment, So Nhat Min had appeared behind him without notice, raising a fist condensed with spiritual power to unleash a phantom strike. Punch landed instantly, making Quan Manhua cry out miserably. He was blasted off the stage, thinking a single punch would send his opponent away. So Nhat Min soon felt something amiss. Although blasted back, Quan Manhua still struggled to sit up, the inner armor inside exposed clearly for all to see. The Bayen Kin Pavilion Master burst into laughter at the sight, saying that in an academy competition they still wore a spiritual treasure inner armor. Triu Ka was truly impressive. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master cast an annoyed glance at Nguyen Man, making him sweat and stammer that he did not know he wore that. Embarrassed, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master shouted loudly and ordered Quan Manhua to get down immediately. Nhat Min grew even more aggressive, standing on the stage and looking down at Triu Ka, sneering that was all Triu Ka Martial Academy had. The remaining 2 or 3 should come up together. The inner court new students choked with anger but could do nothing, standing there with faces flushed purple. The morale of the new students plummeted, everyone gloomy and whispering that one person had won 2 matches in a row. Bayen Kin Martial Academy was truly terrifying this time. Even Quan Manhua lost. What could they do now? So Nhat Min stood on the stage impatiently, looking down coldly, and saying that if no one else came up then they would be considered to have conceded. Nguyen Man was furious, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists and shouted how arrogant. Did Triu Ka Martial Academy truly have no one left? Team Vo Kiat you go. Instantly all eyes turned toward Vo Kiat, who stood there calmly yet with extraordinary bearing. Vo Kiat kept his eyes closed in contemplation, his handsome face making others unable to hide their envy. That indifferent attitude enraged Nguyen Man. He glared and called his name again. Only then did Vo Kiat respond. He stepped forward, rubbing his stomach, scratching his head with the other hand as if exhausted, and said, Pavilion Master, yesterday I accidentally injured my meridians while cultivating. My internal injuries are severe. I cannot fight. Nguyen Man and the other Pavilion Masters were struck as if by lightning, stunned and unable to believe it. The spectators began whispering. Some sympathetic voices said the White Tiger Pavilion Master forcing Kim Vo Kiat to fight was truly difficult, who told him to have once kicked Duong Tran out of the academy. Others believed Vo Kiat was a disciple of Azure Dragon Pavilion, and that the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master should speak. Unable to force him, Nguyen Man suppressed his anger and changed targets, saying, Lin Hai you go. Lin Hai stepped onto the stage lightly. As usual, her beauty left the male new students unable to look away. Duong Tran below the stage cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Fox Spirit, keep going. If you cannot win, call me to save you. His crude words making those around uncomfortable while Thien Lin Hai blushed in embarrassment. Seeing his opponent was a young girl, so Nhat Min began teasing, saying he did not expect Triu Ka Martial Academy to have such a beautiful little sister. Thien Lin Hai remained calm and cold, cupping her hands and introducing herself. Thien Lin Hai, body tempering 5th level, please advise. Nhat Min did not know his limits, his perverse gaze staring at her as he said, what a good name. How about spending one night with me and I will forfeit this match? Duong Tran's face turned purple with rage upon hearing that, killing intent surging as he wanted to rush up and kill that man. On the stage, Thien Lin Hai mood turned icy. She looked at the clown before her with emotionless eyes and waved her hand. drawing a stream of blue spiritual power. Beneath So En Min feet, a white formation pattern instantly appeared, a massive snowflake symbol at its center catching him off guard. He could only widen his eyes in panic and shout two words: Formation Master. The Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters watching were also astonished, raising their brows and stroking their beards in amazement that Triu Ka Martial Academy even had a formation master. Seeing the formation pattern had not yet activated, So En Min calmed himself and laughed that he thought it was some formidable formation. It was useless, then stomped heavily on it several times. Thien Lin Hai quickly calmed her mind, then lightly swept two fingers. A thin streak of light appeared in the air as she intoned solemnly extreme cold formation. Immediately the formation pattern responded. Waves of frigid energy surged upward, startling So En Min. The Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters broke into cold sweat, both worried and furious as they loudly scolded their foolish disciple. So En Min stood within the formation pattern as frost spread from his feet upward, completely powerless to struggle free. In the end, even his terrified face was covered in ice, utterly losing the ability to fight. Thien Lin Hai did not even glance at the frozen man, merely closing her eyes and calmly saying next. Beneath the stage, male disciples who admired her leapt up cheering loudly. Senior sister Lin Hai is too strong. That was beautiful. Amid the roaring cheers, only Kim Vo Kiat and Duong Tran remained calm. Duong Tran smiled proudly and said, "See Tiu Kiat, your sister-in-law is impressive." Kim Vo Kiat looked at his brother helplessly and asked, "Was it not you who said she was only a backup option?" Duong Tran hurriedly covered Vo Kiat's mouth, signaling silence, whispering nervously, "What nonsense. Now the fox spirit is the official sister-in-law." Vo Kiat could only think speechless that perhaps she had not even noticed the two brothers. Back on the stage, since So En Min had frozen into a large block of ice, he could not leave on his own and had to be carried down by two others. Bayan Kin Martial Academy immediately sent another person to continue the challenge. As soon as this person appeared, the entire audience widened their eyes. On his back he carried a gigantic greatsword, its blade engraved with exquisite golden patterns that were striking. The new youth had looks no less than Vo Kiat, introducing himself as Chu Ban of Bayan Kin Martial Academy, seeking guidance. Lin Hai did not respond, her gaze firm as she raised her hand and drew another streak of light in the air. Beneath Chu Ban's feet, an ice formation pattern similar to before appeared. He glanced at it casually. Then he reached back and drew the greatsword from behind him, exerted force and plunged the sword tip into the ground, piercing straight through the formation pattern. Thien Lin Hai's eyes turned sharp, this time using both hands to continuously draw countless blazing red lines in the air. Formation pattern beneath Chu Ban's feet quickly shone and changed form. He immediately pulled his sword back up. Chu Ban leapt forward, gripping the greatsword with both hands and slashing down, killing intent surging as he shouted, "First sword, skull slaughter." Sword transformed into a streak of light shooting toward Thien Lin Hai, while she was still inscribing a formation pattern and could not dodge despite sensing danger. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master saw the situation out of control and shouted again, declaring surrender. The blade stopped just before Thien Lin Hai's face, causing her to instinctively close her eyes and raise her hands to shield herself. Chu Ban withdrew his sword behind his back, looking at Thien Lin Hai with admiration and saying, "A female formation master is truly rare. Would you like to come with me?" Thien Lin Hai released a chilling aura, glaring at him in warning and saying, "If you had not stopped just now, you would already be dead." Only then did Chu Ban discover in horror that beneath both their feet, a gigantic red formation pattern had appeared at some unknown time. His face turned pale, sweat seeping out as he thought the formation was terrifying. She was right. Had he not withdrawn his hand, his life would be gone. Thien Lin Hai turned and left, not forgetting to warn him that he should not think himself superior. After speaking, she lifted her head high and stepped off the stage, walking straight toward Duong Tran. She puffed her cheeks and acted coquettishly toward him, making the surrounding atmosphere strange, softly complaining that the man on stage had bullied her. In Lin Hai's sudden change left Duong Tran standing stiff, his cheeks slightly flushed in unfamiliarity. Among the inner court pavilion masters, Nguyen Man was drenched in sweat as he said to the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master that above body tempering 5th level only Kim Vo Kiat remained. With no other choice, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master reluctantly nodded and said, "Let him go." Just as he called Kim Vo Kiat's name, Duong Tran stepped forward to block and raised his hand requesting to fight the next match. Nguyen Man immediately showed displeasure and shouted, "Duong Tran, what are you interfering for?" The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master placed a hand on Nguyen Man's shoulder, causing him to start slightly, then gently said, "Let him try. This one is not weak either. Perhaps he can help Vo Kiat deal with a few more." Then signaled permission for Duong Tran to go up. Nguyen Man, though unwilling, could only snort softly. Duong Tran immediately leapt onto the stage, standing opposite Chu Ban. Without bothering to introduce himself, he clenched his fists and roared angrily that idiot dared bully my Lin Hai. Do not blame me for being rude. Insulted without reason, Chu Ban's face twisted in fury, wishing to tear Duong Tran into pieces. The spectators looked disappointed, some sighing that once Duong Tran went up it was over, others saying above body tempering 5th level there were only so many, if not him then who. They believed that after Duong Tran fought Kim Vo Kiat would follow, their spirits lifting as they cheered loudly for Duong Tran. Chu Ban's expression darkened, his voice threatening as he asked Brat, do you want to die? Duong Tran paid no attention, instead provoking him and replying, why say that? Because I scolded you, yet after scolding you I am still alive. After speaking, he hurled a string of crude insults directly at Chu Ban, cursing without restraint. Chu Ban's resentment flared upon hearing it. Duong Tran laughed and waved, narrowing his eyes smugly and saying, see, I am still standing. The extreme provocation made Chu Ban so angry he nearly spat blood. He said nothing more and immediately gripped his greatsword, charging at full speed, face flushed red with fury. Grinding his teeth, he roared, second sword, precision blade. Duong Tran lowered his stance, fists clenched as he circulated the 3,000 scripture. His eyes blazed with fire, spiritual flames surging to form a tide like curtain of fire around his body. Chu Ban's sword struck. Duong Tran's body instantly split in two, the severed part dissolving into flames that merged with the air. The spectators covered their faces in panic, thinking Duong Tran had died, while sharper eyes shouted for everyone to look carefully. Body split here. Flames elsewhere quickly gathered and gradually condensed into a complete Duong Tran. From behind, Duong Tran with fiery eyes rushed forward and threw a punch at Chu Ban, who could not react in time. The move Solar Divine Flame was unleashed with full force into the opponent's abdomen, producing a dull explosion. Chu Ban was blasted away, all strength drained and the greatsword slipping from his hand. Yet Duong Tran still did not stop. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he used the momentum to leap again. Duong Tran mounted directly onto Chu Ban's body, pressing his shoulders down and forcing him to lie flat, making him cry out in pain. Chu Ban struggled with his remaining strength, raising his head to say you when he saw Duong Tran's fist raised high. Without hesitation, he punched straight into Chu Ban's handsome face, twisting it as blood sprayed from his mouth and bones seemed to shatter. Duong Tran continued sitting on him and beating, left and right fists alternating without pause, grumbling angrily that this was for your foul mouth, while Chu Ban beneath could only groan. Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters rushed toward the stage shouting to stop, yelling bastard stop. Duong Tran glanced innocently at the Pavilion Masters, fists still raining down as blood splattered, replying that he had not admitted defeat yet. Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters were furious to madness, faces dark as thunder as they shouted if his mouth was smashed like that, how could he admit defeat? Indeed, Chu Ban lying below had been beaten into a pig head, using his last breath to raise a hand signaling and stammering for him to stop. Duong Tran laughed awkwardly and scratched his head, opponent blood still on his face as he said, sorry, I did not notice his mouth was smashed, so I could not hear. Dean Lin Hai below could not help smiling faintly at the scene. Contrast, the Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters' faces were dark, believing this brat deliberately tortured others. After winning, Duong Tran stood in the center smiling with narrowed eyes, one hand on his waist and the other forming a V sign, enjoying the thunderous cheers. Then he turned toward Bayan Kin, more provocative than before, picking his ear leisurely and signaling for the next person. The vice leader of Bayan Kin turned purple with anger and ordered the person behind to go teach Duong Tran a lesson. That one answered loudly understood. Immediately he displayed his lightness skill, leaping high from below and rushing straight at Duong Tran. Landed at the center of the stage, deliberately releasing white spiritual energy upon touching the ground. With a face full of disdain, he fanned a paper fan and slowly introduced himself. Body tempering 6th level Chuang Sung, please advise. Duong Tran once again used his sharp tongue, hands on hips looking at his opponent with dissatisfaction as he said, another body tempering 6th level. Does Bayan Kin Martial Academy have no one stronger? The Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters ground their teeth in fury, faces dark as they cursed inwardly that this brat was truly too arrogant. Below the stage, some spectators began to change their view of Duong Tran. Even a few female students were captivated by his madness and voiced their admiration. On the arena, Zhang Sung had already begun displaying his strength, dense spiritual energy spreading from his body. As he mocked that defeating Chu Ban showed some ability, enough for him to get serious. Crowd immediately erupted when someone recognized that Zhang Sung was also a heavenly Dao master. Spiritual power surged from Zhang Sung and condensed into a massive golden 8 trigrams phantom rotating behind him. Kim Vo Kiat and Thien Lin Hai were both stunned, faces filled with disbelief. That was the formation disc martial soul. Okayat turned to her in confusion and asked what the formation disc martial soul actually was. Thien Lin Hai broke into a cold sweat, her expression heavy as she explained that the formation disc martial soul was a complete forbidden formation, a rare and extremely powerful martial soul. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kayat was alarmed, eyes wide as he looked at the arena and said, carrying a forbidden formation himself, will Big Brother be fine? This moment the entire arena seemed covered by Zhang Sung forbidden formation. Unlike Thien Lin Hai formation patterns, this one was vast and complex, far more dangerous. Duong Tran glanced at the constantly operating formation beneath him, the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile, as he thought this forbidden formation was quite interesting. He then closed his eyes, focusing his mind to find a way to break it. He formed hand seals before his chest, and identical formation patterns immediately appeared between his palms and behind his back. Seeing him actively study the formation, Zhang Sung could not help but feel doubtful. Could this fellow also be a formation master? Not giving him time to reverse the situation, Zhang Sung acted at once, waving his fan to alter the formation and proudly declaring that not everyone could break it. All directions within the forbidden formation, countless sharp weapons appeared and shot toward him. Zhang Sung confidently explained that this formation was called Myriad Weapons N. Endless weapons, those trapped inside had no path to survival. The outcome was decided. Remained calm, smiling confidently as he casually asked, was that so? Zhang Sung swept his fan toward him to control the formation, laughing loudly and telling him to enjoy it slowly. Driven by the formation, the weapons shot forward at astonishing speed aimed straight at him. Yet he neither dodged nor looked up. When the hidden weapons came within reach, he leapt like lightning and precisely grabbed two throwing knives. While avoiding the other attacks, he flicked his wrist and hurled the two knives back toward Zhang Sung. His eyes were filled with confidence, a sly smile appearing as he said, the formation eye of this array is not that hard to find. The two knives brushed past Zhang Sung and stabbed directly into two formation eyes, leaving him shocked and terrified. Single thought repeated in his mind, his face turning pale as his mouth hung open without words. His body stiffened as if struck by lightning. The formation eye shattered and the array collapsed, fragments of spiritual power raining down and forcing him to brace himself. On the other side, he had completed a new ominous black formation pattern, his face full of excitement as he said, now it is my turn. A new formation instantly appeared beneath Zhang Sung's feet, a heavy aura rising violently. Only then did Zhang Sung truly panic, face ashen as he turned toward him and trembled, are you also a formation master? He spun midair coolly, fire spiritual power coiling into a small vortex as he intoned gravity formation. Formation beneath Zhang Sung immediately changed, causing his body to sway and his head to spin. Terrifying gravity pressed down, leaving him unable to move and barely able to maintain balance without collapsing. As he exhausted all strength to stand, despair filled Zhang Sung's face, especially when he saw him charging with a mighty fist, carrying tiger subduing fist. As expected, he struck without mercy, punching straight into his opponent's face and twisting Zhang Sung's features. The terrifying blow sent Zhang Sung flying all the way to the Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters stared wide-eyed at him, unable to believe he had broken Zhang Sung's forbidden formation. Their astonishment slowly turned to contemplation. Even they had not expected such a genius to appear in Triu Ka this year. Quan Minhao, though defeated, had stayed to watch. Now he too was frightened out of his wits, grinding his teeth and wondering how Duong Tran could be so strong. Van Trin Min and Vu Mo Tiat also stood among the crowd. Van Trin Min face ugly as he cursed inwardly upon learning Duong Tran was a formation master, while Vu Mo Tiat pretended innocence and softly called Tran Ka. Those who once doubted him now completely changed their attitude, shouting his name without stop. After defeating two opponents in succession, he grew even more confident, raising one finger provocatively and asking whether Bayan Kin had anyone else who dared to come up. Bayan Kin Pavilion Master veins bulged with anger, glancing at the remaining new students and thinking the last two were likely no match for him. After some thought, he used a provocation, narrowing his eyes and saying, did Triu Ka Martial Academy only have him fighting? Amid the falling snow, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, calmly replying that he alone was enough to sweep them all. Bayan Kin Pavilion Master coldly retorted that this was a team competition between academies. One strong person did not represent the entire academy. Nguyen Man immediately pointed at him, his scarred face filled with rage as he shouted that the rules were set. Would he now refuse to acknowledge them? The Bayan Kin Pavilion Master shamelessly smiled and replied that he was not denying anything, merely stating the truth. Standing amid the argument, he remained calm, sighing and shrugging that in that case they would change fighters. Yin Man grew angrier, glaring and shouting that he was not allowed to decide on his own. But he ignored him completely, turning toward the stands and loudly calling Kim Vo Kiat to continue the fight. Kim Vo Kiat immediately responded, leaving his seat beside Thien Lin Hai and stepping onto the arena. As the two brothers passed each other, their eyes were filled with trust and pride. Standing on the stage, Kim Vo Kiat looked toward Bayen Kin Martial Academy and said the remaining two should come together. Hearing this, the Bayen Kin Pavilion Master face darkened as he ground his teeth, thinking this one was even more arrogant than Duong Tran. He turned and roared without hiding his anger, ordering the two new students to rush up together and kill Vo Kiat. Jiang Sung, who had just regained consciousness, held his swollen face and struggled to advise that sending two at once was not appropriate. The Bayen Kin Pavilion Master had lost all reason, roaring like a beast and ordering everyone to shut up and immediately kill that arrogant brat. The remaining two new students stepped onto the stage, drawing their swords and staring at Kim Vo Kiat cautiously. Vo Kiat slowly raised his hand and drew the sword from his shoulder sheath. His eyes were cold and calm. He swung the sword and planted it into the ground, taking a stance to meet the attack. The two unknown opponents instantly coordinated, attacking from left and right with perfect timing. Vo Kiat rose into the air like the wind, sharp eyes seeing through their movements as his sword traced a flawless arc. The two Bayen Kin students screamed miserably, their swords shattering as terror filled their eyes at Vo Kiat's overwhelming combat power. Bayen Kin Pavilion Master outside stood agape, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe the sight before him. He stood below and joined the teasing, covering his mouth to shout that Bayen Kin Martial Academy should go back and train more, making Thien Lin Hai laugh until tears fell. Too ashamed to speak further, the Bayen Kin Pavilion Master angrily turned away, ordering everyone to retreat and climbed onto the Phoenix Mount. The group rode the great bird away through the snowy sky, under the stunned gazes of all Triu Ka new students. When they disappeared, the crowd finally erupted in joyous cheers and rushed onto the arena. Everyone celebrated, lifting Kim Vo Kiat and Duong Tran high in triumph, both unable to hide their delight. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master and Nguyen Man approached. He smiled brightly and said the academy had once treated Duong Tran unfairly. Now he represented them in removing the punishment and inviting him to join Azure Dragon Pavilion. Already disappointed, Duong Tran face darkened upon hearing this, coldly asking whether there was no other way to speak of the competition matter. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master was taken aback, the smile on his face turning stiff. He coughed lightly as if thinking and said past matters should be let go. As long as Duong Tran joined Azure Dragon Pavilion, he would compensate appropriately. During this, Duong Tran grew even angrier, coldly asking whether it would simply be brushed aside. Nguyen Man, who already disliked him, interjected with dissatisfaction, saying Duong Tran was only an outer court student and should not think himself the center. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master immediately frowned, glancing at Nguyen Man to tell him to speak less. His eyes at this moment were like a beast stalking prey, tilting his head with a cold smile full of killing intent. Then he calmly cupped his hands to the inner court pavilion masters and said that being expelled from the academy before could be considered his own meddling. His unusual attitude and words left all witnesses staring in astonishment, then pointed toward Kim Vo Kiat, declaring that the inner court had always looked down on commoners like the two brothers, thinking themselves noble and unreachable. Therefore, Tiu Kiat would also leave the inner court. After speaking, he ignored the inner court pavilion master's shifting faces and turned to place a hand on Kim Vo Kiat's head, leisurely telling him to leave together. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master did not know what expression to show, only sighing inwardly that the two were too stubborn, while those around were at a loss. Figures of Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat gradually faded into the distance. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master suddenly turned to glare at Nguyen Man with eyes sharp as blades, the other pavilion masters doing the same and making him break into cold sweat. Final straw snapped. Nguyen Man's face flushed red with rage as he pointed at the brothers and shouted, were they rebelling? The academy was not a place one could leave at will. Hearing this, the two brothers stopped and turned back, Duong Tran looking puzzled as he asked whether the White Fox Pavilion Master had more calculations or intended to personally discipline them. Nguyen Man could not endure any longer and shot into the air toward them, his face ferocious with flames surging around him. Seeing this, both brothers immediately became alert, Kim Vo Kiat's hand already on his sword hilt. Nguyen Man rushed forward with overwhelming killing intent, anger reddening the long scar on his face, as he threw a fist condensed with spiritual power and roared that they sought death. As they prepared to fight back, Thien Lin Hai suddenly rushed out to stand before them, her face furious, as she shouted whether Pavilion Master Nguyen Man truly intended to bully the young. Nguyen Man halted midair, fists clenched with fire aura as he glared at Thien Lin Hai and shouted for her to move aside, saying the two were rebellious and he must kill them. Thien Lin Hai remained unmoving, narrowing her eyes in displeasure and advising him not to harbor dangerous thoughts. Nguyen Man waved his hand and glared at the three, shouting that this was Triu Ka Martial Academy, and even if her father were here, he could not stop him from disciplining students. As soon as the words fell, a voice asked, "Was that so?" Thien Ba Quang had appeared above Nguyen Man at some unknown time, startling him. Thien Ba Quang clasped his hands behind his back, his expression displeased as he slowly descended from above. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master and the others saw the great figure appear and immediately bowed, calling out Sword Saint. Thien Ba Quang ignored the crowd and only looked at Nguyen Man and the three youths. Nguyen Man hurriedly gesturing in explanation and stammering for the Sword Saint to judge clearly. Before he could finish speaking, the sleeve of Thien Ba Quang moved slightly. The next instant, Nguyen Man was sent flying backward to the ground, his back slamming against the stone floor with a shocking sound. Nguyen Man only felt his whole body as if shattered, his face purple, his eyes bulging as though about to pop out, his mouth managing only a groan. Thien Ba Quang looked at him coldly with utter contempt and said, "What are you? Get lost." Duong Tran stood beside him watching his master act, filled with admiration, clasping his hands before his chest, his eyes sparkling as he praised his master for being so formidable. At this moment, the Pavilion Master of the Azure Dragon stepped forward with a bow, hurriedly apologizing and asking the Sword Saint to calm his anger, admitting the academy was indeed at fault and would fully compensate Duong Tran. Thien Ba Quang did not even turn his head, merely casting a glance as he asked how they intended to compensate. The Pavilion Master of the Azure Dragon forced a smile and replied that they would discuss a plan that would satisfy both the academy and Duong Tran. Thien Ba Quang said with a dark expression, "To speak bluntly, my disciple does not necessarily have to cultivate at your academy." Hearing this, the Pavilion Master of the Azure Dragon forced a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said he would report clearly to the headmaster and handle Nguyen Man's matter. With everything settled, Thien Ba Quang did not spare the inner court a single glance, stepping directly into the air and calling the three to leave, leaving Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat gaping. Seeing this, the Pavilion Master of the Azure Dragon could only close his eyes and sigh, thinking that the rumors of Thien Ba Quang being gravely injured were clearly unreliable. He opened his eyes to look at Nguyen Man embedded in the ground unconscious, smoke still rising from the impact site, then ordered that they go meet the headmaster. By the time they returned to Thien Ba Quang's residence, it was already late at night, the moon hidden by clouds, snow blanketing the path in white. Duong Tran gently pushed open the still-lit door and slowly stepped inside. The study, Thien Ba Quang sat cross-legged before the bookshelf with his eyes closed, waves of orange-crimson spiritual energy radiating from his body. Duong Tran bowed respectfully and said softly, "Master, Zio Kiat and I have reached the foundation of Tiger Fist. Should we?" He trailed off hesitantly. Thien Ba Quang opened one eye to examine him and said slowly, "You want to learn martial skills?" Duong Tran's eyes lit up at once, nodding repeatedly with a bright smile as he quickly replied, "Yes, I do." Thien Ba Quang closed his eyes again and said calmly, "Before reaching the true martial realm, I will not teach you any martial skill." Rejected, Duong Tran pouted and turned away, grumbling inwardly that his master was stingy. Immediately after, he was struck hard on the head, the pain making him wince before he could even clutch it. Thien Ba Quang explained in a deep voice, "The body-tempering realm is for refining the body and laying the foundation of martial arts. Chasing powerful skills now would only invert the roots and branches." Turned back to the bookshelf and continued, "I originally intended to pass you a cultivation method, but the one you practice is already profound, so never mind." Duong Tran rubbed his head and thought his master was probably referring to the heaven-devouring scripture. Thien Ba Quang continued that for martial artists, especially heavenly Tao masters, the cultivation method was the key, while martial skills, even in the true martial realm, were not worth excessive effort. After hearing this, Duong Tran understood, bowed in thanks, and withdrew. Next morning the snow had stopped, and before Thien Ba Quang's residence appeared a white-haired old man in yellow knocking repeatedly at the door. Duong Tran opened the door, and before he could understand what was happening, a large gift wrapped in yellow cloth, was stuffed into his hands, which he accepted calmly. Entering the study and opening the package, Duong Tran was immediately stunned to see a brilliant golden light shining from within. Yin Ba Kuang also came over to look, stroking his chin as he admired the rare medicinal herbs, saying there was a solid origin core pill, a hidden dragon pill, and several spiritual medicines. The Triu Ka Martial Academy was quite sincere this time. Hearing this, Duong Tran beamed with delight, holding herbs in one hand and a pill in the other as he said, "Then I will use them right away." Yin Ba Kuang immediately glared in warning. "Before reaching the 7th level of body tempering, you are absolutely not allowed to use pills," startling Duong Tran into crying out. Afterward, he returned to his calm demeanor and told Duong Tran to call Kim Vo Kiat and Thien Lin Hai to go cultivate in the Triu Ka mountain range for a time. Duong Tran, who had been dejected, instantly brightened again, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Is Thien Lin Hai going too?" Thien Ba Kuang suddenly grew serious and looked at Duong Tran, saying, "Boy Tran, promise me one thing." Duong Tran waited seriously and replied, "Master, please speak." Thien Ba Kuang instructed in a deep voice, "No matter what happens, you must protect Lin Hai well." Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled confidently, saying not to worry. "With me here, the demonic beasts of the Triu Ka mountain range cannot harm Lin Hai." On a beautiful sunny day, Thien Lin Hai and Duong Tran called Kim Vo Kiat, and the three entered the Triu Ka mountain range to cultivate. Yin Ba Kuang watched the backs of his daughter and disciple, lowering his head slightly as he murmured, "The time is almost here." Time passed quickly, and 10 days later on a bright morning in the Triu Ka mountain range. In the forest, Thien Lin Hai held a long staff, her expression gloomy as she could not believe the truth, lamenting that the two were truly abnormal, one at the 7th level of body tempering, one at the 8th level of body tempering. Before her stood Duong Tran at the 7th level of body tempering, smiling as he rubbed his head, and said the fox spirit was almost at the 8th level too, while behind him Kim Vo Kiat at the 8th level of body tempering walked forward calmly. Even after being comforted, Thien Lin Hai was not happier, frowning as she replied that she was still not as fast as the two of them. Duong Tran ran over with a grin to reassure her, saying, "We will protect you," but those words only made Thien Lin Hai more annoyed. She stepped aside, pouting as she said she did not need their protection. Suddenly Duong Tran seemed to notice something, his eyes widening and his brows lifting slightly. Without a word he dashed off, leaving Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kiat staring in confusion. While running, Duong Tran suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing as his mouth fell open in astonishment. He crouched down and reached toward a radiant red 3 lives flower emitting spiritual energy, loudly calling the fox spirit to come see it. Thien Lin Hai hurried over, bent down to examine it closely, then asked in shock how the legendary 3 lives flower could appear here. Kim Vo Kiat also approached curiously and asked what the 3 lives flower was. Thien Lin Hai then recounted the legend, that the empress of the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor had originally been a princess of the Heavenly Charm clan, killed by the enemies of the Divine River clan. In his madness, the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor, though gravely injured, still avenged this hatred. The enemy was slain, but the Empress could not be brought back to life. The Imperial Dragon Great Emperor, in extreme sorrow, used a great divine ability to gather 3 lives flowers from across the world and plant them in a secret realm, creating a sea of blossoms to accompany the Empress, because she had loved this flower most in life. Later, the 3 lives flower became a symbol of enduring love and faith, and as Thien Lin Hai spoke, her admiration was evident. While she was engrossed, Duong Tran stepped behind her, placing a hand over his chest without shame, and declaring this was heaven's will. So why not swear before the 3 lives flower that in this life we will never part? The sudden words made Thien Lin Hai blush, her gaze flustered as she stood frozen. Before she could react, Duong Tran moved like lightning and spread his arms to pull her down to the ground. Even Kim Vo Kiat could not respond in time, standing stiffly as he stared at the scene before him filled with questions. Immediately afterward, Kim Vo Kiat was also unexpectedly grabbed by the collar and dragged down by Duong Tran. Lying on the ground, Thien Lin Hai faced Duong Tran at very close range, his arm around her making her flush red as she shouted, "What are you doing?" Duong Tran leaned even closer, making her more flustered, raising a finger to signal silence before whispering in her ear, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "Someone is coming." Duong Tran, Thien Lin Hai, and Kim Vo Kiat hurriedly hid in a nearby bush, their faces furtive as if they had done something shady, their tense eyes fixed on the source of the disturbance. On the distant path, 2 people approached, the one on the right carrying a sword on his shoulder with a blade of grass in his mouth named Latuan Dan. He glanced at his companion and asked whether there truly was a ruin here or if the information was wrong. The other, named La Hongvai, replied that since their superior had ordered it, they should check carefully and stop complaining. Tuan Dan looked displeased as he walked, swinging his sword to slash branches at random, frowning and muttering that such a desolate place being called a ruin was ridiculous. La Hongvai sighed impatiently and said they should just go up ahead to see. If there was nothing, they would return. Just as the two were about to turn back, La Tuan Dan suddenly noticed something and immediately shouted to signal his companion. It turned out he had seen the 3 lives flower, and he stepped forward to crouch and observe it carefully, wondering why this flower appeared here. After thinking it over, he suddenly stood up and spoke. He said resentfully that he hated these childish, bewitching things most of all, his fierce face raising his sword to slash straight down, intending to destroy the flower. Seeing this, Duong Tran was startled, his expression tense as his gaze locked onto the 3 lives flower. Immediately he drew the sword from Kim Vo Kiat's back, so fast that Vo Kiat could only stare wide-eyed before reacting. Tuan Dan's blade was only a hand's breadth from the 3 lives flower when Duong Tran timely blocked it, saving the blossom from disaster. Interrupted midway, La Tuan Dan was extremely displeased, his face darkening as he looked at Duong Tran and asked what he meant. Two sides grappled without lowering their weapons, standing still and sizing each other up for a long while, the air taut as a drawn bowstring. Finally, Duong Tran calmly spoke, politely saying, "This brother, forgive us. This flower is a 3 lives flower before which we just swore an oath." Tuan Dan cast a contemptuous glance at Duong Tran, the blade of grass still in his mouth as he replied, "So what?" Duong Tran maintained a friendly smile as he negotiated, hoping the other party would spare the innocent flowers. But La Tuan Dan paid no heed, his provocative gaze and arrogant tone sounding as he said, "What are you that you dare question me about cutting a few wild flowers?" Duong Tran had reached his limit, his face darkening and his eyes turning cold as he asked again whether he could not speak properly. Tuan Dan spat out the blade of grass, lowering his head and glaring threateningly as he sneered that it was interesting, a country bumpkin daring to meddle in the Golden Eagle family's affairs. With that, he leaped into the air, viciously swinging his sword down toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran did not retreat at all, immediately raising his sword to block, the 2 blades colliding with a harsh metallic sound. Seeing his strike blocked, La Tuan Dan was slightly surprised before mocking that Duong Tran had some ability after all. Duong Tran knocked his sword aside and said angrily that if he did not know manners, then today he would teach him. At this moment, Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kiat also stepped out from the bushes behind, their faces full of displeasure as they looked at the arrogant group. Hearing Duong Tran dare to raise his voice, La Tuan Dan flew into a rage, yellow-brown spiritual energy surging around him as he glared at the 3, demanding to see how he would teach him today. Duong Tran replied coldly that if he wanted to know, then watch closely, and after speaking, he tossed the sword back to Kim Vo Kiat behind him. Immediately, he charged forward at such speed that no one could see clearly, only a blur already closing in on the Golden Eagle group. Hong Vai, who had been watching, panicked and shouted a warning for his companion to be careful. Duong Tran had already appeared before La Tuan Dan, his face furious as one hand shot straight toward that man's face. His palm descended like the Buddha suppressing Sun Wukong. A loud explosion rang out as La Tuan Dan was slammed straight into the ground by Duong Tran's single hand, earth and stones scattering everywhere. Duong Tran sat atop him, his eyes fierce and the corner of his mouth curling in a cold smile as he asked whether this lesson was satisfactory. Seeing his companion in danger, La Hongvai angrily drew his sword and rushed in, shouting that he must be courting death. He charged straight at Duong Tran, moving extremely fast as he thrust his sword forward. But before he could approach, the sword tip was blocked by another blade, a sharp metallic sound ringing out. Kim Vo Kiat appeared in time to stop him, saying coldly that when others are fighting, do not interfere. La Hongvai frowned at Kim Vo Kiat, inwardly shocked to realize the other was also at the 8th level of body tempering. Kim Vo Kiat's gaze was sharp, his talent evident, the sword before his chest enveloped in blue spiritual energy. La Hongvai lowered his sword and said cautiously that he had not expected such a small place to have such a young genius. Kim Vo Kiat also withdrew his sword and slowly sheathed it over his shoulder, his gaze still wary as he replied that there were many more things he had not expected. On Duong Tran's side, the man pinned to the ground had long since gone completely motionless, stood up and casually lectured that next time he should speak properly, then left La Tuan Dan unconscious on the ground and turned to call Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kiat to leave. Just as the 3 were about to go, La Hongvai behind them shouted angrily for them to stop. Duong Tran and Vo Kiat cast him a glance. La Hongvai roared in fury that after beating a member of the Golden Eagle family, they thought they could leave so easily. Turned around and asked what exactly he wanted. Seizing the momentum, Vai pointed his sword at them and shouted for them to leave their lives behind, that everything had a price. He did not waste words, resting one hand on his hip as he called Zyro Kayat. Vo Kayat immediately responded that he understood. Blue light flashed around Vo Kayat, and his figure vanished, leaving only Duong Tran standing there. Vai was shocked, his eyes wide and his face filled with panic. Immediately after, a miserable scream echoed through the Triuka forest, startling birds into flight. When the sound subsided, Vo Kayat had already sheathed his sword, and behind him the two men surnamed Lele sprawled on the ground without movement. Lin Hai was frightened and worried by the scene, hurriedly urging them to leave the Triuka mountain range, because killing members of the Golden Eagle family would bring great trouble. He did not care much, walking with his hands behind his head as he casually asked whether the Golden Eagle family was that formidable. Lin Hai immediately grew tense, her expression serious as she affirmed that the Golden Eagle family was even stronger than the Academy. He shrugged indifferently and said that made it even more necessary to kill them. There was no point keeping two troublemakers alive. Vo Kayat beside him calmly echoed that it was true, and that they even dared to destroy someone else's token of love. They deserved death. Hearing the mention of the token of love flower, Lin Hai flushed with embarrassment and anger, her face red as she scolded the two for talking nonsense. She turned her back and walked away to hide her shyness, urging them to leave quickly because it was not suitable to stay long. He and Vo Kayat immediately followed, the three quickly leaving the forest and returning. By noon, the three returned to Ba Quang's residence. Lin Hai pushed the door open to enter. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked into the courtyard as if seeing something unbelievable. In the middle of the courtyard stood not Ba Quang, but an old man with his back turned, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a white robe, shrouded in mystery. Noticing her strange reaction, he stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder to look inside, a flicker of worry rising in his heart as he thought the Golden Eagle family had come. The old man turned around, his stern eyes and long beard exuding pressure as he spoke. "Young miss, I have come to take you back." Ba Quang sat nearby drinking tea and said calmly that the time had not yet come. He should leave. The old man was displeased, looking at Ba Quang without fear as he spoke at length that only a few days remained. In the past 3 years, what had the young miss learned? With such good talent, she was only at the 7th level of body tempering, while the disciple he taught was decent. Ba Quang frowned and replied coldly to get lost and return on the first day of the new year. The old man nodded in agreement, saying he would stay in Triuka City for a few more days before stomping his foot and flying away. He hurried over to ask his master, his face flustered as he asked who that old man was and why he wanted to take Lin Hai away. Ba Quang sighed, took a sip of tea, and slowly said that sooner or later he would know, so telling him now was fine. He said sadly that after the new year Lin Hai had to return to her mother's marquee residence, and if he had feelings for her then within 5 years, he must become renowned across the East, something he had once agreed to. Ba Quang continued that he had once been a famed sword saint, but his martial soul had been crippled, leaving him only able to hide in Triuka City. Having Lin Hai by his side for 3 years was already enough. His eyes filled with regret. Hearing this, he was stunned, suddenly realizing something as he widened his eyes and shouted that his master's martial soul had been crippled and asked who had done it. He looked at his master with deep worry and urgently asked who had acted. He would definitely avenge him. Ba Quang smiled kindly and patted Duong Tran's head, saying that although he seemed indifferent on the surface, he had loyalty in his heart. But immediately after, he spoke in a deep voice that his matter had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do was cultivate and increase his strength. He declared seriously that in the future he would not only protect Lin Hai, but also protect his master. Ba Quang still did not reveal who had crippled his martial soul, only advising him that the world was far larger than he imagined, and that he was still far from enough. He refused to yield, gritting his teeth as he loudly responded with stubborn determination that he would definitely become stronger. After speaking, he did not even bid Ba Quang farewell, turning and running straight off. Ba Quang watched his disciple's back fade into the distance and could only sigh helplessly before letting the matter go. Carrying a trace of grievance, he ran to the stone table where Lin Hai was sitting, his eyes holding 1,000 unspoken words yet not knowing how to begin, while she clearly understood but deliberately turned her face away. Standing a short distance away, He took a deep breath and shouted that fox spirit. We have sworn before the three lives flower. In the future, she was not allowed to pay attention to any other man. Had she heard clearly, Thien Lin Hai propped her chin with a weary look. She glanced at him indifferently and slowly replied that he truly was thick-skinned. Beneath a great tree, leaves fluttered in the wind as he stepped before Thien Lin Hai and solemnly presented an item, saying, "Fox spirit, this is the three lives flower I have dried. She should keep it as a token. If in the future he was not by her side, then she must still live well." After handing it over, he immediately left like a gust of wind, leaving Thien Lin Hai standing frozen with the flower in her hand. That action truly moved Thien Lin Hai, her face flushing red, her clear eyes like a tranquil lake following his departing figure. Afterward, she lowered her gaze to the package containing the three lives flower, her brows knitting slightly as countless tangled emotions rose in her heart. Suddenly, Thien Ba Quang stepped out from behind the tree, casting Thien Lin Hai a teasing glance as he said keeping it as a memento was good. In the future, they might not meet again, his sudden appearance startling her as if she had been caught. Thien Lin Hai looked at her father unnaturally and quickly explained that he spoke nonsense and did not have a single proper sentence. Thien Ba Quang chuckled softly at his daughter and said he felt that boy was very sincere. Every word came from the heart. Hearing this, Thien Lin Hai pouted in rebuttal, saying he was sincere had her father been bewitched by him. Thien Ba Quang smiled meaningfully and said with certainty that he understood Duong Tran's character clearly. After she left, only he would remain by his side. Hearing this, Thien Lin Hai immediately hugged her father's arm tightly, rubbing her cheek against it as she coquettishly said that she was not going anywhere and they would not dare do anything to her. He held his daughter tightly in his arms, his eyes filled with love as he slowly said that a promise once made could not be taken back. Besides, her mother was very lonely. It would be good for her to stay by her side more in the future. He only blamed himself for being incompetent, his fists not strong enough. Thien Lin Hai looked at him with worry, not agreeing yet still gently comforting him. She softly said that in her heart he was always the strongest. Thien Ba Quang's gaze was firm yet his tone gentle. He raised his hand to stroke his daughter's hair and said that on this world there were many people stronger than him. He chuckled lightly with a teasing hint, his probing eyes looking at her as he asked directly what she truly felt about that brat Tran. Caught at the heart of it, Thien Lin Hai flushed red and showed embarrassment before hurriedly denying it. She raised her voice and said, "What was he saying? That rogue was like that. She could like anyone but could never like him." Thien Ba Quang only smiled, looking at her with mild reproach. If she did not like him, then why was she still clutching the paper bag in her arms? Hearing that, Thien Lin Hai felt both shy and hurt, her face burning red as she flung the stringed bag to the ground. Seeing this, Thien Ba Quang bent down and picked up the bag containing the three-life flower. He handed the flower back to Thien Lin Hai and gently advised that she was clearly going against her own heart. Duong Tran might not have a glorious background, but his talent was extremely high and his temperament rare. He continued that, as his daughter, he only hoped she would dare to follow the call of her heart. After she took back the paper bag, he turned and left. Hearing her father's words, her face showed difficulty. She let out a soft sigh and looked at the three-life flower in her hand, wondering whether Duong Tran was truly as good as her father said. Outside, Triuka City remained as peaceful as ever, the evening glow stretching long across red walls and golden-tiled roofs. Suddenly, from afar in the sky appeared a gigantic golden eagle, its powerful wings beating as it flew straight toward Triuka City. On the back of the great bird faintly stood three figures steady, seemingly two men and one woman. From above, the three surveyed the entire Triuka City. One of them spoke disdainfully that this was Triuka City, truly small. Did this place really have relics? Elsewhere, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat also saw the golden eagle circling in the sky. He immediately said to Tiu Kiat that it was likely from the Kim Ung family. Kim Vo Kiat watched with worried eyes and asked if they had come for them. He shaded his eyes to look more closely and calmly replied, "Probably not. Return home first and observe secretly afterward." On a bright sunny day, before the grand gate of white walls and black tiles, hung a plaque bearing two large characters, Duong residence. The two brothers Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat stood before the gate smiling brightly. He joyfully exclaimed that they had finally returned home. Two stepped in excitedly. He hummed a few tunes while pushing the door open and entering. But before they could step inside, a large figure rushed out from within and crashed straight into them, making their foreheads ring with a heavy thud. The person was Duong Chin Engip, their father. For some reason, he was extremely hurried, drenched in sweat with a bruised nose. Upon seeing them, he said that the two brats had returned. Struck hard and dizzy, they rubbed their foreheads. He replied that they had just returned from the academy and asked why their father's nose was like that. Before he could answer, from behind came a female voice filled with killing intent, shouting, "Duong Chin Engip, stop right there. making him instantly pale as sweat poured down. Shout echoed repeatedly. Duong Chin Engip panicked and turned to flee without caring about his two sons who had just returned, leaving the brothers staring at each other blankly. They were still watching their father retreating figure. The sliding door behind gently opened, a hand resting on it emitting a chilling aura that made one wary. The door slid open, revealing a beautiful yet furious woman, blazing red hair and a fiery figure, holding a large wooden stick. She was Leng Ho Mak and Duong Tran mother. Seeing their mother angered, the brothers dared not move rashly, only forcing smiles and softly calling out mother. Hearing her son call, Leng Ho Mak AM recognized them and immediately withdrew her anger, saying that Tran Na Chai and Tiu Kayat had returned. Seeing her temporarily calm, he dared to step forward, with an innocent expression asking softly if father had angered her again. Hearing that she did not answer, only frowning and closing her eyes to take a deep breath, showing she did not wish to speak more. Then Leng Ho Mak AM anxiously grasped Duong Tran's shoulders and asked that she heard they had been expelled from the inner court because Yuan Man bullied them, making him momentarily stunned. But quickly he smiled calmly and replied that mother need not worry, everything had been resolved. Madam Leng Ho was still uneasy and turned to Kim Vo Kayat to ask again whether his brother matter was truly settled. Kim Vo Kayat smiled calmly and answered that it was resolved. The academy had even compensated them with many cultivation resources. Clear voice echoed, questioning that statement. The speaker was a cute little girl with red eyes and twin braids, Duong Mong Vu Duong Tran younger sister. She ran out and hugged Duong Tran tightly. He smiled happily and stroked her head, asking whether she missed her elder brother. Hearing that, she immediately looked up at him, her big eyes sparkling and cheeks rosy as she smiled, and said she missed him very much, asking him to take her to Mak Huong Pavilion to buy novels. Madam Leng Ho, still holding the wooden stick, sternly forbade her from going, causing Duong Mong Vu to freeze. The little girl widened her eyes, tears welling up as she pouted and softly called brother. Seeing that, he smiled and stroked her head to comfort her, saying that he had many and would bring some back next time. Hearing this, Duong Mong Vu stopped crying. She kissed Duong Tran on the cheek and repeatedly praised her elder brother as the best. Commotion outside finally brought Duong Keen, the family head, out. He was Duong Tran grandfather, already aged with white hair and beard, walking while stroking his beard. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat saw him and clasped their hands in salute, bowing and calling grandfather together. He did not speak much, only glanced at them and told Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat to follow him inside. The brothers said nothing more and immediately obeyed, walking behind the family head back into the house. The room Duong family head sat opposite the two, and slowly said that it seemed their year at the academy had brought each of them their own gains. He opened his eyes and looked sternly at Duong Tran, stroking his beard as he advised that having ambition was good, but arrogance was not. After the new year there might be changes. He hoped he would temper both heart and bones to be firm. Duong Tran slightly furrowed his brows in thought and respectfully replied that grandfather he understood. When it came to Kim Vo Kayat, Duong family head called his name and he clasped his hands and bowed in response. Slowly continued that he had grasped the ultimate section of Ba Hong Thien Ma Quiet. The higher he cultivated this technique, the more suffering he would endure. He must never fall into the demonic abyss. Saying this, he glared to emphasize, making the atmosphere heavy. And there was one more thing. Within the next 3 years, even if he died, he must not reveal his martial soul. Kim Vo Kayat was greatly shaken after hearing this. Though confused, he still respectfully replied that he remembered. Night fell at Duong residence. Beneath a star-filled sky, 2 lanterns hung on either side of the plaque, shining brightly. Inside the dining room, the Duong family meal unfolded in a striking contrast. At the table, Duong Tran mother shot sharp glances at the father and son trio, while the 3 of them ate and sweated. He tried to pretend nothing was wrong, struggling to quickly finish the bowl of rice in his hand. In contrast, Duong family head happily raised his wine cup and laughed, saying let them drink together to congratulate Tran Na Chai and Tiu Kayat on breaking through to the 8th level body temperate. Everyone raised their cups in celebration. The family of 6 gathered in a warm atmosphere. Suddenly there was a knock at the door outside. Madam Leng Ho looked at Duong Tran and told him to see who it was. Duong Tran quickly went to the gate and carefully opened it to look. Person outside unexpectedly was Thien Lin Hai. Under the moonlight, her face was flushed, her manner shy in jade-colored embroidered attire. Duong Tran looked at her in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape, the two standing frozen, staring at each other without speaking. Thien Lin Hai gently smiled to break the awkward silence, asking what was wrong. Did he not recognize senior sister? Placed his hands on his hips and laughed brightly, half joking that the fox spirit had only been away 3 days and already missed him so much. Thien Lin Hai lowered her eyes, slightly sad, and replied that tomorrow she had to leave and wanted to see Triuka City one last time. After walking, she somehow came here. Duong Tran frowned, then smiled, asking if she wanted to stroll Triuka City with him. Though small, its New Year night scenery was beautiful. Thien Lin Hai turned her face aside. Cheeks flushed shyly as she softly said she had not eaten dinner yet. Hearing that, Duong Tran invited her inside to eat, teasing as they walked that he would bring her to meet the elders, making her pinch him hard and remind him to be serious. Duong Tran led Thien Lin Hai into the Duong family dining room. The family dining saw the two appear and were stunned, all stopping their chopsticks to look at them. Duong Mongvu, upon seeing Thien Lin Hai, ran over in amazement, her eyes sparkling like stars, as she exclaimed that elder sister was so beautiful. Thien Lin Hai smiled brightly and bent to stroke the little girl head, warmly returning the greeting. Madam Ling Ho pulled out a chair for Thien Lin Hai and smiled, saying she was Tran Nhi friend. Please sit down. Thien Lin Hai was arranged to sit between Duong Tran and his mother. Once she was seated, his mother leaned close and softly asked that he had not introduced this young lady to everyone. Duong Tran smiled and introduced that this was his senior sister Lai, also his master beloved daughter named Thien Lin Hai. She also smiled and greeted everyone. Madam Ling Ho beamed and said, "Good, good. Lin Hai, eat more." Their family warmly welcomed her. Duong Tran, father sitting beside, glanced at the two and teased that she was only senior sister, making Madam Ling Ho smile instantly fade. He immediately pinched his thigh hard, signaling him to keep quiet. Pinch made Duong Chen Engip face pale and hair stand on end, gritting his teeth to endure without daring to make a sound. Seeing this scene, Thien Lin Hai could not help laughing. She raised her hand to cover her mouth with a soft smile. Madam Ling Ho boldly raised her wine cup high and smiled, saying loudly, "Let them all welcome Lin Hai." Everyone clinked cups and loudly welcomed Lin Hai, the sound of cups ringing clear and lively. Outside was the night sky of Triuka City, the bright moon shining as fireflies fluttered everywhere, lights from the bustling streets glowing brilliantly. Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai walked side by side along the quiet night road, both silent without speaking. Suddenly Duong Tran halted, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Without a word, he suddenly sped forward, leaving Thien Lin Hai unable to react, standing stunned watching him. Under the moonlight of Triuka City, Duong Tran stopped beneath a large tree with brilliant golden leaves standing out in the night. Standing beneath the tree and gazing briefly, he turned and asked whether the fox spirit knew what tree this was. Thien Lin Hai stepped beside him and looked up at the swaying canopy, replying that it was not an ancient maple tree. Duong Tran's face grew solemn with hidden thoughts as he asked whether she understood its meaning. Thien Lin Hai, slightly saddened, softly asked what that meaning was. Beneath the maple tree, Duong Tran looked straight into her eyes and slowly recited that the maple grew in cold lands. Hearts and leaves part, yet still rely on each other. Wishing you often pray. This thing resolves longing. As the words ended, Thien Lin Hai eyes brightened, her cheeks flushing as she looked at Duong Tran move. Duong Tran reached out and took Thien Lin Hai's soft hands, lifted her hands and stepped closer. Beneath the maple canopy, the two silently gazed at each other without blinking. At last the awaited moment arrived. Their faces gradually drew close, and they gently closed their eyes. Their lips unconsciously touched. Beneath the maple tree, golden leaves fell softly. Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai shared a passionate kiss. Afterward, the two fell into an awkward atmosphere, Thien Lin Hai not even daring to raise her head to look at him. Duong Tran blushed and gathered his courage to hold her hand and say, "Lin Hai, I will definitely come to find you." Thien Lin Hai's cheeks flushed red. She turned her face away and softly murmured in agreement. Seeing that, Duong Tran immediately revealed a shameless look, his eyes darting around as he grinned and said, "Lin Hai, under the bright moon and gentle breeze with the ancient air as witness, should we discuss our proper matter now?" Thien Lin Hai kept a serious expression and innocently asked, "What proper matter?" Duong Tran smiled with narrowed eyes showing his teeth, pretending innocence as he replied, "Of course, to bow to heaven and earth and pledge ourselves for life." Upon hearing that, Thien Lin Hai instantly became angry. She stomped hard on Duong Tran's foot, making him jump in pain. She shouted that she would not pay attention to him anymore. After saying that, she turned and left, ignoring Duong Tran, who hopped in pain as he chased after her while calling for her to stop. The night in Triuka City continued on. Above, the stars shimmered below. Fireflies glowed in brilliant swarms. At a large residence, the bright lights inside further highlighted the prosperity of the small city. Inside a room, Huang Minhao was bowing and smiling obsequiously, both hands lifting a wine jar to offer to the person opposite him. One sitting before him was a young man with golden hair and brown eyes named Latuan Nhu, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan. His appearance and gaze exuded arrogance. He glanced at Kwong Min Hao and asked whether there was any new news from the Triu Ka mountain range. Kwong Min Hao showed an awkward expression, but still forced a smile, as he replied that there was no confirmed news yet. However, the experts of the Quan clan had likely entered to investigate. Hearing that, Latuan Enhu's face darkened. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and ordered more manpower to be added. He complained that because of the divine relic, he had to spend the new year in this wretched place. If it were fake, then all effort would be wasted. Kwong Min Hao hurriedly reassured him with confidence that the divine relic was very likely real. His master was the pavilion master of White Tiger Pavilion and head of Triu Ka Martial Academy, who had investigated many times. The thunder during the inner court assessment back then had been an omen. Latuan Nhu rekindled some hope after hearing that, and softly said he only hoped it was so. Suddenly his sharp gaze swept past the window and looked outside. Following that line of sight, he caught sight of Duong Tran walking with Thien Lin Hai on the street. She sulked ahead while Duong Tran awkwardly scratched his head and followed behind, coaxing her. Caught Latuan Enhu's attention was Thien Lin Hai's radiant beauty. In his eyes, she seemed to glow and make 100 flowers pale. He could not restrain himself from standing up and pressing close to the window, eyes wide and mouth agape. His face reddened in shock at the beauty in this small land. Then he turned to Kwong Min Hao in a haughty tone and asked who they were. Kwong Min Hao hurried to his side and narrowed his eyes to look out the window to see the two people in the alley clearly. Recognizing Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai browsing hairpins at a stall, he inwardly cursed that enemies truly met on a narrow road. He glanced at Latuan Nhu and introduced them, saying that was Duong Tran, a common disciple of Triu Ka who had just been expelled from the academy but was taken as a disciple by Sword Saint Thien Ba Quang. And that beauty was Thien Lin Hai, daughter of Thien Ba Quang and the #1 beauty of the academy. After hearing that, Latuan Nhu raised his brows and sneered, saying that Thien Ba Quang knew a few outdated sword moves yet dared call himself Sword Saint. Truly ridiculous. He continued that Thien Ba Quang had once been quite famous in Thien Nam, but after his sword martial soul was crippled, he fled to Triu Ka. As he spoke, his smile grew more sinister, leaving Kwong Min Hao shocked with his mouth open. Latuan Enhu's eyes became even more wicked as he slowly said that Thien Lin Hai was indeed the rare beloved daughter of the Don Mok Marquis Mansion, and it was said her martial soul talent defied the heavens. He smiled more and more frighteningly, his whole body revealing improper intentions, saying that meeting such a beauty in Triu Ka on New Year's Eve was a destined encounter that could not be missed, and he must go down to make her acquaintance. Suddenly, a stern, middle-aged voice sounded from behind, warning that Tuan Nhu, the beloved daughter of the Don Mok Marquis Mansion, already had someone, and he should not cause trouble. Tuan Nhu sneered and called that person second uncle, saying he knew his limits and only intended to go down and greet her. Perhaps in the future he might need her help. Without hesitation, he jumped straight from the window to the ground toward Thien Lin Hai, leaving behind the remark that he lacked no women. As soon as he landed, Duong Tran noticed the newcomer. He was slightly surprised while Thien Lin Hai still focused on admiring the hairpins. Tuan Nhu stepped forward and looked at the two with an arrogant expression, loudly calling out, "Miss Lin Hai of the Don Mok Marquis Mansion." Hearing her name called, Thien Lin Hai turned back coldly and asked whether they knew each other. Duong Tran beside her immediately became alert. Latuan Nhu pretended to smile brightly and introduced himself, saying were they not acquainted now. His surname was his name Latuan Nhu. Surely she had heard of him. Thien Lin Hai frowned in displeasure, glanced at him, and bluntly said she had never heard of him. Latuan Nhu refused to give up and stepped closer, extending his hand in invitation, saying that the Golden Eagle clan and the Don Mok Marquis Mansion had considerable ties. On New Year's Eve, he wished to invite her for a talk. His persistence made her even more annoyed as she avoided him with a darkened face. Thien Lin Hai lowered her eyes and coldly refused, saying she was sorry and did not know him. Ignoring him, she turned to Duong Tran, who was suppressing his anger, and said, "Junior brother, let us go." He took Duong Tran's hand and pulled him away, while Duong Tran still glanced at Latuan Nhu, who stood motionless. Latuan Nhu silently watched them, his pupils shrinking like beans, his expression dark and filled with anger. On their side, Duong Tran said with a dark face to Thien Lin Hai that it was his first time seeing someone so self-righteous. Looking at that fake manner made him want to throw a few punches, leaving her only able to look at him helplessly. Thien Lin Hai sighed worriedly and advised that little Tran he could not defeat him right now. Latuan Nhu's cultivation was already at the true martial realm, and he was the young master of the Golden Eagle clan. Even she did not dare provoke him. Duong Tran's expression turned serious as he etched the image of Latuan Nhu. and the Golden Eagle clan deeply into his heart. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly that whoever dared set eyes on his Lin Hai would face him regardless of who they were. Duong Tran hurried to Thien Lin Hai's side and awkwardly said, "Fox Spirit, in the future, do not call me Little Tran anymore. That is a name only close people use." Thien Lin Hai glanced at him teasingly and replied that calling him Little Tran was very intimate, and who allowed him to casually call her Fox Spirit. Looked at him with her beautiful face full of charm, making Duong Tran blush as the atmosphere between them became ambiguous. Duong Tran indulged in wishful thinking, closed his eyes and puckered his lips as he leaned closer. The sudden action startled Thien Lin Hai and made her widen her eyes. Blushing, she ran away to avoid him, while Duong Tran still puckered his lips and spread his arms, chasing after her, asking for another kiss. As she ran, she turned back and stuck out her tongue, teasing him to keep dreaming. Behind her, Duong Tran chased with a greedy expression. The two continued chasing each other along the night road of Triu Ka City as they headed back. Next morning at Thien Ba Quang's residence, snow still covered the gate roof in white. As agreed, the old man came to take Thien Lin Hai back to Thien Nam. The two rode on the back of a golden eagle. The golden eagle flapped its wings and soared high. Thien Lin Hai stood behind and turned to wave farewell to those below. Golden eagle flew farther and farther away. Duong Tran stood on the ground watching reluctantly until it completely vanished. He remained standing silently without moving and without showing any emotion. Thien Ba Quang walked over from afar and stood beside him, smiling as he offered a few comforting words, then said, "Tran boy, do you want to chase after her? It is all because my daughter bewitched your soul." Duong Tran remained silent. Seeing that, he stopped joking and asked directly, "Tran boy, tell me honestly what you did to my daughter last night." Duong Tran put on a displeased expression and replied provocatively that the rice was already cooked. Thien Ba Quang immediately showed disdain, curling his lips as he looked at Duong Tran, and sarcastically said he truly believed that. Those words made Duong Tran's face darken. He seriously and hurriedly asked his master when they could depart for Thien Nam. Thien Ba Quang opened his tired eyes as if he had not slept for many days, glanced at him, and asked in return what he would do in Thien Nam. The sudden question made Duong Tran stiffen. His mind went blank, filled with question marks. His mouth opened to utter the word go, and then he did not know what to say next. Thien Ba Quang turned his back and closed his eyes. His cold voice, like a bucket of cold water, poured over him, saying, "Go back." With his current cultivation, he was far from qualified to go to Thien Nam. After saying that, he strode back toward the wooden house without turning his head, leaving Duong Tran standing there, his hands clenched tightly and trembling. Watching his master's back disappear, Duong Tran raised his head to look at the falling yellow leaves, his eyes resolute as he silently vowed to reach Thien Nam soon to find Thien Lin Hai. Few days after Thien Lin Hai left, Thien Ba Quang's residence became noticeably quieter. In the courtyard, Thien Ba Quang leisurely sat drinking tea under a tree, while Duong Tran stood nearby intently studying martial skills. Suddenly a violent tremor sounded and made the ground shake, causing Duong Tran to stagger and nearly fall, while Thien Ba Quang calmly sipped his tea. Duong Tran looked at his master in panic with widened eyes and asked loudly why there was an earthquake. Thien Ba Quang looked up at the sky, observing the phenomenon for a long while. His expression gradually grew heavy as he said in a low voice that a great calamity was coming, and in the future Triu Ka City might not survive. Hearing that, Duong Tran felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale as he cried out in alarm at what that meant. Thien Ba Quang looked at him sternly and asked whether he remembered the previous divine relic. The thunder back then had only been a sign of its impending emergence. Duong Tran asked in shock whether the appearance of the divine relic could destroy all of Triu Ka. Thien Ba Quang tilted his head to look at the sky and said the divine relic itself was an auspicious sign. Triu Ka's destruction would not be due to the relic, but due to humans. As he spoke, his expression grew uglier, his brows tightly furrowed with worry. Recently, too many experts had entered the Triu Ka mountain range wanting to forcibly open the divine relic. Those without fate who forced it would inevitably bring great disaster. After hearing that, Duong Tran fell into thought, hand on his chin, as he wondered whether all this was the Golden Eagle clan scheme. At that moment, Kim Vo Kiat rushed in from outside, pushing the gate open with a loud bang, his face full of fear as he shouted that something big seemed to have happened, and they should hurry home to see. However, Duong Tran remained calm. He refused to return home and reminded him of grandfather's instructions that the academy had long predicted the calamity. So for now, they needed to observe the situation. Thien Ba Quang wore a pensive expression as he told the two about how years ago he had ventured alone deep into the Triu Ka mountain range. and discovered a sealed divine relic inside which even contained a mature divine beast. The two brothers felt goosebumps all over, eyes wide in shock as they exclaimed in unison about a mature divine beast. Qin Ba Kuang continued, deep wrinkles etched on his forehead, that the divine relic was guarded by extremely powerful demonic beasts, even a mature divine beast that made even Purple Mansion realm experts struggle to contend. This tremor was likely caused by those probing who had angered the divine beast. Duong Tran shouted angrily, his dissatisfied gaze at his master as he said the mastermind was very likely the Golden Eagle clan. Last year they had encountered their experts when entering the mountain range. Hearing that, Qin Ba Kuang's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and said word by word that the Golden Eagle clan truly treated human lives like grass, for selfish gain disregarding the lives of Triu Ka. He led Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat straight toward the scene, his face furious as he muttered while walking that he must see what tricks they were playing. At the same time in Triu Ka City, in a crowded building brightly lit, General Lai led his troops inside to question the Golden Eagle clan, pointing at them and loudly demanding whether the disturbance earlier was caused by them and what exactly they were doing in the mountain range. People of the Golden Eagle clan calmly drank tea as if General Lai did not exist. A man glanced at General Lai and casually replied that General Hoi's son, they were hosting a banquet for young Master Lai. If beasts in the mountain range caused trouble, then protecting the city was his responsibility. General Lai gritted his teeth and sneered, his face extremely unpleasant as he said it seemed they also had a part in this. Truly wolf-hearted and dog-lunged, harming the people of Triu Ka. Hearing that, the man's face reddened in anger as he shouted a threat, saying not to think that with the Azure Tiger Legion he could do whatever he wanted. General Lai immediately released his pressure in response, saying coldly not to think he did not know their scheme. He had already spread news across Thien Nam about the divine relic's emergence. Those words made the old man before him change expression. After that, General Lai led his troops away, leaving behind the one called Kuang Tu, grinding his teeth in fury yet unable to act. He crushed the wine cup in his hand, his expression dark as he cursed General Lai for spreading the news. Kuang Tu turned to the person beside him and quietly asked, "Second uncle, what should be done now?" Lacan held a wine cup, his crafty eyes sinking into contemplation. He said in a low voice that news of the divine relic had certainly spread throughout Thien Nam. Not only would experts arrive, but even the royal family might be alerted. After speaking, he stood up decisively and ordered all martial artists in the city to enter the Triu Ka mountain range to clear a path and charge into the divine relic. That ruthless decision left the other two deeply shaken. He believed such an action was truly excessive. It was no different from using human lives to carve a path. Yet in the end they still complied. Kuang Tu gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement, proposing to summon all martial artists in the city and from the martial residences to storm the mountain together. At this moment beneath Triu Ka mountain, a large number of soldiers had already gathered. The three master and disciples, Qin Ba Kuang, Duong Tran, and Kim Vo Kiat, also arrived. From afar they saw Lai Kan Lam standing in the midst of the army formation. Duong Tran stepped forward and asked softly, "Senior sister, how is the situation now?" Lai Kan Lam turned and saw Duong Tran. She immediately explained that demonic beasts and spirit beasts were continuously pouring out of the mountain range. The situation was extremely difficult to control. As soon as she finished speaking, from the depths of the forest, a gigantic earth bear charged out, its appearance frenzied and ferocious. With a single swing of its paw, it sent several soldiers flying. The monster broke through the encirclement and roared as it rushed straight toward Duong Tran and Lai Kan Lam, causing her to panic. But before it could get close, it was pierced through the body by a powerful strike. One who acted was Thien Ba Kuang. He resolved the crisis in time for everyone. From streaks of green light, demonic beasts appeared one after another, from giant bears to massive snakes pouring out in succession, exhausting the soldiers. Duong Tran looked at his master anxiously and asked urgently, "Master, with the situation so critical, why have the experts of the academy not arrived yet?" Hearing that, Thien Ba Kuang realized something was amiss and muttered angrily that this was not right. The academy should have been the first line of defense. At that very moment, the academy head and the pavilion masters of the inner court hurriedly flew over with panicked expressions. The soldiers fighting were overjoyed when they saw them, shouting that the academy experts had arrived. They were saved, Even the city lord had come. Following their gaze, Fanatxt, the red-haired and composed city lord of Triuka, appeared. Behind him were members of the Golden Eagle clan. General Lai's legion also arrived, with imposing momentum. Kim Vo Kiat said joyfully that with so many reinforcements, they would surely be able to block the demonic beasts. But Thien Ba Quang's expression darkened as he observed and shook his head, saying he feared it would not be so simple. Khan Han leapt into the air from among the Golden Eagle clan, wearing a righteous expression as he called for everyone to charge forward. He ordered all to enter the Triuka mountain range and exterminate the demonic beasts. Seeing that hypocritical face, Duong Tran felt disgusted. He clenched his fists and inwardly cursed that the Golden Eagle clan indeed harbored ill intentions. General Lai Hoi's son immediately shouted to stop them, demanding that the martial artists hold the defensive line. If demonic beasts entered the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. And Fanatxt retorted in displeasure, believing that only by striking directly into the mountain could the problem be solved. General Lai fearlessly roared back, openly calling Fanatxt a traitor to Triuka, merely someone else's hound. Khan Han in the air angrily dived down to attack. In the blink of an eye, he was already upon General Lai, leaving him no time to evade. Palm strike landed squarely on his chest, causing General Lai to spit blood on the spot. He was blasted to the ground with a loud explosion. The earth shattered and dust filled the air. General Lai stared in disbelief at Khan Han and trembled as he gasped that he was at the Heavenly Union realm. Duong Tran beside him also cried out in shock. Heavenly Union realm. He stood frozen in the distance as he watched Khan Han beat General Lai unconscious. He never expected the opponent to be at the Heavenly Union realm. The peak of martial cultivation he knew had only 5 levels. First level was the body tempering realm. The basic realm used to train a martial artist's physique. The second was the true martial realm, primarily cultivating true chi that could be released outward. Next was the martial manifestation realm, where true chi condensed and took form based on one's cultivation technique. Before him, Khan Han had not only surpassed the martial manifestation realm, even in Thien Nam he would be considered a mainstream expert. Yet standing at the true pinnacle of martial cultivation was still the Heavenly Union realm, a realm requiring comprehension of the will of heaven and earth. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. In legend above the Heavenly Union realm was the Purple Mansion realm of great powers, and across the vast eastern lands, it seemed only the Eastern King had reached that level. Khan Han tilted his head, his icy gaze issuing another order. All were to enter the Triuka mountain range and exterminate the demonic beasts. Anyone who blocked the way would be killed without mercy. Under such overwhelming pressure, even the academy head did not dare show disrespect. He wiped his sweat and cautiously asked young Masterla for permission to lead the students to fortify the academy, while the pavilion masters and instructors would follow into the mountain to slay demonic beasts. Khan Han glanced over, then turned and nodded in agreement, even feigning courtesy as he thanked the head martial elder for the cooperation. After that, he cast an indifferent gaze at General Lai and coldly asked, "And what about Lai Hoi's son?" General Lai breathed heavily, his eyes filled with indignation as he looked at Khan Han, but the gap in strength left him unable to resist. In the end, he could only concede. Half of the Azure Tiger army would follow into the mountain to kill demonic beasts. The other half would remain to guard Triuka City. Khan Han did not wish to linger and merely smiled faintly in response. Lai Hoi's son turned to instruct his daughter to stay and command the defensive forces. Lai Khan Lam anxiously cried out to her father, hoping he would reconsider. On the other side, Khan Han arrogantly waved his hand in signal, a sinister smile evident as he ordered the entire army to enter the mountain and slaughter all demonic beasts. Manhua followed closely behind Latuan and Hu, his eyes flashing when he spotted Duong Tran. Standing beside Thien Ba Quang, he revealed a vicious smile. Manhua bowed and requested that Latuan and Hu allow him to bring Duong Tran into the mountain. Latuan and Hu glanced over in confusion and asked who Duong Tran was. Following Quan Minhao's gaze, Latuan and Hu looked toward Duong Tran. Sending a chill down his spine, he sneered and said he remembered now, so it was him. Thien Ba Quang sensed the scheme and calmly warned that those despicable men should not provoke them. Duong Tran, standing beside him, could only feel helpless. Tuan Nhu put on a fake smile and stepped forward arrogantly, saying, "Sword Saint, such a good opportunity." As a master, would he really stop his disciple from gaining experience? Thien Ba Kuang already despised the Golden Eagle clan and instantly grew furious. Spiritual energy surged around him, veins bulging on his forehead as he asked in a low voice whether he was threatening him. Huang Tran, seeing such terrifying killing intent for the first time, panicked and hurriedly intervened. Master, calm your anger. As young Masterla said, this is a rare chance for training. It would be a pity to miss it. Thien Ba Kuang pondered, feeling Duong Tran's words made sense. Moreover, the divine relic was guarded by a divine beast. The Golden Eagle clan might not necessarily seize it. Thinking this, he withdrew his spiritual power and sneered at the Golden Eagle clan, saying very well he also wished to see with his own eyes how they would seize the divine relic. Lacan Han stood in the air directing, ordering Lai Hoi's son to lead the troops at the front, the others following into the mountain. Knowing he was being treated as a sacrificial pawn, Lai Hoi's son angrily glared at Lacan Han and swallowed his hatred. Seeing that dissatisfied gaze, Lacan Han frowned and snorted coldly from above. With no other choice, Lai Hoi's son led the Azure Tiger army step by step into Triuka Mountain. The Azure Tiger army took the lead. Behind them followed the Golden Eagle clan along with Duong Tran. On the way, they quickly encountered a gigantic boar demonic beast, its tusks easily sweeping down many soldiers. Even so, the Azure Tiger army fought steadfastly, without retreating. In the end, the boar was slain, but the price was too great. Too many lives exchanged for a single demonic beast. Duong Tran stood beside Thien Ba Kuang and said worriedly, Master, if this continues, they may be nearly wiped out before reaching the divine relic. Thien Ba Kuang frowned and instructed that the strong were the knife and cutting board while the weak were fish and meat. If one did not wish to be fish, then there was only the path of cultivation. By night on Triuka Mountain, everyone temporarily rested, setting up camp and lighting fires beneath the moonlight. Lai Hoi's son seized the opportunity to find Latuan Nhu and angrily said the Azure Tiger army had suffered heavy losses. In the next battle, they could not continue charging first. Latuan Nhu glanced at him, then turned away, thinking that pressing too hard would backfire. His gaze settled on Duong Tran meditating in the distance, a wicked smile appearing. He turned and feigned goodwill as he told General Lai that tomorrow the Azure Tiger army would go behind. The Academy and City Lord Han's forces would lead. Next morning, the group entered a mountain gorge. Duong Tran, Thien Ba Kuang, and Kim Vo Kiat walking at the front. Duong Tran suddenly stopped and pointed ahead, exclaiming in astonishment for his master to look. Kim Vo Kiat also widened his eyes. Before them stood a stone tower soaring into the clouds, mist swirling around it and radiating a mysterious glow. Behind them, Latuan Nhu shouted joyfully that the divine relic was truly a divine relic. He laughed sinisterly, speculating that inside might be the inheritance of great Emperor Engai Long. Dreamed of obtaining the Emperor's inheritance. Heavenly Union or Purple Mansion would be insignificant. The Golden Eagle clan shaking the world. The thought made him swallow with greed. Duong Tran stood behind his master, curiously observing like a child. Thien Ba Kuang's face grew solemn, worried because he knew the divine beast Kilin indeed guarded this place. Tuan Nhu excitedly pointed for Lacan Han to see, saying, Second Uncle, the divine relic was certainly here. In contrast, Lacan Han broke out in sweat and gravely warned that if this was the relic left by great Emperor Engai Long, forcibly opening it would be extremely dangerous. Hearing that, Latuan Nhu became cautious and agreed, deciding to send someone to probe first. His gaze quickly locked onto Duong Tran standing near Thien Ba Kuang. He approached with a false smile, using the excuse that Duong Tran had been the safest along the journey and wanted him to descend the cliff to investigate, making Duong Tran uncomfortable. Thien Ba Kuang immediately stepped in front of his disciple and angrily asked what he had just said. Lacan Han stepped forward to confront the sword saint with intimidation, Latuan Nhu standing behind with a smug smile. Thien Ba Kuang erupted with spiritual energy and shouted clearly that he was his disciple. Whether he went or not was his decision. Did they want to force him to act? Lacan Han replied with disdain that if it were his peak years, he might be worth fearing. Now did he even have the qualification? The spiritual energies of both sides collided turbulently, as if a great battle was about to erupt. Seeing the dire situation, Duong Tran rushed out and asked his master to allow him to enter the divine relic. Thien Ba Kuang turned and scolded loudly, Tran boy, have you gone mad? Kim Vo Kiat also ran over to dissuade him, shouting emotionally that no one should go. But Duong Tran ignored them and strode straight toward the divine relic. passing Kim Vo Kiat and asking him to tell grandfather that in the next life he still wished to be his grandson. After saying that, he even winked and smiled confidently, leaving Kim Vo Kiat stunned. That action left Kim Vo Kiat bewildered, unable to comprehend his intention. Thien Ba Quang shouted in panic, ordering Duong Tran to come back. He continued forward, only turning his head to smile and say that master should trust him this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tran leapt straight down into the entrance of the divine relic before everyone's eyes. Thien Ba Quang angrily cursed inwardly that this brat was truly insane. Under everyone's gaze, Duong Tran clung to the cliff wall and descended to the bottom of the divine relic, landing in a vigilant stance. Above, Latuan Nhu and the Golden Eagle clan saw this and laughed smugly, saying there was no danger. Suddenly, the ground behind Duong Tran trembled as a pitch-black head rose up. The eerie sight left him momentarily stunned. A gigantic black killin with red eyes, crimson horns, and sharp fangs roared as it appeared before him. It sprang out of the divine relic, its blazing red eyes sweeping over everyone outside, its entire body shrouded in black aura. Those of weak cultivation who inhaled the black aura immediately spat blood and collapsed, dying miserably. The killin roared with majestic authority as if speaking, "Daring to disturb my slumber, all of you must die." Duong Tran stood at its feet in shock, realizing he was no larger than one of its claws. Killin spewed a stream of black energy that shot straight at Duong Tran. He helplessly raised his hands to block. Immediately after, it opened its fanged maw and lunged forward, intending to swallow him whole. The people outside cried out in alarm, pointing and shouting that Duong Tran had been swallowed alive. Thien Ba Quang and Kim Vo Kiat screamed his name in despair, witnessing his disciple in danger. Thien Ba Quang erupted in fury and roared that the Golden Eagle clan had forced his hand, spiritual power surging violently. In his furious eyes, memories of Duong Tran surfaced one after another. "Tran boy, you know nothing at all." He understood clearly that taking Duong Tran as his disciple had never been a mere coincidence. "That night I casually saved someone and unexpectedly discovered you were a rare all-attribute heavenly Tao master with astonishing talent. So I secretly arranged for you to become my disciple. As a master, I was too selfish, placing all my hopes on you, and now it seems I have lost everything." Thinking of this, a sword of spiritual energy condensed above Thien Ba Quang's head, its aura growing increasingly violent. Seeing this, Lacan Han was instantly horrified. He recognized it as the forcibly condensed martial soul combined with soul light. Countless sword shadows, as if possessing intelligence, shot straight toward Lacan Han, forcing him to flee in panic while cursing whether this madman no longer wanted to live. A chilling killing intent flashed in Thien Ba Quang's eyes. Sword momentum not only pursued Lacan Han, but also surged toward Latuan Nhu, filling him with terror. Latuan Nhu hurriedly turned to flee for his life but stumbled over a rock, his body faltering. A sword seized the opportunity and pierced straight through his left chest. Latuan Nhu spat blood and screamed miserably. On the other side, Lacan Han struggled greatly to defend, using spiritual power to form a shield against the sword momentum. Seizing a gap, he formed hand seals and blasted away all the sword shadows, the clash of the two streams of spiritual power producing a heaven-shaking explosion. Lacan Han panted heavily, drenched in sweat. He had not expected that even gravely injured Thien Ba Quang could unleash such terrifying might. Below the divine relic, Kim Vo Kiat anxiously jumped down to search for Duong Tran to see whether he had truly been swallowed. He hid behind a rock, observing the black killin growling and spewing black aura, his whole body tense. Suddenly, in the depths of darkness, a faint aura flickered. Kim Vo Kiat immediately rejoiced inwardly, shouting that Big Brother was still alive. Though swallowed by the killin, Duong Tran had not died but was teleported elsewhere. He stood beneath a raging waterfall with a brilliant blue sky above. Strange scene left him wide-eyed and open-mouthed, wondering in alarm where this place was. As he stood bewildered, a deep voice echoed above. "Brat, I have finally waited for you." The familiar voice startled Duong Tran. It was the same voice that had called him into the cave before. It was also because of that sound that he had agreed to investigate the stone pillar, only to be swallowed by the killin. Thinking of this, he shook his head and sat down heavily. His gaze suddenly stopped on a lush green forest in the distance, as if discovering something strange. On a tree trunk clung a golden beetle. Duong Tran felt dizzy as if something had entered his body. He clutched his head in shock, not understanding why he had condensed divine sense. In the darkness, a pearl shining like the sun appeared before him, asking whether this gift for their first meeting was satisfactory. Duong Tran jumped in fright and shouted, asking what exactly that floating pearl was. The pearl replied that this was its sea of consciousness. Boundless mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes were actually its sea of consciousness, leaving Duong Tran bewildered as he asked whether it was not too vast. The pearl shone brilliantly and continued, "Brat, the great devourer devourer is not permitted to fear. Otherwise, you will only bring fear to others. The words stunned him. Duong Tran asked foolishly what a devourer was. The question made the pearl flustered, hurriedly covering up and saying it was nothing, it had misspoken. Quickly changed the subject and asked whether anyone remained in the Duong family, causing him to become wary and wonder how the pearl knew his surname was Duong. Before he could answer, it muttered that it would not ask any more since probably few were left, then asked whether he liked swords. Seeing it talking to itself, Duong Tran simply nodded lightly to indicate agreement. The pearl grew delighted and shone more brightly, affirming that since he liked swords it was very good and promising to grant another fortune, filling Duong Tran with anticipation. Brought him to an empty place where only it flew back and forth, leaving him confused about where the fortune was. In a blink, he opened his eyes to see the gigantic black Kilin before him, saying, "Brat, go on. When you grow stronger, remember to bring tribute to honor me." Hearing this, Duong Tran felt as if awakening from a dream, memories surging back. He sprang up, looked at the Kilin, and shouted whether it was him, his expression still dazed. Turning aside, he saw Kim Vo Kiat and Thien Ba Quang, his master in a miserable state leaning against the rock wall, filling him with panic. Duong Tran immediately rushed over and called out Master loudly, his face full of worry. Kim Vo Kiat also cried out loudly for Big Brother. Duong Tran knelt beside his master and anxiously asked who had injured him so severely. Thien Ba Quang, hair disheveled and blood still at his lips, leaned against the wall and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Tran boy, I am not dead yet." Duong Tran gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he cursed the Golden Eagle clan as damned. Turned to the Black Kilin and sincerely pleaded whether Senior could kill all those wearing robes embroidered with golden birds. Without further words, the Black Kilin roared and rushed out of the divine relic to seek the Golden Eagle clan. Thien Ba Quang and Kim Vo Kiat had not expected the divine beast to heed Duong Tran's words. Thien Ba Quang struggled to instruct Duong Tran that if the Kilin valued him, he could try to accept the divine relic's inheritance. Only then did Duong Tran realize and think to ask about it. Half an hour later, the Black Kilin descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, dust billowing everywhere. It lifted its head and said it had killed all those bearing the golden bird emblem. Those with evil hearts did not deserve pity. Duong Tran joyfully thanked the divine beast Senior. In the forest of Triuka Mountain, the severely wounded Latuan Nhu hid behind a tree gasping for breath, having luckily changed clothes to escape death. Kim Vo Kiat helped Thien Ba Quang to his feet. Duong Tran gestured in praise of the Black Kilin's heaven-reaching might and asked it to save his master. Black Kilin said preserving his life was not difficult, but his master's martial soul had shattered. To restore it required a supreme treasure containing living soul essence, which it did not possess. Thien Ba Quang sighed and replied that preserving his life was enough. A golden glint suddenly flashed in the Black Kilin's eyes. Light shot straight into Thien Ba Quang's head, causing him to cry out in pain. The Black Kilin said he only needed to sleep and would be fine. Thien Ba Quang fell to the ground unconscious, terrifying the two brothers. After settling his master, Duong Tran's eyes lit up again at the thought of the divine relic. He approached the Black Kilin and asked expectantly whether there was any formidable inheritance within the giant stone. Black Kilin replied in surprise that this was merely a tomb, not a divine relic for outsiders to invade. It laughed strangely and said it had originally intended to drive him away, but since he was too weak he would stay to cultivate for a time, and when leaving it would give a gift. After speaking, it transformed into black smoke and shot straight into Duong Tran, making him widen his eyes. Nothing happened, leaving Duong Tran disappointed and doubting life as he muttered that he had been played. Kim Vo Kiat ran over excitedly, saying the spiritual energy here was abundant and suitable for cultivation. Duong Tran smiled confidently and sat down, replying that how could a place chosen by a divine beast be bad? As soon as he entered meditation, he sensed something unusual and frowned. Within his dantian, besides the fire and lightning crystals, there appeared another martial soul in the shape of a sword entwined by a black dragon. He was astonished to discover that he had awakened a second martial soul, a sword martial soul emitting terrifying energy. Duong Tran's divine sense entered the martial soul world, setting foot upon a barren land. All around were countless swords of bizarre shapes embedded in the ground. Realized his divine sense had entered the black sword martial soul. The swords trembled and emitted red energy that rose into the air and converged. Finally, they formed a red ghostly face in the sky, roaring horrifically. It waved its hand and sent a surge of energy straight toward Duong Tran. The energy entered his body, accompanied by a voice proclaiming itself the 999th successor of the devouring sword martial soul, dominating the myriad realms. Voice continued to crash into his mind, causing Duong Tran to clutch his head in agony, recounting the 13 guardian heaven swords and countless deaths due to poor aptitude, the relentless sound leaving him drenched in sweat as if his head were about to explode. Fortunately, that blazing red source of energy finally dissipated. Duong Tran lowered his hands from his head and stood there gasping heavily, his heart full of doubts as he kept muttering the 4 words devouring sword martial soul. Regaining his composure, Duong Tran began piecing together what he had just heard. He wondered in his heart, the 10 supreme martial souls of the archaic era, the guardian sword martial soul ranked 8. How could this be real? Martial souls were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Yet beyond that there existed the 10 supreme martial souls from the archaic era, each containing earth-shattering power. Only the 10,000th successor would be the true master. Was that what the message meant? Thinking of this, he widened his eyes and stared at his trembling hands. Duong Tran continued forward toward a golden sword whose blade twisted like a spiral. He thought again of the most terrifying aspect of the devouring sword martial soul, its ability to store swords. Any swordsman possessing another sword martial soul, no matter how gifted, would be suppressed and die within the sword realm. Since ancient times, no one knew how many swordsmen and heavenly Tao masters had perished in the sword realm, all dying at the hands of successive masters of the devouring sword martial soul. As he reached out toward the blade, he suddenly recalled a rare exception. As long as the host's divine sense was strong enough, and he personally drew the sword martial soul, at that moment Duong Tran pulled the sword from the ground with force. Duong Tran looked at the sword in his hand, waiting to see what kind of sword martial soul he had drawn. Suddenly the blade, covered in serpent-like scales, emitted waves of spiritual energy. That spiritual force dragged Duong Tran out of the dreamlike realm back to reality. He immediately opened his eyes and circulated his cultivation technique to observe the sword soul. Sure enough, upon the original black sword blade appeared the image of the sword he had just drawn, overlapping and radiating even greater might than before. Seeing the result he had achieved, he could not hide his smug delight, his face beaming with excitement. Sitting in a daze, he suddenly started when he saw Thien Ba Quang approaching from across. Thien Ba Quang came closer with curiosity and teased whether the brat had gained another benefit. Duong Tran grinned broadly and declared he would not tell his master. Thien Ba Quang's face darkened. He looked at Duong Tran helplessly, the words at his lips stuck in his throat. Duong Tran stood straight with hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly, proudly saying he truly felt honored for him. Baffling words made Thien Ba Quang frown, his gaze filled with doubt as he asked why. Duong Tran shamelessly pointed his thumb at himself and boasted that having an invincible disciple like him was something to be proud of. No, he should say son-in-law instead. The moment the words left his mouth, both were stunned. Thien Ba Quang's face turned dark and he sneered coldly, while Kim Vo Kiat inwardly sighed that his brother's skin was growing ever thicker. Thien Ba Quang coldly told Duong Tran a shocking piece of news. He should stop dreaming, because he would never agree to anything between him and Lin Hai. Duong Tran froze as if struck by lightning. He shouted that master must keep his word and not go back on it. Thien Ba Quang looked at him threateningly and said that this brat also knew the words keep promise. Did he even know how they were written? Duong Tran instantly put on a pitiful face and whined that he could not write, begging his master to teach him. Thien Ba Quang ignored him, merely turning his head aside and saying he was hungry. Hearing this, Duong Tran's face twisted as he muttered inwardly that this was the territory of the true Black Sword Emperor. What demonic beast would dare approach? He then cast a meaningful glance at Kim Vo Kiat, as if entrusting him with a heavy duty. Duong Tran spoke in an elder brother's tone, ordering little Kiat to find some food. Kim Vo Kiat obediently responded and quickly went off to search for food. A month later at the Divine Relic area, Duong Tran had advanced greatly. When cultivating, a sword manifested above his head, spinning endlessly. Kim Vo Kiat watched with admiration and said that his brother was about to reach the peak of the lower true martial realm. Thien Ba Quang sat nearby gnawing on a roasted bear leg and coldly remarked that reaching it meant nothing. He had not even comprehended the first move of the soaring sky sword art. This he grew angry, pointing at Duong Tran and scolding that he must have been foolish to accept such a disciple. A simple move not yet mastered, yet he dared dream of marrying Lin Hai. He roughly tossed the bone aside, mouth full of meat, losing all dignity of a sword saint as he said that even a profound rank martial skill like the soaring sky sword art was so hard. How would he train higher ones later? After speaking, he stood and stretched, telling little Kiat he would go look for more food and that the two brothers should continue cultivating. Kim Vo Kiat stared at the pile of white bones on the ground in shock, thinking he had just finished eating. Suddenly, he noticed unusual fluctuations around Duong Tran and hurried to look. Duong Tran's entire aura changed violently, spiritual power erupting so fiercely that nearby rocks were lifted into the air. Another month passed. Duong Tran opened his eyes, crimson flames flickering around him. Thien Ba Quang bit into a large chicken drumstick and said in satisfaction that he had finally succeeded. A divine beast suddenly appeared, black mist swirling at its feet, and a strange small creature perched on its head. Its crimson eyes shone as it declared that the place was no longer safe, and they should return to the human world. With that, it tossed the small black creature toward Duong Tran. He hurriedly caught it. The divine beast said it was a gift for him and hoped he would treat it well, then vanished into black smoke. After it left, Duong Tran stared at the small creature and sighed inwardly. Such a mighty beast had only given a puppy. He had hoped for a supreme artifact. He held the round black puppy-like creature with tiny mismatched wings and accepted it with a sigh. Thien Ba Quang stroked his chin and observed, coldly stating it was merely a dog with ordinary bloodline that likely could not reach the true martial realm. Duong Tran smiled carefully and said the dog was quite spiritual. It looked at him happily and barked once. Thien Ba Quang did not think so simply. He watched the puppy warily, sensing a terrifying hidden power within. Duong Tran patted the small beast's head and began thinking of a name. Vo Kiat suggested Little Diamond. Duong Tran immediately showed disgust. The name made him think of strange things and feel uncomfortable. Duong Tran lifted the puppy intending to call it Prosperous Fortune, but Kim Vo Kiat said every dog in the city was called that and suggested another. Finding it acceptable, Duong Tran decided to name the little pet Little Black. Little Black clearly disliked it and barked twice in protest. Duong Tran tapped its head lightly and scolded it to stop barking. From now on it would be called Little Black. A bump rose on the puppy's head, its round eyes watery and pitiful. The more it cried, the more Duong Tran knocked it again, telling it to stop making noise. The divine beast in the distance silently watched, so angry it wanted to return and bury Duong Tran alive. When the three returned, they froze in shock. Before them lay utter devastation, as if a great calamity had passed. Kim Vo Kiat lost composure and urged Duong Tran to hurry back to check. Only then did he awaken from his daze. All three rushed forward. Upon arrival, only ruins remained. Duong Tran collapsed to his knees, unable to accept the truth, letting out a cry of anguish. Just then a voice called Tran Boy. He turned to see Vu Thuk. He hurried over and urgently asked about his father. Vu Thuk said his father had left long ago and left a message. When the stars fall and 9 skies blaze, at Thursun they shall meet. Duong Tran unconsciously repeated the words, wondering where Thursun was. Kim Vo Kiat comforted him, saying it was good that their father was safe. Vu Thuk asked Duong Tran what he planned next and whether he wished to stay at his house. Duong Tran shook his head and asked about the recent situation in Chiu Ka City. Vu Thuk sighed, saying the city was tragic with countless casualties. The official heir colluded with the academy and outside experts to depose the associate mountain general. He sadly added that through unknown means the official heir had seized control of the city, turning it into the domain of the official clan. Duong Tran frowned in anger, repeating the words official clan with killing intent. Turned to Kim Vo Kiat and said the academy had likely fallen too, and they could not return. Kim Vo Kiat looked tense. Duong Tran said coldly, Little Kiat, we will find the official clan and settle accounts. Thien Ba Quang interrupted. Thien Ba Quang calmly analyzed that 2 months ago some martial cultivators who entered the giant cliff must have survived. If they saw Duong Tran alive, it would cause a stir and link him to the relic inheritance, so it was not suitable to appear now. Duong Tran asked anxiously where they should go then. Thien Ba Quang laughed and said this time they would head to Thien Nam. Duong Tran's eyes lit up with joy. Yes, to Thien Nam to find Lin Hai. Golden sunlight bathed the red-tiled roofs of La Residence in brilliance. In the main hall, a light-haired man sat imposingly. It was Lam Min Vien, with a man and woman at his sides, while Thien Ba Quang and his 2 disciples were seated. Thien Ba Quang spoke toward him. Min Vien, brother, it has been many years since we met. Lam Min Vien merely lifted his tea and sipped without replying. Being ignored, Thien Ba Quang tightened his grip on the hot cup, displeasure rising. After leisurely finishing his tea, Lam Min Vien set it down and said, Ba Quang, brother, surely you did not come only to reminisce. He looked directly at Thien Ba Quang, getting straight to the point. Thien Ba Quang did not beat around the bush, saying Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat were his disciples, and he hoped they could stay temporarily. He paused, then added that his own situation was known. The 2 had decent talent and should not be implicated. At year's end, they could join the martial residence recruitment. A burst of laughter rang out, causing Duong Tran to frown. The one laughing was Lan Gok Hon. She sneered that those two dared dream of entering the martial residence. Van then said that arranging them at law residence would harm them. Their clan dared not offend the master of Shadow Assassination Pavilion. Thien Ba Quang grew angry, brows furrowed, asking whether this was their intention. Lam Minvin's expression darkened as he silently looked away. Duong Tran could not endure it and said loudly, "Master, we may lack everything but not backbone. Let us go." Both Thien Ba Quang and Kim Vo Kiat looked grim. Thien Ba Quang decisively rose and left, saying coldly that they had troubled them. Lam Minvin smiled smugly and politely told La Van to see the guests out. Before the three departed, he mocked that perhaps Thien Ba Quang would no longer deserve the title Sword Saint. Lan Gok Hon sneered with disdain, saying the two of them looked to be only at the 9th level body tempering. Wanting to test for the martial academy was truly a joke. Sunset blanketed the white clouds. The sky dyed in shades of orange and gold. Shadows stretched long across the stone road. Duong Tran forced a smile to break the heavy atmosphere, saying Master should find an inn first. He lightly nudged Kim Vo Kiat on the shoulder as a signal. Kim Vo Kiat understood, reluctantly smiling along, saying that was right, Master. Let us rest for a night. Thien Ba Quang let out a soft sigh and said he wanted to leave the city. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat both showed confusion. Clearly they had money for lodging, yet he insisted on leaving the city. Thien Ba Quang explained that he once had a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. He had not returned for a long time and did not know if it was still usable, so he wanted to check. Duong Tran ran after him with a grin, saying if there was such a good place, why not say so earlier? There was no need to lower their heads and ask others. Night descended among the overlapping mountains and forests. The full moon hung high. The moon shone among countless stars like a bright lamp hanging in the sky. The three stood before the old courtyard, but discovered someone was already living there. Thien Ba Quang signaled for Tiu Kiat to step forward and knock. A little girl opened the door and looked out, asking if the big brothers had also come to look for lodging. Thien Ba Quang called Duong Tran to follow, while his mind was still full of questions. A woman with blazing red hair stepped out, looked at Thien Ba Quang and said coldly, "I thought you were already dead." Thien Ba Quang gave a bitter smile and replied that his life was still intact. Duong Tran immediately understood, secretly laughing to himself. Could this cold beauty be Master's former lover? And she even seemed to have been abandoned. Trace of disdain rose in his heart, so Master was actually a scoundrel in love. A hint of astonishment flashed in Vu Lac's eyes. She asked how he had ended up like this. Even if his martial soul was crippled and his cultivation lost, it should not be this bad. Could it be that Shadow Assassination Tower had acted? Thien Ba Quang calmly explained that he had merely provoked a powerful demonic beast by accident. Keeping his life was already fortunate. He lied because if she knew the truth, she might wipe out the entire Kim Ung family. Only then did Vu Lac notice the two people accompanying Thien Ba Quang. Thien Ba Quang modestly introduced them as his new disciples. Their talent was passable. Duong Tran felt a little displeased. With his peak appearance, he was actually judged by Vu Lac as having a face like a ghost or god. Thien Ba Quang looked at Vu Lac and said it had been many years. Why had she still not let go? He was now a cripple. Thien Nam had many better men. He hoped she would find someone more suitable. Hearing this, Vu Lac clenched her teeth, anger flaring up. She shouted that she had been sullied by someone in Thien Nam who would still dare to marry her. Vu Lac's words stunned the two disciples. They had not expected Master to have such a chaotic past. The two secretly placed a green hat on Master's head. Thien Ba Quang helplessly did not want to explain, only telling Vu Lac to be reasonable. Vu Lac crossed her arms and frowned at him, saying, "Do I need to reason with you, or have you grown old and muddled?" Thien Ba Quang could only endure, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts weary, saying, "Enough. If there is nothing else, I will not disturb you." Vu Lac raged like a vicious woman, shouting that if he dared to leave today, she would break his legs. The next day, Thien Ba Quang sent Kim Vo Kiat into the city to inquire, gave him a pouch of money, and told him to find a flying formation artifact to Nam Thien, buy 3 tickets for the group. Upon hearing about the flying formation artifact, Duong Tran's eyes lit up. He had never experienced it and was extremely excited. Thien Ba Quang explained that Chiu Ka was tens of thousands of miles from Nam Thien. There were no powerful demonic beasts to carry them, so they had to use a flying formation artifact. Kim Vo Kiat obediently took the money and went to handle it. After a while, he returned happily, holding 3 small tickets and shouting that a flight station had just opened in the city. Tonight, there would be a small flying formation artifact heading to Nam Quan City. Thien Ba Quang took the tickets and decided to depart quietly tonight to avoid prying eyes. The full moon shone brightly in the tranquil sky. 3 wore wide-brimmed hats covering their faces as they headed to the flight station. All 3 saw a small flying formation artifact no bigger than a palm. activated and lifted into the air. It emitted brilliant golden light and gradually expanded in size. Duong Tran eyes widened in amazement. Tiu Hack in his arms also opened its eyes wide. He secretly marveled that this was the wondrous use of formation inscriptions, hoping one day he could refine such things himself. Formation airship carrying the three shot straight into the sky. Duong Tran asked Master if they were about to meet Lin Hai yet, why he still did not look happy. Seeing him remain silent, Thien Ba Quang said in a low voice that Thien Nam was not easy to survive in. Even wanting to meet Lin Hai was far from simple. Duong Tran blurted out asking if Master had done something wrong and been driven from home. The words made Thien Ba Quang furious. If his cultivation had not been crippled, Duong Tran would have already been beat. Knowing he had spoken carelessly, Duong Tran quickly changed the topic, asking Master to introduce Thien Nam City to the two disciples who had never seen the world. Thien Ba Quang slowly said that Thien Nam City was a very good place. After pausing briefly, he continued that noble families stood everywhere there. Many clans with foundations of 1,000 years had produced countless martial geniuses. The struggle for resources was as brutal as the Kim Ung family. He emphasized that for a martial artist, talent alone was not enough. Resources and opportunities were also needed. Otherwise, it was easy to be suppressed by noble families. The two must remember, if there was a chance, they must fight for it. 3 days later, the formation airship crossed mountains and forests and finally arrived at Thien Nam City. Duong Tran could not restrain his excitement and called out for Master to come see. But the other two were indifferent, closing their eyes and continuing to sleep. Only Duong Tran remained excited like a child, standing by the window to look. From above, Thien Nam City appeared and disappeared among the clouds. Tall towers soared, vast lakes and lush green fields spread out. Airship slowly landed on a wide field. Duong Tran hugged Tiu Hack and rushed out first, asking blankly if this was Thien Nam City. In the clear blue sky, countless spirit beasts flew about, making his eyes shine like diamonds, astonished to the point of gaping. Thien Ba Quang had to pull him away, saying they still needed to go somewhere else first. Duong Tran's excitement had not faded. His bright eyes looked at Master curiously, asking what good place it was. Thien Ba Quang merely replied calmly, "Just follow me and you will know." Three arrived before a magnificent 7-story tower, layered steps rising straight into the sky. Duong Tran looked up for a long time without seeing the top, unable to resist asking if Lin Hai was here. Thien Ba Quang looked at his still naive disciple speechless. What was the brat thinking? While Duong Tran silently raised a thumbs up. He raised his thumb with a bright smile, saying Master was truly formidable. The girls here had all been hooked by him and even given birth. Upon hearing this, Thien Ba Quang was so angry he could not speak, only glancing at him. Duong Tran held the soundly sleeping Tiu Hack and asked in confusion if they openly went in to find Lin Hai what consequences there would be. Thien Ba Quang explained calmly that first they simply could not get in. Second, if their relationship with Lin Hai was exposed, they might very well be beaten to death. Hearing this, Duong Tran was also startled with fear. He laughed and scratched his head, saying then forget it. Knowing his wife was there was enough. Sooner or later they would invite them with 8 grand sedan chairs. Thien Ba Quang stood under the brilliant golden sunlight looking at him with a smile, then raised his thumb in approval. All right, let us go, Thien Ba Quang urged. In the future, everything will depend on you yourselves. The three continued toward La Residence. Before the imposing gate stood 2 guards on watch. Seeing someone about to step through, they immediately moved forward to block them. Thien Ba Quang removed his hat and told them to go inside and announce his arrival. Not long after, La Van walked out happily, saying, "Sword Saint Senior, it has been a long time. My father will come at once to welcome you." The three followed Vu Lac deeper into the inner courtyards. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat could not help but marvel at the elegant scenery here. In the courtyard was an ancient-styled garden with exquisite rockeries and a jade-green pond. Vu Lac instructed Can Ham to arrange resting rooms for the 2 of them. Can Ham was a lovely young girl, chestnut-colored hair and golden eyes like the evening glow, extremely beautiful. Just a gentle smile from her was enough to make the 2 youths blush in awe. He led them both to the rooms that had been prepared. Before Can Ham left, Duong Tran curiously pulled her back and asked about her relationship with Vu Lac. Can Ham did not answer. Her face flushed red and she hurried away. Watching her figure gradually disappear, Duong Tran also felt equally embarrassed. Next morning the sky was high and clear. Golden sunlight shone on the rockeries accompanied by birdsong. Duong Tran yawned and stepped out of the room. He was surprised to see that Thien Ba Quang had already been standing outside since early morning. Duong Tran walked over teasingly, saying, "Master, after so long apart, you must be as joyful as rain after drought. Why are you up so early, or did you not sleep all night?" Thien Ba Quang's face immediately darkened. Vu-Lac pressed her lips into a smile as she walked over, asking, "Is this truly your disciple?" Duong Tran hurriedly clasped his hands in salute, respectfully greeting, "Good morning, mistress." Hearing this, Vu-Lac let out a mocking laugh. Seeing this, Duong Tran grew even more attentive, saying that in Chiu Ka Master thought of her every day, making Vu-Lac smile wider and wider. Duong Tran put on a sincere expression, saying, "Mistress may blame me, but please do not blame Master." He spoke endlessly, saying Master liked camellia flower dreams the most, often complaining that he brewed it poorly while showing a nostalgic look. Not noticing Vu-Lac's face had turned dark, while Thien Ba Quang struggled to stop him. Duong Tran finally sensed something was wrong when he saw Vu-Lac trembling with anger. A scorching aura like flames rose around her body. Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that he had said something wrong? Behind him, Thien Ba Quang's face was dark as a demon ready to devour someone. Duong Tran hurriedly explained that he only meant well. Before he could finish speaking, Thien Ba Quang enlarged his figure and roared, "Duong Tran, are you dissatisfied that I am not dead yet?" Duong Tran ran off, shouting while running that the one who tied the bell must untie it. Master should quickly go coax her a little, leaving Thien Ba Quang choking with anger. If looks could kill, he would have died several times already. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat stayed at Triat Kim Courtyard for an entire month. During that time, he cultivated diligently every single day. The sword in his hand traced streak after streak of black energy through the air. The 13 heaven-devouring swords consumed too much true chi, so for now he could only practice from the first stance, heaven-devouring, nearly draining all his true essence and forcing Duong Tran to calculate carefully. Kim Vo Kiat came to check on his cultivation progress. Duong Tran sighed and tossed the sword aside, saying his current cultivation was insufficient and he would have to continue later. He suddenly remembered Can Ham. It had been a long time since she appeared. Kim Vo Kiat sheathed his sword and said she was Vu-Lac's niece, a student of Thien Hoi. Vietnam Martial Academy only allowed students to return once a month. While the two were still talking, Vu-Lac appeared. She held Tiu Hack in her arms, stroking it affectionately, the little beast enjoying it openly. Duong Tran secretly judged that Tiu Hack was truly a lustful dog. Thien Ba Quang asked if she had returned and whether there was any news. While letting Tiu Hack drink water, Vu-Lac said it would be quite difficult for the two to enter the martial academy unless a great figure stepped forward. It was best to wait for the regular examination. She covered her mouth with a sly smile and said if he was willing to beg his master or martial uncle, then things would be much easier. Thien Ba Quang sighed and said he no longer had the face to beg. Duong Tran did not understand and proudly said cultivating at Triat Kim Courtyard was already very good. Why bother with Thien Nam Martial Academy? After speaking, he received a disdainful look from Thien Ba Quang. Upon hearing Thien Nam Martial Academy mentioned, Vu-Lac cut in and scolded the brat for comparing Chiu Ka Martial Institute with Thien Nam Martial Academy. She had already heard about his matter. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat became even more confused. The two stared at Vu-Lac with wide eyes. He took a sip of tea and said there were 3 reasons. First, he was involved with the Chiu Ka divine relic. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. If the Kim Ung family learned he was still alive, they would never spare him. Only by entering Thien Nam Martial Academy could his life be preserved. This tiny Triat Kim Courtyard was not strong enough to shelter him. Second, the academy controlled the best cultivation resources in Thien Nam. Most powerful experts came from there. If he wanted to grow strong quickly, the finest path was to enter the academy. When mentioning the third reason, Vu-Lac's expression suddenly turned solemn, her gaze becoming icy. She said in a low voice that Thien Lin Hai was a special student of the Eastern Court, bewitched by an old fox spirit to half her life. Now the little fox spirit caused countless people to seek death. Duong Tran, you are beyond saving. Your ending will be even worse than Thien Ba Quang. Hearing the grave warning, yet learning that Lin Hai was at the academy, Duong Tran's face lit up instead. Quickly turned to Thien Ba Quang and said he must enter the academy. This reaction left Vu-Lac covering her face helplessly. Thien Ba Quang sighed and accepted, saying when Ham Girl returned he would take him to have a look. Duong Tran immediately responded politely again and again. That day at Triat Kim Courtyard the sky was high, and the clouds light, the scenery peaceful. Vu-Lac walked leisurely within her residence. Soon as she reached the door she encountered Duong Tran running over eagerly, asking mistress whether Tiu Ham would return today. Vu-Lac smiled and replied she had already arranged it. Tomorrow morning he would follow her to tour the academy and remember not to cause trouble. Hearing the long-awaited answer, Duong Tran happily bowed to thank mistress. Suddenly recalling something, Vu-Lac blocked his path and sternly asked about one matter. Duong Tran immediately withdrew his smile and said mistress could ask. She frowned into a V shape, her eyes filled with anger as she asked why Thien Ba Quang had lost all his cultivation. Duong Tran was startled and broke into a cold sweat. Understanding Master must have his reasons for hiding it. If Vulak knew the truth, she would likely seek the Kim Ung family desperately. Thinking so, he could only lie, his face pale and sweat pouring down, taking all responsibility, and saying that while training in the Chiu Ka mountain range, they encountered an extremely powerful demonic beast. Master saved him and was injured to such an extent. After hearing the answer, Vulak still harbored some doubt. She narrowed her eyes at Duong Tran and asked again, was it truly a demonic beast? But Duong Tran completely avoided that question, immediately changing the topic and asking how Master injuries could be healed. Realizing the situation was not simple, Vulak's expression worsened. She replied worriedly that a spiritual treasure capable of protecting and regenerating the soul was needed. Such a treasure was extremely rare. Even the Eastern scholar's royal family might not possess it. For Duong Tran, hearing such an answer was enough. His expression softened as he silently resolved to find the supreme treasure to restore Thien Ba Quang cultivation, no matter what. Next day at the tranquil estate, the air was fresh. Duong Tran and his junior brother followed behind Can Han, their eyes secretly observing her. Suddenly he spoke. Can Han, little sister, tell us about Thien Nam Martial Academy? Hearing Thien Nam Martial Academy mentioned, Can Han turned her head in surprise and cautiously asked what they wanted to hear. Or was it about Thien Lin Hai? Duong Tran and his junior brother immediately grew interested. Upon hearing Thien Lin Hai name, they grinned and said anything related to Thien Nam Martial Academy would do. Can Han recalled matters about Thien Lin Hai and softly said that she was extremely famous at the academy. As soon as she enrolled, she was accepted as a key disciple by a great figure of the Eastern court. Moreover, her peerless beauty quickly made her a storm goddess, admired by countless people. After hearing this, Duong Tran showed a smug look and praised that the fox spirit was truly worthy. His junior brother glanced at him and asked whether he was not afraid she would be taken away. Duong Tran patted his chest confidently and said the two had long secretly pledged themselves for life, the words leaving his junior brother staring in shock. After mentioning Thien Lin Hai, Duong Tran turned to ask what was so special about the Eastern Court. Can Han continued explaining that Thien Nam Martial Academy had 4 courts, East, South, West, and North. Among them, the Eastern Court was the strongest. Having gathered enough information, Duong Tran curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Muttered, Eastern Court, I will remember it well. Walking and chatting, they quickly arrived before the gate of Thien Nam Martial Academy. Can Han stopped and said they had arrived. 2 disciples of Thien Ba Quang were stunned by the sight before them, eyes wide and mouths agape. Thien Nam Martial Academy before them was so magnificent it made one feel breathless. Duong Tran could not help exclaiming that Chiu Ka Martial Institute could not compare at all. Can Han merely smiled at the reaction and said she would lead them inside. Suddenly Duong Tran gaze changed, making Tiu Kayat ask in surprise what was wrong. Duong Tran face darkened as he pointed to the side and said, look over there. It was someone from La Min Vien. Upon seeing Duong Tran, he immediately showed his attitude. Lavan frowned and asked the person behind why they were here. The other side also asked doubtfully whether it was that familiar freeloader. Lavan arrogantly declared that it was merely a useless disciple from a rundown city hundreds of miles away. During this, Duong Tran expression turned terrifying. Killing intent surged out, making Tiu Kayat panic inwardly that his senior brother was enraged. Duong Tran took a deep breath and asked Can Han if he beat that man would there be consequences. Can Han trembled in shock and looked at him. What? Duong Tran continued asking if he beat that man would the academy instructors intervene. Can Han hesitated and replied that the academy did not forbid sparring and even encouraged it as long as both sides were willing. During this, Duong Tran eyes widened. Can Han hurriedly advised that since they were not students they should not cause trouble. Duong Tran smiled fiercely and said this rule of the academy was truly humane. He liked it very much. Right before everyone, he loudly provoked, Brat surnamed La, get out here and face death. Today I will teach you that a dog must know to watch its mouth. Crowd looked at Duong Tran, and all thought he was excessively arrogant. Someone coldly cursed inwardly that he was truly a madman ignorant of life and death. Another mocked that previously someone had pitifully begged the La family, looking destitute. The La family was far more noble. Duong Tran had never struck a woman, but this kind of vicious woman, if he did not hit her, he could not swallow his anger. That woman gritted her teeth and shouted whether he wanted to die. Duong Tran sneered and told Tiu Kayat that woman's mouth was crooked. Straighten it for him. Tiu Kayat stepped forward, releasing the aura of the 3rd-level true martial realm. The Jia No beside them immediately told Ngak Hoi to let him handle it. For Tiu Kayat, these small fry could just come together at once. Duong Tran crossed his arms and watched, satisfied at Tiu Kayat's surging killing intent. Kanhan had not expected the two who were obedient at Triad Keem Courtyard to cause trouble as soon as they entered the academy. Tiu Ham hurriedly advised that the opponent Cultivation all exceeded the third-level true martial realm, and there were martial instructors present. It was best to withdraw. Ignoring the advice, Duong Tran excitedly shouted for Tiu Kayat to fight. According to academy rules, killing was forbidden, but if these two outsiders sought death themselves, the academy would not interfere. Tiu Kayat charged first, sneering that these people even hesitated while fighting. One person immediately struck, unleashing Flying Frost Fist with an extremely arrogant posture. Someone exclaimed that he was a heavenly Tao teacher. The academy truly had geniuses, but Duong Tran did not care at all. One punch from Tiu Kayat was enough to take their lives. The opponent rushed forward swift as an arrow, making it hard for onlookers to see clearly. Tiu Kayat frowned and said he had some skill. Immediately afterward, the opponent struck directly at Tiu Kayat's vital point, but the blow was like scratching an itch, completely unable to cause harm. The opponent could not believe it. Flying Frost Fist was ineffective. Tiu Kayat did not retreat half a step. Could it be he had dispelled the Frost True Chi? Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, Tiu Kayat immediately counterattacked. The opponent was hit head-on, letting out a miserable and bewildered cry. He was sent flying to the ground, lying motionless. Duong Tran mocked that man for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, telling Tiu Kayat to straighten his mouth properly. Tiu Kayat showed a guilty expression, and said, "Then let me do it again," with more sincerity. That man clutched his mouth and groaned, receiving a free jaw adjustment, yet the pain pierced to the bone. Immediately afterward, he collapsed to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. The young master of the Law family grew even more displeased at this sight. Everyone began paying attention to Tiu Kayat, not expecting him to be both handsome and so imposing. Some were curious. How could a move like Flying Frost Fist have no effect? How had the Frost True Chi entering his body been dissolved? The young master finally stepped forward. Tiu Kayat had successfully angered him. His aura erupted. He was actually at the fourth-level true martial realm. Tiu Kayat had not expected the opponent to be a true heavenly Tao master. Flames surged through the air, the momentum incomparably fierce. That was the innate fire attribute martial soul of the La family. It seemed La Van was truly enraged. Many thought Duong Tran was finished this time. Yet not necessarily. Tiu Kayat had once sent an opponent flying with a single punch. He seemed to still have a hidden trump card, only his cultivation was far lower. Tiu Kayat sneered, and provoked that if one alone was not enough, then call them all up. The Law family members stared wide-eyed. He truly was a madman seeking death. La Van aura flared, his eyes filled with confidence and killing intent. Flying cloud palms swept forth with flames rolling straight toward his opponent. La Van was an elite of Galaxy Academy, enough to rank within the top 50. Flying Cloud Palm was a profound grade martial skill suited to fire. Tiu Kayat was in danger this time. Tiu Kayat sank into a dark force, his eyes becoming unfathomably deep. Suddenly he shifted his stance, Flying Cloud Palm rushing toward him at extreme speed. Everyone gasped in shock. It was over. This time Tiu Kayat could hardly withstand such a terrifying Flying Cloud Palm seal. People hurriedly shouted reminders, telling him to dodge aside. Yet Tiu Kayat stood firm, directly receiving Flying Cloud Palm. This scene stunned everyone. How could such a thing happen? To confront Flying Cloud Palm head-on like this, his strength was truly frightening. Tiu Kayat was completely uninjured. Instead, he steadily blocked La Van's attack. La Van was furious to the point of madness. Could mere physical strength dissolve his attack? Duong Tran smiled arrogantly. Since breaking through to the true martial realm, Tiu Kayat had cultivated heavenly demon tyrant body. The hardness of his body was beyond these people understanding. Tiu Kayat immediately rushed at the one whose strike had been no more than a scratch to him. Van's face turned pale. This life was practically over. Nothing more to say. He clenched his hand tightly and did not let go, holding it for a long while. He leaned close and whispered a sentence. "Let me treat you to a punch." La Van was blasted away, sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. Tiu Kayat placed his foot on the disheveled body below. Trouble comes from the mouth. Trouble comes from the mouth. Crowd was horrified. What hidden force was so terrifying? The vicious woman beside him screamed in fury, "Release my brother at once." Tiu Kayat glared and shouted back, "Who was barking just now? Come over and take a punch from this young master. You have talked too much." The vicious woman stood frozen, her bun-like face instantly distorted. Looking again, it had turned from a bun into a flat pancake. She wailed miserably, as you sow so shall you reap. Tiu Kayat turned his head and muttered a complaint. In Duong Tran eyes, this group was truly too easy to handle. He even said irritably that merely slapping faces and mouths was meaningless. Everyone secretly speculated who these two were to be so overbearing. Duong Tran loudly mocked, "You naughty brats, go call the elders of your family, truly useless." The two from the Law family were carried away in a miserable state. Ham's sister hurriedly advised that before things escalated they should leave. Duong Tran was unwilling. He had not yet found the fox spirit. How could he return? Academy rules originally advocated martial artists dueling. They could not discriminate simply because he was not a student. Ham's sister shook her head. She did not believe this was merely a spar. Tiu Kayat scratched his head and said softly that he had struck a bit too hard just now. Ham's sister explained that the academy did not manage such matters, but La Van was only an ordinary elite of the law court. If it spread to the southern court, there would certainly be experts coming. Even core students might act. If they did not want to be beaten, they should leave quickly. As for the Law family, they could wait there. Duong Tran sneered. So what if elite? So what if core? Very impressive. It seemed Lin Hai was a core student of the Eastern Court. Core students were all heaven-favored sons, entirely not on the same level as La Van. Some had even reached the 9th level true martial realm. Older ones had stepped into the martial surge realm. During this, Duong Tran could not help letting out a cry. He had thought reaching the true martial realm at his age was the limit. He did not expect core students of Thien Nam Martial Academy to reach the 9th level. Duong Tran decided not to return. Master and mistress had said he must tour the academy thoroughly. Ham's sister guessed his purpose was to find Thien Lin Hai. Duong Tran did not hide it, but she was a core student of the Eastern Court. In the Eastern Court core area, outsiders simply could not step into that place. Seeing Duong Tran's surprise, she further explained that those not in the core area absolutely could not enter the core area. Duong Tran ignored it. He would go take a look first, if not possible, then return. Ham's sister could only chase after the two. She was uneasy after all. Ahead, magnificent pavilions and towers appeared incomparably splendid. Duong Tran group stepped deeper into the core area. Ham's sister cried out in alarm. That was an elite of the southern court. Law family group ahead pointed and gestured, heading straight toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran leaned close to Ham's sister's ear and whispered whether it was still possible to run. He cried out, "Try thinking whether there was still time to cry." Duong Tran sighed, "Then let us stretch our muscles a bit." An elite senior brother asked whether La Van had truly been defeated by this man. La Van gritted his teeth, unable to endure more humiliation. He begged the elite senior brother to teach this man a lesson. The reward would not be lacking. The elite senior brother laughed loudly, a trivial matter. As his words fell, thunder roared violently. The elite senior brother immediately struck to suppress the one who dared be insolent. The Law family shouted loudly. Tiu Kayat quickly blocked this senior brother's strike. The attack was so powerful that Tiu Kayat hesitated slightly. Difficulty was evident on his face. He could not be defeated so easily. Seeing this, the elite senior brother sneered. It seemed he had some ability. Then try this move. He immediately prepared to unleash the next strike. At that very moment, Duong Tran rushed forward to block the blow for Tiu Kayat. Counterattacked with extreme speed, a punch clearing the distance with the opponent. That man stood still, coldly watching the incoming strike. His eyes narrowed slightly in vigilance. Two fists collided, power erupting violently. The two Law family members were thrown away by the aftershock, while the elite senior brother frowned and stared at Duong Tran. The crowd quickly gathered to watch the commotion. What exactly was happening? Sensing the situation was not good, Duong Tran said that if anything happened, inform Lin Nhai first. He shouted provocatively, the Southern Court elite were only this much. The core were so weak, call them all out for me to fight. Clearly, this young master name is Duong Tran. After speaking, he pulled Tiu Kayat and ran off, leaving Ham's sister standing stunned and unable to react. La Van clenched his teeth and swore that sooner or later he would kill Duong Tran. Scene shifted. Another platform gradually appeared. Nguyen Tiu Tan, Galaxy Demoness, appeared. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Her face revealed sorrow as she sighed. Lin Hai, can you not live a little more comfortably? It is truly too bitter. Lin Nhai practiced her sword while grumbling. Another tea gathering arranged by some genius senior. She had clearly said beforehand that she would not attend such troublesome tea events. Galaxy Demoness let out a soft sigh. She understood. She knew Lin Nhai temperament was naturally proud. Yet today this young lady mood was especially good. After martial practice, her master had finally agreed to pass on to her barbaric Shu Han, a mid-grade, profound rank martial skill extremely compatible with her martial soul. Lin Ngai giggled. It seemed the other party position in Master Heart had finally been elevated. Galaxy Demoness happily responded with a soft acknowledgement. She told Lin Nhi about the amusing incident that happened at the Southern Court, making Lin Nhi laugh until she nearly choked. Lin Nhi asked curiously why the Southern Court had become so miserable. Galaxy Demoness said a group of Southern Court elites had been beaten miserably by two brats from outside. It was said they were beaten until they lost all face. Strangely, the two challengers had very low cultivation, at most only at the third-level true martial realm. It was truly puzzling. Most geniuses from all directions gathered in the academy. Could the other side be peerless heaven-favored talents from elsewhere? Galaxy Demoness believed the two might have come from another county, visiting Nam Thien for leisure, very likely carrying a considerable background force. It was unclear why those two targeted the Southern Court, and even flaunted their strength demanding to challenge the pillars of the Southern Court. Even Galaxy Demoness was stunned. They were only at the third-level true martial realm. No matter how defiant they were, they could not contend equally. Lin Nhi laughed mischievously. That was truly too crazy. Galaxy Demoness added that, when leaving, that man seemed to claim his name was Duong Tran. Hearing that name, Lin Nhi was stunned. She turned to ask Tiu Tan who he was talking about. Tiu Tan asked in surprise, could it be that Lin Nhi knew those people? Lin Nhi's cheeks flushed faintly. She touched the mark on her body. She did not expect that person to track her down so quickly. She asked Tiu Tan whether only the two of them had come to the martial residence. Tiu Tan recalled for a moment, before saying that it seemed there was one more person accompanying them. That was an ordinary student of the South Court, named Can Ham. As soon as Lin Nhi heard this, she immediately wanted to go out. Tiu Tan was puzzled. Could it be that she had been completely captivated by someone? On the other side, while Can Ham was half asleep, she heard a knock on the door. She jolted awake. It turned out they had found her. Her fellow disciples asked curiously who that handsome young man earlier was. Ham blushed. She herself did not know their background. The others looked disappointed. Were they not together with her? And Ham could only lower her head, sighing inwardly in self-reproach. After speaking, the two fellow disciples left with faces full of regret. How could that woman attract those two geniuses? Truly infuriating. Just as she closed the door, another knock immediately sounded. Can Ham jumped in fright. What was it this time? She opened the door and shouted that she did not know who they were. The figure before her left, Can Ham utterly astonished. Lin Nhi appeared before her with eyes full of curiosity. Can Ham was stunned. Could this person be? Lin Nhi quickly introduced herself. I am Thien Lin Nhi. Where is Duong Tran now? Can Ham stammered that they were in front of Chiat Kim Veen. Before she could say more, Thien Lin Nhi had already left, casually offering a word of thanks. Can Ham spoke up, offering to lead her there. Chiat Kim Veen appeared elegant, its scenery poetic and refined. The beauty there noticed the two of them and cast a glance over. Can Ham greeted politely, her gaze clearly showing restraint. Beauty looked from Can Ham to Thien Lin Nhi, then sighed softly. She said that she truly resembled her mother. No wonder that man had been so captivated. Lin Nhi bowed to the senior, suddenly recalling that this was her mother's rival from years ago. The woman turned and told Lin Nhi to quickly go in to see her father. Thien Lin Nhi hurried inside. She looked at her father anxiously, asking why his cultivation had become like this. Father stroked his daughter's head and smiled, saying that a beauty of unmatched looks was doomed to misfortune, punished by the heavens for defying them. How could a man fight against heaven? Lin Nhi wiped her tears and told her father to stop joking. Seeing a figure lurking in the distance, he still dared to laugh. Lin Nhi immediately dragged that little thief over and demanded how he had taken care of her father, why they had ended up in Thien Nam. Duong Tran's ear was twisted painfully until he begged for mercy. Lin Nhi refused to let go. Only a madwoman would spare Duong Tran. Lin Nhi's father advised her not to blame that boy. This matter was not his fault. Hearing this, Lin Nhi reluctantly released Duong Tran's ear. Duong Tran promised that he would find a way to treat her father. Lin Nhi angrily asked how he dared to call her Lin Tin. Suddenly, a person descended from behind them. It was a retainer of the Thien family, who had come to invite Lin Nhi back to the residence. Lin Nhi asked what right he had to interfere with where she went. The retainer said that his responsibility was to protect the young lady, and he hoped she would stay away from danger. He looked at Thien Ba Quang and said that daring to return to Thien Nam without keeping the agreement was seeking death. Thien Ba Quang gave a cold smile. His cultivation was already gone. What was there to fear about death? Don Dai Q opened with a punch carrying blazing flames. Before he could strike, a woman's voice rang out, telling Don Dai Q to get out of Chiat Kim Veen. The beauty stood in front of Thien Ba Quang, truly a display of deep affection and loyalty. Don Dai Q fell silent for a moment, then abandoned the intention to attack. Facing Thien Ba Quang, He had not expected that the old man had truly lost all cultivation. Even without cultivation, it was best not to appear in the inner city. If he encountered people from Antayat Lao, there would only be death, and he should also limit contact with Thien Lin Nha. After finishing, he invited Thien Lin Nha to return to the residence. She attracted too many gazes. If they did not wish to bring disaster upon Chayat Kim Veen, she should come here less often. Thien Ba Kwong also advised his daughter to return. If she wished to grasp her fate, she could only rely on her fists. Duong Tran advised her not to let hatred cloud her will. They still had time to wait. Thien Lin Nha nodded and made a promise to Duong Tran. After speaking, she returned with Don Dai Q. Duong Tran watched their departing figures with a contemplative gaze. When passively enduring suffering, people are always powerless, longing for strength to break all barriers. Yet obstacles repeat endlessly. What should be done in the end? Such circumstances, most would sink into hatred, frantically increasing their power in hopes of shattering every blockade. But they forgot that personal strength had limits. Even pure power was the same. His master asked what he would do if he were Duong Tran. He shook his head. He himself did not know the answer. His master stroked his head and said that it was all right. This time his master and grandfather wanted to teach him that besides martial force, there was something else that could resolve many troubles, and that was wisdom. One must think carefully, pursuing the pinnacle of the martial path while striving to become a wise and virtuous person. Duong Tran withdrew his gaze and returned to reality with firm resolve. Thien Ba Kwong asked whether he felt uncomfortable and helpless. He shook his head and replied that he did not at all. Thien Ba Kwong smiled bitterly. The one who felt uncomfortable was not he but himself. He was truly stifled. He even wanted to beat Duong Tran to vent his anger. If there was grievance, then speak it. Otherwise, quickly increase strength. When one's fists were large enough, any monster would fall. Duong Tran calmly drank tea, leaving Thien Ba Kwong in disbelief. Could it be that he was angry to that extent? Duong Tran asked Dai Can about the current situation of Thien Nam City and the major forces, including those hostile to his master. Dai Can nodded and said there was no problem. Thien Ba Kwong was surprised by this boy's composure. Duong Tran believed that life was like a game of chess. His earlier teachings still remain. Just treat Thien Nam as a vast chessboard filled with demons and monsters. Could the situation be overturned? Charging in blindly to kill was merely reckless behavior, at most like a small pawn that would sooner or later be swallowed. Thien Ba Kwong still believed that Duong Tran could overcome this trial, but he himself was not so optimistic. For now, he still wanted to focus on cultivation. Indeed, he had not misjudged. This boy was truly worthy to be a disciple. The next morning, Duong Tran went to find Dai Can to clarify everything. Dai Can handed him a detailed dossier about the forces in Thien Nam and told him to study it slowly. Duong Tran happily thanked his master's wife. Dai Can turned away, not forgetting to encourage him to work hard. Holding the documents in his hand, Duong Tran understood quite a few things. The three strongest forces in the South City were Thien Nam Vo Phu, Don Mok Hao Lao, and An Sat Lao. His master had offended them many times yet still survived, which was truly rare. Now there was also the Kim Ung Jia Tak, which additionally held the position of prefect. This chess game was truly difficult to play. Duong Tran sighed softly. He ate in a heavy mood, finding no appetite. The master asked whether he truly wanted to become a chess player on the board. He replied that playing chess in silence was the conduct of a gentleman. One only needed to observe and not interfere in unnecessary matters. His master ate leisurely and told Duong Tran that since he was mature enough, he should handle it himself. He ate and drank happily, and Dai Can also smiled while having dinner. She said she had heard that the little girl of martial uncle had encountered a scheme in the secret realm of Thien Nam and was poisoned by the deadly Manhua toxin. Danger was imminent. Why not go and take a look? Thien Ba Kwong's eyes widened. The deadly Manhua toxin. He remembered that martial uncle truly had a daughter, her age similar to Thien Lin Nha. Deadly Manhua poison was a toxin of the heavenly realm, let alone Thien Nam. Even in Dong, though, it was difficult to find an antidote. How could such a thing appear in the secret realm? Tiu Kayat curiously asked what the secret realm actually was. Dai Can explained that it was a strange spatial rift, varying in size. Most were barren and desolate, without living beings or treasures. Yet there were also secret realms that gave birth to heavenly treasures, even leaving behind the legacy of powerful experts, extremely rare. The entrance to the Thien Nam secret realm lay within the Vo Phu. This was the reason Vo Phu became the strongest force, and also a great opportunity to step onto the chessboard. The urgent matter was to join Vo Phu and become a core disciple. Deadly poison to others meant death, but with Duong Tran's primordial demonic dragon martial soul, there might still be a way. He told his master that martial granduncle was in trouble. As a junior, he could not fail to visit. He understood that his master intended to speak about seeking an opportunity to join Vo Fu. His master said to first see the situation clearly. Martial granduncle was in turmoil. Joining Vo Fu could not be accomplished overnight. There was no need to trouble anyone. In truth, he wanted to try the Manhua poison. Perhaps it could be resolved. His master doubted could he truly dispel it. It sounded too vague. Duong Tran affirmed that his martial soul was somewhat special. His master curiously asked what martial soul it was. Tiu Kayat replied that Duong Tran's martial soul was the number one under heaven. His master immediately scolded him for speaking nonsense. In fact, Duong Tran possessed twin martial souls, a serpent-shaped sword soul and the number one martial soul under heaven. His master did not care about the name, only whether he could dispel the poison. Duong Tran said that claiming 7 parts certainty was already modest. 7 parts certainty was enough to attempt it. After all, it was more than half worth the risk. When they arrived, the scene was completely different from before. 3 of them stepped into the inner hall together. The guards stopped them. This was the center of the North Court. Those who were not disciples were not allowed inside. His master took out a token for them to see. Guards were astonished. It was indeed a pass token. Thus they hurriedly opened the door for the 3. The 3 calmly entered the inner hall. This not the renowned holy sword. Meeting you tonight was truly an honor. Thien Ba Quang said to Martial Uncle that he sought an audience regarding the poison flower. Martial Uncle opened the door wide and invited them inside. As soon as they stepped in, the chaotic scene gradually became clear. The man before them looked haggard, his appearance disheveled. He was Cao Tran-o, the head of the North Court of Vo Fu. He asked in shock who had crippled Thien Ba Quang's cultivation to such a state. Thien Ba Quang recounted the encounter with the demonic beast at San Mok Chiu Ka, escaping with his life, but his martial soul had not recovered, leaving his soul power depleted. Martial Uncle fell silent, not expecting it to be so severe. He introduced Duong Tran as his disciple, whose special martial soul could detoxify little junior sister. Martial Uncle was startled. A martial soul that could detoxify. He wanted to see Duong Tran's martial soul with his own eyes. Tiu Kayat intended to speak the name of the martial soul, but Duong Tran stopped him in time. He only said that his martial soul belonged to a restraining attribute and could counter the poison flower. After speaking, Duong Tran slowly summoned his martial soul. Light enveloped his body. His aura gradually revealed. The martial soul manifested in a deep crimson hue, completely different from before. Blood dragon gradually emerged. Its overwhelming might surged, inspiring awe. Martial Uncle felt immense pressure. Though he could not see clearly, he knew it was extraordinary. His master secretly felt disappointed. This boy hid too deeply. Even he had been fooled. Martial Uncle asked Duong Tran to try and see whether there was still hope. Even with a high-grade martial soul, the poison flower was extremely hard to dispel, usually leading only to death. Martial Uncle rose and led the way. Upon arrival, little junior sister lay within an ice chamber, the poison flaring, leaving her breath faint. Martial Uncle could only seal the poison flower into a spirit altar upon her forehead, but it would not last long. Duong Tran stepped forward, saying to let him try once. After speaking, he did not immediately summon his martial soul, but closed his eyes and focused. Lin Enhai's body was weak, invaded by the aura of the martial soul. The martial soul gradually merged into the spirit altar on her forehead. As soon as it was drawn in, Martial Uncle discovered the seal had tight, seemingly wanting to stop Duong Tran from continuing. But his master immediately stopped him, telling him not to be hasty and to observe further. Martial Uncle's eyes widened. Could it truly be this? Lin Nhai cried out, her spirit altar trembling violently. Duong Tran directly confronted the poison flower. A clear sense of danger surged. The young girl screamed in pain, her spirit altar nearly shattering completely. In the end, her complexion gradually became rosier. Martial Uncle was astonished. It actually had an effect. Lin Nhai fell into a coma, but her color had visibly improved. At the same time, Duong Tran also withdrew his martial soul. Martial Uncle hurried to his daughter's side, his eyes full of worry. He carefully examined her condition. He profusely thanked Thien Ba Quang. Today he owed a great debt of gratitude. Thien Ba Quang replied that the credit belonged to Duong Tran. It was enough to remember his favor. Martial Uncle joyfully embraced the 3 benefactors, inviting them to stay and drink the heaven essence tea he had long treasured. His master said Martial Uncle was too courteous. It was good enough that Lin Nhai had kept her life. In the future, she would surely enjoy abundant blessings. Tiu Kayat saw that Duong Tran seemed different and asked about his condition. Duong Tran said he was fine and would recover after some rest. But in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he should not use the primordial demonic dragon martial soul to absorb such dangerous energy, because the consumption was too great. His master said heaven essence tea was a rare item that could strengthen the body and aid recovery. telling him to drink more later. Not long after, the four sat down at the tea table together. Martial uncle personally poured heaven essence tea for the three of them. Duong Tran followed his master's words and quickly drank as much as possible. It truly was good stuff. He even urged Tiu Kayat to drink more. His master angrily scolded, "Who drank tea like that? It was truly embarrassing." Martial uncle laughed heartily, worthy indeed of Thien Ba Quang's disciple, seeing benefit and never letting go. Thien Ba Quang forced himself to remain composed, repeating twice for proper courtesy. Martial uncle recounted that 3 years ago he had invited the national preceptor to divine Lin Enhai's fate, saying her future was boundless. Recently worried, he had sent word to the royal capital to seek another reading. Fortunately, this time calamity had turned to blessing. Duong Tran was astonished. A heavenly Tao fate master, so such a martial soul truly existed. His master smiled gently. The world was vast and anything could happen. Martial uncle understood his master's meaning. Wanting to bring the two youths into Vo Fu, his master nodded as tacit consent. Martial uncle said the two could enter the North Court. After the incident years ago, their master no longer accepted disciples and devoted himself solely to the sword. The only exception was a little girl named Thien Lin Hai. Thien Ba Quang felt grateful in his heart. His master was truly magnanimous. Duong Tran expressed that he wished to enter the East Court to cultivate the sword path under senior sister. His master immediately rejected it, saying he should not even dream of it, leaving Duong Tran puzzled. Martial uncle nodded and explained that Duong Tran was not suited for the East Court. Moreover, Vo Fu was very complicated now. He would understand later. Duong Tran replied irritably, "Fine, fine." Martial uncle turned to ask Tiu Kayat what body cultivation art he could practice. He even asked whether he wished to take him as master. With such bright features following him would guarantee a future surrounded by beauties. Duong Tran and his master were both stunned by that sudden proposal. Tiu Kayat fell silent for a moment, then gently nodded. Martial uncle burst into hearty laughter, full of joy. Excellent, truly excellent. Scene made one feel somewhat unaccustomed. Duong Tran only worried that from now on Tiu Kayat would become his martial uncle. His master tapped his head, telling him not to mind status. Cultivating well was what mattered. Being accepted by martial granduncle was Tiu Kayat's fortune. Duong Tran felt wronged, as if only he had lost face. His master glared and asked what he had just said. Duong Tran immediately changed his tone and praised his master's handsome bearing. Martial uncle reminded Duong Tran that he must first become an elite disciple. Only with sufficient performance could he enter the central training area. Duong Tran stammered, feeling as if he was being targeted. His master smiled slyly, saying martial uncle was indeed wise. 3 days later, Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat officially joined the North Court. People whispered everywhere, so that was Duong Tran, only at the second level of true martial realm, yet daring to squeeze into the ranks of elite disciples. Indeed, his appearance was easy to spot among the crowd. Just as rumored, he looked no different from a fool. Duong Tran asked a passerby where the North Court training ground was. The others sneered at him. What training ground? North Court had no separate ground. All 4 courts shared the central arena. It happened they were heading there as well, so they invited him along. Duong Tran gladly agreed. Upon reaching the shared arena, the atmosphere immediately brightened. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat bade farewell to the 2 senior sisters who had led the way. Before leaving, someone called Duong Tran back to ask a question. Duong Tran asked Tiu Kayat whether Elder Kao was teaching him martial arts. Tiu Kayat nodded in confirmation. He had taught him a very formidable fist technique called Coiling Dragon Fist, and without entering the basics, he was not allowed to rest. Duong Tran curiously asked what kind of fist technique it was. Tiu Kayat did not even know its grade. Duong Tran found it strange and looked around. A group of people approached them, looking extremely familiar. It was La Van and his group, mocking that the two even dared to join Vo Fu. Quite bold. Duong Tran gave a cold smile, saying La Van seemed to have forgotten the pain once his mouth healed and wanted to cause trouble again. With your Tiu Kayat, La Van fumed. How could he forget? The vicious woman warned the two not to be complacent. Sooner or later someone from the South Court would teach them a lesson. Duong Tran replied it did not matter. Even if they all came together like last time, it would be fine. The vicious woman stomped angrily, telling him to just wait. After speaking, the whole group left in resentment. Duong Tran told Tiu Kayat to ignore them and continue practicing. At that moment, someone approached and asked whether he was Duong Tran. Duong Tran nodded, asking what exactly had happened. The man said he had heard of Duong Tran's prowess and brought a challenge letter, asking whether he dared to fight. Duong Tran held the challenge letter, slightly contemplative, frankly said he had no time for such matters, and casually tossed the letter away. The letter fell to the ground with a swish, driving the opponent into fury. Duong Tran did not bother to care and turned to leave at once. 10 days later at the training ground, many were discussing that Duong Tran was a coward. Some said he ignored every challenge letter and dared not accept anyone's challenge. Duong Tran felt annoyed and retorted that he was not afraid. If they wanted to fight, they should call someone stronger. At that moment, a voice rang out, making the two men flee in haste. "Do I have the honor to challenge you?" Hearing that voice, Duong Tran's mood changed instantly. He turned around and looked clearly at the opponent. That man was Lahone of the Kim Ung Jiatok. As expected, Duong Tran had no idea who this person was. Lahone grew angry. "You do not even know the Kim Ung Jiatok." Duong Tran's expression darkened. The Kim Ung Jiatok. Fine, he accepted Lahone's challenge. The disciples buzzed with excitement. Duong Tran had just entered, yet dared to accept a challenge. The two had already reached the arena. Everyone eagerly urged one another to hurry and watch. The arena quickly filled with spectators for this match. Cheers for Lahone and Duong Tran rose without cease. The referee spoke. Both sides should negotiate the rules themselves. Lahone sneered, saying he heard Duong Tran was arrogant. Did he dare to fight without rules? The crowd was stunned. A no-rules fight. Duong Tran frowned. He did not fear life or death, but what benefit was there in killing him? He said fighting without rules was fine, but killing would only bring trouble. The Kim Ung Jiatok was domineering. He did not wish to form needless enmity, telling Lahone to be more realistic. Lahone mocked, saying his opponent was cowardly and talkative. Duong Tran laughed coldly, saying to state clearly how he wished to wager. Lahone looked disdainful. "Someone like you, how much could you wager?" He asked whether he dared to wager 1 low-grade spirit stone. Duong Tran burst into laughter. Even 100 low-grade spirit stones were brought to wager. Was he not afraid of disgracing the Kim Ung Jiatok? He was poor, so he only dared to wager a mid-grade yellow rank storage ring. Lahone and the entire audience stared wide-eyed at Duong Tran's wager. Many secretly wondered whether this fellow had gone mad. A mid-grade yellow rank storage ring was extremely rare. Even the Kim Ung Jiatok might not possess one. If it appeared, it would be enough to make major forces contend. Duong Tran asked coldly whether Lahone did not have a mid-grade ring. Lahone was speechless. Could he admit defeat before everyone? He cursed Duong Tran as a pauper who did not even have such a thing. His time was precious. Stop dawdling and finish the fight so he could leave. Lahone fell silent, inwardly astonished at how Duong Tran could be so wealthy. He immediately turned to ask La Van how many spirit stones he had, and to hand them all over. Before La Van could react, everything was taken. He then turned to the vicious woman and demanded whatever she had left. Everything was stripped clean. Though resentful, they dared not speak. Lahone handed all the wagers to the referee. He said if he could not defeat Duong Tran, he would not take those items back. Duong Tran laughed loudly, borrowing items yet still daring to act fierce. He asked the referee, aside from killing the opponent, anything was allowed. The referee hesitated, saying both sides should agree themselves. Lahone nodded, as long as Duong Tran was not afraid. Duong Tran chuckled, saying this rule was not bad. Referee shouted that in 5 breaths the match would begin. She leapt high into the air, leaving the combat area. Lahone struck first, his cultivation already at the 6th level of true martial realm. The gap was too great. The crowd believed Duong Tran was finished this time. Lacking strength yet daring to provoke, Lahone was courting death. Lahone opened with golden spirit palm, his aura oppressive. Duong Tran still stood in place without moving. Crowd exclaimed. The stance was not bad. Had he finally used his trump card? A deep crimson light flashed, no less mysterious than any other. Lahone sneered. Was that all the ability he had? Suddenly he felt his true chi tightly bound by something. Duong Tran remained standing still, only using mystic hand to control the situation. Lahone suddenly struck and hit him. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Lahone laughed smugly, thinking Duong Tran was finished. His golden eagle martial soul soared across the arena, its momentum towering. Duong Tran revealed a cold smile. This had been a trap he set from the start. Crowd erupted. What exactly had happened? Duong Tran smiled and asked whether he thought he had hit him. No, it was he who had hit him. His mystic hand had already touched his arm. Lahone panicked, the true chi in his body being completely drained. Duong Tran laughed loudly, calling him a true waste, standing still to be beaten, and now unable even to resist. Lahone began to feel fear. This time he was truly done for. Duong Tran launched an excited attack. Wanting to run now, it was too late. He threw a straight punch at his opponent's face. Lahone screamed miserably as he was blasted backward. He clutched his face and groaned, his features completely distorted. Duong Tran stepped on him and asked whether according to the rules he could cripple him. Lahone begged in panic, pleading not to do so. Duong Tran said he disliked violence and preferred to persuade with reason. Today he would spare him. In the future, if they met, he should step aside. Could he do that? Lahone nodded frantically like a loyal dog. promising to stay far away from him. Everyone was shocked. They had clearly seen Lahone strike Duong Tran's Danshan. How was he completely unharmed? Duong Tran gathered all the wagers and called Tiu Kayat, saying today was a windfall. The two of them would go enjoy a good meal. All eyes followed Duong Tran's departing figure. With such strength, he would surely establish himself in this academy. Under the bright sky, Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat happily walked out of the court. Suddenly, Duong Tran's gaze shifted slightly, sensing something was off. Dai Kan was massaging his master, looking no different from a newlywed couple. His master broke into sweat and hurriedly said, "Lak, why are you pinching me?" Dai Kan appeared somewhat stubborn, ignoring his complaints. His master asked whether she could be gentler. The two watching nearby both blushed. After speaking, he turned to scold Duong Tran, saying cultivation required perseverance and patience. Returning after only 2 days in Vo Fu was no different from wasting time and life. Duong Tran laughed blankly, asking what was being wasted. His master told him to go make tea, the type that only moved after being kicked. Dai Kan softly asked Duong Tran whether cultivation was going smoothly. Duong Tran nodded, saying it was indeed a holy land for cultivation. Even the training ground alone was satisfying. Dai Kan encouraged him to strive to enter the core area before year-end, because every year-end the core disciples of the 4 courts would gain a great opportunity. Duong Tran curiously stepped closer and asked what that fortune was. His master pondered briefly before answering, the Thien Nam's secret realm. Duong Tran thought to himself, what was so impressive about that? Dai Kan knew the two had never encountered it before, and began to explain carefully. A secret realm was an unstable space. Most would gradually fade and collapse, with no fixed rules or energy levels. The two fools listened, yet still remained confused. Dai Kan smiled and explained that an energy limit meant a cultivation limit. Beings above a certain realm could not enter. For example, those in the Thien Hop realm could not enter the Thien Nam secret realm. Moreover, if the secret realm was excessively interfered with by allowing warriors to enter and exit, it would collapse faster. Thien Nam secret realm controlled by Vo Fu would open each year-end. Only core disciples of the 4 courts could enter. Therefore, Duong Tran must work hard. Inside were countless treasures, yet it had never been fully explored. Duong Tran's gaze grew firm. He understood clearly now. The peaceful Kim Vien suddenly saw the appearance of 2 troublesome figures. Duong Tran pulled Tiu Kayat, intending to leave. The two were quickly driven out of the place. Duong Tran felt unconvinced. Could it be his master feared he would disturb his late life romance? His master ignored him and shouted for him to hurry back to the court to cultivate. Take that one with you and get out of sight, causing trouble all day long. Duong Tran gritted his teeth in anger, yet could do nothing. His master turned his back and slowly walked into the courtyard. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat returned to Vo Fu. He wondered why he had to bring this thing along. Thinking carefully, bringing it along did not seem bad. Beauties often liked this sort of thing. Playing with it was a familiar pleasure. Two sat down laughing and teasing, petting the little leopard cub. Duong Tran fumed. What nonsense was this? This brat was truly troublesome. At the core area of the North Court, Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat stood before a door. Lin Engai opened the door and happily greeted Tiu Kayat. Duong Tran was stunned. What was going on? Lin Engai looked at Duong Tran and asked who he was. Tiu Kayat introduced him as Duong Tran, the one who had saved her from the poison flower. Lin Engai sized Duong Tran up. So it was him. Martial Uncle Dai said his face was detestable indeed. Flirting around was not enough, and he even dared to corrupt brother Vo Kai. Duong Tran asked blankly when he had ever flirted. He angrily thought that old man must have slandered him. But looking closely, Lin Nhai seemed rather concerned about Tiu Kayat. Very well, Vo Kayat was so quiet yet had drawn Lin Nhai's attention. Lin Nhai blushed and scolded him for speaking nonsense, telling him not to call her Lin Nhai, but to address her as Martial Aunt. Only then did Duong Tran remember she was a generation above him. Duong Tran leaned close to Lin Nhai and said then she should call him junior brother. Lin Nhai looked at the pet on Duong Tran's body, saying the little beast was truly adorable. The pet immediately flared up, saying she was the dog and her whole family were dogs. It was not a dog. Duong Tran asked Lin Nhai whether she found it cute. The pet cursed loudly in anger, causing Duong Tran to suffer collateral scolding. Lin Nhai hugged the pet into her arms, her expression delighted. She asked Duong Tran whether he had defeated Lahone. Duong Tran brushed it off with a smile, asking whether Martial Uncle had told her. Lin Nhai reminded him to cultivate seriously in the coming 3 months, not to grow arrogant for defeating Lahone. In 3 months there would be a task for him. Duong Tran rejoiced. Could it be Martial Uncle had recognized his talent? He patted his chest and promised to cultivate well. Time passed swiftly. 3 months later at the small courtyard of the North Court core area, Duong Tran was training harshly, his aura surging. Sword slash tore through the air, his movement swift as a gallop. Gravel scattered everywhere, the power far from weak. Duong Tran had comprehended 25 strands of sword chi, With 5 more, the Lingshan sword momentum would reach completion. He turned to look at the pet behind him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Duong Tran asked what it wanted again. Could it be craving spirit stones? Tossed a spirit stone to it. The pet immediately drooled. It gnawed the spirit stone like a dog chewing a bone. Duong Tran sighed. 1 per day, and it had already eaten 15 low-grade spirit stones. At this rate, he would be poor sooner or later. Suddenly, a voice called out Zyro Hai. It was Lin Nhai and Tiu Kayat approaching. Duong Tran beamed, saying they had arrived. Duong Tran suddenly appeared and said the two had been discovered by him. Tiu Kayat greeted happily, while Lin Nhai looked displeased. Zyro Hai dashed toward the two, seeking food with agility. Lin Nhai happily lifted Zyro Hai, asking whether it missed its master. Had your wicked master bullied you again? Duong Tran said if Lin Nhai liked Zyro Hai, she could take it back to the residence for a few days. Lin Nhai happily asked if that was true. Duong Tran nodded firmly. Of course it was true. Lin Nhai teased excitedly. From now on, Zyro Hai can follow Big Sister. Zyro Hai immediately nodded repeatedly upon hearing that. Seeing it so obedient, Lin Nhai was extremely satisfied and even praised it for being well-behaved. Duong Tran had already broken through to the 4th level of true martial realm. He asked Tiu Kayat how far he had reached, telling him not to say he was still immersed in gentle affection without making progress. Tiu Kayat stammered without words. Lin Nhai beside him snorted coldly. Everyone knew the outcome. Kayat was at the 6th level of true martial realm, while Duong Tran was only at the 4th. How could they compare? Lin Nhai felt somewhat indignant on Tiu Kayat's behalf. Duong Tran glanced at Vo Kayat, inwardly thinking this brat was bragging too much. Lin Nhai almost forgot the important matter and hurriedly urged Duong Tran to go quickly. The Grand Mentors were still waiting. Duong Tran curiously asked where the two of them were going. Vo Kayat explained it was the core area assessment. Duong Tran was about to be accepted as a core disciple of the North Core. Hearing this, Duong Tran suddenly remembered, unable to suppress his joy. The sun stood high, blue fiery light mixed with pale white hues, appearing extraordinarily harmonious. Upon arriving at the North Court, only Duong Tran was allowed to enter. Lin Nhai and Vo Kayat requested to return first. Before leaving, Duong Tran suddenly recalled something and instructed Lin Nhai. Zyro Hai had a rather strange appetite. It had to eat spirit stones every day. Lin Nhai had not even asked clearly when Duong Tran had already run off. He had not asked how to feed it, and Vo Kayat did not know Zyro Hai could even eat spirit stones. Lin Nhai searched her pouch to see if any spirit stones remained. Sure enough, there was still one. Zyro Hai's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing it. Its greedy appearance was obvious, just like a dog starved for days. Nhai smiled brightly and put the spirit stone into its mouth. In the blink of an eye, the spirit stone shattered. Only the crunching sound remained in its mouth. Vo Kayat and Lin Nhai were both stunned at the sight. They did not expect Zyro Hai could swallow even a low-grade spirit stone. Nhai turned to ask Vo Kayat where Duong Tran had picked Zyro Hai up. Vo Kayat replied awkwardly that it was just picked up, truly just picked up. Nhai did not believe him and continued pressing, asking where it was picked up. Vo Kayat shook his head, truly not remembering and not knowing. Lin Nhai felt a little disappointed and said she would ask Duong Tran directly next time. Perhaps they could even go pick up another one together. On Duong Tran's side, he pushed the door open and entered, frankly stating he had come to participate in the assessment. Before him stood 2 grand figures like ancient trees, chatting leisurely. One grand mentor clarified Duong Tran's identity, knowing he was only at the 4th level of true martial realm yet capable of fighting beyond his level, which was why he had been summoned for assessment. Rumor had it he defeated Lahone of the South Court with a single move, something they initially found hard to believe. He then summoned attendants to bring out several specially trained individuals. Those carefully selected quickly stepped out, their bearing extremely arrogant. He instructed Mang Thap that Duong Tran was here for assessment. Only a test of strength was needed. He must know his limits. Mang Thap, with his towering physique, looked at Duong Tran, introduced himself as at the 6th level of true martial realm, and requested guidance. Duong Tran curled his lips. Only 6th level of true martial realm, then there was no need for guidance. Mang Thap asked if he intended to forfeit. Even with lower cultivation, fighting beyond one's level gave opportunity. He should not give up easily. Duong Tran picked at his ear, saying he meant Mang Thap alone was not enough. If a few more were added, perhaps there would be some hope. Mang Thap angrily shouted, "Brat, you dare look down on me." The 2 grand mentors were also surprised by Duong Tran's reply. Duong Tran calmly said that the truth was Mang Thap alone could not defeat him. Mang Thap believed Duong Tran was overly arrogant, and his anger flared instantly. One grand mentor spoke. The 4 courts Vo Fu was different from other places. To become a core disciple, one must have some pride and dare to display strength. Duong Tran assumed a stance and replied with a cold smile. If you do not believe it, then come and try. Manhua immediately circulated his power, his aura exploding hard as metal and stone. Duong Tran was slightly surprised, not expecting the opponent to be an Earth attribute Heavenly Dao Master. Manhua did not hesitate and swiftly charged at Duong Tran. Duong Tran also unleashed his potential and took the initiative to meet the attack. He struck head-on, closing in without giving any chance to evade. Manhua never expected his own attack to be so heavily suppressed. During the clash, he was severely injured by Duong Tran's offensive. His momentum greatly weakened. Could not recognize what kind of sword technique Duong Tran was using. A grand mentor exclaimed in shock that it was Ling Shan's sword momentum, already beyond minor completion. Sword cultivators were indeed terrifying. It seemed their North Court had produced another monstrous talent. Yet after several months, he was still only at the 4th level of true martial realm. Not rely on a bit of talent to grow lazy. Duong Tran's little talent was not even a fraction of the 4 Court's Vo Fu. Duong Tran felt slightly tired, inwardly thinking this old man must clash with him by fate. He did not understand what Thiern Ba Quang saw in Duong Tran to place him in the North Court core area. From now on, he must follow his arrangements. Duong Tran could only smile awkwardly. He continued, warning that if by year-end Duong Tran's cultivation had not reached the 9th level of true martial realm, he would immediately leave the North Court. Even if reaching 9th level, but Ling Shan's sword momentum had not reached great completion, he would lose qualification to enter the Thien Nam's secret realm. Another grand mentor felt the chief was too harsh. Duong Tran was only 4th level, and with just over half a year remaining, even day and night cultivation would make reaching 9th level difficult. Duong Tran secretly cursed that this old cow was clearly forcing him toward death. Next day, everywhere people discussed that Duong Tran had to reach the 9th level of true martial realm before year-end. Everyone thought it unreasonable since he was only at the 4th level. Duong Tran sighed. It seemed the news had spread everywhere. Vo Kiat stepped into the residence, calling out Master with an awkward expression. Chief Kao sipped tea and asked what matter he had. Vo Kiat innocently asked about his elder brother's situation. His master then asked whether he believed his elder brother could reach the 9th level before year-end. Vo Kiat answered without hesitation. Of course it was possible. He nodded. If you could do it, then why would Duong Tran not have hope? Vo Kiat found it reasonable. By year-end, reaching great completion in coiling Dragon Fist was still within reach. Chief Kao added that Vo Kiat had not even begun coiling Dragon Fist, while Duong Tran had long cultivated Ling Shan's sword momentum. Thus there was even less reason he could not succeed. Vo Kiat eagerly replied that he would go cultivate and not ask further. Chief Kao smiled watching him leave, inwardly thinking he was truly a fool. Turning back to Duong Tran, before him stood an extremely shabby house. As a core area, it arranged such a dilapidated room for Duong Tran. Clearly intentional difficulty. Gravity cultivation ground of the North Court core area was the famed Thien Quan Tower. Duong Tran had never expected Thien Quan Tower could accelerate cultivation so rapidly. Lin Nhi explained that the North Court core Thien Quan Tower far surpassed the gravity grounds of the other 3 courts, not merely by a little, leaving Duong Tran still not fully understanding. He sighed softly. What exactly did that mean? Lin Nhi continued that in terms of body refinement, Thien Quan Tower was a sacred land. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly. He hurried off, not forgetting to thank Lin Nhi. She could not even stop him before he had vanished. Before the towering Thien Quan Tower, Duong Tran stood like a tiny ant. He widened his eyes, completely overwhelmed by the majestic sight. Duong Tran's gaze rested on the notice board mounted on the wall. It was the Thien Quan ranking list, recording who reached which floor and for how long. Rank 97, Kao Chan AC, 6th floor, 31 hours. Duong Tran's mouth fell open. Was that not Chief Kao? And yet only ranked 97. No one on the board had surpassed the 6th floor. Clearly the tower had 9 floors. Could it be the 7th floor required special conditions? He was too lazy to think further and decided to enter first. He only hoped the gravity on the 1st floor was not too terrifying. The moment he stepped in, terrifying gravity pressed down, causing Duong Tran pain so intense he nearly collapsed. This pressure truly suppressed people tyrannically. He hurriedly condensed true chi, struggling against the immense pressure of the 1st floor. After a while he barely stabilized. Duong Tran gasped repeatedly. Looking around, he saw that there were still a few other people inside. In addition, there were quite a few entrances leading to other areas. Only the 1st floor already had such terrifying gravity. It seemed that refining spirit stones here to strengthen true chi would be extremely difficult. After half an hour passed, Duong Tran finally fully adapted. Clearly, this place could accelerate cultivation speed, but one had to use true qi to protect the body before refining qi. Almost no one could accomplish that. Duong Tran sneered. This was far too simple for him. With Heavenly Thunder True Qi and Solar True Qi, one for body protection and one for cultivation was enough. Decided to find a stone chamber to verify his guess. At that moment, Duong Tran noticed someone had just left a nearby stone chamber. He did not hesitate and immediately stepped straight into that stone chamber. Curses immediately rang out from outside. That had originally been his stone chamber. Duong Tran was truly courting death. Duong Tran chuckled and waved goodbye as the stone chamber door closed. When it came to acting tough, he had never feared anyone. That man was so furious that he gritted his teeth, only able to watch helplessly as the stone chamber door shut tight. He angrily wondered who exactly dared to snatch his spot. Someone answered that it was Duong Tran, the newcomer who had just passed the assessment and was specially admitted into the core area. He sneered coldly, so it was just a rookie, daring to seize his stone chamber, truly tired of living. After saying that, he sat waiting outside. Everyone silently pitied Duong Tran for being new and not knowing the strict rules of the Thien Quan area. Too reckless, daring to provoke Thatch Phuong. The crowd began betting on how miserably Duong Tran would be beat. Said he had even offended the Institute Master without knowing his place. It seemed he would not remain in the core area for long. Inside the stone chamber, Duong Tran was enduring immense pressure. The gravity inside the stone chamber was another level stronger than outside. Duong Tran circulated his true qi and quickly guided the spirit stone into his body. Spirit stone cracked apart. He focused all his spirit on refining qi. Duong Tran happily realized the refining speed was several times faster than usual. It was truly wonderful. Suddenly, the spirit stone in his hand completely shattered. The black dragon inside Duong Tran seemed to be pierced by a blade, coiled violently as thick black smoke continuously rose. Duong Tran was in extreme pain, not understanding what was happening. He roared in agony, wondering what in the world was going on. Duong Tran clenched his teeth and told himself he had to endure. He roared in pain, forcing himself to complete the refining process. At that moment, his mind was filled with nothing but pain. Once it finally stabilized, Duong Tran immediately checked his sea of consciousness. Inside the sea of consciousness was a hazy red and black mass, utterly chaotic. Duong Tran was puzzled. Could this be the second chapter of the primordial demonic dragon art? He reached out to touch it, and the strands of black qi immediately gathered into one place. Duong Tran took out the primordial demonic dragon art. A smug smile appeared on his face. Primordial demonic dragon battle body. A strange dark red ancient tone. Book clearly stated that one must open 36 battle acupoints within the body, all located at crucial positions. When all battle acupoints were opened, the demonic dragon battle body would take shape, its power enough to kill a true dragon with bare hands. Duong Tran was doubtful again. Killing a true dragon with bare hands sounded like a joke. Even a weak true dragon could destroy the entire eastern land. Since the first chapter, heaven-devouring scripture, was already so powerful, the second chapter could not be ordinary. Duong Tran decided to take the risk. The first battle acupoint to be opened was located at his left wrist joint. He tried guiding his strength to the exact position he had just sensed. Immediately, Duong Tran clearly felt the change. First, it was not as painful as imagined, but only a moment later, intense pain struck. Duong Tran lost control and let out several cries. Tried to stay conscious and continued refining qi, silently chanting Buddha in his heart. Finally, it felt easier, as if he had just survived a great calamity. Duong Tran nervously stared at his left wrist. If the battle acupoint failed, would his left hand be crippled and unable to move? Even thinking that, he still gritted his teeth. Having come this far, there was only one path forward. Outside, the one whose stone chamber was taken waited for more than half a day without seeing Duong Tran come out. Even a 6th-level cultivator could only endure that long. He frowned, wondering what Duong Tran was doing inside. Staying in the stone chamber for an entire day, was he really only at the 4th-level cultivation? He continued to wait, determined to see Duong Tran appear. Another half-day passed without any movement. He began to believe Duong Tran had died inside. He knocked on the stone chamber door, wanting to confirm the situation. Could it be something strange? The man was dead, yet the stone chamber still did not open on its own. A senior figure walked over and asked what had happened. What could have happened to cause such tension? He said Duong Tran had been inside for a whole day without coming out. He must have died inside. The senior figure reached out to touch the stone chamber to check the situation. He confirmed there was still life inside. This was truly hard to believe. Duong Tran was only at the 4th level, yet survived an entire day and night. Senior figure believed perhaps his strength was greater than everyone thought. Hearing that, the man could only stand there stunned, wondering what kind of absurd situation this was. He thought Duong Tran was clearly hiding his cultivation. If he was truly at the 7th level of true martial, he should go to the 2nd floor. Why remain on the 1st floor fighting over his stone chamber? It made no sense. At that moment, Duong Tran appeared with a blank expression. He raised his wrist, his face unable to conceal his joy. Unexpectedly, in just one day and night, he had condensed the first battle acupoint. At this moment, he felt no discomfort at all. As long as he circulated his true chi, he could already balance the gravity here. Stomach growled loudly. It was clearly time to replenish energy. Duong Tran opened the door and walked out, preparing to eat. Then he urged, "Come on, let us go." He happily left the stone chamber, his complexion even better than when he first entered. People outside looked at him, with probing gazes mixed with a bit of apprehension. Duong Tran asked directly whether he was dissatisfied with him. If there was anything, just say it. The man was startled and denied it, saying no one had any objections. Duong Tran wondered if he had misheard. The other party laughed loudly and said there was no such thing. Duong Tran left, still half doubtful in his heart, wondering if he had truly misheard. As soon as he left, that man mocked him, saying Duong Tran was pretending to be weak to strike later. Fortunately, he had not been fooled. A table full of rich dishes was quickly laid out before him. Duong Tran realized his appetite had grown larger and larger since his martial soul awakened. After eating, he decided to return and continue cultivating. A while later, Duong Tran appeared again, drawing everyone's attention. Someone curiously asked why he had returned so quickly. Was he planning to snatch another stone chamber? If he was at the 7th level, he should just go upstairs. Duong Tran opened the door under everyone's watchful eyes. He quickly opened the stairway path and went up to the 2nd floor to continue cultivating. The gravity on the 2nd floor was indeed far stronger than on the 1st. Duong Tran circulated his true chi as he stepped upward, silently blaming himself for being too careless. As soon as he set foot on the 2nd floor, he collapsed to the ground, not expecting the gravity to surge so drastically. Strangely, there was not a single person on this entire floor. Duong Tran hesitated. Perhaps it would be better to return to the 1st floor. He carefully observed his surroundings. Indeed, the space was completely empty. Senior figure stepped out and was extremely shocked upon seeing Duong Tran. Why had he appeared on the 2nd floor? The old man asked while wiping his sweat. The old man said Duong Tran should not be here, meaning he was not capable of appearing on this floor. Was he truly only at the 4th level of the martial realm? How could he possibly reach the 2nd floor? Duong Tran asked again. Was he not allowed to go up to the 2nd floor? Master waved his hand. Of course he did not mean that. He recalled that during the assessment, Duong Tran had said he had never cultivated body techniques. Duong Tran scratched his head and replied that he had only started cultivating body techniques yesterday. After hearing this, the master was stunned. Even his breathing grew heavy. He lowered his head and said perhaps Duong Tran could not endure it. It would be better to return to the 1st floor. Duong Tran immediately went back to the stairs under the master gaze. He quickly returned to that man's stone chamber on the 1st floor. The master went downstairs and asked everyone if they had seen Duong Tran. Someone replied indignantly that Duong Tran had gone back to their stone chamber on the 1st floor again. It was truly outrageous. He coughed lightly and said that was not appropriate, asking them to pass along that he was looking for Duong Tran. Back in the stone chamber, Duong Tran felt that this place was indeed more comfortable. Compared to the 2nd floor, the 1st floor was clearly much more at ease. It seemed that to cultivate calmly on the 2nd floor, he would have to open the 2nd battle acupoint. Duong Tran looked at his hand, his gaze contemplative. He continued trying to open the battle acupoint on his other wrist. Pain struck violently, even stronger than when he opened his left wrist yesterday. Duong Tran could not understand it. Did opening more battle acupoints make the pain even worse? At this rate, even 10 days and 10 nights might not be enough to open the battle acupoint on his right wrist. Duong Tran was confused about the cause. If the difficulty kept increasing like this, would it take 100 years to open all 36 battle acupoints? Suddenly, Duong Tran realized the problem likely lay in his true chi. He focused his mind and mobilized his true chi to open the 2nd battle acupoint. Duong Tran was delighted to find the pain vanished. His guess was indeed correct. Unexpectedly, Heavenly Thunder True Chi was so superior, completely overpowering Solar True Chi when it came to opening battle acupoints. One day later, Duong Tran finally completed the opening of the 2nd battle acupoint. He withdrew his true chi and quickly entered a focused state. The single punch, power burst forth and shook the surroundings. Duong Tran laughed heartily. This time he was finally qualified to ascend to the second floor. The moment he stepped out of the stone chamber, someone came looking for him. Instructor Hoke Din wanted to see him. It seemed urgent. Duong Tran thought to himself, who was Instructor Hoke? It turned out to be the very person he had met on the second floor earlier. The martial training hall, Duong Tran walked in slowly. Instructor Hoke was personally guiding the students in martial practice. Duong Tran spoke up and asked, Instructor Hoke, are you looking for me? As soon as he saw Duong Tran, he immediately stopped teaching. His kid aura was much stronger than before. Could it be that he possessed some rare body tempering treasure? He looked at Duong Tran and asked whether he agreed to join under his tutelage for cultivation and become his direct disciple. The people around immediately erupted in whispers. They had not expected the instructor to accept a direct disciple. Duong Tran first thanked the instructor for his kindness, but at present he already had a master. Instructor Hoke did not mind and explained that Duong Tran had just entered the inner court and did not know. In the core academy of the martial residence, one could simultaneously be a direct disciple of multiple instructors. Duong Tran eyes lit up. Such a thing was allowed. His master was rather selfish, both his teacher and future father-in-law. If he angered the old man, his beautiful fiancée would also be hard to keep. Taoist Hoke asked who Duong Tran master was. He answered frankly that it was Thien Ba Quang. Upon hearing this name, Taoist Hoke immediately understood. No wonder he was that man's disciple. Duong Tran sighed and left the residence, his steps somewhat heavy. He returned to the old dilapidated house to continue cultivating. It seemed that opening the third battle acupoint could not be done in a short time. So for now, he should prioritize increasing his cultivation. 5 days later, he finally succeeded in opening the third battle acupoint. His cultivation smoothly broke through to the 5th level of the true martial realm. Duong Tran decided to go check on the little blacks. The martial residence area was extremely quiet at this moment, with only a gentle evening breeze blowing. There were a few people inside. Duong Tran saw them the moment he arrived. Noticed that group, his eyes showing curiosity mixed with surprise. Lin Nhi was the first to come greet Duong Tran, pulling him closer, while he said it was not convenient for him to stay there. Lin Nhi believed that since Duong Tran was Tiu Kayat's older brother, there was nothing inappropriate. The elders of the eastern and southern courts had heard that her father had accepted Tiu Kayat as a direct disciple and came to congratulate. He guessed this was merely an excuse. They surely had other motives. As soon as he entered, Martial Uncle told Duong Tran to greet the representatives of the southern and eastern courts. On one side were Fuck Lam Sun and Quan Vien, representatives of the two courts. Duong Tran stepped forward gently and greeted the representatives one by one. Standing beside Tiu Kayat, he noticed that this kid cultivation had improved again. Martial Uncle sent the youths outside, saying that he and the two vice court masters had matters to discuss. Outside, Duong Tran asked Lin Nhi and Tiu Kayat whether they needed to prepare return gifts. Lin Nhi was surprised, not understanding why Duong Tran suddenly mentioned gifts. Duong Tran said emotionally that seeing the two so close, they would probably hold a ceremony before long. As an older brother, he naturally had to prepare return gifts in advance. During this, Lin Nhi's eyes suddenly lit up. A person walked over from behind and asked about Duong Tran identity. She nodded and said she now understood why Lin Hai was attracted to him, making Duong Tran wonder whether she was an acquaintance of Lin Hai. Duong Tran politely asked how he should address this elder sister. She did not answer, only thinking to herself that she was a fox spirit. She moved close to Duong Tran and said that Lin Hai was not suitable for him. On the contrary, the two of them were a perfect match, asking what he thought. Duong Tran was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He laughed and said, "Beautiful elder sister, you truly know how to joke." Another person came and asked that elder sister whether Duong Tran also knew Lin Hai. She replied that Duong Tran was Lin Hai's father's direct disciple, so it was normal for them to know each other. He suddenly recalled that when Duong Tran spoke with Lin Hai, he had indeed mentioned it a few times. He laughed loudly, making Tiu-san visibly displeased. Lik En Hat Tuan, what did he mean? When he pursued Lin Hai, had she ever given him a glance? Was this move not too lowly? It seemed Duong Tran had encountered a love rival, but the other party was overthinking. The relationship between him and Lin Hai was not so easily divided. En Hat Tuan leaned close to Duong Tran's ear and said that since he was Lin Hai's junior brother, he was also his junior brother, so he would help him. After saying that, he left quickly, leaving Duong Tran standing there in confusion. Over here, the two vice court masters walked over with extremely cheerful expressions. Tiu-san also left. Before leaving, she spoke to Duong Tran. If Tran was free, he should visit the Eastern Court. She would wait for him. Duong Tran pretended to nod in agreement. Yes, he would definitely go. Martial uncle called Duong Tran to follow him over there. Duong Tran was bewildered, not understanding why things kept happening one after another. Inside, martial uncle asked Duong Tran whether he knew why he had summoned him. He shook his head. Martial uncle said he had heard that he cultivated on the second floor of the Thien Quan Tower. Judging by his physique, he must have practiced some body technique. Duong Tran did not expect the old man to see through him so quickly. He scratched his head and said he had only been cultivating for a short time. Martial uncle remarked gently that his body was very special. At only the 5th level of true martial, he could already cultivate on the second floor of the Thien Quan Tower. That was barely acceptable. Duong Tran face darkened. Barely acceptable sounded truly unpleasant. He asked whether Duong Tran thought himself exceptionally talented, that within the Four Courts core area, he was already enough to suppress his peers. Duong Tran smiled confidently. He indeed could defeat those of the same generation in the martial residence. Martial uncle said he was very similar to Thien Ba Quang, both confident to the point of arrogance. But he continued to ask whether Duong Tran knew why many martial prodigies died young before they matured. In the Thien Nam secret realm, there is the Shadow Wolf tribe. Whenever the Wolf King dies, the entire pack slaughters one another to fight for the throne. You know why the one who survives to become Wolf King is often not the strongest cub. Duong Tran fell silent. He truly did not know the answer. Martial uncle slowly recounted that back then he also sat here. Thien Ba Quang sat in Duong Tran's seat. He told that same Shadow Wolf story, but unfortunately he failed to comprehend it, and thus met today end. Duong Tran asked what exactly his master had encountered in those years. Martial uncle replied that back then, Thien Ba Quang was 100 times more stubborn and arrogant than him. He asked whether he knew that his master still kept a record of Thien Nam martial sect. Duong Tran grew curious. What was that record about? Martial uncle said Thien Ba Quang was indeed a rare prodigy since the founding of Thien Nam martial residence, the youngest Heaven Union realm cultivator, and an unmatched swordsman. Duong Tran had not expected that ordinary master had once been so glorious. Martial uncle recounted that Thien Ba Quang relied on his talent and appearance to flirt everywhere in the martial residence, offending Don Mok Mong Hoa. And after crossing the line and still keeping his life, he was already fortunate. Duong Tran was indignant. If his master was unrivaled under heaven, why could he not marry his mistress? Both sides were willing. Was Don Mok Marquis Manor truly so unattainable? Martial uncle scolded him for being foolish. Some people are born with arrangements. Did he know why Don Mok Marquis Manor insisted on marrying into the Shadow Assassin's Tower Master family? Shadow Assassin's Tower Master liking Don Mok Mong Hoa was secondary. The main reason was that the Marquis Manor did not wish to stand isolated in Thien Nam, but sought alliance with the 13th Prince. Duong Tran fell silent. The kettle before him began to steam. Present Don Mok Marquis Manor has agreed to send Thien Lin Hai to the imperial capital as a concubine of the 13th Prince to continue the marriage alliance. Duong Tran was stunned. What was this? He immediately objected. Lin Hai cannot marry the 13th Prince. She belongs to him. Martial uncle waved his hand and asked whether he intended to follow Thien Ba Quang path and force matters first. Duong Tran straightened his back, his expression turning solemn. Duong Tran asked Martial Granduncle what kind of person the 13th Prince truly was. He slowly replied that he was a peerless genius, praised as the most outstanding figure of the Eastern Land Kingdom since its founding 1,000 years ago. At only 20, he entered the Heaven Union realm, his monstrous talent surpassing his master by 100-fold, and he is the prince most favored by the emperor. Long designated heir to the throne, now 27 years old, exactly 10 years older than Duong Tran. His cultivation is said to have reached the 9th level peak of the Heaven Union realm, the second strongest in the Eastern land. His appearance not inferior to him, honored as 13th Lord. Duong Tran eyes widened. What kind of monster was this? His heart burned with urgency. Facing 13th Lord now, he had no chance of victory at all. With no other choice, Duong Tran asked Martial Granduncle what he should do. Martial Uncle laughed loudly, praising him for being stronger than Thien Ba Quang back then. At least he knew to endure and ask for guidance. He said although the matter was not completely settled, the overall situation was basically arranged. It was said 13th Lord had replied and would arrange time to come to Thien Nam, wanting to personally meet Lin Hai. With her talent and beauty, did he think that man could refuse? Then Duong Tran sank into thought. Even he was deeply fond of Lin Hai. Martial Granduncle said at present, there were only 3 paths to choose. First, from now on he and Lin Hai would never meet again, and he would completely forget her. Second, endure humiliation and wait until he was strong enough. Then seize Lin Hai from 13th Lord hands. Duong Tran shook his head. He could not let Lin Hai fall into 13th Lord hands. At this moment, Martial Uncle mentioned the third choice. That was to flee. Duong Tran eyes lit up. What kind of strange proposal was this? Seeing his expression, Martial Uncle sternly said this path was extremely arduous. One misstep, and both he and Lin Hai would die without burial, even implicating countless others. Did he understand? The more Duong Tran thought, the more tangled he became. Even if they fled, he would have to bring his master and mistress. And also the group like Tiu Kayat. This was not simple at all. Damn it, no matter how difficult, he was compelled to accomplish it. Duong Tran asked Martial Granduncle when 13th Lord would come to Thien Nam. He replied it was expected next year. They still had about a year, but unforeseen changes could not be ruled out. Duong Tran let out a breath. There was still a year. At least he still had time to prepare. Martial Uncle then asked what the first thing he should do was. Duong Tran thought it was to raise his cultivation, yet felt that was not entirely right. Enduring quietly and causing no trouble also seemed wrong. Going to find the fox spirit to cook was even more irrelevant. Martial Uncle angrily scolded him for being hopelessly foolish. The first thing he must do was seek his support. Without him, he was no different from a dead fish. Duong Tran was bewildered. What was this about? He hurriedly begged for help, asking for a sip of water or else he might cry himself to death. Martial Uncle asked whether he truly did not understand the immediate matter. Duong Tran scratched his head with an awkward laugh. He was told to go find Thien Lin Hai. He sighed, since he had decided to flee, why still go find her? That not alert Don mock Marquis manner to their relationship. Martial Uncle sipped tea and said such petty tricks could never fool the Marquis manner. In their eyes, Duong Tran was like an ant. Did he think they did not know his purpose for entering the martial residence? He sternly said that if he avoided Lin Hai for too long, it would only arouse more suspicion. Did he understand? Only then did Duong Tran fully comprehend. He instructed him to visit her, mainly to see the Grandmaster. These past years, the old man's mood had been poor. He must find a way to let him meet Lin Hai. Duong Tran nodded. If he gained his master's support, then fleeing would have hope. At the same time, Tai Tung and Lin Hai were practicing in the bamboo forest. Lin Hai moved her technique gracefully, her beautiful figure impossible to look away from. Seeing her sorrowful gaze, he was angry that Duong Tran had drawn her so deeply into love, hoping he would know his limits. Otherwise, even Cao Tran AC could not save him. Just then, someone slowly approached. The red-haired person asked, "It is said this time you chose that girl. She is Thien Ba Quang's daughter. Resentment with the Marquis manor is inevitable." Someone replied that her talent and beauty far surpassed those of the Marquis manor. Those vulgar painted faces would never catch 13th Lord eye. The red-haired one sneered, telling the Marquis manor to beware of this girl. If another Thien Ba Quang appeared, then the Marquis manor end would come. 13th Lord was inferior even to the Shadow Assassin's Tower Master. The other replied coldly that this matter did not require the Academy Master concerned. Please leave. At the Thien Van Tower, Duong Tran hurried inside. A person in front entered cheerfully. Behind him, Duong Tran followed slowly. Suddenly, a hand was placed on that person's shoulder. Duong Tran immediately flung him backward. This unreasonable fellow was truly detestable. In his heart, he became even more resolute. He must quickly open more battle acupoints. 1 year from now, 13th Lord, he would absolutely not let him snatch Lin Hai away. 10 days later, the tower stood tall and serene. In these 10 days, Duong Tran had opened several more acupoints. Battle acupoints and meridians expanded. A total of 4 battle acupoints had been opened. It was time to visit the Eastern Court. He was brimming with excitement. According to old Cao calculation, Duong Tran could openly go find Lin Hai without fearing the Don mock Marquis manor experts. As soon as he arrived, the crowd gathered tightly, the scene chaotic. Duong Tran squeezed into the crowd, greeting others along the way. He widened his eyes. What in the world was happening? Person in front had defeated many in succession, and even mocked Thien Nam martial residents as all empty fame. What kind of geniuses were so weak? A woman with dark red hair and mysterious attire slowly appeared. The crowd was furious. Where did this girl come from to be so arrogant? Yuakoa declared himself at the 5th level of true martial and asked for guidance. He transformed into a massive saber and charged straight at the red-haired woman. The move Vajra-cleaving palm erupted, its power far from small. The woman merely raised one finger and coldly asked, "Was that all?" With a light flick of her finger, Yuakoa was sent flying. It was not merely being pushed back. He was hurled several zhang away, crashing to the ground with life and death unknown. In a single instant, he was defeated, mouth agape before losing consciousness. The woman truly spoke nonsense. She had no sense of restraint. This was clearly the weakest heavenly path she had ever faced. Yuakoa was enraged. The person before him was far too arrogant, utterly insane. Where did she crawl out from? It was unbelievable. No one could believe it. Even the bystanders could no longer stand aside. He had not even finished stating his name before taking a fatal blow. He was blasted to the ground, unconscious, his honor utterly ruined. Crowd fell into silence. Not a single person dared to speak. That woman strode proudly through the crowd. No one dared to stop her. Be that Duong Tran carried the bloodline of the Yifeng royal clan. Clearly that girl was from the direct line of the Yifeng royal clan. Why had she appeared in Thien Na? Over at La Van's side, he was also watching. The moment he saw Duong Tran, his expression changed. He smiled with interest. It seemed there would be a good show to watch. The girl shouted loudly, asking if anyone else dared to step forward and challenge her. La Van covered half his face. Even this person was enough to fight elite disciples. If it reached the core level, they would not last 3 moves. Even Duong Tran of the Northern Court was too lazy to act. Duong Tran paused, silently cursing this traitor. She raised her hand and pointed straight at Duong Tran, calling his name. Who is it? If you have the guts, then step out. Duong Tran stepped forward and asked whether she had a master. He thought to herself, what did that have to do with him? Duong Tran replied coldly, if he had not been provoked it would be fine. But since she came seeking trouble, he would have to discipline her on behalf of her master. The woman grew furious, scolding him for not knowing life from death. How could an ant like him be worthy of disciplining her? Before she finished speaking, she immediately attacked, determined to finish Duong Tran. A fiery phoenix blazed in the air, its aura as if it would devour all things. Facing the fiery phoenix, Duong Tran remained calm, not the slightest ripple in his mind. Someone shouted a few times. The real show had finally begun. The blink of an eye, he gently raised his right hand. With a single strike, the fiery phoenix instantly shattered like lightning. Catching her off guard, she could only dodge at the last instant. The woman grew even more furious, shouting for someone to seize him. Soldiers immediately surrounded Duong Tran, yet he stood firm without retreating. He continued screaming, vowing not to let Duong Tran off. Suddenly a mighty figure appeared in the sky, coldly commanding them to stop. That person was the state preceptor of the Eastern Land, his status supreme. He walked leisurely among the crowd. Duong Tran had long noticed his presence. The state preceptor glanced at Duong Tran with an indifferent gaze. Duong Tran stood still, inwardly assessing that this old man was truly powerful. Following behind the state preceptor was a line of great instructors. Everyone bowed in unison, paying respects to the state preceptor. Duong Tran had not expected to one day meet the Eastern Land state preceptor, the legendary Heaven Fate Master. It was said the state preceptor was extremely mysterious, most valued by the king, his status below 1 and above 10,000. His fame also stemmed from his rare Heaven Fate destiny. To put it bluntly, he truly was a renowned mystic. The woman hurried over and respectfully called him master. She said she wanted this brat and wished him to serve as her attendant. Duong Tran asked in surprise who was Tiu Hong. She snorted coldly several times, not bothering to reply. Tiu Hong was her mount, a noble scarlet sun flying horse. Letting him tend it was already a great blessing. Duong Tran darkened his face, claiming himself as a core disciple of the Northern Court and wishing to ask the state preceptor a question. The state preceptor smiled calmly, telling him to ask. Duong Tran was pleased and immediately sought permission to speak. He quoted a common saying, to raise without teaching is the father fault. To teach without strictness is the teacher fault. So how should this be explained? Great instructors were all stunned by this direct question. Many secretly thought Duong Tran courage was truly boundless. Someone shouted asking if he wished to die. Duong Tran directly asked the academy master whether he was her teacher. The state preceptor remained silent, offering no reply. He turned to the woman and told her to apologize together with Duong Tran. Tiu Khan was furious, believing Duong Tran was beneath her and not worthy of an apology. The state preceptor sternly instructed that if one was at fault, one must admit it. A scholar cannot speak without principle. She had yet to see the world and must correct her temperament. Duong Tran remained silent, filled with doubt over what was happening. He took the initiative to apologize, admitting he had offended the state preceptor. Duong Tran left under the gaze of the Eastern Land state preceptor, who remained silent. The state preceptor murmured that young people nowadays were all so arrogant. Chen AC smiled with interest. This boy was truly intriguing. The academy master respectfully greeted the state preceptor, saying it was an honor to meet him. Asking which court he wished to visit, the state preceptor replied he wished to go to the Northern Court to speak with Court Master Cao. Duong Tran departed, finally understanding that in the eyes of nobles commoners would always be lowly and easily oppressed. Reason did not exist because they lacked qualification. As soon as he stepped into the court, a guard demanded Duong Tran present his pass. Duong Tran grew angry and blurted out a harsh curse. From afar came a call of Duong Tran name, cold yet very familiar. Woman approaching was Tiu San of the Eastern Court. She stepped close and proactively approached Duong Tran. Sincerely apologized, saying she had arrived late. Duong Tran asked whether she knew where Lin Hai was cultivating. Tiu San pretended not to know who Lin Hai was. Duong Tran sighed inwardly. It seemed he was being teased again. Tiu San leaned close to Duong Tran's ear and whispered that she had prepared the finest crimson cloud wine at Lu Van Pavilion, inviting the young master to choose. Duong Tran felt somewhat helpless, finding this sister Ngayat truly unpredictable. He suddenly remembered there was still an important matter undone. Thought it better for another day. Duong Tran hurriedly left the Eastern Court. Before he had gone far, that familiar figure appeared before him. He was furious, asking what he meant. Did he intend to let her wait in vain? Duong Tran hastily explained that he truly had urgent matters to handle. He wore an awkward expression, his eyes filled with difficulty. Her expression turned coaxing, saying no matter how urgent it was he should spare time for tea, otherwise he would disappoint her sincerity. Or did he look down on this young lady's status? Duong Tran quickly shook his head in denial. Absolutely not. At Lu Van Pavilion, Tiu San eagerly pulled him inside, while Duong Tran dragged his feet unwillingly. The atmosphere inside was ambiguous, making Duong Tran feel uneasy. Before he could react, Tiu San forcefully pushed him inside. He smiled brightly, saying that once he entered her Lu Van Pavilion he was hers. He was even the first man. Perhaps in the future he would become the master here. Duong Tran gaped, completely unable to understand what was happening. During Ngayat, Duong Tran broke into sweat. They had only met twice. No matter how he heard it, this did not sound right. Tiu San gave a mischievous smile, saying she had heard his courage was great. Heavens, what was happening today? Both strange and familiar. She moved closer, gently asking if there was anything about her that dissatisfied him. She would change. Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat. He had heard this woman was Lin Hai good friend. Could she be testing him? He hurriedly waved his hands, saying he only wished to drink tea. Tiu San immediately agreed and personally brewed tea. Two raised their teacups. Tiu San gazed toward Duong Tran full of inscrutable meaning. He showed a look of astonishment, not expecting Duong Tran to possess twin martial souls. Even she could not see through them, truly rare. She introduced herself as Tin Ha Demoness Ngayat Tiu San. That was precisely her martial soul. Her martial soul was a perceiving heart martial soul, specialized in probing the martial souls of others. This man's two martial souls were certainly above low-grade earth rank. Otherwise, her perceiving heart martial soul would have detected them long ago. She must firmly hold on to this man. He invited Duong Tran to drink tea and casually asked about his relationship with Lin Hai. Duong Tran refused, asking whether she intended to be serious. Was she looking down on him? Tiu San pouted, calling him petty. He changed her tone and called him Brother Tran, asking about amusing events in Triu Ka City. Yet Duong Tran still shook his head without speaking. In the end, she truly grew angry, asking whether he was a man at all. Duong Tran admitted he was rustic and unfamiliar with worldly affairs. If he had offended her, he asked forgiveness. As for whether he was a man, Lin Hai could verify it herself. Tiu San was furious to the point of madness, waving him away to find his Lin Hai. Duong Tran did not linger, cupping his hands to thank Sister Ngayat for her hospitality. Sword Bamboo Forest, where Lin Hai often cultivated. Duong Tran stepped inside, feeling this place was extremely unusual. Scenery was truly wondrous. This was the first time he had such a sensation. An indescribable feeling spread through his heart. Echoing sounds drifted to his ears from afar. Duong Tran focused to see what was happening. Lin Hai was practicing martial arts. Her focused and captivating appearance was incomparable. Lang Sun's sword stance. Moreover, 30 strands of sword chi linked in succession. Duong Tran blurted out in surprise, immediately drawing her attention. Lin Hai smiled and asked whether he had missed her. Duong Tran nodded and admitted he had. Of course he had. Fleeting smile crossed the young girl's face. Clearly she was delighted. She teased that someone had gained great fame after entering the martial residence, pursued by many girls. Why still remember her now? Duong Tran cried injustice, saying if his heart held only one flower, how could it contain another? Lin Hai curiously asked why he had come to find her. He scratched his head and said he was looking for Ngayat Tiu San. Lin Hai asked in surprise, who was Sister Ngayat? Duong Tran told her about Tiu San, saying it was thanks to her that he entered the Eastern Court. Truly not an easy place to enter. Lin Hai felt slightly uneasy. Tiu San had a proud temperament and few in the Eastern Court core area caught her eye. Why would she take the initiative to invite Duong Tran? After thinking for a moment, Lin Hai decided to take Duong Tran to meet Thien En Hai. Duong Tran was stunned, asking what she meant. He had heard the Grandmaster devoted himself to the sword and ignored worldly matters, so he asked whether his temperament was approachable. Lin Hai smiled mysteriously, saying that was hard to tell. The two walked deeper into the bamboo forest together. Old Taoist was sitting inside a simple hut, weaving a basket. Tun Vo En Hai saw Lin Hai and said the girl had returned. Duong Tran was startled. Was this the Grandmaster? He looked truly old. Silently gazed at Duong Tran for a long time without speaking. Then the old man let out a faint sigh. This left both of them bewildered. What did shaking his head at their first meeting mean? Lin Hai smiled and introduced that this was Duong Tran, the one she had mentioned before. The old Taoist uttered a few sounds in response. Duong Tran understood and bowed respectfully. He greeted the old Taoist calmly. The old man said there was no need for such courtesy. Thien Ba Quang was no longer his disciple. Those words instantly made the atmosphere heavy. Duong Tran spoke on behalf of his master, saying that back then he had deeply regretted and always remembered the old Taoist. The old Taoist grew angry, saying that man would no regret. Since he had come, then leave, and in the future do not let Duong Tran come here again. This situation left Duong Tran unable to understand what grievance his master had caused in the past. Yet old Cao had said he must gain this person recognition, so he could not leave. Duong Tran stepped forward, advising the old Taoist to calm his anger, promising he would honor him in the future. The old man said in a deep voice that 200 years ago he had obtained fortune in the Vu Thien Nam secret realm, mastering the Prime Minister's secret art, capable of reading fate and foretelling fortune and misfortune. He looked at Duong Tran and said his killing aura was too heavy, great misfortune loomed. Recently there would be bloodshed calamity with life and death uncertain. Did he expect him to bear it in his stead? Lin Hai was shocked. Vo Enhai never joked. Duong Tran truly faced a great calamity. Duong Tran stammered, momentarily not knowing how to respond. This matter could not be taken lightly. Duong Tran asked further. The old Taoist said, although he had little worldly experience, he did not submit to fate. There was no absolute dead end in the world. He would certainly seize a thread of life. Vo Enhai concluded that at this moment, Duong Tran was slightly more resolute than that rebellious disciple. Enhai felt somewhat uneasy, yet in her heart she vaguely sensed it was not wrong. Suddenly a token flew before Duong Tran and Lin Hai. Old Vo Enhai slowly departed without another word, leaving the two standing still without daring to speak. Duong Tran picked up the token, his eyes filled with doubt. What was this? It was the pass to enter the core area of the Eastern Court. Two watched as the door slowly closed, that aged figure gradually disappearing. Lin Hai softly asked Duong Tran whether something had happened. Duong Tran embraced her to reassure her, saying it was nothing, truly nothing. No matter what changes occur, I will never leave you, Duong Tran softly told Lin Hai. At the same time, at the Northern Court, Court Master Cao hurried straight into the inner hall. What was happening? Even the high-ranking officials of the Martial Academy were present. Not only that, even the major forces of Thien Nam City had arrived. A great event had occurred. It was said the state preceptor had personally come. As soon as the Eastern Land state preceptor appeared, everyone immediately bowed respectfully. The state preceptor spoke calmly, telling everyone to sit and talk. Someone cautiously said the state preceptor's visit to Thien Nam was a rare blessing, asking what instructions he had. State preceptor sat leisurely and said he had come to Thien Nam by royal command because of the divine omen at the Triu Ka mountain range, asking whether anyone possessed reliable information. Everyone was startled. If investigated deeply, this would surely involve the La family. Immediately someone knelt to report that half a year ago, upon hearing of the omen, he had secretly entered Triu Ka mountain and witnessed the phenomenon with his own eyes. The divine omen never emerged. Instead, there was an extremely terrifying beast king guarding it, and he barely escaped with his life. At that time, he had seen Duong Tran swallowed by the beast king. Strangely, he survived. He must know some secret regarding the omen. The state preceptor gave a soft sound of surprise, asking who Duong Tran was and where he was now. Court Master Cao inwardly cried that this was bad. The situation was too dangerous. That woman widened her eyes. Was not the one who had injured her before named Duong Tran. The state preceptor showed surprise, so it was that boy. Court Master Cao replied that among the core disciples of the Northern Court, there was indeed Duong Tran. Moreover, he had some past acquaintance with him. The state preceptor immediately grew interested in this person. The vast Thien Nam, aside from Cao Chan AC, the only one he wished to befriend was that boy. He remarked that Duong Tran carried arrogance and would surely accomplish great deeds in the future, then told Court Master Cao to summon him for questioning. Cao Chan AC immediately spoke, saying he would personally bring Duong Tran. At this time, Duong Tran was sitting beside Lin Hai watching her nap. Her beauty was like a fairy from the heavens. The beauty lay not only in the young girl face, but also reflected in the eyes of the infatuated youth. Duong Tran dreamily imagined a romantic scene between him and her, together with the girl in his heart. Seeing this scene, Court Master Cao wished he could gouge out his own eyes. This brat was facing great calamity, yet still had the mood to flirt, truly bold beyond measure. He shouted Duong Tran's name twice like thunder. struck straight into his mind. Duong Tran, startled awake, had old Cao come to find him. He and Lin Hai immediately performed a respectful salute to Cao Chan AC. Cao Chan AC did not waste words and told him to follow at once. Duong Tran let out a cry as the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. For some reason, a sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. Cao Chan AC used divine sense to transmit his voice, asking him what exactly had happened with the divine relic at Triu Ka Mountain. Duong Tran asked in return whether the people from the La family had come looking. Cao Chan AC replied that the La family was nothing. This time it was the national preceptor of Dong Tho acting under the king's order to investigate. Latuan had said he was involved because he had once been swallowed by the Beast King. Duong Tran cursed inwardly, that damned Latuan. Could it be that he dared to claim the Beast King, found his flesh unpalatable, and spat him out? Cao Chan AC speculated whether Duong Tran had truly been fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of the divine relic. This boy's heaven-defying luck was real, yet no matter what, he absolutely must not admit to having received the inheritance of the divine relic. He had to deny it firmly. Duong Tran was stunned, not understanding why he had to do that. The two quickly arrived at the main hall in the central area of the North Court. National Preceptor wanted to personally hear Duong Tran's explanation. The others did as well, especially the La family, who were extremely concerned. Duong Tran stepped forward to greet the National Preceptor, his expression calm and composed. The National Preceptor directly asked about him being swallowed by a divine beast at Triu Ka Mountain. Duong Tran feigned astonishment, saying what divine relic? If he had been swallowed by a demon beast, how could he still be standing here? Latuan, standing at the side, coldly called out Duong Tran's name. He mocked him for sophistry and asked whether he recognized who he was. Duong Tran replied that this was the young master of the Kim Ung family, renowned far and wide. Yet he clearly remembered that if he had not been forced by him that day, he would not have fallen into danger. If not for his greed for the divine relic and provoking the Beast King, Triu Ka City would not have suffered such devastation. Duong Tran etched this hatred deep in his heart. Tuan angrily shouted, saying Duong Tran was spouting nonsense. Duong Tran was unafraid of death. With a bit of investigation, it would be clear that everything he said was the truth. He turned to the National Preceptor and said that Triu Ka belonged to the kingdom and its people were also subjects of the crown. He hoped the National Preceptor would uphold justice. The entire hall instantly erupted in commotion. Everyone was shocked. The La family could not sit still any longer, claiming Duong Tran was quibbling. He was evading the National Preceptor's question. Most likely he had already obtained the inheritance of the divine relic. Duong Tran tilted his head, cursing inwardly what kind of nonsense this was. Had he not already answered the National Preceptor's question clearly? The dignified head of the Kim Ung family was actually using power to bully others like this. No matter what, the sins committed at Triu Ka could not be concealed. The crowd increasingly wanted to know the truth of the matter. The La family had not expected Duong Tran to be so difficult to deal with. Someone advised temporarily setting other disputes aside. They demanded Duong Tran clearly explain being swallowed by the Beast King, why he was still alive until now. Duong Tran frowned and muttered about divine relics, where such a thing came from. The so-called divine relic was in fact fabricated by the Kim Ung family. Triu Ka Mountain had nothing except an extremely terrifying fiend. As for the so-called divine relic Latuan mentioned, it was entirely his own imagination. Unexpectedly, the lair of the Beast King had been labeled a divine relic, and even implicated his Triu Ka. Latuan was furious to the point of madness, pointing at Duong Tran and cursing him for blatant lies. The National Preceptor raised a hand to signal, wanting to hear Duong Tran continue. Duong Tran calmly went on, saying that day it was Latuan who forced him to charge into the Demon King's lair, forcing him to scout the path in his place. At that time he had been left with no choice and could only grope forward in the darkness. It was clearly a maze formation. He had never been swallowed by any demon beast. Otherwise, how could he still stand here? The crowd fell silent in thought upon hearing this. It was indeed reasonable. If he had been swallowed, how could he still be alive to confront them? Therefore, if there were still doubts, Duong Tran invited the lords to accompany him to the Triu Ka mountain range. With their presence, the Beast King would not dare act rashly. By then the truth would be revealed. Naturally, Latuan must go as well. He truly wanted to see whether he could survive if swallowed by a demon beast. Thinking of that terrifying demon beast, Latuan turned pale and immediately said he would not go. The family fell silent. Inviting people there was no different from exposing their own crimes. The National Preceptor spoke to conclude, enough. Duong Tran will follow me to Triu Ka. As for Lathin Hone, he needs discipline, otherwise retribution will teach him in my stead. Lijiang immediately knelt to thank the national preceptor for his guidance. Dean Kao could not help but be astonished. He had not expected Duong Tran to respond so sharply. Yet with him following the national preceptor of Dong Tho to Triu Ka, it was likely more peril than safety. The national preceptor believed there could be no delay and set out immediately. Soon after, the entire group headed toward the Triu Ka mountain range. The national preceptor stood high above and said something. Suddenly, a fireball condensed in midair. Duong Tran widened his eyes, sensing something approaching. A fiery phoenix rushed over. The scene was incomparably miraculous. A Heaven Union realm demon beast, the flame dragon sparrow. This was the mount of the national preceptor of Dong Tho. He told Duong Tran to climb onto its back. Seeing the three step onto the divine beast one after another, those around could not stop exclaiming in admiration. Duong Tran glanced back and gestured reassuringly. Kao Chan AC laughed and told the boy to be at ease. This kid truly acted swiftly and decisively. The three rode the divine beast and quickly advanced toward their destination. Looking at Duong Tran, that woman could not help but ask a question. She said he only had 5th level true martial realm cultivation. Duong Tran was too lazy to respond, his attitude indifferent. He grew angry and repeatedly demanded to spar with him. The national preceptor stated bluntly that she was not Duong Tran's opponent. He retorted, claiming it had only been a moment of carelessness. Duong Tran thought to himself that this girl was overly pampered, though not unattractive. Between him and the Dich Feng royal clan, there would sooner or later be opposition. The woman urged Duong Tran to stand up and fight to his heart's content, but he found her noisy. She continued to challenge him without pause, clearly combative to the extreme. The national preceptor attempted to use a spell to affect Duong Tran, yet it seemed ineffective. He was astonished. Since obtaining the destiny of a heavenly Tao master, he had never encountered such backlash. Even when divining for the king of Dong, though it only consumed soul power. Left with no choice, he executed a martial general's secret technique. The power of his martial soul surrounded Duong Tran, but was repelled by his destiny. Dragon within let out a roar, seemingly refusing to allow any offense. Duong Tran suddenly awakened and asked who was doing what. He instinctively counterattacked, causing the national preceptor of Dong Tho to be rebounded before he could guard. The national preceptor spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, utterly unable to react in time. Female disciple panicked upon seeing her master vomit blood and hurriedly asked about his condition. The national preceptor reassured her, saying it was nothing and telling her not to worry too much. He slowly took out a pill and put it into his mouth. Duong Tran completely did not understand what had just happened. The national preceptor said in a deep voice that calculating destiny and encountering such severe backlash, if his soul power had not far exceeded the Heaven Union realm, he might have faced mortal danger. This boy's destiny was too terrifying. Even his martial general's secret technique combined with his soul power could hardly probe it. What exactly was special about him? He then asked directly Duong Tran whether there was anyone else in his family. Duong Tran understood that just now the man had tried to probe him. Unexpectedly, the primordial demon dragon martial soul had retaliated in defense. Duong Tran replied, "National preceptor, my relatives all died in the previous demon beast siege of the city. I and the Kim Ung family share an irreconcilable hatred." The national preceptor nodded, recalling that he knew somewhat about the previous Triu Ka incident. The La family had indeed gone too far, yet retribution would come sooner or later. Duong Tran was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting him to show support for his confrontation with the La family. National preceptor then introduced himself. "My name is Quach the Kai. In the future, do not call me national preceptor. Just call me old Uncle Dong Quach." Duong Tran felt slightly flustered and declined. "National preceptor, I would not dare accept that." Old Quach took out a token and said it was fine. "This is my command token. If you encounter trouble in the future, just use it." Token fell into Duong Tran's hand. Old Quach said that in Dong Tho it still held some usefulness. Accepting it would not be a loss. Duong Tran thought for a moment before accepting, thanking old Uncle Dong Quach aloud. In his heart he calculated that with this command token, the chance of successfully retreating with old Kao would be much higher. The national preceptor's female disciple was secretly puzzled why her master would curry favor with such a country bumpkin. The fire sparrow descended into the city. Old Quach proposed using the excuse of an old illness flaring up, needing a few days of rest, temporarily staying in Triu Ka City. Duong Tran reluctantly agreed, outwardly complying with the arrangement, while inwardly thinking the old man truly planned everything meticulously. Quach ordered the purple sparrow to descend. The purple sparrow immediately obeyed and landed. The divine beast's appearance shook the entire city. Someone recognized it as a Heaven Union realm demon beast, and knew at once the visitors were extraordinary. A middle-aged man who knew Duong Tran saw him standing on the purple sparrow's back and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Could it be he had found a powerful backer? Thinking of the Kim Ung family's backing, the middle-aged man still showed no fear and shouted loudly, daring to oppress the city lord's mansion, and looked down on Triu Ka as if it had no one. Duong Tran laughed and asked in return where he had oppressed anyone. A young woman standing beside Duong Tran coldly ordered the middle-aged man to kneel. The middle-aged man glared and asked back as if unable to believe his ears. Another young man also recognized Duong Tran and had never liked him. He hot-headedly rushed forward, shouting that he still dared to return to Triu Ka. Searching for him had truly been hard. Duong Tran did not even bother to glance at him. Old Quach decided to teach this ignorant fellow a lesson and coldly ordered his cultivation crippled. Fully armed guard immediately thrust a spear straight at the reckless man. He was struck and sent flying backward, rolling on the ground, the scene leaving everyone stunned. After being called out repeatedly, that man panicked and cried out Ming Kayat. City Lord of Triu Ka flew into a rage and shouted loudly who they were, whether they still respected the king's law, daring to assault someone in broad daylight. He would certainly report to the prefect of Thien Nam to seek justice. Duong Tran let out a cold laugh after hearing this. The king's law, did he still have the face to mention it? Colluding with the enemy and inviting wolves into the house, causing the people of Triu Ka to suffer. That was inhuman. He pointed straight at the city lord and cursed, ignoring General Chuan Sun's merit in defending the land and stripping him of rank and command. That was unrighteous. For selfish desire, he colluded with the La family and lured the demon king to the Triu Ka mountain range, causing over 100,000 innocent citizens to die miserably. And in front of the national preceptor and the county princess, he still dared to act violently. That was disloyal. Inhuman, unrighteous, disloyal. Unfilial like him still dared to speak of the king's law, truly shameless. Being cursed as if scalded by boiling water. The city lord was so enraged he spat blood. County princess was also secretly shocked. This boy was truly a fiend, scolding the city lord until he vomited blood on the spot. After that, he immediately turned to seek help, begging the national preceptor and the county princess, saying this man dared to scheme against the two of them and absolutely could not be spared. Hearing this, the city lord of Triu Ka suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly knelt down. He repeatedly kowtowed and cried injustice, asking the national preceptor and the county princess to judge fairly. News spread quickly, and before long another group rushed over, shouting which person dared to assault someone. There were 3 people, led by a scar-faced old man. First, they had not yet grasped the situation clearly, but when the scar-faced old man saw Duong Tran, he cried out in shock. He was still alive. Duong Tran calmly replied that since he was so noble, was he not supposed to live? Scar-faced old man snorted coldly and secretly signaled his companions. The people beside Duong Tran were not simple. They should observe first. Old Quach said nothing more and directly ordered them seized. The scar-faced old man had no time to react at all. The 3 were immediately suppressed by the guards of the county princess and the national preceptor. Pressed face down to the ground, the scar-faced old man roared on what grounds they were arresting him. Old Quach handed them over to Duong Tran and told him to handle it himself. After that, he left together with the county princess. Duong Tran immediately gained 5 elite subordinates. First thing he did was go to find the city lord of Triu Ka. Without a word, he kicked him over onto his back. The city lord angrily roared what Duong Tran wanted to do. Duong Tran stepped directly on his stomach. He sneered and asked, was this not the lord of officials? Why was he in such a miserable state? The middle-aged man still intended to resist, but when he saw the 2 imperial soldiers standing behind Duong Tran, he immediately went limp, changed his tone and begged, saying everything was forced by the Kim Ung family. If he did not obey, there was only death. Duong Tran increased the force of his foot, his chest bones cracking. Said coldly that excuse was old. He did not like hearing it come up with another. The scar-faced old man was horrified, not understanding where Duong Tran found the courage to go this far. The 2 guard soldiers also broke into cold sweat. Duong Tran's methods were truly ruthless. Holding the upper hand, Duong Tran continued pressing. Had the city lord not thought of a reason yet? The city lord felt killing intent and screamed inwardly that he must not die. Absolutely must not die. Clutched Duong Tran's leg and begged, young Master Duong, Brother Tran, he was truly wrong. Between them there was no deep hatred. Duong Tran asked indifferently, so according to him he did not deserve death. He cried and kowtowed, repeatedly saying he did not deserve to die. Duong Tran pretended to be magnanimous, saying heaven cherishes life. His crimes did not yet merit death, but he must repent before the people of Triuka. The city lord was originally cowardly. Seeing a chance to live, he immediately kowtowed in thanks. Duong Tran turned and ordered the soldiers to spread word throughout the city. A public trial would be held at the square of the city lord's mansion. The people of Triuka flocked over discussing. Hearing the city lord would be tried, and the one presiding was Duong Tran. A red-haired woman in the crowd felt full of doubt upon hearing the name Duong Tran. He thought to herself he had returned. Did he not know he was being hunted everywhere? Yet before her eyes, Duong Tran stood calmly there, while the city lord knelt to accept his crimes. The people looked at the squad of golden-armored soldiers following behind Duong Tran and buzzed with discussion. The aura was too terrifying. In the red-haired girl's mind, only the two words revenge appeared. The woman who knew Duong Tran also appeared in the crowd. Seeing his senior sister, Duong Tran happily stepped forward to greet her. It had been a long time. The red-haired girl was the senior sister, whom Duong Tran had once tightly embraced and teased. Standing beside her father, she felt slightly embarrassed and cleverly asked if he had hugged enough. Duong Tran laughed and said not yet. If senior sister permitted, he could hug her for a lifetime. Red-haired girl helplessly scolded that he was still so roguish. This scene caused another young woman to feel jealousy rising in her heart. Girl in green softly said, "Brother Tran, sorry." Could they no longer return to how they were before? Duong Tran respectfully greeted the father of the red-haired girl. The middle-aged general praised Duong Tran as a formidable younger generation. Duong Tran humbly replied that he was merely fulfilling his duty as a person of Triuka. This trial could also be considered reclaiming a bit of justice. Even as the official was being escorted away, Duong Tran still said coldly that one day he would personally behead Latuan to honor Chinese letter souls of Triuka. He proposed that his uncle step forward to take the position of city lord. His prestige was enough to shoulder it. The middle-aged general sighed that he had already become a cripple. He feared he could not bear such responsibility. Duong Tran replied that the position of city lord was an appointed official of the kingdom and unrelated to cultivation. Hearing this, he turned to look at his daughter, deciding to leave the choice to her. She happily said that was wonderful. From now on, with someone guarding Triuka, she felt at ease. Duong Tran turned to the official with a dark expression and demanded he repent before the people, listing at least 10 crimes he had committed. The official trembled outwardly, but inwardly still harbored the intent to survive and wait for revenge. Though unwilling, he still confessed to colluding with the Kim Ung family. The people were enraged upon hearing this, not expecting the official to be so vicious. The scar-faced old man ground his teeth, not expecting the official to confess everything so cleanly. Duong Tran had long known it, yet hearing it with his own ears he was still furious. How could Triuka's beautiful land produce such beasts? Withdrew his foot and kicked hard into the official's stomach. He was sent flying and rolled far away. The official trembled and said he had promised not to kill him. Duong Tran let out a cold laugh. Did he believe his words? Even he himself did not. The official's accomplices were also speared by the soldiers before the eyes of the people. The scar-faced old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared fiercely at Duong Tran, while Duong Tran coldly continued his declaration. Next, the position of Night Duty City Lord would be directly assumed by General Chuan Sun. Chuan Sun had always been beloved by the people, so this decision quickly gained widespread support. That very day, a heaven-shaking howl suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. People heard it and fled in panic, shouting as they ran that demon beasts had appeared again. Only Duong Tran felt something was wrong. With such a huge disturbance, could it be true and go Sword Emperor Old Quatch? The commotion was clearly astonishing. Surely super experts were engaged in a fierce battle. Old Quatch grew suspicious and immediately ordered Dong Quatchmin to take 2 men to scout, instructing them not to act rashly and to return at once with any news. Cloud Troop immediately set out in compliance. Chuan Sun silently prayed in his heart, hoping that True and Go Sword Emperor would remain safe. Not long after, the scouting officers returned to report. They said they had seen a peerless expert battling a gigantic Kilin divine beast, both sides at least at Purple Palace Realm, possibly even far beyond. The mere mention of Purple Palace Realm made Old Quatch shudder. He muttered in disbelief. How could Dong Tho produce an expert surpassing Purple Palace Realm? This was utterly unreasonable. Realizing the gravity of the matter, he said in a deep voice that everyone should stay while he would personally go and see. Old Quatch rode the Purple Sparrow and sped toward the source of the phenomenon. Seeing this, Duong Tran requested to follow, hoping the national preceptor would allow him to witness it with his own eyes. Old Quach tactfully refused, saying Duong Tran was only at 5th level true martial realm and following would be too dangerous. Duong Tran persisted, using the excuse of broadening his horizons and experiencing the bearing of top-tier experts. After a moment of silence, Old Quach finally sighed and told him to get on. The two sat on the purple sparrow and quickly flew toward the battlefield. Upon arrival, both immediately changed expressions at the sight before them. A strange beast with an eagle-like head and a colossal body appeared. It had blood-red eyes, a sharp beak and vast wings, truly the Killen divine beast described by the officers. When Killen was struggling to evade streaks of light shooting from a golden tower hovering in midair. The master of the golden tower was a blond young man clad in golden armor, his aura imposing. Old Quach raised his head to observe carefully. After sensing the aura, he could only exclaim that it was truly terrifying. Blond young man coldly shouted, "True and Go, surrender." The Killen, who was True and Go, replied that the other party was not yet qualified. The blond young man's gaze darkened as he arrogantly asked why he insisted so stubbornly. True and Go said sternly, "Ku Thin, remember this well. The Thursun lineage would rather die than submit." The young man named Lak Ku Thin changed expression, realizing that True and Go was about to self-detonate. A world-shaking explosion erupted at once. The aftershock reached even the purple sparrow, sweeping the two riding it into the blast. Old Quach cried out that this was bad. Duong Tran clung tightly to the purple sparrow, thinking that True and Go Sword Emperor must have controlled the force. He might as well pretend to faint to observe the situation. He immediately feigned unconsciousness, vaguely recalling the words spoken before parting about Ku Thin Hong and meeting again at Thursun, wondering what those words meant. At that moment, a strange light suddenly flashed at the center of his brow. Voice resounded, "Boy, before dying I leave nothing behind, only the heaven-devouring 13 swords that I comprehended in my lifetime. I hope it will be of use to you. I only comprehended up to the 9th sword, remember well, do not think of avenging me. The Thursun lineage is nearly extinguished. Live well." Duong Tran shed tears, thinking with emotion that True and Go Sword Emperor truly inspired reverence. Ku Thin, he had remembered this name. In his sea of consciousness, the ground split with blue light as True and Go manifested in human form, holding a long sword. He directly demonstrated for Duong Tran the first sword of guarding heaven. The single slash, everything in its path was erased without a trace. Just watching was enough to shake Duong Tran. The power of this sword was utterly terrifying. Feeling that power, he was extremely excited. This was only the first sword. One day he would openly challenge Ku Thin. Old Quach's voice calling out made Duong Tran awaken from his hazy state. He sat up abruptly to check his body and discovered he was still alive. Old Quach sighed with emotion that both had picked up their lives again. The blond man's cultivation had likely far surpassed Purple Palace realm. Duong Tran stood and bowed in gratitude, thanking the national preceptor for saving his life. Old Quach had yet to recover and merely waved his hand, saying it was nothing. Just a casual act, no need for courtesy. Simply call him Old Uncle. Continued, it seemed that the so-called divine miracle was merely La's delusional fantasy. Even if it had once existed, it had already been taken away by that divine Killen beast along with the son of La Thin Hone. Truly foolish to the extreme. After that, Gyul Lao instructed Duong Tran to rest for 3 days before returning to Thin Nam. Duong Tran complied with the arrangement. He returned to his quiet retreat to continue cultivating. The scene of Chan and Go self-detonating still haunted his mind. He speculated that if nothing was amiss, the background of the Duong family was indeed extraordinary, very likely belonging to a force known as Thursun. As for where Thursun was located, he had absolutely no idea. 3 days passed in silence. Gyul Lao summoned Duong Tran again and advised him that Thin Nam was too small. He might as well follow him to the royal capital, where both resources and opportunities far surpassed this place. Duong Tran hesitated briefly, understanding it was goodwill. Yet because of Lin Hai he had long decided to stand against the Dich Vung royal clan. Their paths were destined to differ. Thus Duong Tran politely replied to Dong Quach Lao Ba that his cultivation was still low. He wished to remain in Thin Nam a while longer. He would certainly visit the royal capital, but at least after reaching the Vo Trung realm. Those words made Gyul Lao reassess Duong Tran in secret. At the academy, the atmosphere had become unusually heavy. Everyone looked dispirited, leaving Duong Tran puzzled. He Stepped forward and asked a young girl what had happened to make everyone so dejected. The girl said that recently the Core Combat Academy of the North Court had suffered consecutive crushing defeats, not a single victory. The youth spotted Duong Tran and hurried over, panting as he said that he had finally returned. Seeing his flustered manner, Duong Tran asked what exactly had happened. The youth loudly reported that Kim Vo Kiat and Lu Tu of the East Court had fought at the martial training ground, and the result was severe injuries. The news left Duong Tran stunned on the spot. Inside an old wooden house, a young girl was helping a young man lying face down on the bed, applying medicine while gently telling Vo Kiat that if it hurt, he should call out to feel better. She also advised him not to be so stubborn, yet Vo Kiat refused to listen. At that moment, Duong Tran stepped into the house. Girl was startled and dropped the bowl of medicine onto the ground. Duong Tran joked, asking whether he had arrived at the wrong time and ruined their good moment. The girl blushed and retorted that he should not speak nonsense. She was only applying medicine for Vo Kiat. Duong Tran deliberately teased, nodding and saying yes, applying medicine. He understood it was applying medicine. The girl was so angry she did not bother replying, turning to ask what he intended by sneaking into her house. At this time, Vo Kiat spoke up, telling Duong Tran not to tease Lin Nhi anymore, then asking whether the trip with the national preceptor of Dong Tho had caused any trouble. Duong Tran replied that it was fine. The story was long and he would explain later. Returning to the main point, Duong Tran asked Vo Kiat why he had still gone onto the battle stage to challenge others while gravely injured. Nhi Bat Bin stepped forward to explain, saying it was Lu Tu who had caused trouble. He had blocked the gate of the North Court and directly challenged Duong Tran by name, even insulting senior brother Ba Quang, making Vo Kiat unable to endure it and fight in his place. Duong Tran said he did not know that man and asked about Lu Tu's background. Nhi frowned and said that he did not even know Lu Tu. He was the youngest son of the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion, relying on some talent to act tyrannically after entering the East Court. Duong Tran widened his eyes in surprise. The son of the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion. Was Lu Tu truly that formidable? Lin Nhi continued, saying his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Vo Kiat, and he even wore top-grade yellow rank armor, not to mention Vo Kiat. Even lower Vo Trung realm cultivators would find it hard to injure him. Understanding the situation, Duong Tran told Vo Kiat to focus on recovering. As for Lu Tu, he would go meet him. Vo Kiat worriedly tried to dissuade him, saying the opponent was too strong, but Duong Tran reassured him that he would not take risks without confidence. Duong Tran returned to a cultivation area built within the heart of a rocky mountain. Sitting down to calculate, he realized his current cultivation was still too low. The urgent matter was to break through first. At the same time, in another residence, a group of people were solemnly welcoming distinguished guests. The invited guests were the Commandery Princess and National Preceptor Guo. The head of the residence respectfully said that the National Preceptor's visit was a great honor for the Don Mok residents. Seeing the other party so enthusiastic, Guo Lao smiled politely and offered a few compliments. He said that if he had not seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe there was such a beautiful young lady in the world. With hidden meaning, Guo Lao continued that she would surely receive the utmost favor from the 13th Lord. Lin Hai was stunned, thinking to herself what the 13th Lord's favor meant. Could it be that the Marquis residents intended to marry her to him? She did not desire that at all, yet she did not know how to resist. Pink-haired young lady of the Marquis residence thought jealously that without Lin Hai, the position of secondary consort of the 13th Lord would have been hers. When the 13th Lord inherited the throne, she would become the secondary royal consort. How glorious that would be, that detestable woman. The Marquis spoke, telling Lin Hai and the others to go inside. But Lin Hai remained silent. Her uncle could only comfort her, telling her not to be impatient. Everything required careful discussion. He said this was the joint decision of the family heads and elders, blaming himself for failing to protect her and her mother in the past. Now history was repeating itself, urging her not to offend the national preceptor, as there was still time to turn things around. Lin Hai nodded understandingly. Then the Marquis turned to ask the national preceptor, "Do you examine Lin Hai's fate?" Guo Lao gently replied that he could. He immediately cast a divination technique to observe Lin Hai's fate. After finishing, Guo Lao fell into puzzled contemplation. His heart trembled. His fate wheel martial soul had not obtained the slightest information. Someone curiously asked the national preceptor what Lin Hai's fate was like. Guo Lao revealed an awkward expression, not knowing how to answer for a moment. He looked at Lin Hai, thinking he could not see through the martial endowment of this monstrous child. Perhaps her destiny defied the heavens. Guo Lao hesitated whether to use the martial general secret technique, combined with his fate wheel martial soul, to forcibly probe to the end. but recalling the lesson from Duong Tran, he considered carefully. If smooth, it would only consume some soul power. Yet if he encountered a soul backlash, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Lao once again carefully observed Lin Hai. The national preceptor's pride surged. He decided to use the secret technique, refusing to believe that in a small thin nam another monstrous talent capable of backlash would appear. He gathered all his soul power to examine Lin Hai. Before his eyes appeared an illusory scene. Upon a resplendent throne sat a peerless empress. Empress's gaze shot straight toward Gu Lao. At that instant, blood burst from Gu Lao's eyes. The entire marquis residence cried out in panic, asking whether the national preceptor was all right. Gu Lao did not respond and immediately rushed outside. Everyone stood frozen, not understanding what had just happened. The marquis hurried after him, loudly asking what Lin Hai's fate truly was. Gu Lao only said that heavenly secrets could not be revealed, then gave an order, mounted his purple sparrow and flew away swiftly, striving to steady his mind. In his heart he swore that from now on, he would never again examine anyone's fate. He carried out Gu Lao's words, beginning to devote full effort to nurturing Lin Hai, directly stating that from now on all necessary cultivation resources would be fully provided by the family. Miss Fa heard this and grew dissatisfied, thinking that heavenly secrets could not be revealed was merely an excuse to marry Lin Hai to the 13th Lord, who would later monopolize the throne of Dong Tho. Duong Tran's side, his mood was rather relaxed. After strolling for a short while, he encountered a group of people looking for trouble. The leader stared at him with a ferocious expression and asked whether he was Duong Tran. He continued mockingly, saying he had heard Duong Tran was the disciple of that useless Tian Ba Quang. Back then, his father had spared Tian Ba Quang's life. Who would have thought he would live until today and even dare to take a disciple? Group behind him immediately echoed, laughing and mocking Duong Tran without cease. Duong Tran frowned and retorted that he was Lu Tu of Ansat Pavilion. Being ugly was not his fault, but using that face to scare people was truly repulsive. Fortunately, he was hungry, otherwise he would have vomited. Lu Tu was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead as he roared that Duong Tran wanted to die. Duong Tran coldly provoked him, asking who he was trying to scare. This was human territory. He should crawl back underground where he belonged. Insulted about his appearance, Lu Tu completely exploded and loudly declared that Duong Tran. He formally initiated a district battle against him. Duong Tran sneered disdainfully, asking what he was. A dog in human skin dared to challenge him. Lu Tu narrowed his eyes and threatened that he knew Tian Ba Quang was at Chiat Kim Institute of Gusun Outer City. If Duong Tran did not want him to encounter trouble, he had better accept, and remember it would be a no-rules duel. Those words struck his vital point. Duong Tran asked in a deep voice whether what he said was true. Lu Tu raised his head proudly and replied that it was of course true. Duong Tran stepped forward without hesitation and said coldly that he should prepare his funeral arrangements. He accepted the no-rules duel, but it must include 20 million spirit stones. Go prepare. Tu thought he had misheard and frowned as he asked what Duong Tran had said. Duong Tran did not explain further, only saying 1 month later at the martial training ground, stage number 7. After that, Duong Tran went to find an old man who was sitting and weaving bamboo baskets. Glanced around and asked, "Grandmaster, where is Lin Hai?" The old man kept his head lowered as he wove the basket, not responding at all. Duong Tran could only bow respectfully. "Grandmaster, Duong Tran seeks an audience." Only then did the old man speak. "What is it?" Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled ingratiatingly. "Nothing important. He merely came to visit Grandmaster." The old man replied coldly, "I am still well and not dead. You may leave." Seeing that attitude, Duong Tran inwardly complained. This old fellow was truly hard to talk to, shutting him down at once. Returned to the main issue and asked where Lin Hai was. The old man answered curtly, "I do not know." Duong Tran changed his tone and sighed, "Grandmaster, he has run into big trouble." The old man said indifferently, "Handle small matters yourself. For big matters, go find your master." Duong Tran raised his voice and emphasized, "Grandmaster, this time it is enormous trouble." The old man sighed and asked, "Boy, do you believe in reincarnation?" Duong Tran was stunned and asked, "What do you mean, Grandmaster?" The old man mocked himself. "I do not know what karma I created in my past life to owe such a great debt. Originally only Tian Ba Quang was my creditor. Who would have thought now you are added as well?" Duong Tran found it amusing inwardly. He had not asked for anything. How had he become his creditor? The old man changed the topic and asked whether he had begun learning the Ling Xiao sword art. Duong Tran replied confidently, "Grandmaster, he has cultivated the first sword stance for nearly half a year. Now it has reached near great completion." The old man stood up and said, "Good, show me." Duong Tran immediately assumed a ready stance. He pressed two fingers together to mimic a blade, true chi blazing brilliantly. Right after, he swung repeatedly, sword energy spreading in all directions. The old man observed for a while and asked, "Is this how Tian Ba Kuang taught you?" Duong Tran asked in surprise. Could it be that what he displayed was not the Lingshan sword stance? The old man sternly corrected him. "With such power you dare call it great completion. Do you truly understand the sword?" Casually released a strand of sword energy for Duong Tran to witness. His horizons broadened. Duong Tran could not help but ask himself, was this sword intent? Such might was truly astonishing. What move was that? The old man began to explain, "Boy, to practice the sword, you must first have a sword. Let me ask you, if you held a treasured sword, in one breath could you execute the Lingshan sword stance and slash out 30 strands of sword energy? Only by doing so could it barely count as minor completion. As for great completion, you must fuse with sword intent. That is still far beyond you. You do not even understand the sword yet." Such blunt criticism was hard for Duong Tran to accept. The old man continued, "As for the realm of no sword, it is even farther beyond sword intent. You cannot even walk, yet you wish to fly. What you use is merely finger sword." Duong Tran was left speechless, not knowing how to refute. The old man casually pulled out a bamboo branch. He handed it to Duong Tran and said, "This is your new sword. Use it to practice the Lingshan sword form." Duong Tran held the bamboo branch, feeling somewhat dejected. Could this truly be his new sword? How could a bamboo branch withstand the Lingshan sword stance? Could it endure the Tai Duong True Chi? Seeing his grandmaster's meaningful gaze, Duong Tran did not dare voice any objection. Following the instruction, he used the bamboo branch as a medium to execute the Lingshan sword stance. The result left him utterly astonished. Bamboo branch remained unharmed before the Tai Duong True Chi, shocking him greatly. What kind of bamboo was this? Bamboo sword, he muttered inwardly. A bamboo sword that could resist Tai Duong True Chi. Confidence surged as he continued swinging the sword, yet midway, bamboo branch suddenly trembled on its own, moving chaotically. Duong Tran angrily shouted, "Tian Ba Kuang, you call yourself worthy of being a master." Seeing that the guidance was sufficient, the old man turned and left, reminding before departing, "Comprehend it yourself." Though Duong Tran trained until exhausted, his heart now had a clear direction. For after each swing grew more precise, both power and stability increasing markedly. The hard training was not in vain. Duong Tran was quite satisfied with the progress, thinking his grandmaster was truly formidable, merely sharp-tongued. In teaching ability, even 100 Tian Ba Kuang could not compare. The old man returned and handed Duong Tran a real sword. The moment Duong Tran took it, he felt something extremely unusual. The sword was far heavier than its appearance suggested. He could barely lift it from the ground, let alone swing it. Thought that having entered the 6th level of the Chan Vo realm and cultivated the ancient demonic dragon battle body, his pure strength surpassed 10,000 jin. Yet he still could not hold this black wooden sword. It was too strange. The old man scoffed disdainfully, useless, unable to hold even a wooden sword steady. Duong Tran wished to argue, but did not know what to say. The old man calmly said, "Your grandmaster is poor and has nothing to give you. I can only make you a wooden sword, but it is the first true sword that belongs to you. If you are not too foolish, perhaps you will use it to comprehend sword intent." Duong Tran understood inwardly that this black wooden sword had no small origin. For with the old man's peak 9th level Thien Hop realm cultivation, it had taken 10 days to suppress and refine it successfully. He instructed that from now on he should use the wooden sword to practice the Lingshan sword stance. Only when he could proficiently execute 30 strands of sword intent would he be allowed to leave and qualify to cultivate the second Lingha sword stance. Duong Tran could not help asking how long it would take to achieve that. He still could not firmly hold the wooden sword even with full effort. Duong Tran was determined to master it, for he had arranged a duel with Lu Tu. Only 10 days remained. He had to seize every moment. Suddenly, the hem of a young girl's dress appeared. It was Lin Hai. Her arrival distracted Duong Tran for an instant, and the weight of the wooden sword dragged him face first to the ground. Seeing that scene, Lin Hai burst into soft laughter. Duong Tran felt a little embarrassed, yet inwardly delighted to see her. Just as he was about to step forward to greet her, a loud shout rang out. No one is allowed to step out of the courtyard. The old man coldly told Lin Hai, "Girl, go practice the sword yourself. If there is nothing, do not come here." Lin Hai obediently listened and turned to leave. Before leaving, she did not forget to turn back and give Duong Tran a charming smile. Duong Tran said angrily, "Old man, you did that on purpose." The old man admitted calmly, "Yes, I did it deliberately. What can you do about it?" Duong Tran truly had no rebuttal, thinking that his master's despicable habits must have been learned from this old fellow, truly detestable. The old man suddenly advised seriously, "To a swordsman the sword is life. Your very life is entrusted to it. Treat it sincerely, and it will be loyal. From now on, no matter when or where, never part from your sword. When you reach the Thien Men realm, engrave array patterns and awaken its spirit. Spirit awakening was a strange and astonishing concept to Duong Tran at this moment. He looked again at the black wooden sword, wondering whether such miraculous material could also undergo spirit awakening. After that, Duong Tran continued tirelessly practicing the sword. Exhausted to the point of collapse, he sat down heavily to rest briefly. The old man sat not far away, leisurely drinking tea while watching him cultivate. He slowly said that the sword was originally a weapon of slaughter. It must be used with caution. Your path of the sword has only just begun. These words may be like music played to a cow, yet I still hope you remember them. Duong Tran leaned his head back, his face full of question. The old man continued. He added that he hoped Duong Tran's sword path would not change in the future, wishing him to condense sword intent and forge an indestructible sword heart. Go. An uneasy feeling rose in Duong Tran's heart. Why did it sound like a farewell? Duong Tran knelt on one knee and solemnly vowed to remember the teaching grace, swearing that sooner or later he would make the name of Ling Shan's sword art resound throughout the world. After that, Duong Tran returned to Lin Enhai's place. Under Lin Enhai's care, Vo Kiat appeared somewhat restrained before Duong Tran. Lin Nhai asked directly whether Duong Tran truly intended to fight a life and death battle with Lu Tu. Duong Tran replied calmly, "A mere Lu Tu is not even worth his notice." Lin Nhai knew persuasion was futile, and only reminded that he had top-grade yellow-rank protective treasure. Could Duong Tran break his defense? Duong Tran smiled mysteriously and said she would know when the time came. He thought inwardly of how terrifying the Ling Shan sword stance of Hak Muk Kim was. Even top-grade yellow rank, or perhaps even low-grade profound rank, might not withstand that peerless sword energy. After that, Duong Tran told Lin Hai that when Tiu Kiat returned, she should tell him Duong Tran was looking for him. Duong Tran thought to himself that the remaining 10 days would be used to comprehend V Thien first sword. In Duong Tran's room, he began to meditate and cultivate. Consciousness gradually sank into the sea of awareness. He saw the phantom of Chen and Go wildly dancing his sword. The violent sword energy pressed Duong Tran so that he could not approach. Returning to reality, cold sweat drenched his back. That sword was too terrifying, as if it could destroy heaven and earth. He wondered whether by continuing to comprehend the Phi Thien first sword, at the Chan Vo realm he could condense sword intent. After 1 hour, Duong Tran stopped. He sighed in exhaustion. His spiritual sense was consumed too greatly. He could only endure 1 hour before needing rest. Duong Tran rolled up the blanket, intending to lie down and sleep. He truly fell asleep at once. Drowsily opening his eyes, he saw Vo Kiat standing right in front of him. Duong Tran sat up, yawned, and complained, "What are you doing? You almost scared me to death." Vo Kiat asked, "Brother, why did you agree to a life and death duel with Lu Tu?" Duong Tran replied with a cold smile, "That bastard is seeking death himself. He is merely granting his wish." Vo Kiat asked eagerly, "Brother, are you confident you can defeat him?" Thinking of Lu Tu's background, Vo Kiat said worriedly that if he killed him, the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion would likely not let it go. Duong Tran smiled slyly. "Do you think that old man Guo helped me for nothing all this time? Rest assured, when the time comes, someone will deal with the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion." During that, Vo Kiat finally felt at ease. Duong Tran changed the subject and asked, "By the way, how are things progressing between you and Lin Nhai?" Vo Kiat replied somewhat gloomily, "That girl will not let me touch her." Duong Tran gaped in astonishment. Vo Kiat continued, "Did you not say before that to win a woman's heart one must first take her body?" Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly. Did he really say that? Seeing Vo Kiat affirm firmly, Duong Tran could only raise his thumb in praise. "You are truly something else." Duong Tran slung an arm over his brother's shoulder and advised, "Tiu Kiat, this kind of matter must be taken slowly. You cannot rush it." Vo Kiat asked blankly, "Then what should I do?" Duong Tran suggested, "Start by dating, understand dating." Vo Kiat pondered seriously over the concept of dating for a long while. After that, Duong Tran sat gazing at his sword while reflecting. According to Elder Kong Tun, this was called knowing the sword, beneficial for condensing sword intent. He stared at the sword for a long time. Gradually, he discerned something. It was the spirit hidden within the sword. Inside a small thatched house, a jet-black sword was being tempered by true flame. Black wooden sword in Duong Tran's hand emitted strands of black aura. Those strands gradually coiled into a sphere. Then they rushed straight into Duong Tran's sea of consciousness. There he saw another version of himself. Duong Tran jolted awake in shock. He looked at the black sword again, feeling his spiritual sense had clearly grown stronger. He lowered his head to inspect his martial soul. Then it appeared a sword at the center, like a star with two satellites revolving around it. Duong Tran thought his eyes were playing tricks, wondering whether he had encountered something ghostly. Could a martial soul even change? Or had the martial soul returned to a sword realm? He entered the sea of consciousness again. It was barren, mounds rising unevenly, swords stuck chaotically everywhere. Duong Tran was truly alarmed now. It was indeed bizarre. Something suddenly caught his attention. A familiar sword was embedded at a slant on a mound. He stepped closer to that sword. His hand had just touched the hilt. The sword suddenly trembled violently without cease. Duong Tran's face turned pale at once. He realized this sword soul was a terrifying slaughter path sword soul. Even thinking back sent chills down his spine. If his spiritual sense had not been firm enough, he would likely have been devoured. Duong Tran understood the danger, yet the urge to pull out that black sword still arose within him. Strands of violent black aura gushed from the sword's body. Duong Tran stubbornly reached out to grasp the hilt, poured all his remaining strength into it. At last he seized that icy hilt, and little by little he pulled it out of the mound. After that, he slowly opened his eyes. The martial soul space still retained the transformed state from before within the sea of consciousness. Duong Tran had completely subdued that black sword and could summon it at will. This was the slaughter sword soul. What was called slaughter meant it could kill all things. Under the heavens, nothing could not be cut. Outside, the candle had long gone out, and the tea had grown cold. Duong Tran stared intently at the slaughter sword soul, unable to suppress a shiver at the terror of this martial soul. He understood that killing intent was akin to sword intent in the sword path, capable of directly attacking the opponent's soul and spiritual sense, thereby causing a violent shock to the enemy's spirit. With the slaughter god protecting him, Duong Tran's strength was greatly reinforced. From now on, he no longer feared the pressure of Thien Hop realm experts. Lu Tu, this time you will find it hard to escape death. Duong Tran left his residence and went for a walk outside. Suddenly, he sensed a strange fluctuation. Instinctively, he stopped, wondering what was happening that made the ancient demonic dragon martial soul react so strongly. With doubt in mind, he stepped inside that place. Behind the counter was a vendor, lazily reading a book. Seeing a customer, the man immediately smiled and greeted, "Young master, welcome. Are you pawning items or buying pledged goods?" Duong Tran asked directly whether they sold pledged goods here. The vendor smiled and said their shop had taken in many rare treasures, even items passed down from ancient times. After speaking, he invited Duong Tran inside to view the goods. He was led to a room resembling a storage warehouse. Inside, items were piled in messy disorder, not arranged neatly at all. Everything was covered in dust, clearly untouched for a long time. Duong Tran half-jokingly asked whether this pile of junk was truly pledged goods for sale. Was he teasing him? The man only laughed awkwardly and said they were all worthless odds and ends. If the young master liked them, he could reward a few spirit stones. Duong Tran did not mind and nodded in agreement. While browsing, he noticed a round stone like a plate with a chipped corner. That stone faintly emitted pale red patterns. Duong Tran picked up the stone and asked what it was. The vendor explained it was pattern iron stone. Used in refining its material could reach low-grade yellow rank. Hearing that, Duong Tran immediately decided to buy it. After selecting a few other miscellaneous items, he brought them to the counter for pricing. The vendor considered and said 10 spirit stones would suffice. Without bargaining, Duong Tran directly handed over 10 spirit stones. He waved his hand and stored all the items into his storage ring. The vendor smiled as he saw him off, wishing the young master a safe journey and hoping he would visit again. After Duong Tran left, the man immediately reported to the shop owner that a genius from Thien Nam Martial Mansion had come to buy some junk, earning 8 spirit stones. From inside came only a short reply, "Good." Vendor secretly rejoiced, having pocketed 2 spirit stones himself. Behind the half-closed door, it was Ho Alao, who secretly remarked that this young master carried a chaotic aura. His opportunities were not small, having awakened martial intent at the Chan Vo realm, truly not bad. While the transaction seemed pleasant on one side, Duong Tran was 10 times more delighted, thinking today was truly a bargain. 10 spirit stones exchanged for a treasure. When visiting his nominal master, Duong Tran saw Tian Ba Kuang conversing with someone. The middle-aged man said, "Ba Kuang, this time your return to Thien Nam earned considerable merit, not only curing Lin Nha Chai of Ming Hoa poison, but also helping me find a good disciple. Vo Kiat is indeed a rare talent." Continued with disdain, "But your other disciple is truly not good. Your judgment is too poor. That Duong Tran is reckless and arrogant with low martial aptitude, truly rotten wood." Tian Ba Kuang chimed in, admitting that taking Duong Tran as a disciple was a mistake. He was both rotten wood and a disaster, only regretting that Vo Kiat was too honest and had been led astray by him. Middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Tiu Kiat is good in every aspect, only his personality is too simple. Duong Tran heard all those words, too lazy to even respond. Tian Ba Kuang pretended to scold sternly, "You brat. Since you are back, why are you standing there? Your grand uncle master is here. Hurry and pay respects." The middle-aged man asked coldly, "I heard you have been quite famous lately. The entire martial mansion is spreading that you want a life-and-death duel with Lu Tu." Duong Tran did not answer, casually snatching Tian Ba Kuang's teacup and drinking it in one gulp. After finishing, he praised that the tea was excellent. This Dai Hong Yun was much better than dream flower tea. Duong Tran set the cup down and explained, "Grand Uncle Master, Lu Tu is seeking death himself. Insulting my master was not enough for him. He even dared to injure Tiu Kayat. Without that protective treasure, he would not have been Tiu Kayat's match." Those words pleased the middle-aged man, yet Tian Ba Kuang showed clear displeasure. Tian Ba Kuang felt aggrieved, but could not say it outright, only cursing inwardly that the brat was becoming ever more slick. The middle-aged man beside him also smiled secretly. Duong Tran continued, "Master, Grandmaster asked me to pass along a message to you." He deliberately paused to sip tea, making Tian Ba Kuang glare and urge him to speak quickly. Duong Tran sighed and said that Grandmaster told him heaven cherishes life, advising Tian Ba Kuang to create less karma. The debt of past life cause and effect had already been repaid. Hearing this, Tian Ba Kuang could not hold back his tears, recalling his master of years past. Middle-aged man as Grand Uncle Master asked Duong Tran how confident he was against Lu Tu. Duong Tran replied calmly that he would not dare claim 8 parts, but 9 parts was certain. Both men were stunned by that answer. Tian Ba Kuang looked at Duong Tran, momentarily speechless. Grand Uncle Master pressed further, "You are only at the 6th level of Chan Vo realm. What will you rely on to break a top-grade yellow-rank defense?" Duong Tran gripped the wooden sword tightly and said decisively, "I rely on my sword." Tian Ba Kuang asked curiously what kind of wooden sword this was. Duong Tran answered that Grandmaster bestowed it upon him. Tian Ba Kuang requested to have a look. Duong Tran hurriedly hid the sword behind his back and said it was still being nurtured and could not pass into another swordsman's hands for now. Grand Uncle Master examined the wooden sword closely and was shaken. He voiced his speculation, "Boy, this is an ancient divine relic. Your Grandmaster and I once risked our lives to seize it, yet in the end it fell into your hands." Duong Tran was also startled. An ancient divine relic? Then what origin did this wooden sword truly have? Grand Uncle Master pondered and said that Duong Tran should return to the martial mansion. Chayat Kim Institute was no ordinary place, and none would dare cause trouble there. Duong Tran complied and thanked Grand Uncle Master, and Aunt Cam, asking them to take care. The 3 watched his departing back, and all agreed he carried some bearing of a swordsman. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and added that at least he had more prospects than many. Aunt Can shared her impression that a familiar killing aura lingered around that Duong youth, truly rather strange. As Duong Tran walked, he suddenly shuddered. Strange object abruptly appeared in his sea of consciousness. He was slightly alarmed, thinking what was happening was that not the shadow escaped sword soul. Why had it rushed straight into his sea of consciousness? If it was already inside, could he control it? Thinking so, he immediately tried. Half of Duong Tran's body was covered by a faint illusory veil. He found himself within a separate space. It was the state of Shadow Escape Martial Intent. When activated, Shadow Escape Martial Intent made one's figure completely vanish, existing within a double-layered space like an illusion. A dark martial intent found only in legend. Duong Tran rejoiced inwardly. This time he had truly struck it rich, obtaining such heaven-defying martial intent. It seemed heaven was determined to place him on the path of punishing evil and upholding good. One night at the North Court Core District, Duong Tran was sitting in his room when he heard a knock. He opened the door and saw a lively young woman standing outside. She smiled and asked whether she could come in and sit for a while. Duong Tran found it hard to refuse and let her enter. Joked, "Sister Ngayat has graced me personally. I wonder what guidance she brings." Sister Ngayat replied intimately that there was no need for such politeness between them. Before coming, she had asked Lin Hai, who did not mind. What was he afraid of besides? Did men not dream of embracing left and right? Duong Tran felt slightly embarrassed, thinking she was truly a witch. He casually sat on his bed, smiling that the place was not bad. Duong Tran averted his eyes, not daring to look long. Sister Ngayat laughed charmingly. She suddenly acted coquettish and said that in this life and the next, he should not even think of abandoning her. Duong Tran replied gently, "Sister Ngayat." He had already said that his heart held only Lin Hai, and it was full. Moreover, he was of humble origin and truly unworthy. Sister Ngayat moved closer, saying so he was casting her aside. The matter had not even begun, and he was already pushing her away. She would tell Lin Hai when she returned. The warmth pressed against him stirred Duong Tran, yet he forced himself to stay clear-minded. This woman was indeed dangerous. Only then did Sister Ngayat ask the main matter. What was this life and death battle between him and Lu Tu? That man was very strong and sinister, already at the 8th level of Chanvo realm in the East Court Core District. Duong Tran's face darkened as he clenched his fist and said that regardless of that man's previous record, when facing him there was only death. Mr. Ngayat said worriedly that he was only at the 6th level of Chanvo realm. The gap was too great. Moreover, Lu Tu possessed a top-grade yellow rank inner armor. It would be hard to injure him. Mr. Ngayat leaned closer and whispered that he must not die. He was hers. Duong Tran deliberately kept his distance, thanked her for the concern, and said he was confident in eliminating this scourge for the Marshall Mansion. The result would be known in a few days. Such measured composure surprised Sister Ngayat. She could not understand where his confidence came from. He took out an item and handed it to him. This was heavenly silk black armor, a top-grade yellow rank inner armor. Perhaps it would help him stand invincible in this life and death battle. After handing it over, she left at once. Duong Tran sighed that accepting a beauty's favor was hardest among so many talents in the Marshall Mansion. Why would Ngayat Tiu Tan take notice of him? It was truly puzzling. After that, Duong Tran took out another object. It was the round stone he had just bought. Placed into his sea of consciousness, it immediately changed. Duong Tran sensed something acting upon the stone. He focused intently on the development. The round stone gradually disintegrated. By the time it shattered completely, Duong Tran had not even reacted. Inside his body, the demonic dragon martial soul was greatly nourished. A new surge of energy spread through all his meridians. Duong Tran could not adapt at once. His heart had been beating normally, but suddenly it swelled violently, felt dizzy, and nearly collapsed. Duong Tran braced himself on the table to steady his body. Could that golden liquid be true dragon blood essence? The table beneath his palms sank deeply with an imprint. Even he was astonished that the stone platform made of iron rock had been crushed by him. Afterward, Duong Tran sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate and regulate his breath. Stabilized, he thought that a single drop of golden liquid had boosted his strength immensely and even opened battle acupoints at both shoulders. The effect was astonishing. Seizing the opportunity, Duong Tran tried channeling force to open more battle acupoints. When he stepped out of the room, the number of opened battle acupoints had reached 10. Duong Tran stretched contentedly. 6 days remained until the duel with Lu Tu. He returned to the old pawn shop to have a look. Though he thought so, when he returned to that place, the entire shop had vanished, leaving only a bare empty space. Duong Tran stared in shock, unable to believe his eyes. The next day was the day of the duel. Vo Kiat and Lin Nhi were both present, anxiously suggesting that Vo Kiat fight in his stead. Duong Tran appeared extremely confident, saying they overestimated Lu Tu. Let us go. He would tear off that man's head to vent their anger. Hearing that, the two felt more assured and said enthusiastically they would go cheer. The three of them headed together to the arena. Many experts and elders were already seated waiting to watch. One glance was enough to know this duel was far from simple. Upon arrival, they saw a group following behind Lu Tu. The other protagonist of the duel, Lu Tu of Ansat Pavilion, had appeared. He did not hurry onto the stage, but mocked whether he was so eager to die. Duong Tran responded that he had heard the son of the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion would bleed today. He happened to raise a small beast fond of human blood named Tiu Hat. Lu Tu did not seem to grasp the sarcasm and only sneered that his tongue was indeed sharp, but he would not live much longer. Duong Tran stood on the stage, bowed slightly and sneered, "Short brat." Though he was a country bumpkin he liked to learn, today he would teach you a lesson for free. His gaze brimmed with disdain and resolve as he prepared for the life and death battle about to begin. Suddenly someone from the crowd, watching the match, leaped into the air. At a glance, this person was likely today's referee, because when Lu Tu asked whether it could begin, he appeared. The referee was a middle-aged man, arms crossed before his chest, calmly replying that there was no need to rush. Duong Tran secretly suspected that this match might even be tied to betting among the upper ranks of the four-court martial mansion. Cheers suddenly erupted from the crowd. Hurry look. The first to appear was the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion, Lu Fa Sat. Right after, another figure who drew attention stepped out. It was the dean of the East Court. Duong Tran recognized him at once. This was the man who had taken the East Court dean position from Elder Kong Tun. Following that, the deans of the other two courts revealed themselves one by one. Finally, Duong Tran's grand uncle master appeared, also the only one who spoke. Just as I expected, the head of our court is the last to arrive. It seemed supporters from both sides had gathered in large numbers, all here to cheer for this battle. The others merely looked at him, none speaking in response. Duong Tran broke the silence, smiling that the dean had finally arrived. He had been worried that if he beat the little one, the big one might jump out and cause trouble. Grand uncle. His elder, also the North Court dean, replied calmly, "Rest assured, this is the Marshall Mansion in broad daylight. Demons and ghosts would not dare show themselves." Those words inadvertently struck Lu Fa Sat. making his expression turn unpleasant as he frowned slightly. Only then did Lu Tu leap onto the stage and shout loudly, "Duong Tran, get up here and face death." Duong Tran sneered in reply, "I advise you to step down first and instruct your family. Later you may not have the chance." Lu Tu ground his teeth and demanded whether he would fight or not. Duong Tran sighed and jumped onto the stage, saying, "Why rush? Living a little longer is not better. The world is so beautiful." Lu Tu loudly declared that Lu Tu of the East Court Core Academy would battle Duong Tran of the North Court. No rule restrictions, requesting the referee to witness. The referee turned to ask Duong Tran what about him. Thinking of his tight purse, he nodded to accept the battle, but demanded an added condition, an extra 3,000 spirit stones. Lu Tu froze slightly, saying had they not agreed on 2,000. Duong Tran sneered that with a fat sheep before him, did he think he was foolish not to slaughter it? Lu Tu was furious yet gritted his teeth and agreed, "Fine, 3,000 then." Duong Tran suddenly felt a bit regretful, truly a wealthy man. He should have raised the price more. The referee temporarily held both sides' stakes and announced the no-rules duel begin. Lu Tu could not wait and fiercely summoned his martial soul, roaring that he was dead for sure. Lu Tu's martial soul was top-grade yellow rank, and he even generously told Duong Tran to draw his sword. Duong Tran shook his head slightly, looking at that immature child, saying he alone was not worthy of drawing his sword. He had this match firmly in hand, originally intending to let him be the first soul beneath his blade. But now he changed his mind. His blood was too filthy and unworthy. Seeing Duong Tran not take the initiative, Lu Tu decided to charge first. Some spectators who disliked Duong Tran mocked that dying like this was too light. He should be sliced 1,000 times. The brat must be scared senseless. Some covered their eyes, not daring to watch. Even Vo Kiat beside them showed worry. Tiu Tan was present as well, wondering why Thien Lin Hai had not come, while fearing Duong Tran did not understand the viciousness of Black Flow Palm. Just as Sister Ngayat had said, Lu Tu unleashed a venomous palm strike straight at Duong Tran's abdomen. Palm wind left a 4-petaled afterimage upon Duong Tran, yet caused no injury. The entire audience widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Even the dean back stood agape at the scene. Duong Tran stood firm as a mountain and taunted Lu Tu, "Is that all you have?" Lu Tu was also stunned by this sight. Sister Ngayat had not expected that even without wearing the heavenly silk black armor she gave, he could withstand that blow. Duong Tran immediately counterattacked with a casual wave of his hand. Lu Tu hurriedly raised his arm to block. Duong Tran felt slight numbness in his hand, admitting that Turtle's shell was indeed tough. He continued to provoke, "Short brat, did you not eat? Come here. Before sending you to the Yellow Springs, he will play with you well." After all, he once promised to let him understand what despair was. Beanback observed secretly, how could that brat's body be so strong? Taking Black Flow Palm head-on without harm, too unreasonable. It seemed after this match, his body must be studied carefully. Lu Tu had not yet recovered from the shock. No longer dared underestimate his opponent. Not to mention Duong Tran was only 6th level Chan Vo realm. Even an early Vo Trung body cultivator without protective true chi would be severely injured by Black Flow Palm. Lu Tu could not understand the reason, only feeling everything was absurd. Gripping his sword, Lu Tu coldly said that regardless of what strange thing Duong Tran possessed, dying beneath Heartless Sword would be his honor, and Gaiet Tin. No one expected Lu Tu to hold the Heartless Sword. Dean backsighed that even the Heartless Sword had been handed to that brat. Ansat Pavilion truly spared no expense, yet after this battle the sword would change owners. Lu Fa Sat replied coldly that depended on whether that brat survived. Since Duong Tran was his court's disciple, the dean could not stand idly by, just wait and see. Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly at the sight of Heartless Sword, as if seeing gold. He said that early this morning before leaving he heard magpies calling. It turned out they foretold fortune. Lu Tu executed his ultimate skill, Heartless One Strike. Duong Tran faced it head-on, still not drawing his sword, maintaining his punching stance. Sister Ngayat cried out in shock, "Duong Tran, what are you doing?" Dean Back could not remain seated and sprang up. Was that brat going to block a sword with bare hands, seeking death? Even Lu Fa Sat was stunned by such provocation. The clash of martial weapons exploded, a shockwave shooting upward. Lu Tu was knocked back by Duong Tran's punch. Duong Tran did not feel well either. Blocking a sword barehanded allowed some killing aura to erode him. That was enough to justify his counterattack. Today he would beat someone to death with his fists. Duong Tran unleashed continuous punches, pounding relentlessly against Lu Tu's defense, causing Lu Tu's face to turn pale with fear. Vo Kiat leaped up excitedly, loudly cheering, "Brother, keep it up, beat him to death." Duong Tran sprang high into the air. He created countless black sword afterimages and shouted, "Ling Shan sword stance." Lu Tu had to endure a storm like barrage of attacks. No matter how solid the defense, it would eventually shatter. Lu Tu suffered a heavy blow, his body thrown backward. Immediately after came a resounding crash. Duong Tran descended from the air onto the stage. As the dust settled, Lu Fa sat looked in anguish at his fallen son, whose condition might be critical, leaving Dean back silent. He raised a hand toward Lu Fa Sat's shoulder and smiled. Go up and try, switch places with me. Lu Fa Sat was speechless, furious yet helpless. On the stage, Duong Tran drove Lu Tu into miserable defeat, striking like pounding grain, beating that short man to near death. Lu Tu's bones ached, his face swollen and battered, looking utterly miserable. Duong Tran had no intention of taking Lu Tu's life. After venting enough, he brushed off his hands and said in disappointment that with such little ability he dared show off before him. If he did not die, who would? After finishing the display, Duong Tran left the stage, as if conveniently cleaning up the arena. The spectators stood stunned, thinking he was truly ruthless. After winning, he thought of the prize money and asked where the referee was. Where was his stake? The referee solemnly handed all the wagered spirit stones to Duong Tran. Duong Tran casually stuffed the spirit stones into his storage pouch. Vo Kiat was the first to rush over and congratulate him. Brother, that was amazing. Duong Tran showed little satisfaction. Amazing what? That man was not as fierce as rumored. The fight did not even warm him up. He had not even used his martial soul. Hearing this, Dean Bak proposed that later at the thatched cottage he and Duong Tran should spar. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Grand Uncle Master, this little strength of his was not worthy of your eyes. Let him return to Chayat Kim Institute first. Another day he would surely seek your guidance. The dean barked irritably, get lost. Spared Duong Tran immediately thanked Grand Uncle Master. Seeing Duong Tran's meaningful smile, Vo Kiat grew curious. Vo Kiat asked what had him so pleased. Duong Tran tossed something to Vo Kiat. Vo Kiat's eyes widened. Was that not Lu Tu's storage ring? Duong Tran laughed slyly. There are quite a few good things inside. Vo Kiat happily accepted this unexpected gift. Two brothers returned together to Tru Yet Kim Veen. As soon as they arrived, they saw Uncle Kwong and Aunt Can had already prepared a table full of wine and meat waiting for them. Ba Kwong seemed to have drunk beforehand, so her spirits were high. She waved and called out, "You brat, little Kiat, come here. Today we do not stop until we are drunk." She poured wine for Duong Tran, smiling as she said, "It has been 10 years since I last drank like this." As she poured, she asked boldly, "Tell us the details of today's battle." Vo Kiat eagerly spoke up, "Uncle, Aunt Can, today my brother was incredibly imposing, let me tell you." After listening, Aunt Can looked at Vo Kiat and said, "You were not like this before. How come after following your brother through a few battles you have already changed?" Vo Kiat blinked in confusion and looked at Ba Kwong. Ba Kwong snorted softly, "Little Kiat, why are you learning to brag as well?" Vo Kiat hurriedly insisted, "I am telling the truth. I did not make anything up." Can question, Duong Tran did not even use his martial soul, nor did he draw his sword. How could he so easily defeat La Tu, who wielded the severing emotion sword? Duong Tran immediately corrected him. Little Kiat did not put it right. That battle was extremely perilous. I had to use my ultimate move to barely win. After saying that, he praised himself. The process is not important. What matters is that I won. And as if remembering something, he asked, right, what about the severing emotion sword? Under Ba Kwong's helpless gaze, Duong Tran presented the sword with both hands. "Master, this is La Tu's severing emotion sword. I offer it to you." Ba Kwong reached out intending to accept it, but then she withdrew her hand and said, "Brat, this sword does not suit me. You should keep it." Duong Tran replied seriously, "I will definitely find a way to heal master injuries. Treasures may be rare, but sooner or later we will encounter them. This sword is a bit tainted. Please keep it for now." Hearing that, Ba Kwong had no choice but to accept it. 3 rounds of wine passed. Duong Tran began boasting, "Master, this time was only a small profit. Before long, I will bring back the head of the Shadow Assassination Tower Master for you as a display." Ba Kwong did not take it seriously. She glanced at him and said, "Do you think you are about to soar into the sky?" He advised sternly, "Your martial path has only just begun. Why provoke the Shadow Assassination Tower? Your current cultivation is still low. The most important thing is to solidify your foundation. The Heaven South secret realm at the end of the year is the key opportunity. Whether you gain anything depends on yourself." Duong Tran listened seriously and cupped his fists. "I will remember your teachings." Can Ham stood cold-faced and silent at the doorway. Aunt Can smiled brightly and called, "Ham, you are back. Come in and eat with us." Can Ham looked at Duong Tran with curiosity and asked, "Duong Tran, how did you manage that?" Caught off guard, Duong Tran was stunned and asked back, "Sister Ham, what are you talking about?" Canham clarified, the battle with La Tu. How could you block the severing emotion sword barehanded without injury and even defeat him? Everyone in the martial academy calls you a demon. Both Aunt Can and Ba Kwong were stunned. Aunt Can asked suspiciously, Little Kayet, everything you said before the meal was true. Oh, Kayet nodded firmly. Of course it was true. Aunt Can immediately changed her tone. I told you, Little Kayet would never lie. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two elders, Duong Tran explained, earlier I encountered a fortunate opportunity and learned a legendary body cultivation art. It has a divine ability that increases defense tenfold in an instant. Canham asked curiously, what kind of body technique is that powerful? Duong Tran immediately refused to reveal it. Canham pouted and scoffed, stingy. Ba Kwong secretly guessed that this body technique was likely passed down by that Kilin divine beast. He did not press further. If he would not say it, then so be it. At Sword Bamboo Grove, Lin Hai skipped among the bamboo forest. Lin Hai Master came over and asked, Girl, have you heard any news? Lin Hai said nothing, but the joy on her face said it all. The old man glanced at her. That brat is still alive. Lin Hai exclaimed, Brother Tran won, he won. The old man only shook his head and laughed. Seeing you worry all day, I already said that brat would not die so easily. He added, Girl, now you may go out. Lin Hai asked happily to find Brother Tran. The old man corrected her. What are you thinking? Before coming of age, it is best not to see him. Go back and tell your mother to prepare to leave the Marquis residence. On New Year Eve, enter Mount Ko to reside. Lin Hai lowered her spirits and reluctantly agreed. Night fell over the central district of the North Court. The Vice Academy Master stood under the moon waiting for Duong Tran. He went straight to the point, Brat. You hide well, speak. Duong Tran pretended to be clueless. The Vice Academy Master pressed. Are you still planning to hide it from me? Duong Tran repeated his earlier words. Actually, I once encountered a fortunate opportunity and inherited a body cultivation art. It has a divine ability that increases defense tenfold. The Vice Academy Master sneered, Brat. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I do not know your Grand Marshal granduncle is the strongest body cultivator in the East? Duong Tran broke out in cold sweat. Knowing this old man was not easy to deceive, changed his explanation. A few days ago, the bloodline within me was accidentally unsealed. My physical strength surged nearly tenfold. The Vice Academy Master pondered the power of bloodline, grasped Duong Tran wrist to examine his physical condition. Through it, he discovered the golden blood that Duong Tran had absorbed. He immediately asked urgently, Brat, is there anyone else left in your family? Duong Tran answered honestly, Grand Marshal granduncle, at present I am the only one left. The Vice Academy Master warned sternly, Little Tran, in the future you must be careful. It is best not to let others know about your bloodline power. That thing is extremely precious. Having received a satisfactory answer, the Vice Academy Master turned and left. Duong Tran thought to himself, it seems before entering the Heaven South secret realm, it is best to limit the use of bloodline power. The grand square of the Martial Academy. A resounding announcement spread, as usual. Before entering the Heaven South secret realm, all core disciples must form their own teams. Lin Hai and Ngayat Tiu Tan were also present at the scene. The East Court Master said, You are all geniuses of Heaven South. I hope after entering the secret realm you can support one another. Opportunities go hand in hand with danger. Among you 2 to 3 dozen may remain there forever. Remember, do not be overly greedy. Know your limits. Try not to venture too deep. The time limit is 20 days. I hope you all gain worthy harvests. When entering the grand formation, time will be sealed. After coming out, each person must submit medicinal herbs worth 500 spirit stones. Duong Tran caught sight of a familiar face. Latuan Nhu. This man had left the Martial Academy long ago. Why has he appeared here? Latuan Nhu smiled maliciously. Duong Tran, I hope your luck is good enough. Do not run into me the moment you enter. The entrance to the secret realm opened. From within the gate poured out a mystical white mist. Elders stood guard as core disciples lined up to enter. The command, each disciple stepped through the formation gate. Very soon it was Duong Tran group turn. Duong Tran took the initiative to step forward and lead. In a brief instant, he felt heaven and earth spin. The 3 had appeared within a lush and refreshing green forest. As soon as she entered, Lin Engai vigilantly observed the surroundings. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering something. Duong Tran took a deep breath, savoring the rare fresh air. Lin Engai took an item from her pouch. It was a compass, used to determine direction and locate treasures. 3 followed the direction indicated by the compass needle. Not long after, Lin Engai sensed a disturbance from the compass. The compass needle glowed red. Lin Engai exclaimed, We found it. Duong Tran group arrived at an area overgrown with flowers and grass. brimming with vitality. The three were delighted to discover countless treasures, even mid-grade yellow-rank medicinal herbs. In Heaven South, low-grade yellow-rank treasures were worth only a few spirit stones, but mid-grade yellow-rank medicinal herbs were at least 10 times that, worth more than 10 spirit stones. Vokayat said, if there are mid-grade yellow-rank medicinal herbs in this valley, there must be even more precious resources. And Engai reminded them, you two be careful. A treasure land like this often hides danger. Before them stood a large tree laden with bright orange fruits. Vokayat immediately recognized it. They are scarlet spirit fruits. Duong Tran also knew clearly scarlet spirit fruit is a high-grade yellow-rank medicinal herb. In Heaven South it is worth at least 200 spirit stones. He quickly counted. There were exactly 17 ripe scarlet spirit fruits on the tree. Lin Engai eyes lit up. 20 days in the secret realm. Each of the three of us needs a 500 spirit stone treasure to submit to the Martial Academy. Anything extra is ours. These scarlet spirit fruits alone are enough to complete the submission task. Duong Tran nodded in acknowledgement. The Heaven South secret realm is indeed a good place. Lin Engai tugged at his sleeve and told Tiu Kayat to climb up and pick all the scarlet spirit fruits. One scarlet spirit fruit after another fell from the branches. After finishing, Vokayat respectfully handed them to his senior brother. In response, he casually stuffed one into his mouth and said, eat it. It will cool you down. Seeing the two brothers calmly gnawing on scarlet spirit fruits like ordinary fruit, Lin Engai flared up. Duong Tran, do you know how many spirit stones one scarlet spirit fruit is worth? To calm her down, Vokayat invited Lin Engai to eat together. Lin Engai scolded sternly, Tiu Kayat, why are you siding with him? Scarlet spirit fruits contain extremely strong fire attribute spiritual energy. If you eat recklessly without refining it in time, your body will explode and you will die on the spot. It takes at least a full day for the spiritual energy to dissipate. We would have to wait a whole day for him. Vokayat had no idea about this danger at all. He said leisurely, Tiu Kayat, do not listen. This girl is just trying to scare people. Engai grew furious. Duong Tran, keep eating then, eat more, do not stop. He thought to himself, this girl already treats herself like the leader. This will not do. I have to set things straight or Tiu Kayat will have a hard time later. Seeing the two people closest to him confronting each other, Vokayat felt awkward, unable to side with either. He smiled and said, girl, if I eat all the scarlet spirit fruits without delaying our time, do you believe it? Lin Engai snapped, believe your head. If you are capable, then eat them all. He set a condition, if I finish them all in one go and remain safe. From now on you must listen to Tiu Kayat in everything. Agreed. Seeing the advantage on his side, Vokayat immediately agreed on Lin Engai's behalf. Lin Engai did not object, but asked, Tiu Kayat, are you not afraid he will really eat them all? Vokayat trusted completely. He is my brother. If he says he can do it, then he definitely can. Lin Engai felt both dissatisfied and puzzled by such blind trust. Demonstrated on the spot, devouring all the scarlet spirit fruits in one breath. Lin Engai was so shocked she froze in place. After finishing them all, he said, let us go deeper inside. Lin Engai stammered, unable to speak for a moment. He sensed that the scarlet spirit fruits were indeed powerful. The two streams of true chi within him surged greatly, nearly reaching the peak of true martial. He grew even more expectant. The secret realm truly is a good place. Refining spirit stones to increase true chi is far inferior to finding medicinal herbs like scarlet spirit fruits. Lin Engai could not understand why he remained unharmed after eating them. Is he a monster? He suddenly halted, prompting Vokayat to ask, brother, what is wrong? His gaze turned sharp and cold, warning that someone was approaching. Lin Engai showed that she did not completely believe his words, but he was absolutely certain, because he possessed the technique of releasing divine sense outward. He extended his divine sense and detected the aura of a nearby unfamiliar group. He immediately leapt onto a tree and whispered, get up the tree quickly, hide. Lin Engai asked doubtfully, how do you know someone is approaching? He replied, I know a secret art. After using it, I can vaguely sense life around me. Lin Engai was half believing and half doubtful. Is there really such a miraculous secret art? He signaled everyone to keep silent. The three stood atop the tall canopy, observing the movement below. The young man spoke up. The map given by the Shadow Assassination Tower Master is indeed real. I did not expect there to truly be a scarlet spirit tree here. He recognized this person as Kokai. That reminded him that a few days ago several core disciples had been forced into the team, and Kokai was one of them. It was said his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of martial surge realm. He was also a single-element heavenly Tao master, extremely difficult to deal with and cruel in temperament. One person in Kokai group pointed at the tree stripped of fruit and said, Brother Kai, something is wrong. Why does this scarlet spirit tree have no ripe fruit left? Kokai gritted his teeth and crushed the map in his hand. Someone must have arrived first. I knew the Shadow Assassination Tower Master was not trustworthy. This map must have been distributed to quite a few people. Kokai ordered, Lai Hong stay and guard the entrance. The rest follow me inside. They must still be in the valley. Kokai was just about to enter alone. He descended from above. He said coldly, Kokai, this place already has an owner. If you know what is good for you, then get lost. Upon seeing Duong Tran, Kokai immediately showed joy. He said arrogantly, in the martial academy, it was inconvenient for me to touch you, but this is the secret realm. If you want to die, then I will reluctantly send you on your way. The other two and he group immediately appeared and stood beside him to support. One from Kokai's side mocked, Duong Tran, you are truly insane. You probably do not understand how powerful the martial surge realm is. Lin Engai pointed at them and scolded, you are truly shameless. Treasures belong to those with fate. On what grounds do you seize them? Once we leave the secret realm, I will not let you off. Seeing Lin Engai, Kokai laughed lewdly. Girl, do you think you still have a chance to leave here? Lin Engai retreated behind Vo Kayat in fear and whispered, Tiu Kayat, protect me. He felt it was just the right moment to test his sword. The black wooden sword, freshly tempered, shone brilliantly. He smiled and said, Kokai, you are fortunate. My sword has just been unsealed. An invisible pressure spread from him, enveloping the surrounding space. Kokai was forced by this aura to stand frozen in place. Vo Kayat could not help but gasp in shock. He thought to himself, before brother's sword soul resembled a serpent. Why is it completely different now? Could it have evolved? He shouted loudly, soaring mountain sword momentum. Countless strands of sword chi gathered and condensed into a gigantic sword. Kokai immediately sensed deadly danger. This was precisely the power of soaring mountain sword momentum. Only with martial intent to support it could 30 strands of sword chi merge into one, the strength surging far beyond merely doubling. To prove it, he directly unleashed the move to display its true might. A strand of sword chi pierced straight through Kokai's abdomen. He died on the spot. Those who followed had not even reacted before losing their lives one after another, their heads severed from their necks. The remaining ones were so frightened their limbs went weak, their mouths stammering as they begged for mercy. They hurriedly huddled together. They knelt and pleaded, Duong Tran, no, young Master Tran, it was all Kokai doing. It has nothing to do with us. Those men trembled as they stole glances at Duong Tran's expression. At this moment in their eyes, Duong Tran was as towering and insurmountable as a mountain. Whether she wanted to or not, Lin Engai began to reassess how terrifying he was. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, were you not very arrogant just now? Continue. Are you not martial artists? Summon your martial souls and fight. After witnessing his power, they had completely lost the will to fight, only clinging to his legs and begging for mercy. He said disdainfully, you have lost the dignity of martial artists. You are not worthy for my black wooden sword to continue its tempering. Thinking they were spared, those men hurriedly kowtowed in thanks to young Master Tran. They secretly withdrew from the place of trouble, thinking who dares say Duong Tran is insane. He is clearly a killing god. He had never intended to let them go. He said coldly, when did I allow you to leave? He signaled to Vo Kayat behind him. Killing, intense surging finished them off. The three men, driven into a corner, desperately counterattacked to carve out a path to survive. One of them turned and fled without hesitation. He sneered. He did not intend to let a single fish slip through the net. A streak of sword chi like lightning pierced straight through the fleeing man's chest. That man asked resentfully, did you not say you would not make a move? He replied indifferently, I do not even believe my own words, yet you believed them. Truly foolish. Vo Kayat then returned his sword to its sheath. He said gleefully, this trip has truly made us rich. He group obtained from those men a pile of spoils like a small mountain. Vo Kayat suggested, how about we thoroughly search this valley and take it over? Lin Engai worried inwardly. Staying near Duong Tran for too long, Vo Kayat will sooner or later be led astray. He said sternly, Tiu Kayat, doing that is not good. Lin Engai let out a sigh of relief. It seems he still has a bit of conscience. He immediately changed his tone. Robbing sounds unpleasant. We call it carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. People like Kokai are calamities. If not eliminated, they will harm many innocent people. Lin Engai was left speechless, feeling that Duong Tran was truly shameless. Kokayat said admiringly, brother, reasoning is truly excellent. The more Lin Engai thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, resolving that in the future she must limit Vo Kayat contact with Duong Tran. As they went deeper, before them appeared a stretch of desolate ruins. Even he did not understand what had happened here. Among the three, only Vo Kayat seemed at ease, saying the aura here was highly beneficial to his dark true chi. He suggested continuing deeper, inside to take a look. Further they went in, the thicker the white mist became. Vo Kayat felt that something was not right. He asked Tiu Kayat, did you discover something? Vo Kayat replied, I have not seen anything specific, but the dark energy here is incredibly abundant. cultivating for 1 day equals a month outside. He widened his eyes in astonishment at this conclusion. He decided to do something and told the two to step back. Lin Engai and Vo Kiat obediently moved aside. Lin Engai curiously asked Vo Kiat what he intended to do, but he only shook his head and told her to watch. He circulated his chi and shouted, "Manifest." The black dragon-shaped martial soul appeared, coiling around his body. He did not stop there. Another mass of black mist spread from his body. Lin Engai was startled, unable to believe it. Does he have two martial souls? The fear in Lin Engai's heart grew stronger. Just what kind of person is Duong Tran? Black aura spread everywhere, seeping through rock crevices and water veins, and extending deep into the ground below. He smiled faintly, found it Tiu Kayat. He spoke casually, "There is a treasure inside." He threw a punch at the spot where he sensed something unusual. A hidden area was immediately blasted open by him. He reminded the two to be more careful as they followed. Lin Engai feared the darkness and stayed close behind Vo Kiat. When they reached the end of the cave, they saw a strange tree emitting a gloomy aura. Looking closely, they saw grotesque faces growing all over its trunk, continuously spewing black mist. Lin Engai trembled as she clutched Vo Kiat clothes tightly. Vo Kiat stood in front of the tree, soothing her, "Do not be afraid." This was the first time he had seen something so bizarre. What kind of tree is this? Its origin was unclear. The fact that it could simultaneously trigger the primordial demonic dragon martial soul and martial intent meant it was certainly an extremely powerful dark treasure. He turned and asked Tiu Kayat, "Do you feel anything?" Vo Kiat swallowed and replied, I want to eat it." He was speechless. "This is a tree. How do you eat it?" Vo Kiat could not explain, only repeating, "I want to eat it." With no other choice, he encouraged him, "Try it. If you can eat it, then that is good." Vo Kiat drew out a blade. He swung it with all his strength at the tree trunk. Strangely, the tree was unharmed. Instead, the blade snapped. This scene made him frown. Tiu Kayat full force strike should weigh at least 30,000 jin. It caused no damage while a low-grade yellow weapon was destroyed. This tree is indeed abnormal. Vo Kiat muttered awkwardly, "How embarrassing. I cannot even do anything to a small tree." Annoyed, he stepped closer to the trunk, planning to uproot it by force, but even exerting all his strength could not make the tree budge. With no other option, he turned to seek help from him. He briefly considered using the black wooden sword. Image of himself slashing fiercely at the trunk flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed the idea. "No, the black wooden sword is my main sword. Old man Gongsun once said it must be the foundation to awaken sword intent." Changing plans, he decided to try circulating the heaven-devouring scripture. He sat cross-legged before the tree trunk. Faces on the tree continued to spew black mist. In front of him, something resembling a fossil gradually condensed. It was riddled with tiny holes, emitting black aura similar to the tree trunk. He recognized this as Nether True Chi. This tree is the legendary Nether Sacred Tree, born from the origin of darkness in the Yellow Springs since ancient times. It could be confirmed that this is indeed a sacred object of the dark attribute. Vo Kiat asked curiously, "Have you awakened its dark attribute?" He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Lin Engai wondered, "Are not heavenly Tao master attributes innate? Why can Duong Tran at the true martial realm awaken a fire attribute?" He explained, "This is only a sapling of the Nether Sacred Tree. No one knows why it appeared in the Heaven South secret realm. Fortunately, it is a sapling. If it were a mature sacred tree, the three of us would have become its nourishment." He told Vo Kiat that this is a good thing. The sapling contains considerable dark origin, very suitable for cultivating your technique. Absorb it. I believe your heavenly demon true chi and cultivation will greatly increase, perhaps even break through to the martial surge realm. Vo Kiat obeyed and sat cross-legged beside the Nether Sacred Tree. Closed his eyes tightly. Vo Kiat remained in meditation beside the sacred tree for 3 days. Finally, the tree was completely absorbed by him. As a result, his cultivation rose to the peak 9th level of true martial. The breakthrough left him extremely satisfied. Lin Engai looked at the two brothers with slight exasperation, leaving the two unable to understand what they had done wrong. Vo Kiat spoke, "Lin Engai, there is still plenty of time. I believe the next opportunity will be yours." During that, Lin Engai felt somewhat better. Continuing through the forest, they entered an area shrouded in strange haze. This place looked like a barren desert. Lin Engai recognized it as the 10,000 Poison Wasteland. She recounted, "At the end of May last year, I entered the Heaven South secret realm. At that time, this area had the highly toxic underworld flower. I nearly lost my life." He reassured her, "Do not worry, this time you have us. Let us see what this poisonous wasteland is like." At the center of the 10,000 Poison Wasteland, the three slowed down, Lin Engai held the compass with high vigilance. He and Vo Kiat also focused their minds. He raised his hand to signal a stop. He stood before a bush and spoke loudly, saying, "If you are tired of hiding there, then come out and rest. Drink some water to regain strength." Vo Kiat trusted he judgment and shouted, "Who is hiding there, come out at once." Lin Engai was doubtful. Is there really someone in that bush? Why can I not sense it? Seeing the other party remain stubborn, he formed a spark of flame, then threw it straight toward the suspicious bush. Flames quickly flared up fiercely. The hidden group panicked and jumped out shouting, "Damn it! What kind of fire cannot be extinguished? Even true chi is being burned." One of them cursed secretly, "That mad Duong, how did you discover us?" Lin Engai introduced, "That is Tham Bok Thang, the one who stirs trouble in the West Court, the overlord of the core zone." Tham Bok Thang said arrogantly, "That mad Duong, if you know what is good for you, then you may still keep your lives." Facing such insolence, he sneered and asked, "And if we do not?" Bok Thang replied haughtily, "I advise you to behave obediently." He sighed at such immaturity. Even extortion requires skill. You should learn more. Demonstrate, he signaled Tiu Kiat. Vo Kiat immediately activated his soul power. Vo Kiat smiled regretfully and said, "Take everything off, all of it. If you dare hide anything, then this day next year will be your death anniversary." Bok Thang was stunned. Is this man serious? Is this robbery? He began to consider. The opponent is also at the 9th level of true martial. How dare he be so tough? Could there be reinforcements? Seeing something amiss, he corrected him. "Tiu Kiat, that is not right. How can this be called robbery?" Tran Koch Kai clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Three senior brothers are all seasoned veterans, while I am merely someone stepping into this secret realm for the first time. Our VOC residence has always upheld a glorious tradition. Seniors should guide juniors. These past days we have suffered greatly. Nearly 4 days and still empty-handed. Could you lend a bit of assistance? First preaching reason, then revealing killing intent. I am just a country brat, not picky. Weapons, treasures, spiritual herbs, spirit stones, or storage rings, I accept them all." The sudden change of face left the Bok Thang group stunned. Lin Nhi was dumbfounded, never expecting such a situation. That hot-tempered man shouted, "Are you mocking me?" He calmly repeated an old line before letting anyone taste consequences. "Do you not want to live in peace?" He did not strike directly, instead giving his younger brother another chance to perform. Receiving the signal from his elder brother, Vo Kiat rushed forward without hesitation. He swung his arm and unleashed coiling dragon fist. Fist winds collided fiercely. Bok Thang roared and called Vo Kiat ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The two sides fell into an evenly matched stalemate. Yet in the end, Bok Thang punch strength was slightly inferior. Even he was shocked when he was forced back. Blood boiling, Bok Thang roared, "You are dead." He drew his longsword and simultaneously unleashed his signature martial skill, Fire Wolf. It was Bok Thang peak battle state, transforming into a golden wolf in frenzy, fully merging with his main cultivated technique 100 rending form blade. Bok Thang bellowed, "Fool, open your eyes and see what true martial surge realm power is." First rending blade, Lin Nhi cried out in panic, "Tiu Kiat." Lin Y hurriedly pleaded to him. In this situation, Tiu Kiat cannot withstand it. Quickly save him. Remained calm, saying there was no need to worry too much. As expected, Vo Kiat stayed composed, battle intent surging as he unleashed coiling dragon in the heavens. His punch shattered the blade momentum. Bok Thang move was completely broken. Bok Thang began doubting himself. Merely at the 9th level of true martial, yet able to block my first rending blade. His younger brother stared wide-eyed in disbelief. 4 minor realms apart, yet still able to fight big brother evenly. It had to be admitted, this man was truly a rare monstrous talent. Gathered all his martial energy, preparing an even more vicious strike, and said coldly, "But today you must die." The underlings immediately regained confidence. It is over. Boss has used a top-grade yellow-rank treasure weapon. No matter how monstrous the opponent is, he cannot withstand it. Bok Thang shouted arrogantly, "Fool, see it clearly. Once the blade momentum is unleashed, it leaves no path to live." Second rending blade. Everyone saw clearly that Bok Thang was about to slash down with the second rending blade. Vo Kiat remained unmoved. He immediately unleashed coiling dragon shakes the sky, violent dragon chi roaring behind him. The martial souls of both sides collided violently. Bok Thang was blasted away by the rebound force and fell heavily. The situation instantly reversed. Bok Thang fell into defeat, blood gushing out. Finally, he fainted before the horrified eyes of his underlings. In the eyes of the 2 remaining men, Vo Kiat, surrounded by black aura, was like an Usura demon. They fled in terror, abandoning Bok Thang lying motionless behind. Nhi could not help worrying. Bok Thang is the eldest young master of the Thien Nam Bok family. If he dies in the secret realm like this, once outside, the Bok family will surely take revenge. Only then did Vo Kiat realize the issue. scratching his head and asking Lin Nhi if he had caused trouble, leaving her speechless. He merely smiled faintly. This Bok Thang sought his own death. Even the heavens could not save him. Hearing his elder brother words, Vo Kiat stopped worrying about consequences and said excitedly, Duong Tran brother, this time we gained quite a few treasures, shall we divide them? He replied that time was pressing, that matter could wait. First they must find a way to leave the poison wasteland. Continuing onward, the group entered a desolate mountain ravine, bones scattered everywhere. With a glance one could feel the heavy deathly aura. Everyone instinctively heightened vigilance. Hin trembled and clung tightly to Vo Kiat, saying that each time the Heaven South secret realm opened, countless people slaughtered one another. Hearing that, he understood. No wonder the annual death rate was so high. The danger came not only from demonic beasts, but mainly from human hearts. After walking further, Lin Nhi regained spirit and exclaimed excitedly that they had finally escaped. He thoughtfully suggested resting over there. Vo Kiat found large rocks suitable and led everyone to sit. Suddenly Lin Nhi sensed something unusual, fear rising again. He moved closer to Vo Kiat's side, her hand unconsciously gripping his arm tightly. Suddenly a worm crawled onto Lin Nhi's leg from nowhere. Already panicked, she was startled even more. She jumped in fright and threw herself into Vo Kiat's arms. Vo Kiat blushed and held her, stammering that Lin Nhi should not be afraid. I am here. Both realized their intimate posture. Vo Kiat felt a stir wanting to lean down for a kiss, but Lin Nhi had no such thought. He calmly asked a question that deflated him. Why does your brother have dual martial souls? Vo Kiat replied, not just dual. I even feel brother has 3 martial souls. Lin Nhi's eyes widened in shock. Since ancient times, who has ever possessed 3 martial souls? At that moment, Vo Kiat suddenly heard footsteps approaching. 2 familiar figures gradually appeared. He immediately recognized who they were. They were Lin Hai, whom he always longed for, and Ngayat Tiu Tan, both looking exhausted and hurried. The moment he saw Lin Hai, his eyes lit up. Lin Hai was equally emotional and rushed to embrace him, leaving Ngayat Tiu Tan standing alone to the side. Before joy could settle, Lin Hai hurriedly shouted, run quickly. It is about to catch up, leaving him bewildered, asking what it was. Ngayat Tiu Tan answered it was a devouring heart-poison wolf, an extremely toxic wolf with cultivation at the 9th level of martial surge realm. Hearing that, he also paled. The 9th level of martial surge realm was truly terrifying. Sensing danger, he immediately pulled Lin Hai and shouted to run faster. But the wolf had already chased close behind. He thought to himself, where did this devouring heart-poison wolf come from? Why was it relentlessly hunting Lin Hai? Everyone immediately followed him, not daring to delay. He understood that even at full speed it would be hard to shake the wolf. If this continued, it would be extremely dangerous. He speculated that Lin Hai or Ngayat Tiu Tan must carry something attracting the wolf, which was why it would not give up. Thinking this, he drew the black wooden sword, infused nether true chi into it, deciding to gamble once. The wolf keenly sensed the killing intent and paused briefly. It lowered its head to sniff, carefully using its sense of smell to probe the surroundings. As night gradually fell, in the end, the 5 and he group escaped safely, shaking off the ferocious wolf. Still finding it strange, he asked Lin Hai. The wolf was clearly wary. Why did it still desperately pursue you? The question made Lin Hai suddenly recall something. She took out an object resembling a horn and handed it to him. Seeing the horn, he asked in surprise, what demonic beast horn is this to contain such terrifying power? Lin Hai recounted that she and Tiu Tan were about to leave the 10,000 poison wasteland and approach the secret realm core when they accidentally discovered a stone cave. Tiu Tan added that thinking there was some treasure inside, they only found this white horn, then provoked that vicious wolf. He took the horn and vague information immediately surfaced in his mind. Carefully observed and analyzed it for a long time. He showed difficulty. No wonder the horn contains strange power. Even the heaven-devouring scripture has no effect. Left with no choice, he had to use a harsher method. He summoned the demonic dragon martial soul and breathed dragon fire directly onto the horn. Tiu Tan thought inwardly, combined with the killing intent earlier and this scene. Could it be that he truly possesses 2 martial souls? The outer shell of the horn gradually peeled away in small fragments. He felt it strange. Previously, when the demonic dragon martial soul used divine abilities, it was sucked into a black hole by recoil. This time it flowed directly into his dantian. The horn in his hand completely disintegrated into ashes. He clearly sensed some transformation occurring within his body. This went far beyond what he had ever speculated. Everyone anxiously asked if he felt anything wrong. He replied that for now there was no problem. After leaving the secret realm, he would find old Q to ask clearly. That man was deeply versed in all kinds of mysterious energies. The whole group stood in silence waiting, no one daring to disturb. He spoke up. It seems we have entered the central region of the secret realm. Does anyone know what this place is? Everyone's eyes turned toward Tiu Tan. She pondered slowly. Tiu Tan replied, I guess this might be the Golden Great Desert. Aside from Tiu Tan, the others did not understand what the Golden Great Desert was. Tiu Tan patiently explained, it is said that within the Golden Great Desert there is a golden divine hall containing a purple mansion opportunity, but no one has found it in 100 years. I only read about it in ancient texts, so I cannot be certain. The group heard an entirely new concept, purple mansion opportunity. According to Lin Nhi, in the eastern lands today only the eastern king Dich Vo Fong is a purple mansion cultivator, rumored to be at the 9th level of Heaven Union realm. Breaking through to Purple Mansion is extremely difficult and requires harsh conditions. Unexpectedly, there is such an opportunity here. Hearing about breakthrough realms, he immediately asked Sister Ngaya, what exactly restrains the transition from Heaven Union realm to Purple Mansion? The way he addressed Sister Ngaya sounded natural, yet it made him shiver slightly, as if a sour scent spread through the air. Tiu Tan explained, Body Tempering Realm, True Martial Realm, Martial Surge Realm, and Heaven Union Realm are the first major stages of martial cultivation. After that comes the postnatal rank. Purple Mansion martial artists are all classified as postnatal. He listened with great interest, absorbing new knowledge. Tiu Tan continued, above the postnatal rank is the prenatal rank, and the first realm of the prenatal rank is the Purple Mansion realm. The reason Heaven Union realm struggles to cross into Purple Mansion is because it requires a tremendous transformation from postnatal martial artist to prenatal martial artist. There is an essential difference. Purple Mansion is also called the Azure Capital of the Purple Mansion. In legend, it is the divine hall of the immortal king of the heavenly realm, and for cultivators it corresponds to the Danshan. He was astonished. Does that mean a Heaven Union cultivator must transform the Danshan to break through into Purple Mansion? Natal martial artists no longer have a Danshan within their bodies. Only the Purple Mansion exists. He did not understand why the Danshan must transform into a Purple Mansion. The answer lies in innate purple chi. Vo Kiat was stunned. He had never heard of innate purple chi. Sister Ngayat replied, obtaining innate purple chi is extremely difficult, and to completely transform the Danshan into a Purple Mansion requires an enormous amount of purple chi. Lin Nhi asked curiously how one could obtain innate purple chi. Sister Ngayat said that when a Purple Mansion expert falls, they may leave behind divine traces containing innate purple chi, but this chi is very hard to draw out, requiring exceptional comprehension and compatibility. He suddenly sensed a familiar clue, recalling the white horn earlier that emitted purple chi. Could that have been innate purple chi? Inhai, standing nearby, also speculated that the purple chi earlier might have been innate purple chi, but Brother Tran is only at the 7th level of true martial. How could he trigger it? He muttered in thought, perhaps when the Danshan absorbs enough innate purple chi all barriers will turn purple, then the day of transformation will not be far. This thought excited him. Sister Ngayat curiously asked if he was always like this. Lin Nhi replied only occasionally. Calming down, he wondered if killing Eastern King Dich Vo Fong would yield enough innate purple chi, but immediately dismissed it, as the opponent was too strong to risk. He suggested continuing deeper into the Golden Great Desert. If they were lucky enough to find the legendary Golden Divine Hall, it would be a great harvest. Vo Kiat grew excited, urging Brother not to rest and to set off quickly. This idea coincided completely with his own calculations. Within the Heaven South secret realm, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. He walked lightly, cautious with every step, closed his eyes, and used a secret technique, establishing a radar-like perception to detect danger. Through it, he discovered numerous demonic beasts around them. Quickly warned, the left side is full of demonic beasts. Quickly changed direction to the right. 3 days later, he looked around and asked, could it be that the Golden Great Desert has already appeared? Vo Kiat wondered, was it not said the Golden Great Desert has the Golden Divine Hall? Sister Ngayat thought perhaps it was all unfounded rumor. Lin Nhi looked ahead, seeing only rocky cliffs, feeling they might not have found the Golden Great Desert. Speculated that this might be the edge of the Golden Great Desert. To know the truth, the only way was to proceed directly and verify. The group immediately followed closely behind him. At this moment, the group had reached the foot of that area. People above quickly noticed their arrival. This person immediately informed his companions that someone below intended to come up. The red-haired youth recognized him at once. It was Duong Tran of the North Court, the one who had humiliated the East Court. The oldest in the group was puzzled. How did these 5 reach here? Do they have a map or are they lost? The Golden Great Desert is filled with terrifying beasts. Could they still be alive? His gaze lingered on the backs of the 2 young women and he grew thinking that even with a map they must have faced danger to reach Divine Valley. They surely carried precious treasures. With killing intent arising, he ordered his companions to withdraw and prepared to slaughter all 5. The first to discover he group hesitated, not entirely agreeing. Leader not only wanted to kill and seize treasures, but also harbored lustful intent. He wanted to keep Ngayat Tiu Tan to satisfy his despicable desires. Though unwilling inwardly, the youth reluctantly obeyed. He stomped heavily on the ground. The rock structure beneath trembled. Loose stones began to fall. He immediately realized something was wrong. Ngayat Tiu Tan looked up and was shocked. He stepped forward and took the initiative to handle the falling rocks. Someone urgently warned him, this time it is serious trouble. Cao Kuang is the adopted son of Academy Master Cao Vo Ditch, notorious for cruelty and viciousness. Name's Cao Kuang, and Cao Vo Ditch made him slightly startled. He immediately signaled the group, run quickly, head straight into the deepest part of the valley. Cao Kuang was extremely dissatisfied with the youth's hesitant attitude and lack of decisiveness. Thus he ordered the remaining person, enough, I will personally go kill them. The red-haired youth immediately bowed and obeyed. That man Triu Chu put on a righteous facade, even pretending to advise before striking Duong Tran, do not struggle in vain. He carried a large fire blade on his shoulder, imposing and oppressive. The group collectively heightened vigilance at his movement. He reminded coldly, continue deeper into the valley, ignore him. Assessed inwardly that Triu Chu Foundation was strong, facing such a formidable enemy. Compared to Tham Bok Thang at the 4th level of Martial Surge Realm, he was far more terrifying. Moreover, Cao Kuang stood behind him, absolutely not to be confronted head-on. He suddenly spoke to negotiate, wait, Teacher Cao, I have extremely important intelligence. Cao Kuang's curiosity was stirred, so he paused, signaling Triu Chu not to kill yet, to hear what he would say. He maintained composure and said, Teacher Cao, I know a secret that can easily obtain innate purple chi. These words immediately caught Cao Kuang's attention. Cao Kuang was half doubtful. It sounded unbelievable, but if true it would indeed be a great opportunity. He calculated inwardly that if he grasped this method, once his cultivation reached the peak 9th level of Heaven Union Realm, breaking into Purple Mansion would not be far. Cao Kuang roared threateningly, Duong Tran, do you know the consequences of deceiving me? He frankly raised his hand and swore, I dare to swear upon my martial heart. This secret method truly exists. Martial heart oath made Cao Kuang believe more. A martial heart cannot be used to lie. Violation would lead to deviation and death. But the others in Cao Kuang group were completely bewildered. They had never heard of innate purple chi. Seeing Cao Kuang's excitement, he sneered inwardly. I do know how to obtain innate purple chi, but it is an ability tied to my martial soul. Telling you would be useless. Cao Kuang shouted impatiently, speak quickly, do not circle around. He pretended to hesitate to extract the information. Cao Kuang guaranteed that as long as you speak, I will absolutely not touch you. He slightly curled his lips, laughing inwardly. He set a condition. The 5 of you must swear by your martial souls not to harm the 5 of us. Cao Kuang readily agreed, fine. The other 4 raised their hands and swore that in this secret realm, as long as Duong Tran reveals the method to obtain innate purple chi, we will not harm you. After swearing, Cao Kuang asked again, now you can speak, he nodded. He added another condition. We must first find Tiu Kayat and Lin Na Chai. Cao Kuang did not expect this man to have so many demands. For the valuable information, he endured it and agreed to enter the valley first before deciding. Thus he temporarily traveled together with Cao Kuang group. He asked Cao Kuang, Teacher Cao, why is this place called Divine Valley? Kuang replied vaguely that divine traces once existed here, hence the name. Hearing of divine traces for the first time, he curiously asked if there was a chance to witness them today. Cao Kuang revealed that for the higher-ups of the martial residence, this divine trace is not a great secret, just that few bother to explore it. Later you can see for yourself. The group behind him were all secretly worried, most obviously Lin Hai. Vo Kayat thought to himself, if it truly came to the final stage, he would ignore his grandfather's warning, even if he had to manifest his martial soul and risk his life. The group moved forward to a place where only a single path remained, built from rough stone. Lin Hai spoke up, there is no road left. Running is not the answer. Even if Duong Tran leaves Divine Valley, he will still be caught. The only option is to fight. Vo Kayat had long prepared himself mentally for this situation. Everyone quickly took their positions, ready for battle. But the scene before their eyes left them all stunned. Duong Tran was actually chatting casually with Cao Kuang's group, leaving everyone confused about what was going on. He stood shoulder to shoulder and asked Cao Kuang, Teacher Cao, you said there is a golden temple in the valley. Where exactly is it? Cao Kuang pointed ahead and said, Is it not right there? Duong Tran was taken aback, thinking that was only a dilapidated stone house. How could it be the legendary divine relic? Cao Kuang smiled faintly and said, whether it is or not, you will know once you step inside. Also told everyone to try together. If anyone comprehended the mystery of the divine relic, it would count as a great fortune. Duong Tran was the first to step inside, suspicion rising in his heart. Could this stone house truly hide a different world within? The moment he fully entered, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure crashing down. Solar true chi within his body erupted automatically. Before Duong Tran appeared a humanoid statue pieced together from countless slabs of stone. Those who followed behind also felt the same oppressive force. The statue emitted a dazzling golden aura. The pressure was so intense that it forced everyone to retreat. Even Duong Tran had to exert himself to remain standing. The others all dropped to their knees. This sword intent was far too imposing. Cao Kuang seemed to have anticipated this, calmly stepping inside and saying, you have all seen it. Let alone entering, even approaching is difficult. But he did not expect that someone would still remain standing. Cao Kuang steadied himself with his higher cultivation and asked in shock, how did you manage that? Duong Tran was the only one standing upright, looking at the statue radiating sword aura and saying, so this is the true appearance of the Golden Temple. He realized that this statue was the true divine relic, containing extraordinary innate purple chi within. Ignoring Cao Kuang's displeasure at being ignored, Duong Tran calculated that if he manifested the primordial demonic dragon martial soul to devour the purple chi, he would surely be exposed. Duong Tran glanced behind him and made a decision in his heart. He could not let them survive. The more Cao Kuang looked, the more certain he became that this brat definitely carried a great secret. After waiting to his limit, he asked directly, Duong Tran, this is a divine relic. How exactly can one obtain the innate purple chi? Duong Tran replied, Teacher Cao, do not rush, let me try first. He stepped one pace closer to the statue, then circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. Directly observed the truth. Before his eyes appeared the image of a solitary man, standing upon a cliff beneath the blue sky. That man lamented, I used my sincere heart to worship the heavens, but the heavens are unjust, thus it has come to this. Realizing the injustice of the heavenly Tao, he still dared to defy the heavens. After watching, Duong Tran still did not fully understand its meaning. He murmured softly, this is. Sword intent materialized in essence. He raised his hand, as if trying to guide the stream of golden purple chi shooting from the statue's brow. His consciousness followed the current of chi, thinking, I can control it. Cao Kuang had not yet understood what was happening when an invisible force pushed him back. His body was flung away, tumbling and falling flat outside the stone house. Duong Tran was surrounded by the condensed golden aura. Golden aura immediately turned and attacked Cao Kuang. The golden aura pierced straight through Cao Kuang's abdomen. He collapsed on the spot, dying before everyone's horrified eyes. But Duong Tran did not stop. He continued to control that stream of golden aura. With one strike, he wiped out all the remaining members of Cao Kuang's group. Then the golden aura returned to the statue's brow, as if it had never left. From beginning to end, Vo Kiat was astonished by his brother's unfathomable methods. Lin Nhai still found it hard to believe. Was it truly Duong Tran? Yue Tiu Tan grew more and more captivated by Duong Tran's bearing. Truly a monster. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Seeing their strange expressions, Duong Tran asked, why are you all looking at me like that? Do you think I unleashed divine might and destroyed Cao Kuang's group? After witnessing his strength many times, Lin Wai trusted him completely and said, it must have been you, tell us. How did you do it? That was incredible. Duong Tran only claimed what was truly his, and absolutely would not admit to what was not. If I truly had such ability, why would I have fawned and begged Cao Kuang before? Yue Tiu Tan smiled mischievously and said, just treat it as encountering a ghost. Those 5 are dead. The 5 of us can finally have peace. Duong Tran forced a smile and said, this proves we are all good people. Even evil spirits could not bear to harm us. Lin Hai asked sternly under heavy pressure, speak, what exactly happened? Not daring to anger Lin Hai, Duong Tran explained, the statue in this stone house will unleash invisible sword intent at anyone who enters. This is the true divine relic. He even joked that perhaps the statue found him handsome and understood his intent, automatically dealing with Cao Kuang's group. Though she knew this explanation was insufficient, Lin Hai only let out a light breath and said, I believe you. But the honest Vo Kiat unintentionally exposed the lie. Brother, you are wrong. I sensed killing intent on you. It only dissipated when Cao Kuang and the last man died. The girls covered their mouths and laughed quietly at Vo Kiat's bluntness, while Duong Tran's face darkened. Duong Tran knocked his younger brother's head. Damn Zio Kiat, are you missing a brain string? Why are you so honest? Vo Kiat scratched his head and replied, I did not say anything wrong. With no other choice, Duong Tran said, Zio Kiat, go see what treasures Cao Kuang's group left behind. Vo Kiat immediately rushed off enthusiastically to gather the spoils. After collecting them, he reported, brother, it is done. Duong Tran nodded in satisfaction. Good, put them away. Then we will go inside to take another look. Duong Tran shared his experience. After activating the divine relic, there will be invisible sword intent attacking the divine sense. As long as you condense your divine sense to defend, adapt to it. Then split off a strand to sense and comprehend the statue. The group moved closer to the statue together. Immediately, they all had to face the terrifying sword Qi shooting forth. Except for Duong Tran, the others were violently shaken. Duong Tran suddenly realized his oversight. Zio Kiat and the others would hardly withstand this sword intent with their divine sense. To make up for it, he assisted each person in turn, while Zio Kiat only needed to circulate his cultivation method with full strength. Duong Tran held Lin Nhi in one arm and Yue Tiu Tan in the other, saying, the situation is urgent, please understand. As for Lin Hai, he had no free hand left, so he told her to wrap her arms around his neck. Lin Hai hesitated briefly, but in the end she obeyed, wrapping her arms tightly around Duong Tran's neck. Immediately Duong Tran gathered momentum. Carrying the three girls, he charged straight toward the statue. He closed his eyes and waited for the pressure to descend, till the sensation in his mind felt as if it were split in two, and the golden aura gradually stabilized. The sword Qi emitted from the statue also became gentler. The three girls were all panting, exhausted after resisting the golden sword Qi. Duong Tran reminded them, this statue contains extremely powerful sword intent. Seize the chance to comprehend it. It will be very useful in the future. The three girls sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the sword Qi. Duong Tran pondered, this statue must contain innate purple Qi, but if it is completely absorbed, the sword intent may also dissipate. He recalled the shadow of the mysterious man seen through the heaven-devouring scripture. That person's cultivation was likely far beyond the true martial sword emperor. Thinking of this, he decided to try comprehending first. Perhaps there would be some gain. 3 days passed. Duong Tran felt something was wrong. Why had he gained nothing? Asking the others, he found they were no better. Lin Hai asked in surprise, even you could not comprehend it. He stared at Duong Tran for a while. Then she sat beside him and thought, what was absorbed earlier was certainly innate purple Qi. This young man clearly holds a heaven-shaking secret. So why has he not used that secret method? He glanced at the others and secretly guessed, perhaps because there are still outsiders here. To create private space for Duong Tran, she tactfully said, this sword intent is too profound. It is hard for us to continue comprehending it. Staying will only waste time. Let us go outside. Vo Kiat sighed and said, it is not that it is difficult, it is impossible. My divine sense was destroyed by the sword intent the moment it touched it. Yue Tiu Tan seemed to think of something. As they were leaving, Vo Kiat accidentally touched the stone forming the stone house. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Wanting to verify it, he pulled out a stone brick. The moment he lifted it, he was startled by its terrifying weight. This stone was unbelievably heavy. He realized what it was. He stammered this is great heavy cold iron. The other two widened their eyes in shock. Great heavy cold iron. Kiat asked Lin Nhi, is great heavy cold iron valuable? Lin Y replied, it is a legendary treasure. It can forge the embryo of a heaven-grade treasure artifact. Its value is immeasurable, enough to buy an entire city. Hearing that, Vo Kiat looked at the pile of great heavy cold iron, as if seeing a mountain of money before him. Tried to pull out another brick, but even using all his strength, he could not pull it out like the first time. Lin Hai rolled up her sleeves and said, let me try. She lightly pulled one out, leaving Vo Kiat staring in disbelief. Lin Y intended to take another one, but she discovered that the next brick would not budge easily at all. Finding it interesting, Yue Tiu Tan also tried to pull one out. Her first brick also came out with ease. When it came to the second, even gritting her teeth, she could not pull it out. Duong Tran observed and concluded, it seems each person can only take one piece of great heavy cold iron. Lin Hai quickly urged everyone to move elsewhere and said, Tran Ka, stay and study it. We will go outside to see if there are any other treasures. Seeing that Lin Hai understood his intent so well, Duong Tran could not help but sigh. As expected, my wife is still the smartest. Since he could not comprehend the sword intent, he might as well try absorbing the innate purple Qi instead. If he used the primordial demonic dragon martial soul, that sword intent would almost certainly dissipate. So he decided to try the slaughtering sword soul first. Unexpectedly, the slaughtering sword soul could not even approach the statue. Even the slaughtering sword soul could not do it. Duong Tran frowned slightly. He immediately changed his mind and tried to summon the guardian sword martial soul. Duong Tran opened a domain. Within it, countless sword shadows were planted densely. Its action immediately alarmed a certain existence. Lac Ku Thien was slightly surprised and wondered why his divine soul felt such a tremor. Duong Tran wielded his sword Martial Soul, merging the innate violet chi drawn from the mysterious statue. Actual development completely deviated from his original calculations. What just happened? How did we get inside already? Hurry and check on Daniel. Inside Duong Tran's Danshan, he closed his eyes, sinking into a state of comprehension. Actively guided his consciousness into the sword realm. Duong Tran was bewildered. Everything had vanished. Even the sword intent was gone. What on earth was happening? Just for time, Duong Tran grew anxious. He decided not to hesitate and tried to summon the demonic dragon Martial Soul first. But this time, he was unable to summon it. At that moment, a strange cracking phenomenon appeared. Duong Tran became increasingly exhilarated. The statue disintegrated at an ever-accelerating speed. Vo Kiat had long sensed the abnormal change. He immediately rushed back into the stone chamber. Vo Kiat shouted loudly, Statue once called a divine relic had now completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Lin Engai cried out in shock, heavens, where is the stone statue? Even the moon statue is gone. Tiu Tan commented vaguely, it seems it has truly been destroyed. Lin Y asked softly in curiosity, could it be that someone has already gained some benefit? Half joking and half serious, Tiu Tan probed Duong Tran. We are on the same team. Hogging it all like this is not very nice. Duong Tran felt awkward. How could he even share it? The innate violet chi had entered his Danshan, and the 7 void sword intent had disappeared. Kiat tactfully came to his brother's rescue. It is only a matter of luck. Everyone comprehended the divine relic. Only my brother gained something that proves his fortune is good. Hearing this, Tiu Tan looked at Vo Kiat and secretly smiled with hidden meaning. Only Lin Nhi clearly did not accept this explanation. Following his brother's lead, Duong Tran said, the mysterious force imprisoning the stone chamber has dissipated. This pile of cold iron belongs to us. Hurry and collect it. Before them were neatly arranged bricks. Duong Tran revealed a sly smile, waved his hand, storing everything into his storage ring, then signaled to the others. Everyone split up to gather the large quantity of heavy cold iron. Not long after, the group had cleared out all the heavy cold iron in the stone house. Duong Tran said cheerfully, this trip has truly made us rich. Engai happily agreed. Truly a huge fortune. Selling this cold iron will bring in an enormous sum. Holding the map in his hand, Vo Kiat said, I found this in Cao Kuang's storage pouch. Duong Tran glanced at it and immediately recognized it as a map of the southern secret realm. 3 red points were prominently marked on the map. Duong Tran analyzed. The map marks 3 locations, Divine Valley, Corrupted Heart Cave, and Thunder Chi Arena. Divine Valley is where we are standing. It seems the other 2 places also hold great opportunities. According to Tiu Tan, Corrupted Heart Cave has never been a kind place. It is very likely related to the Corrupted Heart Poison Wolf. Lin Hai valued safety above opportunity and advised, Duong Tran, we have gained enough. If we encounter the Corrupted Heart Poison Wolf again, it will be extremely dangerous. If we do not go there, we can head elsewhere, Duong Tran suggested. There are still more than 10 days left. We might as well go to the Thunder Chi Arena. But Lin Hai still shook her head. The Thunder Chi Arena is very dangerous. Grandfather once warned us carefully, we must never approach it. Duong Tran pondered deeply. A place so dangerous that even the old man Gong Sun had to warn about must be far from simple. Knowing Duong Tran wanted to explore, Vo Kiat volunteered to go with him, letting Lin Engai and the other 2 stay behind to cultivate. Would that be acceptable? Lin Hai and Lin Nhi immediately objected. Duong Tran was equally resolute. Within the secret realm, danger lurked everywhere. He would absolutely not leave Lin Hai and the others behind. Its manner of expression seemed reasonable as well. Vo Kiat realized he had not considered everything thoroughly. What man does not have a taste for adventure? Duong Tran gestured. Let us go take a look. If it is truly dangerous, then we will withdraw. Lin Engai asked tentatively, Duong Tran, is your mysterious probing secret technique reliable? How far does it reach? Duong Tran answered confidently, within a radius of 5 miles, no living being can conceal its aura. Lin Hai doubted he was exaggerating. If nothing could be concealed then, when we entered Divine Valley, why did you not detect Cao Kuang and the others? Duong Tran feigned innocence and replied, you even nitpick about this. Tiu Tan asked curiously, what kind of secret technique is it exactly? Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips proudly, the number 1 secret technique under heaven. While he was putting on a mysterious air, his younger brother exposed him. Is it not simply the innate ability of the top-ranked martial soul? After confirming their next destination, the group immediately set off. They moved according to the directions on the map. Upon arriving, Duong Tran reminded them, Corrupted Heart Cave lies deepest within the stone forest. Everyone be careful. Duong Tran thought to himself, the yin energy here is truly terrifying. The group was startled when they heard a loud noise not far away. Lin Hai realized that someone was fighting the corrupted heart poison wolf. Hearing this, everyone speculated, could it be that someone has arrived before us? Duong Tran immediately understood. We relied on the map to come here. It seems this map is not the only copy. Duong Tran shrewdly judged, the team ahead must be led by an academy mentor. Ordinary students could not reach this place. With them scouting ahead, we can benefit. Remember to observe carefully. Vo Kiat grew excited. We are about to fill our pockets again. He said we should wait until they are seriously injured or exhausted before making a move to seize the spoils. Duong Tran corrected his attitude and said sternly, robbery is not right. We are decent people. How could we do such a thing? The three girls were already used to this atmosphere and simply laughed it off. Duong Tran always walked at the front, repeatedly reminding everyone to be cautious. He assigned, the four of you stay here. I will go over to take a look. Tiu Kiat keep watch. Duong Tran concealed himself behind the sharp stone pillars, observing the battlefield ahead. As expected, a group was fiercely battling the corrupted heart poison wolf. Duong Tran noticed something unusual. His eyes narrowed slightly. He clearly saw a familiar face within that group. Duong Tran let out a cold smile. Truly, enemies are bound to meet on narrow roads. Latuan Nhu. 5 of them were all experts of the martial insect realm. Latuan Nhu gritted his teeth and said, I intend to rely on pill power to wear that beast to death. Duong Tran did not wish for the corrupted heart poison wolf to fall into a disadvantage. If this continued, it would exhaust itself to death. At this moment, the corrupted heart poison wolf was in an extremely ferocious state. It was being constantly provoked by those humans. Corrupted heart poison wolf immediately had its attention drawn toward the one making hand signals. Another seized the opportunity while it was distracted and slashed fiercely at its left flank. The corrupted heart poison wolf threw back its head and howled in fury. One person instantly sensed the danger and hurriedly swung his sword to block. Because of that, he narrowly escaped, but Latuan Nhu standing behind was not so fortunate. He was bitten by the corrupted heart poison wolf, losing an entire arm. Tuan Nhu screamed miserably in agony. Despite being severely injured, he still shouted to his companions, leave me, quickly kill it. The remaining men continued to charge forward desperately to surround the ferocious beast. Duong Tran could not help but secretly praise. A beast like the corrupted heart poison wolf was indeed cunning and vicious. Latuan Nhu was assisted by someone in the group to bandage his wound, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Group continued to unleash relentless attacks upon the poison wolf. The corrupted heart poison wolf widened its eyes and roared violently. Duong Tran immediately realized that this monster was about to risk its life and unleash its ultimate move. Tuan Nhu believed victory was within reach, completely unaware of the impending danger, and smugly cursed, you damned beast, hurry and die. In that very instant, the corrupted heart poison wolf erupted with its full power. Those with experience instantly turned pale and shouted in panic, get away, it is about to detonate its demon core. The corrupted heart poison wolf directly ignited its own demon core. The explosion produced terrifying destructive force. Even though Duong Tran stood quite far away, the shockwave still reached him. The people beside Duong Tran heard the explosion and hurried over to check the situation. Duong Tran said with a cold smile, let us go. We will head back and take a look. Duong Tran moved to the edge of the cliff and looked down. He was slightly surprised. He did not expect anyone to still be alive. The one treating Latuan Nhu's wounds was also the one who had shielded him during the explosion earlier. Duong Tran secretly rejoiced. It seemed heaven still had eyes. His mind swiftly calculated how to deal with that man in an interesting way. The person who had exhausted himself protecting Latuan Nhu had now collapsed from depletion. At that moment, the figure he hated most slowly appeared. Latuan Nhu instinctively lifted his head to look up. Duong Tran stood there with a mocking and provocative smile. Well, is that not young Master Le? Tian Nan is truly small. We meet again so soon, young Master Le. You are still well, I trust. Latuan Nhu's face turned pale as he asked in disbelief, Duong Tran, why are you here? Only then did he realize Duong Tran was not alone. Duong Tran casually slashed his sword into the ground before him. Since young Master Le can come here, it is no surprise that I can as well. It is merely that our situations differ. Latuan Nhu gritted his teeth and said, Duong Tran, if you want to kill me, then do it. Stop talking nonsense. Duong Tran replied contrary to his expectations. Kill you? No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of killing you. Tuan Nhu was stunned and asked again, you truly will not kill me? Duong Tran pretended to be righteous. Heaven cherishes life. Do I look like someone who delights in slaughter? Besides, killing a useless man would be far too boring. Latuan Nhu, who feared death and clung to life, immediately groveled when he saw a chance to survive. Young Master Tran, as long as you spare me, I will accept any condition. Okayat muttered disdainfully, truly a brainless coward afraid of death. My brother is only joking, and he actually believes it. Duong Tran put on a sincere expression. A gentleman's word is final. Young Masterla, tell me, how did you learn that Mount Triu Ka had a divine relic? Latuan Nhu hurriedly answered. It was someone named Bin Tu who told me. Duong Tran immediately pressed on. Where is he now? Latuan Nhu pointed out clearly. North of Tiannan City, there is a pawn shop called Laoban Fuong. Name Laoban Fuong made Duong Tran start involuntarily. Seeing his brother's expression grow heavy, Vo Kayat quickly called out. Duong Tran shook his head and replied, it is nothing. Yet his heart was filled with doubt. This matter was clearly not simple. Who exactly was that old man? Why did he feel as if he had been turned into a chess piece? Since he had begun asking, he pressed to the end. Duong Tran continued to force him. Is there any other secret of value? This piece of news alone is not enough to buy your life. Bring this, Latuan Nhu hurriedly added, young Master Tran. I also know about the Soul Radiant Stone. Duong Tran had never heard of it and asked, what is the Soul Radiant Stone? Ngayat Tiu Tan stepped forward to explain. It is a supreme treasure that can nourish the soul, especially useful for martial artists whose souls are injured. Hearing its function was enough to leave one stunned. Duong Tran thought to himself, if there is a Soul Radiant Stone, Master could not only condense his martial soul, but also hope to return his cultivation to its peak. This was precisely what he needed, so he immediately urged, speak, where is the Soul Radiant Stone? Latuan Nhu cautiously demanded, young Master Tran, you must swear upon your martial heart that you will not kill me. Duong Tran smiled slyly and replied, no problem, I swear upon my martial heart. Only then did Latuan Nhu feel at ease and reveal, Duong Tran, our La family received certain news that the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect recently possesses a soul treasure. It is the Soul Radiant Stone. Another unfamiliar name, Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Just hearing the name made it clear it was hard to swallow. Seizing something from the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect was no different from ascending to heaven. Someone explained to Duong Tran, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect lies to the north of Eastern Soil. Its strength surpasses even the Eastern Soil royal family. A colossal force beyond imagination. Though difficult, Duong Tran had no intention of retreating, now that he knew of the Soul Radiant Stone. No matter what, he would find a way to seize it. Gayat Tiu Tan said worriedly, Duong Tran, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect and Eastern Soil have long been hostile. Battles frequently erupt along the border. Duong Tran gave a cold smile. He had thought the Eastern Soil royal family had close ties with the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Duong Tran continued to press, is there any other secret? Tuan Nhu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. That is all. Hearing this, Duong Tran immediately turned hostile. If you have no more value, then you deserve death. The countless vengeful souls of the Tran family will not rest. Tuan Nhu cried out in panic, young Master Tran, you swore upon your martial heart. You cannot kill me. Duong Tran coldly asked in return, do you truly believe my words? Latuan Nhu's face was deathly pale, yet he still trembled and said he believed. Duong Tran burst into laughter. You are truly foolish. Even I do not believe myself, yet you believe me. Duong Tran sheathed his sword and called out loudly, Tiu Kayat. Realizing he had been deceived, Latuan Nhu was like a beast driven to a dead end, intending to risk his life in a counterattack. Vo Kayat gave him no chance. A sword pierced straight through Latuan Nhu's glabella. Duong Tran said icily in conclusion, I said I would not kill you, but I never said Tiu Kayat would not fool. As his words fell, Tiu Kayat withdrew his sword cleanly, ending his life. Duong Tran instructed Tiu Kayat, gather the spoils. These people surely do not lack good items, leave nothing behind. After that, the group ventured deeper. This place must be the corrupted heart cave. Duong Tran immediately released his divine sense, carefully probing the surroundings. After sensing the area once, he thought to himself, within 100 miles there is no divine relic. Could the information be wrong? But he then rejected the idea. If there were no treasure here, Latuan Nhu would not have risked his life battling the corrupted heart poison wolf. Thinking thus, Duong Tran slowly withdrew his divine sense. Suddenly he noticed something unusual beneath his feet. A pitch-black object of strange shape. Duong Tran wondered, what exactly is this? The people standing around Duong Tran also curiously stepped closer, wanting to see the strange object clearly. Lin Hai brushed away the dust on its surface, gradually revealing circular patterns. She asked in confusion, could this be formation inscriptions? This is an ancient formation mechanism. It likely does not conceal great danger. Manhua exclaimed excitedly, sister, open it quickly. She clearly could not wait any longer. Lin Hai immediately activated the formation. Blue light flared up as strands of black smoke slowly spread. The entire group of Duong Tran was instantly enveloped within the power of that blue light. After a while, Ngayat Tiu Tan raised an object. Then she turned and asked everyone, "Is everyone all right?" Afterward, she analyzed, this stone chamber must lie deep underground, right beneath that layer of blackened rock. All eyes followed the direction Ngayat Tiu Tan indicated, where there was a stone slab that looked completely different. Okayat glanced at it and said to Duong Tran, "Brother, this must be the divine relic of the corrupted heart cave." Duong Tran observed carefully, then nodded in agreement. "The opportunity here belongs to us. Slowly comprehend it, and see what the divine relic upon the stone tablet contains." After speaking, the five of them entered meditation together. The ancient steel emitted a gloomy black aura. Duong Tran seemed to sense something awakening. Within his sea of consciousness, a black flame suddenly ignited fiercely. Duong Tran suddenly understood. The corrupted heart poison wolf must have comprehended this divine relic. That is why it possessed the terrifying ability to spew corrupted heart poison bone. At the same time, Thien Lin Hai, Lin Nhi, and Ngayat Tiu Tan seemed to be repelled by this force. In contrast, Kim Vo Kayat appeared extremely comfortable. Streams of black aura continuously merged into his body. From behind, Thien Lin Hai asked in astonishment, "Tiu Kayat is absorbing such terrifying energy. Is he truly all right? His temperament will not be affected." Lin Hai answered with confidence, "It is fine. Tiu Kayat cultivates the demon subduing Vajra body." Hearing this, Thien Lin Nhi and Ngayat Tiu Tan both glanced at Lin Hai. Tiu Tan said gloomily, "Only now do I understand why people say a woman in love has intelligence below zero." Ngayat Tiu Tan then glanced toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran was also secretly absorbing the black aura. Tiu Tan thought to herself, he has twin martial souls and can still absorb dark energy. Could it be that besides fire affinity, he also has dark affinity? Thinking of this, she looked at Duong Tran with admiration, while Lin Nhi beside her saw this and her expression darkened. At this moment, Duong Tran had already condensed a vortex of spiritual power in his hand and said to himself, "This is dark martial intent." 3 strands of dark martial intent merging into a mysterious power. If I comprehend this dark martial intent, would not my shadow escape martial intent become even more powerful? Suddenly he felt a repelling force appear. His heart jolted. Could it be that the demonic dragon martial soul is resisting? Duong Tran suddenly recalled the words of the old man Gong Sun in the bamboo forest. The Tao is the rule of heaven and earth. The martial path is the same. A swordsman must seek and awaken his own sword Tao. No matter how strong another's sword Tao is, it is only for reference and to absorb its essence. It cannot be wholly inherited. Forcing it will only cause a swordsman to lose his way. Understanding this, Duong Tran broke out in cold sweat, then let out a long breath. My sword Tao is already clear. He turned to ask Kim Vo Kayat, Tiu Kayat, "Can you withstand this dark martial intent?" Kim Vo Kayat replied calmly, "This energy is very pure. I use it to cultivate the heavenly demon tyrant body. Just now I consecutively broke through 2 layers. Duong Tran nodded in satisfaction. "It seems I worried unnecessarily. This martial intent suits Tiu Kayat very well. Though I do not inherit it directly, I can merge the dark energy into the purple nether true chi within my Danshan. In this way, my cultivation will surge to stand alongside solar true chi and heavenly thunder true chi." Time passed quietly. 1 day later, Kim Vo Kayat boasted to Duong Tran, "Brother, my second layer of the heavenly demon tyrant body is nearly at great completion. What exactly is this dark energy?" Duong Tran smiled and replied, "It is precisely dark martial intent." Kim Vo Kayat exclaimed in shock, "Is not martial intent only awakened by cultivators of the heavenly union realm? How are we able to receive it?" Duong Tran said smugly, "Who do you think my brother is? What is so frightening about dark martial intent?" Then he turned to the 3 beauties beside him. "Come here, I will grant you a share of fortune." Thien Lin Hai widened her eyes and asked, "Fortune? That dark energy does not suit us at all." Lin Nhi also pouted. "The divine relic on the stone tablet is clearly of darkness. It does not match our attributes." Ngayat Tiu Tan said nothing, only watched curiously, wanting to see what trick Duong Tran intended to play. Duong Tran folded his arms and smiled. "You all know about innate violet chi." 3 looked at one another blankly. Lin Nhi answered casually, "Of course we know." Duong Tran declared boldly, "Today hero Duong Tran will grant you a heaven-shaking fortune. Before stepping into the heavenly union realm, I will help you merge with innate violet chi." Hearing this, the 3 girls all showed confused expressions, unsure whether he was serious or joking. Lin Nhi burst into laughter. "Stop joking. Do you even know what innate violet chi is?" Lin Y also boasted, "My father leads the martial academy. Even with his 9th level heavenly union cultivation, he has never seen innate violet chi. Who would believe you can bestow it?" Ngayat Tiu Tan added mockingly, "Keep bragging. Let us see how far you can go. Seeing Duong Tran still smiling calmly, Thien Lin Hai suddenly thought, could he truly extract innate violet chi from the divine relic? She turned and asked again, Brother Tran, is it true? Duong Tran turned his face away and answered briefly, of course. Kim Vo Kiat waved his hand and said, Brother, I will step aside first. Duong Tran immediately entered meditation, his eyes tightly shut, his mind highly focused. He slowly raised one hand. The space around him began to tremble, chaotic true chi spreading outward. Duong Tran shouted loudly, rise. The primordial demonic dragon martial soul was summoned. That moment the stone tablet trembled, streams of chi surging out. Duong Tran swung his left hand, his right gripping his wrist as he shouted, Guide. A thread of purple chi condensed in his palm, sweat pouring down as he stared at that tiny strand of violet chi. The three girls gasped, Violet chi. Is this truly innate violet chi? Kim Vo Kiat could only think to himself, brother is truly divine. Duong Tran concentrated, using 2 fingers to control the violet chi. The violet chi was separated into fine strands, flicked his hand, and pointed straight toward Ngayat Tiu Tan's chest. The violet chi instantly merged into her body. Tiu Tan lowered her head in astonishment as she felt the strange vibration within. Duong Tran repeated the motion, drawing out another strand of violet chi, shot it straight into Lin Nhi, leaving her stunned. Kim Vo Kiat's eyes shone brightly as he called out, Brother, me too. Duong Tran no longer split it into strands, but divided the remaining violet chi into 2 portions. 2 streams of innate violet chi immediately flew toward Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kiat. After transmitting the violet chi, Duong Tran collapsed onto the ground, so exhausted that he yawned repeatedly. At that very moment, the stone tablet behind him suddenly shattered. Everyone looked at Duong Tran lying on his back on the ground and could only stand there silently. Kim Vo Kiat said with a grin, Brother, this violet chi is too little. If there were more, I could have completed my Danshan transformation before reaching the Heavenly Union realm. Kim Vo Kiat was still smiling with narrowed eyes. The 3 girls all turned to look at Duong Tran. Ngai said reproachfully, Duong Tran, you are truly something. You have such unfathomable ability yet hid it until now, and in Divine Valley that statue had innate violet chi, did it not? Yet you monopolized it. Ngayat Tiu Tan also teased, Duong Tran, you hit it well indeed. Thien Lin Hai asked worriedly, Duong Tran, is there anything wrong with you? Hearing this, an idea flashed. Duong Tran immediately rolled on the ground, clutching his head and groaning, Lin Hai, casting this forbidden technique demands a heavy price. My head feels like it is splitting apart. Quickly massage me. Thien Lin Hai hurriedly helped him up and began to massage gently. Duong Tran leaned fully against her, his face clearly filled with blissful enjoyment. The scene left Kim Vo Kiat, Ngayat Tiu Tan and Lin Nhi utterly speechless. Taking advantage of it, Duong Tran even whispered to Thien Lin Hai, a little more, a little more. After she finished massaging his shoulders, he opened his mouth to order, Lin Hai, lower a bit, press my back more. Lin Hai vaguely sensed something was wrong, her expression gradually darkening. She snorted coldly, the veins on her forehead beginning to bulge. This moment Thien Lin Hai was truly angered, the veins on her hands standing out while Duong Tran still kept his eyes closed, enjoying himself. Thien Lin Hai's gaze turned stern, the corner of her lips curling slightly. The next instant, she yanked hard at Duong Tran's back, causing him to widen his eyes and open his mouth in pain. Thien Lin Hai asked with feigned innocence, Are you all right? Do you feel better now? Duong Tran broke out in sweat and hurriedly sprang up. Seeing this, Lin Nhi clutched her stomach, laughing loudly. Ngayat Tiu Tan could not help covering her mouth as she laughed. After that, the group left the cave. Duong Tran said to everyone, There are 9 days left. We have gained plenty from these 2 secret grounds. Once outside, it will surely draw attention, so we must be cautious. Lin Nhi quickly cut in. We understand. We will not speak of it outside. Duong Tran nodded. That is good. In these final 9 days, the map also marks a Thunder Chi platform. Ngayat Tiu Tan immediately objected. The Thunder Chi platform is extremely dangerous, perhaps even more terrifying than the previous places. We have gained enough, do not go. Thien Lin Hai also agreed. I will listen to you, while Kim Vo Kiat said with a smile, If brother decides, then we go. Duong Tran waved his hand, Lin Hai, the 4 of you leave the secret realm and wait for me. I will go to the Thunder Chi platform alone. Tiu Kiat, give me the map. Kim Vo Kiat was stunned for a moment, yet still handed the map to his brother. Thien Lin Hai loudly objected. You cannot go. Grandfather already warned that the Thunder Chi platform is too dangerous. Never approach it. Nhi also urged, Duong Tran, this time our gains far exceed expectations. Come out with us. Ngayat Tiu Tan waved her hand in agreement. That is right. Knowing when to stop is safest. Duong Tran did not listen. He reassured them, Do not worry. I have a way to protect myself. Thien Lin Hai could not hold back and shouted, It is too dangerous, Duong Tran. Even with a method, it is useless. Duong Tran replied calmly, If I use this technique and you can still find or sense me, then I will not go to the Thunder Chi platform. After speaking, a faint layer of energy appeared around him. That energy quickly formed a barrier, and Duong Tran vanished, leaving everyone standing there stunned. Team Vo Kiat panicked and ran around searching while calling loudly, "Brother." Thien Lin Hai sighed and said, "No need to search, he has already gone far." Lin Nhi widened her eyes in fear. "How can a living person just disappear? Is there a ghost?" Thien Lin Nhi said dejectedly, "Let us go." After a while, Thien Lin Hai fell into silence, pondering something. Suddenly her eyes widened, as if she had discovered a clue. Thien Lin Hai asked herself in shock, could it be? Seeing that expression, Lin Nhi ran over and asked, "What is wrong?" Thien Lin Hai covered her mouth and replied, "Nothing." But her heart was in turmoil. Brother Tran is only at the true martial realm and cannot awaken martial intent. If that black light when he vanished was not martial intent, then what was it? At this moment, Ngayat Tiu Tan also looked at Thien Lin Hai with eyes full of suspicion. After Kim Vo Kiat, Thien Lin Hai, Ngayat Tiu Tan and Lin Nhi had gone far, a vortex appeared once more. Duong Tran stepped out from it and murmured softly, "Rest assured." He looked ahead, holding the map in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. One day later, Duong Tran had reached the location marked on the map. Before him stood a terrifying mountain interwoven with lightning. Duong Tran thought no wonder the old man Gong Sun forbade approaching. This taboo heavenly lightning would likely be unbearable even for the heavenly union realm. Lightning is the might of heavenly law, a power that suppresses all things. Yet to me it feels familiar. Duong Tran raised his head to observe. Discovered a staircase leading straight to the summit. Duong Tran began to climb, bolts of lightning striking continuously and being absorbed by his body. He thought without even operating the heaven-devouring scripture he can condense heavenly thunder true chi. Breaking through to the 8th level of true martial is only a matter of time. Continued along the cliff, lightning flashing incessantly around him. Duong Tran thought with delight, "Thanks to this lightning power, I have reached the mid-stage of the 8th level true martial realm." Looking toward where the lightning converged, Duong Tran told himself, ahead lies the summit. Not long after he stood upon a vast plaza, gigantic pillars of lightning shattering even the stone ground. This must be the Thunder Chi platform. Duong Tran did not hesitate and stepped straight in. Immediately heavenly lightning struck from beneath his feet. Struck by the lightning, Duong Tran cried out in pain, yet still gritted his teeth to endure and absorb the heavenly thunder true chi. Gradually he adapted, joy rising in his heart. Though painful, this lightning force is making my body grow stronger and stronger. He did not expect lightning to be able to temper the flesh. Duong Tran grew more and more exhilarated. He spread his arms wide, actively absorbing the lightning. One day passed, Duong Tran moved deeper into the center of the Thunder Chi platform. Lightning within became increasingly terrifying. Suddenly Duong Tran discovered something unusual. A bead radiating lightning continuously appeared, causing him to wonder in shock what it was. He saw the bead slowly rise. Duong Tran understood it was no ordinary treasure but a great opportunity. Knowing it would not be easy to obtain, he became serious. After thinking for a moment, he raised a finger and chuckled softly, "I have a way." Duong Tran flicked his finger, a few drops of essence blood shooting out. Yet that essence blood produced no reaction at all. Duong Tran was stunned. Are not treasures supposed to recognize their master through blood? Why is it useless? After that, he circulated the heaven-devouring scripture, intending to absorb the bead. However, even the heaven-devouring scripture was repelled, leaving Duong Tran astonished. This is truly strange. Even the heaven-devouring scripture has lost its effect. He tried releasing the sword martial soul, and shadow escape martial intent, but still achieved nothing. In the end, Duong Tran could only sigh in disappointment. "It seems I lack the faith." At that moment, the bead suddenly drew all the lightning back into itself. Not long after Duong Tran left the Thunder Chi platform dejectedly. Suddenly Duong Tran sensed a strange change. He turned his head to look back and widened his eyes in shock. The lightning lake had vanished. Even the rumbling thunder was completely gone. Duong Tran sighed inwardly, "Forget it. With my current strength I cannot seize that bead. I will return later." 2 days later, Duong Tran arrived at the exit of the secret realm, where quite a few exhausted people were gathered waiting. As soon as he saw Duong Tran, Kim Vo Kiat cried out, "Brother." Then seeing his listless appearance, worried that perhaps he was gravely injured. Kim Vo Kiat hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Brother, do not scare me. What exactly happened?" Duong Tran remained silent, making everyone even more anxious. Thien Lin Hai asked urgently, "Duong Tran, what is wrong?" Seeing his companions, Duong Tran forced a smile and scratched his head. "It is nothing, truly nothing." Lin Wai looked at him suspiciously. "Nothing, and you look like this. Tell the truth." Is there something hard to say? At this moment, Duong Tran seemed absent-minded, his gaze drifting far away. Thien Lin Hai worriedly grasped his hand and carefully checked whether he was injured. Duong Tran reassured awkwardly, there is truly nothing wrong. Ngayat Tiu Tan held Lin Hai's hand and said, stop asking. We will talk after going out. At that moment, the stone gate of the Tian Nan secret realm slowly opened. Duong Tran's group left the secret realm one after another. Outside, Ngayat Tiu Tan showed relief, while Duong Tran still looked dispirited. Seeing Duong Tran sighing, Cao Tran Ap secretly wondered, could there have been an accident? In a small room of the north courtyard, Duong Tran thought of the lightning bead and muttered dejectedly, truly lacking faith. He sighed and slumped into a chair like a lost soul. This time an old man poked his head out and said, Tran and Chai, all things have their own principles, like the cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, or the alternation of day and night. Human life is the same. There are rises and falls, light and darkness. Only by tasting all flavors can it be complete. Hearing this, Duong Tran regained his spirit. That is true. I have already gained quite a lot. This trip into the secret realm can be considered a great fortune. It is time to take stock. Looked at his storage ring and thought, now I am not much worse than the prominent clans of Tian Nan. Thinking this, he revealed a sly smile. Getting rich truly relies on plunder. He raised his hand and summoned 9th level true martial lightning, grinning foolishly. Then he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and muttered, let me see whether my sea of consciousness has changed. After a while, Duong Tran seriously examined within. Suddenly he felt as if struck by lightning, crying out in shock, what is going on? When did the bead enter my sea of consciousness? Duong Tran laughed in delight. No wonder the lightning vanished at the foot of the mountain. It seems when I left it merged into me on its own. Then thought to himself, could that gray bead truly be the legendary spiritual artifact? Within his sea of consciousness, 2 additional auras now appeared. Shadow escape martial intent, and the profound meaning of the 13 guardian heaven swords. Duong Tran pondered. Even when contacting the gray bead with his spiritual sense, he still felt nothing. Perhaps my divine sense or soul is not yet strong enough. Forget it. As long as the bead is in my sea of consciousness, it cannot escape. Suddenly a figure appeared before Duong Tran, causing him to widen his eyes in alarm. It was Cao Tran Ap. The old man looked at Duong Tran in surprise and asked, where have you been hiding? Duong Tran wiped his sweat and sighed in relief. You scared me to death. Cao Tran Ap angrily scolded, brat, are you ill? He recalled the scene outside the secret realm. This fellow looked frightened yet secretly smiling, not normal at all. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and retorted, you are the one who is ill. Cao Tran Ap immediately flew into a rage. Insolent brat, dare say that again. Seeing this, Duong Tran trembled and said, I would not dare. Cao Tran Ap gritted his teeth. When you left the secret realm, your strange appearance worried me. Turns out you were pretending, truly despicable. Duong Tran could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Cao Tran Ap waved his hand, forget it. Tell me how your harvest in the secret realm was. Lin Enhai's teasing flashed through Duong Tran's mind. He sighed and stammered. Old man, this time I truly struck it rich, and I helped Lin Nha Chai and Vo Kiat seize great opportunities. Cao Tran Ap laughed loudly. Keep bragging, I am listening. Duong Tran spoke at length. First, Tiu Kiat obtained Dark Origin and fused it into Dark True Chi, causing the level of his True Chi to soar. Hearing this, old Cao was also shaken and asked, Dark Origin. He forced himself to appear calm. What else? Duong Tran raised 2 fingers and continued. Second, we destroyed the Golden Divine Hall. From now on, Tian Nan's secret realm no longer has that place or the heavy cold iron. Cao Tran Ap was so shocked he stammered, what? Thought to himself, the Golden Divine Hall contained countless sword intent relics and was destroyed. Could this brat have obtained supreme sword intent? He asked with a trembling voice, have you obtained sword intent? Duong Tran nodded proudly, then shook his head repeatedly with a puzzled look. Cao Tran Ap lost patience. Do you mean yes or no? Duong Tran explained, that terrifying sword intent entered my body, but I cannot find it. No matter how I search, it will not appear. Suddenly Cao Tran Ap burst into mad laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent, cannot find it. Laughed until tears fell and asked, do you know why? Duong Tran pretended indifference and replied, I do not want to know. Cao Tran Ap snorted, if you do not want to, then I am too lazy to say. Duong Tran changed his tone, old man, wait, now I want to know. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Tran Ap struck his head hard with his hand. Duong Tran cried out in pain, why did you hit me? Cao Tran Ap explained, the sword intent in the Golden Divine Hall is so powerful it surpasses comprehension. It can hide within the body. When you reach the proper level, you will naturally sense it. After hearing this, Duong Tran clapped his hands and laughed. So that is the case, excellent. But Cao Tran Ap asked again, anything else? Duong Tran broke out in sweat, rolling his eyes and stammering. Cao Tran Ap shouted, if you are hiding anything, then speak quickly. Duong Tran reluctantly said, Chen Bok Thang was killed by us. Cao Tran Ap was stunned. Killed then killed, who is Shen Bok Thang? What does this have to do with anything? Duong Tran continued calmly. Cao Kuang was also killed, causing Cao Tran Ap to ask in shock, what? He grabbed Duong Tran and demanded in a low voice, does anyone else know? Duong Tran replied, Tiu Kayat, Lin Hai and Ngayat Tiu Tan. Cao Tran Ap asked further, no one else? Duong Tran replied, no more. Hearing this, Cao Tran Ap let out a breath of relief. That is good. He stared at Duong Tran and thought, Cao Kuang is a professor of Dong Viet, 9th level martial insect realm. How did this brat kill him? Cao Tran Ap asked sternly, do not tell me you relied only on your own strength. Speak. How did Cao Kuang die? Duong Tran replied with an easy smile. In short, he needed no brilliant schemes. That rare opportunity alone was enough to send Cao Kuang's 5 escorts to their deaths. As soon as he finished speaking, old Cao gaped, his eyes wide with utter shock. Inwardly, he judged the matter was most likely true. It must be kept secret. If the East Court Dean learned of it, his fury would ruin all their carefully laid plans. Old Cao quickly concealed his astonishment, fixed a stern gaze on Duong Tran, and demanded that he reveal anything else. Duong Tran suddenly added loudly, Latuan Nhu seems to have been killed by me as well. Hearing this, old Cao ground his teeth in anger and shouted, could you not say it all at once? Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly and replied, too much happened in those 20 days. I only just remembered. Old Cao covered his face and sighed, then asked, did you leave any traces? Duong Tran cheerfully recounted that Latuan Nhu brought 4 9th-level martial insect cultivators of the La family, fought fiercely with the corrupted heart poison wolf in the corrupted heart cave. In the end, the wolf self-detonated, leaving some dead and some crippled. I merely reaped the fisherman's gain. It can be considered avenging Chiu Ka. After hearing this, old Cao thought to himself, this brat's luck is truly extraordinary. He always stumbles upon such coincidences. Then he continued asking, so in the corrupted heart cave, did you obtain anything else? Duong Tran nodded readily, of course. Calmly explained that beneath the stone chamber in the corrupted heart cave, there was a stone tablet recording a dark fusion martial taboo, which he and Tiu Kayat had divided and absorbed. Old Cao's eyes widened as he asked, divided it, inwardly thinking the gains in the cave were gone. Yet how could those two absorb all that fused martial intent? Seeing old Cao stunned, Duong Tran added that Tiu Kayat absorbed the dark martial intent and advanced his body technique to the 2nd level, while he used it to strengthen his dark true chi. As soon as these words fell, old Cao was once again dumbfounded, blurting out, what? He pressed on, were you not originally of fire attribute? Since when did you gain a dark attribute? Duong Tran then explained clearly that in the secret realm, he and Tiu Kayat encountered a treasure containing dark origin, through which he vaguely awakened this attribute. Old Cao stared and asked again, truly, thinking that a cultivator's attribute is fixed at birth, and he had never heard of anyone awakening a new one. This sounded vague. Glanced at Duong Tran and asked, anything else? Duong Tran shook his head, gesturing as he sat, that is all. Old Cao still doubted and asked again, truly nothing left. Duong Tran insisted there was nothing more. Old Cao picked up his wine jug, shook it and said, think carefully. Seeing old Cao drinking as he cultivated, Duong Tran thought if he did not explain clearly, the old man would not leave. Duong Tran scratched his head and added, old man, I can also absorb innate violet chi from divine relics. And before he finished, old Cao spat a mouthful of wine straight into Duong Tran's face. Splashed with wine, Duong Tran stood frozen without reacting. Old Cao nearly choked and demanded angrily, brat, are you telling the truth? Duong Tran wiped his face and replied irritably, of course it is true. Hearing this, old Cao threw his head back and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Brat, you did well, very well. My long plotting was not in vain. This time, even if we risk our lives, we must protect you, Lin Hai and Tiu Kayat, to leave eastern soil. This place is no longer suitable for monstrous talents like you to grow. Duong Tran immediately knelt and bowed respectfully, in thanks to martial uncle ancestor. Old Cao said sternly, get up, you brat. Do not use such mindless formalities before me. So it seems the golden divine hall and all the innate violet chi in the corrupted heart cave have fallen into your hands. Duong Tran stood up and gently shook his head. Seeing this expression, old Cao uttered a surprised sound, thinking the divine relic had clearly been destroyed and the innate violet chi drained. So what did that shake mean? Duong Tran honestly said the innate violet chi in the golden divine hall was destroyed by him, while the portion in the corrupted heart cave had been shared with Tiu Kayat, Lin Hai, Ngayat Tiu Tan, and the others. Old Cao roared angrily, fool, that moon girl has no relation to us. Why give her innate violet chi? Do you think that thing is abundant? Duong Tran scratched his head and explained, we were a team. Giving her some was to repay a bit of favor. Old Cao narrowed his eyes and chuckled slyly. Hee, such an expensive hush fee, I fear it is not that simple. Could it be you have other intentions? Duong Tran hurriedly shook his head, saying no. Old Cao waved it off. In the future, stay away from that moon girl. Her temperament is unpredictable. Best not to get entangled. Duong Tran respectfully replied, I understand. Old Kao walked to the door, then suddenly stopped. He turned back and asked again. Truly nothing left unsaid. Duong Tran smiled. Old man, that is everything. Old Kao nodded as he walked away. If that is all, then good. After Old Kao had gone far, Duong Tran sat down and muttered, now I can carefully review this harvest. Scene shifts to Tian Nan Martial Academy. An old man announced, they have arrived. Everyone immediately bowed respectfully, welcoming the arrival of 13th Lord. Red-haired elder secretly worried that his son Cao Kuang had not yet emerged from the secret realm. The matter was unresolved, and now 13th Lord's arrival complicated things. The man in yellow also thought it impossible that Tu and Nhu met with misfortune. He must be trapped somewhere. He would investigate personally. In the sky, a blazing swirl of fire suddenly appeared, causing everyone to look up reverently. We welcome the arrival of 13th Lord. In the air appeared the old imperial preceptor, along with a young man, none other than 13th Lord. The two lightly leaped down from the back of a phoenix. Upon landing, the crowd bowed in unison, greetings to 13th Lord, greetings to imperial preceptor. 13th Lord smiled and said cheerfully, the climate of Tian Nan is not bad. You are all meritorious officials of the kingdom. The red-haired elder respectfully replied, 13th Lord flatters us. It is our duty. Everything has been arranged, please. The red-haired elder led the way while the imperial preceptor followed, observing the surroundings as he walked. The imperial preceptor asked, why is Cao Tran AC not present? Red-haired elder scratched his head and answered, perhaps Dean Cao was too busy and forgot. I do not know where he is. The imperial preceptor sighed, Tran AC is truly bold. Even with 13th Lord present, he does not come to greet him. Elsewhere, old Cao shouted, what 13th Lord has arrived? He immediately rushed out in haste, cursing those who failed to inform him. On the way, old Cao heard people discussing that, by order of the imperial preceptor, 13th Lord would summon the core disciples of the four courts to the training ground to display martial skills, selecting the outstanding and instructing them personally. This time, Duong Tran was completely unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, old Cao kicked open the gate of Duong Tran's courtyard, startling him. Duong Tran asked in surprise, martial uncle ancestor, what is the matter? Old Cao gritted his teeth and replied, Dich Thien Koi and Dong Quach the Kai have arrived. Duong Tran asked blankly, why has 13th Lord come here? Old Cao continued, they came to Trio Ka to investigate the divine beast matter. It was Dong Quach the Kai's idea, and to let Dich Thien Koi meet Lin Hai they arranged this martial display. The new year is near and they will not wait long. You know in your heart what to do not pretend. Duong Tran said calmly, old man, I am not one for pride. Being ordinary is fine. Dich Thien Koi's background is extraordinary. Old Cao replied, he is 10 years older than you. Time cannot be compared so simply. Have you ever seen a flood dragon fight a wild bear? Duong Tran said confidently, within 3 years I will surely capture him and make him bow his head in submission to me. Old Cao poked Duong Tran's cheek and smiled ambiguously. You said that 3 years pass quickly. When the time comes, do not forget the 3-year limit. If you achieve it, I will go on your behalf to meet Tian Ba Guang and propose marriage. And before that, he. Scene shifts to early the next morning. For the main hall, the Shadow Assassination Tower Master knelt, with clasped hands pleading to the Imperial Preceptor. Imperial Preceptor, please uphold justice for me. Dich Thien Koi spoke. Po Sha stand up. Inwardly thinking the Shadow Assassination Tower Master had always maintained decent ties with Tian Nan. Why display such a posture today? Dich Thien Koi stepped forward with concern and asked gently what had happened. The Shadow Assassination Tower Master angrily recounted that the rebellious disciple of Gong Sun Ya broke the agreement, returned to Tian Nan on his own, accepted a wandering disciple in Chiu Ka, was sheltered by Cao Tran AC, and plotted to frame my youngest son Lu Tu. After hearing this, Dich Thien Koi uttered a soft sound. Imperial Preceptor narrowed one eye, as if calculating something. The Imperial Preceptor slowly told Dich Thien Koi that His Highness had already heard of this matter. Tian Ba Guang returned to Tian Nan after his cultivation was crippled to that of a mortal, while his disciple Duong Tran possessed rare talent, and once used 6th level True Martial to slay Lu Po Sha at 9th level True Martial on the martial stage. Such narrow-mindedness cannot achieve greatness. Shadow Assassination Tower Master panicked and stammered that it was not so. Dich Thien Koi immediately shouted angrily, get out. Shadow Assassination Tower Master turned and fled resentfully, unable to utter another word. As he left, he broke into cold sweat, his heart in turmoil, not understanding how matters had turned out this way. Dich Thien Koi turned and called, Imperial Preceptor. Your Excellency, I can see you value him especially. That youth named Duong Tran, The imperial preceptor smiled and said his destiny is strong, his martial fortune abundant. In the future he will surely achieve greatly, a rare prodigy of the kingdom. During this Dich Thien Koi side, such flourishing martial fortune. He thought initially he only intended to visit Thien Lin Hai, yet now another target appeared. If Duong Tran is truly talented, he can be recruited as a subordinate. Scene shifts to the martial training ground of Tian Nan Martial Academy. When the crowd saw Dich Thien Koi and the imperial preceptor appear, they began discussing. 13th Lord is indeed heroic and extraordinary. With such a royal figure, Eastern soil will prosper. Some whispered that 13th Lord had long reached the peak 9th level Heavenly Union realm, perhaps stepping into the Purple Palace realm, eagerly awaiting the day Eastern soil produces a second Purple Palace expert. Soon after, Dich Thien Koi and the imperial preceptor stood upon the high platform. Old Cao Vo Dich announced loudly that the arrival of 13th Lord and the imperial preceptor was the honor of Tian Nan Martial Academy, hoping the core disciples would not disappoint and display their talents. Below, the martial exhibition officially began, and as the words ended, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. Not long after, a figure leapt onto the arena, confidently introduced himself, Dong Vien Ha Fuck, 9th level mortal martial realm, challenging any opponent from the Broad Institute within the martial core realm. Students of the North Institute immediately began whispering. Among their core students at the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, no one was strong enough to face Ha Fuck. Kim Vo Kiat merely snorted coldly and thought to himself, just wait and see. Standing on the arena, Ha Fuck loudly provoked. Could it be that no one dared to step up? As soon as he finished speaking, another person jumped onto the arena. The man rolled his wrists and ankles, then said, Core student of the Broad Institute Ngo Kai Min, 8th level mortal martial realm, I seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Ha Fuck instantly unleashed a surge of deathly aura, charging straight at Ngo Kai Min and roaring. The outcome is already decided. The crowd below was stunned by the scene. Dark attribute martial soul-shattering eye. Fuck's eyes immediately lit up as he firmly grabbed Ngo Kai Min with both hands. The moment Ngo Kai Min met that gaze, his own eyes lit up and he screamed in agony. Then he began wildly punching at the air, repeatedly shouting to get away, clearly no longer able to see anything. Fuck revealed a sinister smile. Next, he delivered a thunderous kick into Ngo Kai Min's body. Instantly, Ngo Kai Min was kicked off the arena and suffered a crushing defeat. Seeing this, Old Kao said in disappointment, take him for treatment, and the attendants immediately obeyed. After defeating his opponent, Ha Fuck cupped his hands and said he was sorry, claiming he had momentarily lost control. Many people applauded, believing Ha Fuck possessed outstanding talent and would surely make a name across the eastern lands, perhaps even catch the eye of the 13th Lord, and if so, the Ha family would prosper. At that moment, Kim Vo Kiat suddenly leapt onto the arena. He looked down coldly and said, Kim Vo Kiat, 9th level mortal martial realm, challenging any opponent from the East Institute below the martial lord realm. The moment those words fell, the entire crowd fell silent. Dich Thien Koi and the old national preceptor laughed at the same time. A challenge across realms, truly interesting. The old national preceptor turned to speak with Dich Thien Koi. This man was born with astonishing strength. He is the direct disciple of Cao Chan AC. Someone exclaimed to his two children, that was he not the fool who came to their house with Thien Ba Quang at the beginning of the year? How had he become a core student of the North Institute? The daughter replied, Father, his strength is very powerful. He is valued by Institute Master Cao Chan AC and accepted as a direct disciple. During this, the man was shaken, thinking that Cao Chan AC had impossibly high standards for accepting disciples and had not taken a single one in many years. How could this brat become his direct disciple? Just then someone flew onto the arena and shouted, Kim Vo Kiat, you are too arrogant. I am, but before he could finish speaking, Kim Vo Kiat had already unleashed Dragon Coil Regret. That man hurriedly raised his hand and stammered, wait, I still. Before he could finish, Kim Vo Kiat struck him with a punch that twisted his face, and he was blasted off the arena, crying out miserably before hitting the ground heavily. Kim Vo Kiat said in boredom, trash like this should not come up here. I already said below the martial core realm, at least 3rd level martial core. Crowd below stood agape in shock, thinking only 2 words, too arrogant. Dich Thien Koi looked at Kim Vo Kiat with interest, thinking he was indeed not bad. At that moment, another person jumped onto the arena and shouted, Kim Vo Kiat, do not be so rampant. Seeing the opponent's coarse face like minced meat, Kim Vo Kiat did not know what to say for a moment. He scratched his head and ears and said, what is your name? That appearance is truly unique. It startled me. Honestly, you should not come up here. That man was stunned and asked why. Kim Vo Kiat replied that looking like that was not his fault, but seriously appearing before a crowd was his fault. There were distinguished guests here. If they vomited, he would bear great blame. Hearing this, that man was furious to the point of fuming. The crowd below also fell silent, not understanding what Kim Vo Kiat was saying. Over there, the Shadow Assassination Tower Master trembled with anger. Steen Koi turned and asked him, "Is that the son of Ngai Nhi?" The Shadow Assassination Tower Master respectfully replied, "He is the eldest son of this subordinate, Lu Bo." Steen Koi laughed and said, "Ha, this Kim Vo Kiat is truly arrogant." On the arena, Lu Bo angrily summoned his martial soul Shadow Divine Flower, drew his longsword, and roared that Kim Vo Kiat must die. Kim Vo Kiat waved his hand dismissively and said, "Stop showing off," then circulated Unholy Overlord Body and Heavenly Demon True Chi. Immediately after, Kim Vo Kiat unleashed Dragon Coil Strikes Iron. Their fists collided like thunder, and Lu Bo had to brace himself to barely withstand it. The result, both were forced back. At this moment, Dich Thien Koi spoke. "That is Kao Chan Axe Dragon Coil Fist. Indeed, a body cultivation divine skill worthy of its reputation." The old national preceptor added, "Your Highness, I heard Kao Chan AC intends to marry his daughter to this brat. This is a good opportunity." And Dich Thien Koi uttered a sound of realization. Thought that if he could subdue Kim Vo Kiat, it would be equivalent to securing Kao Chan AC as well. Guards of such level were not lacking in his residence. But since the national preceptor repeatedly recommended him, there must be another reason. At the same time, Lu Bo panted heavily, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed, roared and executed Seven Shadows' second form, slashing out with his sword, while Kim Vo Kiat immediately activated his move to counter. Dragon Coil Shakes the Sky was unleashed. Kim Vo Kiat threw out a gigantic punch, directly striking Lu Bo's longsword. Lu Bo's eyes widened instantly, completely shocked by the terrifying strength. He staggered slightly, but still barely landed safely. Seeing this, Kim Vo Kiat burst into loud laughter. Lu Bo gritted his teeth in fury and cursed bastard under his breath. Immediately after, he swung his sword and unleashed Shadow Annihilation Kill, filled with murderous intent. Kim Vo Kiat looked at him coldly and said, "You brought this upon yourself." He raised his hand and grabbed fiercely at the air, executing Dragon Coil Subdues Demons. A massive white dragon charged straight at Lu Bo, and even though he used both hands to resist, he was quickly struck and slammed heavily onto the floor. Shadow Assassination Tower Master was immediately alarmed. He hurriedly rushed onto the arena to save him. After checking his son's injuries, he roared that all his meridians were severed and his dantian shattered. The attack was too vicious. The Shadow Assassination Tower Master angrily roared, "Bastard, you are courting death." At that moment, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure bearing down on his body. Looking up, he saw Dich Thien Koi and the old national preceptor above. Dich Thien Koi said in a deep voice, "Before me there are those who do not know their limits and those who disregard the rules. Your Thien Nam truly has many talents." The Shadow Assassination Tower Master hurriedly lowered his head and said, "May the 13th Lord calm his anger." It was only a moment of mental confusion. After speaking, he carried his son and hastily left the scene. The old national preceptor thought that perhaps it was not wise to bring the 13th Lord to Thien Nam. Then he turned to Dich Thien Koi and said, "Your Highness need not let a small matter affect your mood. What do you think of Thien Lin Hai?" Dich Thien Koi sighed and replied, "If she does not enter the arena, how would I know?" The old national preceptor raised his hand and pointed in one direction, asking His Highness to look over there. Dich Thien Koi looked and saw the beautiful Thien Lin Hai standing there quietly. He turned to the national preceptor and said that after the new year this matter would be handled immediately. In form they could compensate the Doan Mock Marquis Manor a bit more, and the national preceptor hurriedly accepted the order. Thien Koi then asked, "National preceptor, where is Duong Tran whom you always praise? Why has he not entered the arena?" The old national preceptor quickly replied, "Please wait a moment, Your Highness. Let me send a voice transmission to Kao Chan AC." This time, Kao Chan AC was regulating his breath when he received the voice transmission from the national preceptor. "Chan AC, the 13th Lord wants to see Duong Tran perform. Tell him to enter the arena." After receiving the message, Kao Chan AC turned to Duong Tran and scolded, "You brat. The national preceptor is calling you to the arena, saying the 13th Lord is greatly anticipating your performance." Duong Tran responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Then he immediately leapt forward. After stepping onto the arena, he waved to everyone and said, "My cultivation is 7th level mortal martial realm. Is there any fellow disciple of the same realm willing to offer guidance?" After speaking, he stood upright with a calm expression, waiting below. Someone in the crowd thought that who would still dare to go up. 4 months ago, he was only 6th level mortal martial realm. Without even summoning his martial soul or drawing his sword, he had killed Lu Tu. Seeing the silence, Duong Tran smiled and said, "No one dares? Then let me add a condition. 8th level mortal martial realm is also acceptable." Hearing this, Kao Chan AC was so angry he nearly choked. silently cursing that this brat did not know how to feign stupidity. Over there, Thien Lin Hai could only shake her head helplessly. Duong Tran continued speaking. Ninth-level mortal martial realm is also acceptable. Regardless of victory or defeat, I will pay 50 spirit stones as an appearance fee. Hearing this, Dich Thien Koi burst into loud laughter. This brat is truly interesting. Seeing that still no one dared to step up, Duong Tran scratched his head and said, "It seems the appearance fee is still too low. Come from a small place, I am very poor." The crowd below murmured. Could it be that this brat is so formidable that no one in Thien Nam Martial Palace dares to fight him? Duong Tran raised his voice again. Forget it. Kim Vo Kiat has already stood out front. As his elder brother, I feel embarrassed. Is there any senior in the martial core realm willing to offer guidance? I will pay 10 spirit stones. That moment, someone jumped onto the arena. It was Don Mok Dian of the Don Mok Marquis Manor. And as soon as he stepped up, he said, "Duong Tran, I heard you are the useless disciple of Thien Ba Quang. I have come to challenge you." Duong Tran replied disdainfully, "May I ask if you have family? My master may have lost all his cultivation, but he is upright. He once taught me to do good to people and deal harshly with dogs. Since I came onto the stage, have I ever insulted your family? Even beasts know to protect their kin. Are you not even as good as that?" These words made Don Mok Dian grind his teeth in fury. He strained his voice, yet could not speak. Hearing this, Dich Thien Koi laughed loudly. His mouth truly spares no one. The old national preceptor also laughed and said, "Your Highness, this is truly my first eye-opener. This brat has never suffered a loss." Dich Thien Koi nodded in approval, angered by the humiliation of his master. Such spirit is not bad. People of the Don Mok Marquis Manor, all darkened in expression. On the arena, Don Mok Dian roared and charged straight forward. "You stinking brat." He immediately activated the Don Mok War Disc Martial Soul. At the same time, he unleashed 100 Poison's Brocade Palm, shouting "Die" as he struck toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran remained calm at the sight, merely snorting coldly. Don Mok Dian sneered in contempt, truly seeking death. Duong Tran simply waved his hand lightly, the movement extremely casual. The instant he touched the opponent's arm, all the bones in Don Mok Dian's arm shattered. His body was also blasted off the arena. Beginning to end, Duong Tran did not move a single step. The crowd fearfully realized there was not the slightest fluctuation of true chi on him. With pure physical strength alone, he crippled one of Don Mok Dian's arms. Such cultivation was truly terrifying. Dich Thien Koi also grew serious. With such a powerful physique, his body techniques must be extraordinary. Old Kao cursed inwardly upon seeing this. "You damned brat, it would have been enough to put on a show, yet you insist on going all out." Just as Duong Tran was about to leave the arena, Dich Thien Koi spoke. "Wait, Duong Tran, are you willing to follow me as a personal attendant?" "I am not," the answer made Duong Tran turn around. The crowd immediately gaped in shock. Being a personal attendant to the 13th Lord was such an honor. Old Kao ground his teeth in anxious anger. "It is over." Duong Tran turned around, his calm gaze meeting the 13th Lord directly. He respectfully cupped his hands. "Many thanks to the 13th Lord for your favor, but my cultivation is still low. I wish to continue training at the Martial Palace. Moreover, my master is now crippled and needs care. When my name resounds across the eastern lands, I will surely go to the royal capital to pay my respects." During this, Dich Thien Koi nodded. At the same time, he gave a word of praise. "Good." Then Dich Thien Koi turned and ordered the national preceptor, "Let us return." Duong Tran maintained his respectful posture, yet a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. Seeing this, Old Kao laughed loudly. This brat truly believes it now. The 3-year agreement made him genuinely wish to make Dich Thien Koi kneel before him. The scene shifted to a certain vast courtyard. Old Ku led Duong Tran, Lin Nhai and Kim Vo Kiat strolling leisurely along a stone path. Duong Tran smiled and suggested, "Old man, the weather is so nice today. Why not settle the great matter of Tiu Kiat and Lin Nhai in front of brother Kim?" The moment he finished speaking, the two immediately flushed red. Old Ku nodded and said, "The weather is indeed nice. Little Tran, you are Tiu Kiat's elder brother. I finally managed to bring Lin Nhai back. I cannot just marry her off so easily. What betrothal gift do you intend to offer?" Duong Tran stared blankly and replied, "I still have to prepare a betrothal gift." Old Ku sneered, "A poor brat like you probably cannot produce any gift. I will not make it difficult. Do you not have the secret technique to receive innate purple chi? When you help Lin Nhai transform her danchan into a purple mansion, I will go propose on your behalf." His words left the other two stunned. What? Only Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly how long would he have to wait. The scene shifted to the front of Zhuo Jian Institute. Seeing Thien Ba Quang and his group appear, everyone hurried forward to greet them. The two sides clasped hands and exchanged pleasantries for a long time. It had indeed been long since they last met. Thien Ba Quang looked extremely pleased at this moment. He laughed and said, "I must admit Dich Thien Koi has truly left." Duong Tran narrowed his eyes and affirmed with a smile, "He has left, master. He even boasted about taking me as a follower, truly not reflecting on himself, thinking his face is that great." Thien Ba Kuang laughed coldly. In many years he will understand how ridiculous he was today. With that bit of talent he dares to show off in the eastern lands. Recalling their earlier visit to the Sword Institute, Duong Tran continued speaking to Thien Ba Kuang, "Master, this matter is urgent. There's not much time left, at most 3 years." Thien Ba Kuang asked in surprise, 3 years? Cao Chan AC also interjected, "I will take 3 years as the limit. If he succeeds, I will personally approve Lin Hai to follow him." Upon hearing this, Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly. Thien Ba Kuang widened his eyes and uttered a sound of shock, thinking inwardly, "Arranging my daughter's marriage without asking me." Duong Tran was still immersed in his joy. Thien Ba Kuang pointed at Duong Tran and said, "Martial uncle, is this not too lenient on him?" "No, I must add a condition." Duong Tran immediately turned pale. He inwardly lamented, "Why do I have such a bad premonition?" Thien Ba Kuang raised one finger and said, "Within 3 years you must find an opportunity of the Purple Mansion. Do not say I make it difficult. As long as you find a wisp of innate purple chi and successfully fuse it, it will count as passing." This condition left Duong Tran, Kim Vo Kiat and Lin Nhi all staring in shock. Thien Ba Kuang wondered if his requirement was too high, then told himself that for this brat, a higher bar was fitting. Beside him, Lin Nhi could not help but purse her lips in a smile. Seeing that expression, Thien Ba Kuang was full of doubt, and Cao Chan AC said, "Ba Kuang, it seems the quiet of the Sword Institute has limited your imagination." Thien Ba Kuang was startled, thinking, what did that mean? Could it be my requirement is low? That is impossible. Finding a wisp of innate purple chi for Duong Tran should be an impossible task. Seeing his expression, old Ku turned to the two behind him. "You Kiat, you tell the story of this trip to the secret realm?" Then changed his mind. "Forget it. Let Lin Nhi speak." Lin Nhi happily nodded. "All right, this time we entered the secret realm. During the 20 days inside, each of us found a treasure worth about 500 spirit stones, all of which had to be handed over to the Martial Palace." She recounted the clash between Kim Vo Kiat and Shen Bok Thang, and how Duong Tran intervened, how he used sword intent to defeat Kiu Qiang and the others, and how they obtained the spoils, but most importantly, it was the matter of dividing the innate purple chi. As soon as she finished, Thien Ba Kuang seemed struck by lightning, eyes wide and mouth agape. Cao Chan AC hurriedly knocked on the table to remind him, "Ba Kuang, wake up." Thien Ba Kuang looked blankly at Duong Tran, who could only smile awkwardly. Then Thien Ba Kuang buried his face on the table and wailed. He howled, "What sin have I committed? How did I accept such a prodigal disciple? Do you know how precious innate purple chi is? Even an outsider like Ngayat Nha, you gave it away. You infuriate me to death." Hearing this, Duong Tran merely thought inwardly, was it not just a wisp of innate purple chi? Was such a reaction necessary? Old Ku suddenly interjected, causing Duong Tran's face to pale. "Ba Kuang, I think this brat was probably caught in a beauty trap." Thien Ba Kuang immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Duong Tran, if you do not explain clearly today, even if I am beaten to death, I will not marry Lin Hai to you." This moment Daiken stepped forward and patted Duong Tran's shoulder gently. "Little Tran, this matter must be explained clearly." Duong Tran widened his eyes and stood frozen. Outwardly he looked distressed, while inwardly he wailed that he was wrong. Then a voice rang out in the sky, "Oh my, it is quite lively here." Then old Gongsun and Thien Lin Hai descended. The moment Thien Ba Kuang saw his master, he immediately stood up to greet him. His mouth stammered, "Ma's master." He hurriedly knelt in salute. Old Gongsun helped him up and said, "Stand up. Already grown yet still crying, your daughter and disciple are here. You may not care about face, but I do." Thien Ba Kuang immediately stood up and smiled. "Yes, master. Please take a seat." Old Gongsun turned to Daiken and said, "Little Luo, bring the cups. The weather is so fine today, let us drink heartily." Ku laughed heartily and clapped his hands. "Bring the wine." He added, "Senior brother La Zhu must have gained quite a harvest as well." A moment later, Daiken, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat each carried a jar of wine and walked out. Seeing Duong Tran carefully set down the wine jar, old Gongsun asked, "What did you just do to make Ba Kuang cry like that? Did you gang up to bully him?" Duong Tran hurriedly changed the subject. "Grandmaster, how can we drink without dishes? Let me fetch some food. The roasted meat in Chiu Ka is the best." Old Gongsun understood and did not press further, waving his hand to let him go. As if granted amnesty, Duong Tran dashed straight to the kitchen. Taking advantage of Duong Tran's absence, old Ku reminded Lin Hai that this brat was very good at teasing people, and she must be careful in the future. During this, Thien Lin Hai blushed shyly. Thien Ba Kuang also turned to ask Lin Hai whether that brat truly gave the innate purple chi to Ngayat Nha. Thien Lin Hai smiled and replied, "Father, matters are not something we can control." Thien Ba Kuang exclaimed in astonishment. His expression immediately darkened, and Kim Vo Kiat standing nearby broke into a cold sweat. Hurriedly explained, "Sister, my brother did not obtain it easily either." Thien Lin Hai did not know how to respond and only looked on quietly. Then she made an excuse to check the kitchen and left. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw Duong Tran holding a large slab of roasted meat, and he softly called, "Lin Hai." Suddenly, Thien Lin Hai rushed straight toward him, startling Duong Tran. Duong Tran quickly asked, "What is wrong, Lin Hai, silly girl?" Thien Lin Hai said nothing, and directly pressed a fiery kiss onto Duong Tran's lips. Only after a while did they part. Duong Tran was still dazed, forcing himself to steady his mind as he stammered, Lin Hai." Lin Hai suddenly narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile. Truly a great bargain. She even stuck out her tongue playfully, picked up a sharp knife, and said she would help him cook. The martial academy was already on break. Once her mother arrived, the whole family would reunite. Before long, a table full of sumptuous dishes was prepared by Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai. Old Gongsun raised his wine cup and said, "Duong Tran, after the new year you must leave Thien Nam for the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. I have ties with the great elder there. You will have support." Duong Tran held a roasted drumstick while eating. Asked in surprise, "Is it that urgent?" Gongsun Enhai explained that the 13th Lord had seen him, and he feared variables might arise, so leaving early was better. After hearing this, Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat. He nodded and replied that was fine. One night of the previous year, at this moment, the old national preceptor was intently examining a divination on a turtle shell. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. In horror, he saw a vicious name appear on the paper, making him shout that the eastern lands would perish, and the chief culprit was Duong Tran. The national preceptor immediately sprang up in shock. This must be reported to the 13th Lord at once. Scene shifted to the Thien Nam Commandery Governor's mansion. A fiery phoenix carried the national preceptor down to this place. Upon seeing the national preceptor, that man hurriedly asked what brought him here. National preceptor coldly interrupted, "By the order of the king." Hearing this, that man immediately knelt in salute. The national preceptor loudly commanded that the Thien Nam governor receive the order to immediately hunt down Duong Tran, kill all involved without mercy, seal the entire city, and search for his whereabouts. The Thien Nam governor bowed respectfully and accepted the command. Inwardly, he was puzzled. Duong Tran had only recently been taken as a personal attendant by the 13th Lord. How had he suddenly become wanted? The governor added that Duong Tran was likely at Zhu Jian Institute on the mountain outside the city. National preceptor turned and said he should lead men to arrest him, while he would visit the Don Mok Manor, and the governor immediately obeyed. Soon troop after troop gathered. They advanced in waves toward the mountain outside the city. Ican quickly detected the unusual movement. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jian Institute was tightly surrounded. Daikan flew out and demanded to know what the governor intended. The governor replied with a cold smile that he acted under royal command to arrest Duong Tran and demanded he be handed over. At this moment, Gongsun Enhai led Cao Chan AC, Kim Vo Kayat, Duong Tran, and Thien Ba Quang out. Seeing this scene, Duong Tran stared in shock. Thought it was far too coincidental. They had mentioned it last night, and now a royal decree from the eastern lands had arrived, as if foretelling the future. Cao Chan AC angrily asked whether the decree clearly stated the reason. The governor only gave an awkward smile. "I also wish to know the reason." These words left Duong Tran and the others speechless. Duong Tran loudly asked whether the governor had fabricated the decree on his own, whether this was real or not. The governor replied that whether it was true or false would be clear once the national preceptor arrived. Duong Tran said in frustration that they would wait for the national preceptor then. Inwardly, he calculated that stubborn resistance would implicate his master. What should he do? Just then, a fiery phoenix appeared in the sky. The national preceptor and his entourage descended, were accompanied by people from the Don Mok Manor. Among them was Don Mok Manhua. Duong Tran stepped forward and respectfully greeted the national preceptor. The national preceptor thought inwardly that he did not believe Duong Tran would truly destroy the eastern lands, but fate was such. He said coldly that Duong Tran should follow him to the royal commandery, and in the eastern lands he would arrange matters properly for him. Duong Tran smiled and replied that was fine, and asked for some time to bid farewell to his master. The national preceptor waved his hand in agreement. Meng Hoa suddenly rushed down, and behind her the national preceptor called out loudly, "Meng Hoa." Meng Hoa gently landed before Thien Ba Quang. Thien Ba Quang quickly grasped her hands, and Meng Hoa's eyes were already brimming with tears. Duong Tran turned to instruct Kim Vo Kayat that he would follow the national preceptor and find a way to escape. After he left, they must have old Kao protect Lin Hai well. They would meet in Thien Kot City. If not met, they would not return. Then he turned and respectfully saluted. "Master, mistress, please take care." Duong Tran decisively turned and left. Thien Ba Quang looked after him and suddenly shouted Duong Tran. He turned to speak with Gongsun Enhai and Cao Chan AC. "Master, martial uncle, We cannot let little Tran go to his death like this. Gongsun Enhai and Cao Chan AC thought inwardly whether this brat truly had a way to escape the hands of so many experts. Lin Hai clutched Gongsun Enhai's hand and pleaded that he save Duong Tran. Gongsun Enhai swept his sharp gaze across the scene, then fell into silence. Southern City Lord sneered inwardly, a bunch of trash. They did not even dare to resist. If they dared to resist, it would be even better. He would capture them all in one sweep. The Shadow Assassination Tower Master mocked that the king was wise, and a traitor like Duong Tran deserved to be sliced to death. Hearing this, old Gongsun and the others fell silent, not knowing how to respond. Gongsun Enhai softly said to Cao Chan AC that in a moment he should lead them to retreat while he would cover the rear. Cao Chan AC glared in opposition. He told Gongsun Enhai that he would stay behind instead. Gongsun Enhai shook his head. Chan AC, I am more suitable for this matter than you. Cao Chan AC pondered for a moment, then nodded that they would follow his arrangement. Thien Lin Hai was already sobbing endlessly. Im Vo Kiat ran over to comfort her, telling her not to worry. He had escaped the Thien Nam secret realm before and would surely have a way out. He was creating an opportunity for them. They would definitely meet again in Thien Kot City. Suddenly Gongsun Enhai leapt into the air. Cao Chan AC pressed his finger to the ground, forming a teleportation array, and shouted to hurry and leave immediately. Immediately the group shot into the sky, and the city lord of Thien Nam panicked and shouted that they had escaped. Everyone then cried out to quickly inform the governor. But at that very moment, Gongsun Enhai seized the chipped sword. He swung it fiercely toward the two who were fleeing, and both were instantly sent on their final journey. Bodies collapsed to the ground one after another, their lives completely ended. Suddenly a figure streaked across the sky, and Gongsun Enhai wondered whether Lethien Hone had received the news. But on second thought, it was impossible to arrive so quickly. Just then the people of the Don Mok clan hurried to Gongsun Enhai. Gongsun Enhai stepped forward and asked coldly, Don Mok Kok, what a coincidence. Don Mok Kok looked confused and asked what he meant by coincidence. Gongsun Enhai calmly replied that he had been planning to visit their marquee manor to discuss an important matter. Don Mok Kok's face twisted, thinking what important matter could this old man possibly have to discuss with him. Still uneasy, he spoke again to Gongsun Enhai, old institute master. May I take Lin Hai back? Gongsun Enhai immediately showed displeasure, saying Don Mok Kok's request was unreasonable. Father and daughter had just reunited. How could they be separated again? Was the Marquis Manor not afraid Lin Hai would harbor resentment? Don Mok Kok fell silent for a moment before replying that he would return in the morning to fetch her. After speaking, he gestured politely to Gongsun Enhai. Old Institute Master, please. That time, a group still lingered in the sky. Then they all vanished together, just as a streak of golden light tore through the air. The governor shouted in shock that Tran AC dared to protect Thien Lin Hai and leave Ko Sun. How bold he was. He immediately ordered a message sent to the royal capital, then led his men straight to Zhai Jian Institute. Soon the governor arrived at the Sword Institute atop Kun Mountain, but Thien Lin Hai had vanished. She was the woman of the 13th Lord. If she truly escaped Thien Nam, his reputation would be ruined. Grinding his teeth in hatred, the governor thought that the only plan left was to seize Gongsun Enhai. This moment inside the Don Mok Marquis Manor, Gongsun Enhai sat facing Don Mok Kok. Don Mok Kok sipped tea and asked what important matter he wished to discuss. Gongsun Enhai drained his cup and slowly spoke. Don Mok Kok, 18 years ago on New Year's Eve, do you remember? Tonight I will collect both principal and interest. As his words fell, countless roots sprouted around Don Mok Kok, a green aura spreading through the room. Soon a group of subordinates slipped into the room and waited. Don Mok Kok clenched his teeth in fury. He growled Gongsun Enhai. What do you mean? Do you dare bully my Marquis Manor? Gongsun Enhai remained silent, his expression terrifyingly cold. Suddenly the governor stormed in with imposing force, knocking aside the Don Mok men. He shouted for everyone to step aside. The governor stomped on the table, crushed it, and told Gongsun Enhai that if he revealed Thien Lin Hai's whereabouts, he would spare his life. Gongsun Enhai pressed his hand lightly. The teacup cracked. He laughed loudly and said it seemed that after years of inaction they had forgotten the fear when he once dominated Thien Nam. A rabble daring to be so arrogant was laughable. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. Sword light erupted behind him like a peacock spreading its tail, and the weaker ones were blasted away. Above Gongsun Enhai's head, a sword slowly condensed into form. The room was shattered into rubble by sword chi. Flames surged over Gongsun Enhai's body, and Don Mok Kok shouted for him to stop. At that moment, several figures appeared in the sky, among them Kiu Wudi. Gongsun Enhai withdrew his aura and snorted coldly. Seeing this, Kiu Wudi breathed a sigh of relief and descended. After a moment of silence, He said that the old institute master need not go so far. Gongsun Enhai replied that Qiu Wudi should know well what he had done for over 300 years in the eastern lands. They wished to enslave its people, and any talented person who refused to submit rarely survived. Qiu Wudi fell silent. Gongsun Enhai continued that he had once despaired, but heaven mocked him by giving hope. Even if they summoned the alien race, it would not succeed. Qiu Wudi then called out, "Old Institute Master, the Doan Mock Marquis manner once offended you. Please, for the sake of being from Thien Nam, do not slaughter any further." Gongsun Enhai laughed, thinking it was enough to delay until Cao Tran AC arrived. He should go see Duong Tran instead. With that thought, he turned and left. As he flew away, he left a final remark: "Take care of yourselves." While flying, he silently prayed that Duong Tran must remain safe. At the same time, Duong Tran was laughing heartily with the old national preceptor. Then Duong Tran asked the national preceptor, "Possess mysterious divine power. Can you foresee whether this journey will be fortunate or disastrous?" The old national preceptor sighed helplessly, said he could not predict it. Duong Tran smiled brightly and asked if he dared wager that this trip would be absolutely safe. The old national preceptor merely uttered a sound. Duong Tran calculated that if all went well, Lin Hai should have already left Thien Nam's territory. This time, there was no need to worry. Duong Tran then said the national preceptor could probably foresee his fate as well. The old national preceptor did not understand and glanced at him. Duong Tran raised his hand and said that the different king had offended him so greatly. He did not fear retaliation in the future. The old national preceptor asked in astonishment, "In the future?" Stroking his beard, he said the brat seemed very confident. Duong Tran narrowed his eyes and smiled. "National preceptor, I hold you in esteem, take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately executed a transformation, black chi enveloping his entire body. In a blink, the black chi dissipated, and Duong Tran vanished. The old national preceptor reacted too late and shouted, "Not good." He reached out to grab the black chi but caught nothing. The old national preceptor stood stunned and muttered that he had disappeared. How could that be? There were thousands of Zhang high in the sky. Stop. He pressed his palms together, formed hand seals, and released his divine sense to search. After searching for a while, he said in frustration that even his divine sense could not detect him. He truly lost track. What method had he used? That moment, a soldier ran over and asked what they should do. The national preceptor sighed that no wonder the brat had acted that way. He had agreed so decisively. Clearly, he had a plan. He immediately ordered that something was wrong, and they must return to Thien Nam at once. The phoenix obeyed and turned, accelerating back. The old national preceptor suddenly thought that perhaps everything had been arranged earlier. If Thien Lin Hai and the people of the Sword Institute left Thien Nam, it would spell disaster. Phoenix exerted full speed toward Thien Nam. Meanwhile, Duong Tran stepped out of the black chi, calculating inwardly. Shadow movement martial intent allowed escape, but consumed too much soul power. If prolonged, he could not endure. Thinking this, he gasped for breath. Suddenly, Duong Tran sensed something amiss. Before he could react, a figure in golden armor, wielding a spear, charged straight at him. Distance was too close and too sudden. Duong Tran could not dodge, and only the thought "it is over" flashed through his mind. In that instant, the spear pierced through, straight into Duong Tran's back. Agonizing pain surged, making his eyes roll white. At that moment, a surge of sword intent burst from within Duong Tran. Sword chi exploded violently, knocking the spearhead away from his back. The golden-armored man turned pale in terror at the sight. Duong Tran's sword chi took the shape of a dragon head, opening its jaws to bite at the opponent. The power was so immense that the soldier only had time to scream before vanishing. Duong Tran looked down at his body and breathed out. Had he truly survived? And as he steadied himself, his body began to weaken again. Duong Tran muttered in panic, "It is over, I am so sleepy." As soon as he finished speaking, he shut his eyes tightly and plunged straight down. From a height of several thousand zhang, his body fell freely out of control. Just as he was about to hit the ground, someone waved a hand in time to stop him. That person was Hushan Zhenyi Bu Gui, the shopkeeper. He smiled and said, "Young master, your chess skills are truly dazzling. A stable game was personally pushed by you into a perilous position." At the same time, Gongsun Enhai was flying through the air when he suddenly sensed something unusual. He sighed softly. His true chi was about to run dry. Thinking this, he slowed his flight. Then Gongsun Enhai landed on a large rock and began regulating his breath to gather true chi. Suddenly, the spirit stone at his side cracked. This startled Gongsun Enhai greatly. He immediately stood and surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure lying motionless on the ground and thought whether he had encountered a ghost. Looking closely, he stared in disbelief. When he landed, there had clearly been no one. How could anyone in the eastern lands bypass his perception and bring someone here without a sound? Gongsun Enhai hurriedly lifted Duong Tran and called his name loudly. Seeing he was still unconscious, He placed a hand on his chest to feel the heartbeat and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he was not dead. Gongsun Enhai immediately released his divine sense to search for whoever had brought Duong Tran. Yet the result was completely empty. Helpless, he carried Duong Tran on his back and flew straight into the sky. In Thien Nam City, the old national preceptor ordered soldiers to search the entire city without missing a single household. At this moment, Nguyen Tiu Tan, dressed provocatively, shouted, "What? Duong Tran has disappeared? Even Lin Na Chai and the others are gone. Such a huge matter, and you tell me only now." Tiu Tan hurriedly threw on a coat and rushed out, thinking Duong Tran could not leave like that. Their fate had not even begun. The scene shifted to the third day of the new year in Thien Cot City. Thien Lin Hai, Kao Chan AC, and Kim Vo Kiat had already arrived. The climate here made the women feel extremely uncomfortable. Kao Chan AC withdrew his artifact and told everyone to enter the city. Lin Nhai held the little dragon and asked Kim Vo Kiat whether Duong Tran could escape. Kim Vo Kiat replied decisively that his brother would surely manage. At that moment, the little dragon suddenly barked like a dog. Kim Vo Kiat laughed happily and said, "See, even Zyro Hai says it is possible." In Zyro Hai's heart he cursed. "I was saying that little demon should die out there and never return. Better to die without a whole body." Then Kao Chan AC led the group onward. Some unknown time they had found several veiled hats to prepare for entering the city. Before the Grand Duke Pavilion, Kao Chan AC reminded them to act cautiously. They would wait for Duong Tran here. 3 days later, on the third day of the new year, Duong Tran gradually awoke and let out a soft groan. Then he discovered he was being carried by old Gongsun. Gongsun Enhai asked, "Duong Tran, you finally woke up. Do you know how many days you have slept?" Duong Tran merely rubbed his eyes without answering. Then he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Old man, fortunately you saved me. Otherwise it would have been truly dangerous." Gongsun Enhai continued to ask, "How exactly did you escape from the hands of those experts of Donggyu Chishi?" Gongsun Enhai set Duong Tran down. He explained that he sensed a kind of dark martial intent, which after activation allowed concealment, so ordinary people could not detect him. Gongsun Enhai exclaimed, "What? You awakened martial intent, and it is dark martial intent." He pointed at Duong Tran and said, "Demonstrate it for me." Hearing this, Duong Tran immediately activated shadow movement martial intent. In an instant he vanished without a trace. Gongsun Enhai was astonished. After searching for a long time without finding him, he called out Little Tran. Gongsun Enhai thought this martial intent was too heaven-defying. Truly a life-saving trump card. No wonder the brat escaped Donggyu Chishi's encirclement. When Duong Tran reappeared, Gongsun Enhai nodded in praise. "Very good. This move is not bad. It suits your character." Duong Tran went straight to the point and asked, "Old man, what territory are we in now?" Gongsun Enhai replied they were nearing the northern border of the eastern lands. His master should have long been in Thien Cot City. Hearing this, Duong Tran waved his hand and said, "Then let us go." Suddenly Gongsun Enhai asked Brat, "Back in Thien Nam, did you encounter anyone strange?" Duong Tran was stunned and asked what he meant by strange. Gongsun Enhai thought clearly a mysterious powerhouse had saved Duong Tran and even concealed him from his perception. Who was it, and how terrifying was that cultivation? Suddenly Gongsun Enhai reached out and grabbed Duong Tran by the collar. Sudden action startled Duong Tran, and he was lifted up. Gongsun Enhai flew straight into the sky and simply said, "Let us go." The scene shifted to nightfall in Thien Cot City. Two figures appeared above Thien Cot City, Duong Tran and Gongsun Enhai. Upon arrival, Gongsun Enhai released his grip, and Duong Tran dropped straight down. He cried out in pain while Thien Lin Hai, Kao Chan AC, and Kim Vo Kiat anxiously waited. Kao Chan AC suddenly said they have arrived. Gongsun Enhai led Duong Tran inside after lifting the curtain. Thien Lin Hai joyfully called Duong Tran, while Kao Chan AC merely glanced and smiled faintly. Thien Lin Hai rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Duong Tran comforted her, saying, "Silly girl, why cry? I told you I would be fine." Kim Vo Kiat then called out, "Brother, once we grow stronger, we will return and kill them all." The next morning, Duong Tran stepped out and excitedly declared that next they would leave the eastern lands and head straight to the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Kao Chan AC frowned and asked whether they had gathered clear information about the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Kim Vo Kiat replied innocently that he knew. The Eastern Emperor Sword Sect's land was not as vast as the Eastern lands, but its strength surpassed the Yi Feng royal clan. Kao Chan AC asked if that was all. Kim Vo Kiat scratched his head awkwardly and said that was all he knew. Kao Chan AC shook his head and sighed that they might die outside without even knowing how. Thien Lin Hai added that though the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect was a sect, it governed 72 cities, each managed by a sword branch. And though its method of selecting talent resembled the Yi Feng royal clan, its essence was entirely different. First, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect did not enslave disciples, but provided fair cultivation resources to nurture talent. Second and most crucial, the sect opened all divine ruins to encourage more Purple Mansion realm experts. Third, within its territory martial culture flourished, and laws were strict. Even the Eastern Emperor clan could not fight among themselves. They were only given priority in resources and did not treat living beings as slaves. Chen AC continued that legend said in ancient times, a god-level expert of the Eastern Emperor clan offended a supreme powerhouse and secluded himself in Eastern Emperor Mountain. His descendants flourished and eventually formed the Eastern Emperor sword sect. The Eastern Emperor family possessed an extremely powerful sword inheritance. During this, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat's eyes shone brightly. A month passed. Duong Tran and the group arrived at a large city. Kim Vo Kiat looked around in admiration and said this was truly a paradise for sword cultivators. Duong Tran also marveled at the countless experts. Old Gongsun instructed them to find lodging and rest. Martial culture here was strong and duels easily occurred. He would go up the mountain to visit old friends and arrange matters for them. Not long after Gongsun Enhai appeared on a mountain, guarding disciple invited him in and said the great elder was at Heavenly Mechanism Medicine Valley and he could not accompany him. Please, senior, proceed alone. Gongsun Enhai laughed upon hearing this. He strode in laughing heartily, and the disciple turned away. Soon Gongsun Enhai went deep into Heavenly Mechanism Medicine Valley. He saw someone admiring flowers and called out, "Old Hugh." That person was the great elder of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect, who laughed and said, "Ghost Wuya, a guest from afar is truly welcome." Gongsun Enhai asked directly whether there was wine, and the great elder replied, "Of course." Moments later, the great elder brought out a wooden barrel and said, "Ghost, you are fortunate. Try this 100-herb brew." Kong Tun old man widened his eyes in shock. 100-herb brew. Grand elder ladled wine into a cup and asked, "Why are you not enjoying peace in Thien Nam, and instead running to Dong Hong Mountain?" Kong Tun Enhai took the cup and sighed. "It is a long story. I was forced to the end of the road by the Ditch Fong royal clan. That is why I had to flee here." Grand elder took a sip and sneered, "Ditch Vo Fong. He is nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. He even joked that he could step in and deal with that man, then let you become the master of the Eastern land. Would that not be fine?" Kong Tun Enhai shook his head and said, "Ho Alao, do not underestimate him. With only my cultivation at the Heaven Union realm, how could I suppress a low-grade spirit vein and hold the Eastern land?" After that he continued, "Ho Alao, I also brought several juniors with me. Could you allow them to enter the sword sect to cultivate?" The Grand Elder glanced at him and asked, "Who are they? What is their aptitude?" Kong Tun old man proudly boasted, "They are all top-tier geniuses, especially my disciple grandson Duong Tran, an all-element heavenly Tao master who has awakened dual attributes. Moreover, the boy possesses twin martial souls. At only the 8th level of the true martial realm, he has already condensed a heaven-defying martial intent." Seeing that proud expression, the Grand Elder thought to himself that he understood the young master better than this old man did. He was even more anxious than him. But on the surface, he still pretended to be shocked and said, "Really?" While inwardly, he despised this old man for understanding less than 30% of the young master talent and still daring to claim the role of Grandmaster. Half an hour later, Kong Tun old man walked out of the Medicine Valley, laughing that this old ghost 100-herb brew was indeed not bad. He returned to his residence. He pushed the door open and entered. Ku Chan AC saw this and immediately came forward to greet him. Asked senior brother, "How did it go?" Kong Tun old man replied, "In 10 days the demonic sword platform will open. You will participate in the martial competition as outer sect disciples. After becoming core disciples, Ho Alao will support your cultivation resources." After hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat thought to himself that after being busy for half a day, they only gained priority resources. Kong Tun old man explained, "The demonic sword platform is the supreme treasure for sword cultivation of the Dong Hong sword sect. Only core disciples can access it. Moreover, every 3 years, the sect holds a martial assembly, selecting geniuses from 72 cities to enter Dong Hong Mountain. This is the grand demonic sword platform ceremony, renowned throughout the region." Hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat and Lin Nhi both widened their eyes in shock. Lin Nhi continued, "It only happens once every 3 years. The strong must gather in great numbers. Entering Dong Hong Mountain will likely not be easy." Kong Tun old man exhaled and said, "The grand ceremony is divided into the true martial realm and the martial core realm. You are all in the true martial realm. Therefore, you will stand on the same level. You must trust one another." Kim Vo Kiat rested his chin in thought and said that among those at the 9th level of the true martial realm, there are probably not many who can block the first move of my dragon fist. Ku Chan AC glanced at him and said, "You brat truly do not know modesty." Shift 10 days later, the demonic sword platform opened as scheduled. The number of registrants was overwhelming. Duong Tran draped an arm over a girl's shoulder and asked, "Miss, may I ask what the first prize is this time?" The girl replied in surprise, "You do not even know this, and still dare to come participate. The first prize is a promise from the Dong Hong sect master. The top-ranked person may make a request." Duong Tran was stunned and asked again, "Any request?" The girl replied, "As long as it is something the sect master can accomplish." Duong Tran thought to himself that Lik Tuan once said the Dong Hong sect master possessed a soul exchange spirit stone. If he won first place, he could borrow it to help his master restore the soul body. At this moment, Thien Lin Hai took Duong Tran's hand. She looked at him with clear eyes and said, "You will definitely succeed." After that, Duong Tran stepped forward to line up and wait to register. Finally, it was his turn. The steward asked for his basic information. Duong Tran smiled and replied, "Duong Tran, 19 years old, 8th level of the true martial realm." After hearing this, the steward handed Duong Tran a token. He stamped the card and said the registration is complete. Just return and wait for notification. Duong Tran took back the stone, holding the card in his hand while still staring at it blankly. He saw Thien Lin Hai walk out and asked, "Are the procedures finished?" Thien Lin Hai raised the card in her hand and replied somewhat helplessly, "Yes, but there are too many people. I heard them say registration will last 3 days. At least several tens of thousands will participate." Duong Tran revealed a sly smile, reached out to wrap an arm around Thien Lin Hai's waist and said, "It is fine. While we wait for news, we can stroll around as if on a date." Thien Lin, after hearing that, immediately pounded her fists against Duong Tran's chest and angrily scolded him for being so hateful, while Duong Tran laughed in delight until his eyes narrowed. A moment later, the four of them, Duong Tran, Thien Lin Hai, Lin Nhai, and Kim Vo Kaya, all sat neatly in front of Ku Tran AC. Tran AC held a sheet of paper in his hand and spoke in a solemn tone. "Listen carefully. This grand ceremony gathers many geniuses. The most outstanding is Van Trung Ho, the genius of the Van Trung family of Dong Hong, praised as a once-in-a-century sword prodigy." Lin Nhai immediately added, "There is also Deep Song Than, Po Din San, and the others are no less famous." Ku Tran AC continued, "Those people are all in the true martial realm, and in the martial core realm almost everyone acknowledges Dong Hong Yuang Tai as the top figure. Dong Hong Yuang Tai is the only son of the city lord of Dong Hong, from a branch of the Dong Hong clan. His talent soars to the heavens, even surpassing the direct lineage descendants, leaving the four of them wide-eyed in shock." After speaking, Ku Tran AC waved his hand, continued to instruct them. "In the next 2 days, there is no need to train excessively. Just maintain your current state and rest well to prepare for the ceremony." Hearing that, Duong Tran silently muttered, "Ben Trung Ho, Dong Hong Yuang Tai Hes He. There are truly many geniuses." He was starting to feel anticipation. 2 days later, the arena was already packed with people. On the stands, several people sat chatting animatedly. It was truly lively. The Demon Sword Platform ceremony deserved its reputation as the biggest festival of Dong Hong Sword Sect held once every 3 years. 72 cities gathered, plenty of excitement to watch. A woman beside them took a drag of smoke and said she only wondered whether any dark horse would erupt. The old man beside her shook his head and said it would be difficult. In the true martial realm, Van Trung Ho would certainly take first, and in the martial core realm, Dong Hong Yuang Tai held it firmly. Another man gloomily consoled his companion, "Forget about dreaming of prizes. As long as we give our all and become core disciples of the sword sect, able to cultivate in Dong Hong Mountain, that is enough." Suddenly, several streaks of golden light appeared in the sky and shot straight toward the arena. Standing upon those golden lights were 4 high-ranking figures of great status from Dong Hong Sword Sect. Leading them was a large and stout man, none other than the sect master of Dong Hong Hao Chen. As soon as he appeared, he spoke in a resounding voice. "The Demon Sword Platform held once every 3 years begins again. You are all the future of Dong Hong Sword Sect. The sect hopes you will achieve brilliant accomplishments and one day charge outward to proclaim the sect's prestige." Then he sternly reminded them, "During the martial exhibition, you must not deliberately cause injury, and you must absolutely not kill your opponent. The ceremony is only to examine talent and aptitude, not a battle of life and death." He waved his hand and continued, "Everything follows the old rules. I and the elders will fairly select 200 geniuses to enter Dong Hong Mountain as core disciples, entirely voluntary. In addition, the top 3 of both the true martial realm and the martial lord realm will receive grand rewards, and the first place winner will even be granted one wish." The sect master smiled with narrowed eyes and added, "If the 2 first place winners catch the eyes of my 2 beloved daughters, I may even marry them all." The crowd below instantly erupted, their cheers shaking the sky. Duong Tran was stunned and blurted out, "Damn, one can even become a son-in-law." At that moment, Thien Lin Hai shot him a gaze filled with killing intent. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "It seems you also have that chance. Becoming the son-in-law of Dong Hong sect master truly is a step to the heavens." Hearing that, Duong Tran was startled and raised his hand to rub his chin thoughtfully. He seriously uttered two words, "Make sense." But as soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tran felt that something was not right. He turned around and saw Thien Lin Hai standing behind him, smiling with narrowed eyes. Yet her killing intent surged fiercely. Duong Tran was pinched so painfully that his eyes widened. He hurriedly cried out, "Lin Hai, I was only joking. You would not really believe it. Do not take it seriously. Let go of me. There are so many people around. Everyone is watching." On the stands, Dong Hong Hao Chin shouted loudly, "Silence. All contestants participating in the martial exhibition, please step forward according to the order of your tokens. The ceremony officially begins." At that moment, all the wooden tokens on everyone were suddenly drawn up into the air, continuously spun in the sky. It turned out this was the method of random pairing. Then they separated into pairs one by one. The tokens flew down from the sky into the elders, hands one after another. An elder raised two tokens high and shouted, "Duong Kai Kong versus Luther Siu." As Duong Tran walked toward the stage, he said, "The first round is randomly drawn. If one encounters a master right away, would that not be unfair?" Thien Lin Hai immediately replied that it was obvious he had not listened carefully. The sect master had said that luck is also part of strength. On the stage, the sounds of combat boomed, drawing Duong Tran's attention. He continued commenting, "Among the 200 true martial realm participants just now, I saw at least 50 preparing sword-type martial souls." Kim Vo Kiat also added that sword cultivators here are indeed far more numerous than other types. Lin Nhi happily said that the first round had ended. Not many were injured. Everyone wanted to display their talent. Such an atmosphere was truly enjoyable. On the stage, the elder once again shouted loudly, "Next match." Kim Vo Kiat immediately rolled up his sleeves excitedly and turned to the others, saying it was his turn. Crowd below began discussing, "Who is Kim Vo Kiat? Such bad luck to face Van Trung Tiu Nguyen." Another person chuckled and said that although Van Trung Tiu Nguyen was not as strong as Van Trung Ho, his strength was extremely powerful. Those at the 9th level of true martial realm were certainly not his opponents. Duong Tran thought to himself, although he is Van Trung Ho's younger brother, these past few days it seems, I heard the Van Trung family has brought many people this time. It truly broadened one's horizons. He smiled and slung an arm over Thien Lin Hai's shoulder, saying, "Fox Spirit, Tiu Kiat's luck is not bad. In the first match, he already encountered a genius of the Van Trung family. This time, he will surely make a name for himself in one battle." Over there, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen had already strode onto the stage. As soon as he set foot on the stage, he smiled arrogantly, as if victory was already in his grasp. Seeing Kim Vo Kiat standing there staring blankly at him, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen sneered and said he should hurry and admit defeat. Kim Vo Kiat scratched his head and replied, "Brother Tiu Nguyen, I think it would be more reasonable for you to take the initiative to admit defeat. My punches are very heavy. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will injure you." The crowd below gaped in shock, asking what he had just said and whether they had heard wrong. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen only cast him a disdainful glance after hearing that. That man must be insane. Having never heard of him, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly to me. Duong Tran below smiled faintly and said that statement sounded reasonable. If he accidentally injured him, the referee would probably say nothing. Lin Nhi turned pale upon hearing that and thought to herself that Vo Kiat's way of speaking was becoming more and more like Duong Tran, which was not a good thing and needed to be restrained. On the stage, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen summoned his martial soul and shouted loudly, "You truly are crazy enough." At this moment, Kim Vo Kiat still stood motionless like a statue, his eyes wide open and fixed forward. Seeing that, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen grew even angrier and kept shouting that he should stop trying to scare him and receive his move. Kim Vo Kiat only smiled and said he was a body cultivator. One punch would be enough. Upon hearing that, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen flew into a rage, shouted wildly, and charged forward. On this side, Kim Vo Kiat had already closed his eyes and assumed a stance, waiting. He abruptly opened his sharp eyes wide. Next, he drew his fist back to gather strength. Then he unleashed a move called Coiling Dragon Fist straight forward. Two forces immediately collided with a loud explosion. Right after that, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen was blasted away and fell to the ground. Kim Vo Kiat on this side still stood blankly on the stage. Then he calmly said that if one's reputation does not match reality, getting beaten is only natural. Crowd below immediately gaped and shouted that it was impossible. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen with such great fame had been sent flying by a single punch. All eyes focused on Kim Vo Kiat on the stage, whispering to each other about who this person really was. On the viewing platform, The elder fell silent for a moment before stammering that Kim Vo Kiat had won. Dong Hong Hao Chin thought to himself that this person was indeed a talent, and in the future Dong Hong Sword Sect would surely gain great honor because of him. Next, the following match began, as a short-haired opponent appeared on the stage. In the blink of an eye, the referee stepped down from the stands and loudly announced that Can Ham had won. Duong Tran stepped forward to greet Can Ham and raised his thumb in praise, saying this performance was quite decent. The scene shifted as night gradually fell. The competition continued. In her match, Lin Nhi unleashed her attack and defeated her opponent, so naturally victory belonged to her. Below the stands, the crowd saw Duong Tran's group of 4 and began whispering, "Look over there, that group already has 2 winners." Next, it was Thien Lin Hai's turn to go on stage. She covered her face with a veil, causing Duong Tran to shout loudly for Fox Spirit to appear. Thien Lin Hai's opponent laughed loudly and mocked that he did not expect it to be a little girl covering her face. Perhaps she was too ugly. That man began waving his sword ostentatiously and shouted that the little girl should hurry and surrender. When his slash came down, the blade only cut through the air into emptiness. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind him, saying he had already lost. It turned out that Thien Lin Hai had silently appeared behind him at some unknown moment. Her sword tip pointed straight at his back. When Thien Lin Hai won, the audience below could not stop discussing, wondering who this group was, appearing 4 times and winning every match. 4 of them, Thien Lin Hai, Kim Vo Kiat, Lin Nhi, and Can Ham, all showed clear expressions of pride. At this moment, the elder once again raised 2 tokens high. He announced the name Duong Tran along with battle platform number 96. Hearing that, Duong Tran excitedly turned to the others and said that it was finally his turn. The 2 people nearby watched and whispered that it was someone from that group again. Perhaps this kid would win as well. He did not look strong, but his opponent was Trong Fu from Dai Lang City, quite famous, so winning would not be easy. This time Trong Fu of Dai Lang City was already standing on the stage, a great sword on his back and a cold aura about him. As soon as Duong Tran stepped onto the stage, he grinned broadly and began to speak. "Brother, I do not want to hurt anyone. You should admit defeat and step down from the stage." Hearing Duong Tran say that, the crowd below gaped. The only words in their minds were reckless arrogance. After hearing that, Trong Fu's face darkened as he asked, "Are you Duong Tran? You look decent enough. Why do you speak so unpleasantly? Do you even know how to talk properly?" Duong Tran merely scratched his head and ears, thinking to himself that he was afraid too. He just did not want to accidentally hurt anyone, brother. Duong Tran smiled kindly and suggested, "Let us negotiate a bit. I will let you strike first and absolutely not retaliate. If in 3 moves you cannot injure me, I will step down myself. I truly do not want to fight you." The people below widened their eyes again, their jaws nearly dropping. Was this man serious or joking? Hearing that, Trong Fu felt even more belittled and angrily shouted, "You." He told himself that Duong Tran had brought this upon himself, as he drew out his pitch-black greatsword and unleashed the heavy sword stance. He stomped hard on the ground and charged straight at Duong Tran. Seeing Duong Tran standing still without moving, the elder grew alarmed. It be that the boy had been frightened stiff. Trong Fu swung his sword down and roared, "Duong Tran, make your move." Duong Tran remained where he was, scratching his head as he said, "Your heavy sword stance is not yet refined. You have only learned a superficial layer. It has no real power. And you call that the heavy sword stance?" Crowd began murmuring again. Was this boy here to display martial arts or to fool around? The young ladies below all thought at the same time that it was better to pretend they did not know him to avoid embarrassment. Kim Vo Kiat found the situation quite interesting. Thich Kai laughed and said that his elder brother was indeed as stylish as ever. He did not bully the weak with strength, and even showed consideration for the weaker side. Truly a man of sentiment and righteousness. On this side, Ku Chan AC said to old man Kong Tun, "Brother, this boy is so reckless, can he truly grow up?" Kong Tun Vo Enhai nodded in agreement and said he was indeed too arrogant and needed discipline. "Ba Kwong, look at the people you taught. Raising without teaching is not being a teacher. What kind of master are you?" Thien Ba Kwong narrowed his eyes and smiled as he replied, "Master and martial uncle. Back then you 2 roamed all over Thien Nam. This is inheritance. It is all inherited." On the stage, Trong Fu pointed his greatsword at Duong Tran and roared that he had brought it upon himself. But when the tip of the greatsword stabbed into Duong Tran's chest, it was instantly rebounded. Powerful force reverberated along Trong Fu's blade and struck him, sending him flying far away as he slid across the ground. Duong Tran lowered his head to look at the tear on his shoulder where his clothes had been ripped, then casually straightened them. The audience below witnessed this and stared with wide eyes and open mouths, wondering if he was even human. It was unbelievable. High above, Dong Hong Hao Chin also widened his eyes and shouted that it was impossible. The elder watching beside him was also dumbfounded. Thien Ba Kwong shielded the 2 madams and laughed happily, saying master and martial uncle. See, the effect that boy wanted has been achieved. Chen Ap let out a sigh. He said that telling Lam Tu and Lam Fong this way might not be appropriate. Hearing that, old man Kong Tun revealed a look of dejection and also sighed. The grand elder stroked his beard and pondered that the young master's move might not be wise. Relying on the boy's not-so-good reputation would not yield much effect. It would be better to continue fighting and wait until he met a strong opponent to step on him. On the stage, Trong Fu panted heavily in disbelief. No, it cannot be. He wondered whether he was too weak or Duong Tran was far stronger than imagined. Duong Tran still smiled with narrowed eyes and raised 2 fingers. Brother Trong Fu, you still owe me 2 more moves. Rest assured, I said I would not strike back, and I will not. Seeing Trong Fu still clutching his greatsword in silence, Duong Tran called out in confusion. Brother Trong Fu, this is only a martial exhibition, not a life-and-death battle. Do not pressure yourself, just attack with all your strength. I am strong because I truly fear injuring you. My fists are very heavy. This moment Trong Fu sheathed his sword on his back, turned and walked off the stage, saying, Duong Tran, I will remember you, I admit defeat. Over there Dong Hong Hao Chin clapped and laughed loudly. Indeed a man of my Dong Hong sword sect. I did not expect such a prodigy this time. He truly suits our sect's taste. Grand Elder stroked his beard and said that this was the sect master's great fortune. He had already known that tonight the destiny would be immense. Dong Hong sword sect would surely enter a glorious era, and because of him, its name would resound for 10,000 miles. During that, Dong Hong Ha Chin showed a surprised expression and asked if it was true. The Grand Elder continued stroking his beard and nodded in confirmation. Dong Hong Ha Chin grinned and said that if the Grand Elder said so, it must be correct. Indeed, not bad. He thought that perhaps in the future the name of Dong Hong sword sect would spread throughout Dong Chao. And now across vast Dong Chao there were only mediocre people. They were merely ordinary. The next morning the second round of the arena officially began. At this moment a woman approached Dong Hong Hao Chin and asked if the sect master wished to rest for a while. Dong Hong Hao Chin waved his hand and replied that if the disciples had not rested, why should he rest? Continue. The elder once again raised 2 cards, hung the board and announced the names Thien Lin Hai and Dong Hong An Tu. Crowd below instantly erupted in excitement and shouted that Dong Hong An Tu had arrived, the number 1 beauty of Bang Than. Hearing that, Duong Tran even drooled and asked again. At this moment, a young girl wearing lace-up shoes lightly stepped onto the stage. Below immediately came fervent cheers of admiration. They had finally arrived. Dong Hong An Tu cast a glance down at the stands, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes. As soon as Duong Tran saw Dong Hong An Tu, he swallowed and thought to himself that she was indeed a true beauty, truly stunning. Lin Nhi standing beside him shot him a contemptuous glance and warned that later she would tell Thien Lin Hai that he had stared at Dong Hong An Tu until he drooled. During that, Duong Tran broke into a sweat and hurriedly retorted that Lin Hai's imagination was too rich, which I had seen him drooling. Lin Hai pointed straight at him and said she clearly saw his mouth hanging open and his gaze obvious. Duong Tran waved his hand and sighed, saying Lin Hai he had been admiring the starlight. In truth, he was looking at her. But Canham cut in and said that was not so. He had clearly been looking over there. Lin Hai had not even gone onto the stage yet. During that, Duong Tran's face turned pale as he lamented inwardly, Sister Ham, why join in and ruin him like this? At this moment, Thien Lin Hai also stepped onto the stage. The 2 young women stared at each other without blinking. Dong Hong An Tu said coldly to Thien Lin Hai that she would not show mercy, and if she knew what was good, she should admit defeat. Thien Lin Hai smiled and replied that the way she addressed her was rather interesting. Dong Hong An Tu sighed and said it seemed she was very confident, and if she refused to step down, then later, if she was injured, she should not blame her. Thien Lin Hai narrowed her eyes and smiled lightly, then told her to attack with full strength. Hearing that answer, Dong Hong An Tu paused slightly. Immediately afterward, her whole body ignited with blazing red flames. Sword was summoned into her hand in an instant. Holding the sword, she moved closer and said that she hoped after blocking the first strike of Golden Bird Flame Sword, Thien Lin Hai could remain so calm, still speak so leisurely as now. Thien Lin Hai silently condensed a snowflake in her hand and still said nothing. Seeing that, Dong Hong An Tu questioned whether she would not use her martial soul. Thien Lin Hai smiled and replied that her martial soul was somewhat special and inconvenient to display. During that, Dong Hong An Tu angrily shouted that she was insulting her, and it was too much. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed Golden Bird Embracing Sun. Flames on the sword flared violently as she charged straight toward Thien Lin Hai. Thien Lin Hai also immediately waved her hand, cold energy rapidly gathering into a single point. She pointed forward, a stream of ice and snow shot straight from that point toward Dong Hong and Tu's flaming sword. A dull explosion sounded as ice and fire collided fiercely. Thien Lin Hai's icy band tightly wrapped around Dong Hong and Tu's sword. Immediately afterward, 3 or 4 more icy spikes struck toward Dong Hong and Tu's arm. Gradually, it was completely covered by a layer of ice. She was startled in shock. Before she could recover, another icy blast struck her body. The ice on her body quickly spread across her entire form, even covering Dong Hong and Tu's face. Dong Hong and Tu roared fiercely, shattering the ice and shouting that Thien Lin Hai's true energy had a problem. Lin Hai calmly replied that she knew clearly what her true energy was like. Duong Tran below watched with delight and thought to himself that Lin Hai now spoke more and more like him. She had been taught well. At this moment, Dong Hong and Tu trembled as she hugged herself, the flames already extinguished. She said in a hoarse voice, "I admit defeat." Dong Hong Hao Chin sat in the main seat and nodded. The quality of this martial exhibition far surpassed usual standards. Geniuses appeared one after another. It seemed Dong Hong's sword sect was about to flourish. The third round of the grand ceremony continued. Kim Vo Kiat easily suppressed his opponent and won. He was the same, almost effortlessly taking victory. After that he asked Lin Nhai and Can Ham whether they had won. Lin Nhai replied that she had but expended a great deal because her opponent this round was much stronger. Can Ham also nodded in agreement. He smiled and said it was fine, winning was enough. There would be even more powerful opponents in the next round. At this moment, the stands buzzed again with discussion about the match between Dong Hong Ung Tai and Tran Duong. Without waiting long, Dong Hong Ung Tai appeared, a red-haired youth with a greatsword strapped to his back. He observed and immediately recognized that the sword intent was very strong, truly a genuine swordsman. Dong Hong Ung Tai's opponent trembled and burst into tears upon seeing him, then stammered out his surrender. After that, Dong Hong Ung Tai leapt down from the stage. The elder announced that the second round had ended. Those advancing would continue the third round tomorrow. Night fell. Dong Hong Hao Chin cheerfully chatted with the elders, laughter echoing endlessly. Eliat Ung Tai is the future pillar of our Dong Hong clan. Truly not bad. The other man was about to speak when Dong Hong Hao Chin interrupted. Eliat, we are of the same generation. No need for courtesy. If you wish, call me Brother Chin. Dong Then Wai replied, Brother Chin. Dong Hong Hao Chin laughed loudly and said that after the ceremony he wanted Ung Tai to enter the main peak, grant him direct lineage status and personally teach him. Would that be acceptable? At this moment the Grand Elder spoke, reminding Dong Hong Hao Liat whether he still remembered what had been said before. The story turned back to 20 years ago. The man replied that the Grand Elder had once gone to the City Lord's mansion when Ung Tai was born, saying his foundation was weak and he would be hard to raise. But if he reached 20 safely, he could soar to the heavens and transform into a dragon. Yet the Grand Elder continued that 20 years of bitter cultivation had forged upright sword intent, immune to all evils. He had taught him the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. He had likely mastered the first 2, nearly invincible at the same level, but Ung Tai's fate bore the 4 killing signs. Without a benefactor's aid, he would hardly escape an early death. Hearing that, the 2 men cried out in shock. Dong Hong Hao Chin asked in alarm what it meant to bear the 4 killing signs. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and explained that the 4 consisted of fire, yang, tether, and spirit. Fire killing brought calamity. Once bound, misfortune would follow endlessly. Spirit killing governed danger. Yang killing governed injury. Tether killing harmed relatives. If he did not leave home upon maturity, his kin would hardly know peace. These words left the 2 stunned. Dong Hong Hao Chin thought inwardly how such a person could survive. The red-haired elder almost gaped and hurriedly asked, Grand Elder, is there a way to resolve it? The Grand Elder shook his head and said that before 20, he could only break the outer layer. To completely dispel the 4 killing fate, he was powerless. Dong Hong Hao Chin asked again in panic whether Ung Tai truly had no path left. The Grand Elder closed his eyes and shook his head without answering. After a long silence, he said that those with the 4 killing fate often died young. Yet in legend, it was a defying heaven destiny, requiring a benefactor's aid to transform. Dong Hong Hao Chin hurriedly asked who that benefactor was. The Grand Elder replied he did not know, but the killing aura around Ung Tai had shifted, proving the benefactor had appeared. They should quietly observe. After hearing this, all fell silent, Dong Hong Hao Chin still shaken. The Grand Elder curled his lips in a faint smile and thought that with the 4 divine symbols supporting the young master, his journey through Dong Zion would surely be remarkable. The scene shifted to the next day. The third round was halfway through. Kim Vo Kiat and Ham, Kiu Lin Nhai, and Thien Lin Hai all easily passed this round. At this time, the elder raised 2 tokens and announced that Duong Tran would face Ho Dian San. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat turned excitedly to Duong Tran and and said that Ho Dian-san had a great reputation. Manhua read the information to everyone. Ho Dian-san came from Tam Van City of Dong Hong Sword Sect and had shaken the entire sect by awakening sword intent at the 9th level of true martial realm. Soon after, he and Ho Dian-san stepped onto the stage one after another. Upon seeing him, Ho Dian-san disdainfully said to draw his sword. The blade on his back was not for decoration. He waved his hand and replied that if Ho Dian-san wanted him to draw his sword he could, but Ho Dian-san needed to try harder. Ho Dian-san angrily unleashed his spiritual power and shouted that Duong Tran was arrogant. He would see just how strong his movement technique truly was. As he finished speaking, a purple sphere of spiritual power quickly condensed in the air. Seeing this, he merely snorted softly and stood still. Ho Dian-san swung his arm and hurled the sphere toward him, roaring for Duong Tran to receive his purple flowing flame sphere. Wherever the flaming sphere passed, the air and ground were scorched and melted. He looked at the fireball and judged inwardly that the firepower was decent, but compared to true solar flame, it was far inferior. Crowd widened their eyes. Was Duong Tran foolish? Why did he not counterattack? Did he want to be burned alive? Clearly not knowing the might of the purple flowing flame sphere. Manhua anxiously asked Thien Lin Hai why Duong Tran had not retaliated. Kim Vo Kiat turned and explained that he believed the purple flowing flame sphere was too weak. Manhua was stunned and stammered that it was weak. Kim Vo Kiat and Lin Hai only smiled calmly. Ho Dian-san also panicked and shouted, Duong Tran, are you mad? Why have you not attacked? Hearing that, he indulged his opponent and slowly raised one hand. The crowd nearly dropped their jaws. What was this? Was he going to block it barehanded? Was that not courting death? Some were left speechless by the scene. He saw him directly grasp the flaming sphere with his hand. Then he clenched hard and crushed Ho Dian-san's fireball. This sight shocked the entire audience. Dong Hong Hao Chin could not hide his astonishment and praised that he had not expected the boy to be a fire path prodigy. Truly commendable. The red-haired elder nodded and added that his fire true energy was likely several levels above the purple flowing flame sphere. Grand Elder secretly worried that it was fortunate the young master remained within the sect. If he went out and someone with ill intent discovered he carried true solar flame, the consequences would be grave. Seeing this, Ho Dian-san was so frightened that he stammered. He immediately teased back that Ho Dian-san should draw his sword and not disappoint him. Ho Dian-san instantly drew his sword and roared that Duong Tran indeed had some skill, but he had completely angered him. Did he know the consequences? Immediately after, Ho Dian-san swung his sword and unleashed his martial soul. He spun the longsword around his body, then slashed out a powerful strand of sword intent and shouted, Cloud Sun Supreme. The sword intent immediately cleaved down from above toward where he stood. Let out a faint snort. He assessed inwardly that this man's Cloud Sun sword art indeed had some profundity. He seemed to possess some talent in sword Dao. He sighed that unfortunately Ho Dian-san had encountered him. Immediately after, he unleashed Mountain Calamity. The two streams of sword intent collided violently on the stage, knocking both back. Ho Dian-san slid across the ground, while he only retreated a few steps. Crowd cheered that the two were evenly matched, but someone objected that Duong Tran had not yet drawn his sword, nor revealed his martial soul. Thus it was clear that he held the advantage. Ho Dian-san raged and roared that he admitted Duong Tran was strong, but that was as far as it went. The next power was beyond his understanding. Hearing that, he replied with interest that he came from a small place, so Ho Dian-san should broaden his horizons. Below the stage, Ku Chan AC asked Old Man Kong Tun why he felt the boy spoke more and more like him. Old Man Kong Tun glanced at him and said what was similar. The boy had true strength. His words were sincere, not boastful. Thien Ba Kwong could only fall silent, thinking that was called sincerity. Ku Chan AC asked Thien Ba Kwong again that the boy's fire true energy was very strange. He had not sensed it before, what type it was. Thien Ba Kwong smiled bitterly and replied that he did not know either. Old Man Kong Tun glanced and asked what kind of master he was. Then he explained that Duong Tran's fire true energy was certainly a special variant. They must ask clearly when there was a chance. At this moment on the stage, extremely fierce flames erupted. Those flames were released by Ho Dian-san. Crowd below began to panic. Someone cried out that it was dazzling radiant sword intent, just as rumored Ho Dian-san had truly awakened sword intent. This time they would see how long Duong Tran could keep pretending. He looked at his opponent and smiled faintly. Was this his trump card? It was somewhat surprising, but still not enough. Ho Dian-san swung his longsword and unleashed Cloud Sun, questioning the heavens. A strand of sword intent swept across the stage, intending to cleave him in two. Raised two fingers as a sword and unleashed Ling Mountain sword stance. Instantly, he slashed out sword intent to block Cloud Sun, questioning the heavens. The two streams of sword intent continued to clash violently. Terrifying explosion erupted and covered the entire stage. Dong Hong Hao Chin asked in astonishment where this boy had come from. The Grand Elder shook his head calmly and replied that he did not know. Dong Hong Hao Chin thought that to resist Ho Dian San's sword intent suppression, there were only two possibilities. Either he had also awakened martial intent, or his body was unbelievably strong. As the smoke gradually cleared, the figures of Duong Tran and Ho Dian San were revealed. He stood upright without the slightest injury. Ho Dian San panted and thought in disbelief that it was impossible. How could he still be unharmed? He scratched his head and said that Ho Dian San's cultivation method and martial talent were also very strong. Hearing this, Ho Dian San planted his sword into the ground, bowed, and said he admitted defeat. The crowd immediately shouted his name again and again. He stepped down from the stage, waving to everyone with a smile. Three old men stood together. Ku Chan AC could not help but sigh about the boy. In Ba Kwong smiled and said that after this round the rankings would be arranged. He wondered what position the boy would take. Ku Chan AC replied that the boy always brought surprises. They should just wait and see. Below, the crowd stirred again. Van Trung Ho was looking for Duong Tran. The luxuriously dressed young man with a sword at his waist was Van Trung Ho. Seeing him stand before Duong Tran, the crowd whispered that since his younger brother had been defeated, the elder brother would surely seek justice. As expected, Van Trung Ho took the initiative to tell Duong Tran that he hoped for a chance to fight. He replied with a bright smile that he had experienced many disappointments. If Van Trung Ho wanted to fight, he should be a little more serious. Veins bulged on Van Trung Ho's forehead as he lowered his voice and said Duong Tran was excessively arrogant. He said Duong Tran should know that he specialized in dealing with self-righteous people like him. Pointed at his own face and laughed proudly, saying he laughed at the heavens, soaring with tyrannical spirit unafraid of lone bones. What could this fellow possibly do to him? Those words stunned Van Trung Ho, who could only let out a dry sound. Van Trung Ho turned away and said coldly that he hoped Duong Tran could still laugh later. While he was still chuckling, Kim Vo Kiat looked at him with shining eyes and thought that laughing at the heavens with soaring dominance truly made him unmatched. After provoking Van Trung Ho, Lin Nhi turned pale and worried whether constantly taunting and drawing hatred like this was appropriate. Dong Hong Hao Chin burst into laughter. He said they had all performed excellently and were rare geniuses. In the next battle, they should unleash their full potential, but absolutely not intentionally inflict severe injury or take lives. He said he had seen the brilliant future of Dong Hong's sword sect in them. The future belonged to them. The battle began. The elder began explaining the rules. This time, unlike the promotion bouts, there would be no elimination. Instead, the 200 newly advanced core disciples would be divided into two groups. 80 in true martial realm would fight on 8 stages to select 8 strongest. 120 in martial core realm on 12 stages to select 12. Within the same realm, anyone could challenge for the stage lord. Lin Nhi asked in surprise whether that meant arena battle to select 12 stage lords. As soon as she finished speaking, he and Kim Vo Kiat leapt straight onto the stage. As soon as he steadied himself, he shouted loudly asking who dared to come up and take a beating. Kim Vo Kiat was no less bold, calling for someone with sturdier bones to come up. Lin Nhi was speechless. Could these two not be more modest? Seeing this, Thien Ba Kwong scolded that the two fools had gone up too early and would only waste strength. Once their true energy was depleted, how would they compete for ranking? Old man Kong Tun glanced over and asked who he was scolding. He said a coward like him knew nothing, fearing everything had led to this. Those two were 100 times stronger than him. Thien Ba Kwong was reprimanded by his master and stammered without words. Ku Chan AC beside them laughed until he could not close his mouth. At that moment, someone with a sword on his back leapt onto the stage. This man was Du Nguyen Jaya. He pointed at Duong Tran and said Duong Tran was too arrogant and completely disregarded others. The crowd whispered that Du Nguyen Jayap of the Du family, a major sword clan, was known as someone who only talked. Du Nguyen Jayap planted his greatsword into the ground and asked Duong Tran whether he was a swordsman. He nodded calmly and said yes. Du Nguyen Jayap said coldly that a swordsman must be upright and righteous. Duong Tran had disgraced the title. He laughed loudly and asked where he had disgraced swordsmen. Du Nguyen Jayap replied that in every match Duong Tran was stronger than his opponents, yet pretended and flaunted himself, lacking the bright and open bearing of a true swordsman. He was stunned and thought whether this man had a problem in his head, then said he would tell Du Nguyen Jayap a story. Du Nguyen Jayap looked at him in surprise. He said Duong Tran could speak. He told him that on a wilderness plain a fierce tiger and a foolish ox of equal cultivation raced. The ox arrived first, yet the tiger won in the end. Did he know why? Du Nguyen Jiap's face turned pale as he replied that he did not know. He waved his hand and told him to go down and think carefully before coming back to fight. Du Nguyen Jiap uttered a sound and turned to leave the stage. The crowd could only shake their heads speechlessly. Seeing this, Thien Lin Hai felt anger rise in her heart. She thought that he was truly shameless, daring to bully even an honest person. The elders watching all had darkened expressions. Ku Chan AC and Old Man Kong Tun lowered their heads, not daring to admit knowing that shameless fellow. Old Man Kong Tun said that Chan AC need not worry. Tiu Kayat was not foolish and had the boy protecting him. Ku Chan AC sighed that he knew the boy was clever. He only feared he would learn Duong Tran's bad habits. Thien Ba Quang reassured that the boy could fool the world, but not Tiu Kayat. On the stage, he shook his head and muttered that the man was truly foolish. At this moment, someone below glared at Duong Tran, with fury boiling inside. That man immediately leapt onto the stage and shouted that Duong Tran should not dream of becoming a swordsman. This man was Du Hai. He drew the greatsword from his back. Seeing this, he only laughed. He said it seemed Du Hai was also from the Du family and wanted to hear a story, saying he was unworthy of being a swordsman. Did the brat even know how to use a sword? Du Hai shouted angrily that Duong Tran dared to mention swords. He was unworthy to learn swordsmanship. Did he understand what a swordsman was? He sighed and came up with a new idea to say to him. He said let them make a wager. Soon Du Nguyen Jiap would thank him. In his eyes, Du Nguyen Jiap was 100 times stronger than Du Hai. He said Du Hai constantly hung the word swordsman on his lips. They had only just entered Sword Dao. What qualifications did he have to act superior? These words made Du Hai grind his teeth in rage. He continued that even legendary sword masters doubted the sword and often questioned it. On what basis did Du Hai lecture him? The entire hall was stunned. He added that carrying a sword did not make one a swordsman. For the famed Du family giant sword lineage to produce someone like Du Hai was indeed remarkable. Able to endure it, Du Hai roared that words were useless and they should fight. He waved his hand and said honestly he had lost all expectations. Du Hai should unleash his strongest move. If he forced him to draw his sword, he would count it as a loss. Du Hai immediately unleashed Giant Quest-Splitting Mountain. He charged forward fiercely. He said calmly that he had more or less anticipated this. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Then he waved and struck out a stream of black energy toward Du Hai. Black energy collided with the giant sword and produced a thunderous explosion. Upon touching this force, Du Hai was horrified and stammered. He gritted his teeth and withdrew his sword to defend. Then he knelt down exhausted, thinking that the gap in strength was too great. Even with full effort, he could not force him to draw his sword. Below the stage, Du Nguyen Jiap now understood. He leapt back onto the stage. The judge showed displeasure, shouted that Du Nguyen Jiap's previous match had not yet concluded. Why had he come up? Du Nguyen Jiap scratched his head and said that he was not challenging. He only wished to say a few words to Duong Tran. The judge darkened and said whatever it was could wait. The stage was not a place for conversation. Interjected with a smile, saying it was fine, let him speak. Du Nguyen Jiap cupped his hands and bowed, then spoke to Duong Tran, I thank you for the reminder, but I am not a foolish beast. Sooner or later I will challenge and defeat you. He laughed heartily in reply. Du Nguyen Jiap, your ambition is too high. If I do not show mercy, I fear you will find it hard to achieve it. After speaking, Du Nguyen Jiap turned and left, while Du Hai stood frozen watching him. Right after that, he seriously reassessed Duong Tran once more. He also turned away, slung his sword over his back and said to Duong Tran, I admit defeat. He only shrugged as if it did not matter much. On the upper arena, Kot Kim Vo Kayat had just knocked an opponent off the stage. He clenched his wrist, raised his head, and shouted loudly asking if anyone else dared to come up. Over on Dong Hong Ung Tai's side it was the same. He stood alone on the stage, making the crowd think that no one dared to challenge Dong Hong. On the other side, Thien Lin Hai had also just defeated her opponent. She solemnly cupped her hands and said she had held back. After a while, Dong Hong Hao Chin announced that at this point the arena trials had ended successfully. After discussion with the Grand Elder and the Elders, the top of true martial realm was Duong Tran. The top of martial core realm was Dong Hong Ung Tai. Crowd below immediately erupted into excited cheers. Only Van Trung Ho wore a gloomy expression because of Aki's defeat. He looked at Duong Tran flaunting his might, his heart filled with jealousy. Dong Hong Hao Chin continued that before the ceremony ended he would grant them one wish. This time the two top ranked of each list, Duong Tran and Ung Tai. What reward did they desire? Dong Hong Ung Tai respectfully bowed and said that he wished to cultivate Heavenly Sun art. Dong Hong Hao Chin immediately stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Crowd was shaken again. Heavenly Sun art was an earth-grade technique, the strongest passed down by Dong Hong sword sect. Even Dong Hong lineage had to undergo harsh trials to cultivate it, yet now it was granted so easily. On this side, he glanced at the Grand Elder and thought why that old man man looked so familiar. Then he respectfully bowed to Dong Hong Hao Chin and said that he wished to borrow Soul Light City. Dong Hong Hao Chin showed surprise and gave a light snort. Then he glanced toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder slowly said it could be lent, but he must promise him one condition. Hearing that, he was overjoyed, saying that not just one matter, even 100 he would accept. Grand Elder stroked his beard and said that after finishing his business, he should come to the Peak Master to find him. After speaking, he tossed a token to Duong Tran and told him it was a pass to enter and exit the main peak. Holding the token, he thought that this trip truly benefited his master. There was new hope. Several elders looked at Duong Tran with concern. The Grand Elder's heavenly mechanism Medicine Valley was no safe place. Though filled with spiritual herbs, beneath each tree lay a buried corpse. The Grand Elder thought to himself that for the young master and the grand cause, he had to act. One who sought supremacy should not fear fierce, vengeful spirits. After that, Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai gathered with the elders of their two families. Thien Ba Quang patted Duong Tran's shoulder and laughed, saying this time it was thanks to that person. He grinned proudly. Don Mak Mang Hoa pulled Thien Lin Hai into her arms. He remarked that this martial exhibition had gone smoothly, solving their team's immediate issues, making Thien Ba Quang's veins bulge in anger. Grabbed Duong Tran and shouted, asking if he believed he would beat him. He winked at his master and replied that he believed it. Thien Ba Quang grew even more furious. Don Mak Mang Hoa advised Thien Lin Hai that Duong Tran's temperament was like this. Not yet married and already bullying her father. If indulged too much later, how could she live peacefully? Ku Chan AC also warned coldly that he had long found the boy unpleasant. Later in a solo duel they would see if he still dared to be arrogant. Old man Kong Tun added that perhaps they should consider expelling him from the sect. Hearing these words, he widened his eyes in shock. As he was about to be besieged by their words, he hurried to Don Mak Mang Hoa for help, saying Master's wife save him. He still had something to report. When they first arrived at Thien Nam, his master had gone to Blood Sword Garden. Thien Ba Quang quickly covered Duong Tran's mouth and shouted not to speak nonsense. They had foolishly waited there 10 days. What was he fabricating? Enough, let them go back first. He could not endure it. Thien Lin Hai waved her hand and said she was tired and wanted to return to rest. After speaking, she pulled Don Mak Mang Ho away. Seeing the women of the family leave, Thien Ba Quang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he stared at Duong Tran, thinking that once he recovered his cultivation, one beating would not be enough. He would beat him daily to vent his anger. Lin Nhai then asked whether they were now going to Great Achievement Tower. Vo Kiat happily replied yes. Their great swords were already thirsty for blood. Lin Nhai thought gloomily that they had just fought. She felt that Tiu Kiat being with Duong Tran never boded well. The scene shifted to Great Achievement Tower. Seeing an old man leaning on a cane dozing, he asked how to enter the tower. The old man made a sound, and squinting at Duong Tran, he said that if the young man wanted to enter, it was not expensive. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing about money, he cried out in alarm. The old man continued that Great Achievement Tower was a supreme artifact left by the Dong Hong ancestor in ancient times, meant to bless the sect. Inside, one would resonate with the ancestor's power and surely condense a supreme martial core. He heard of supreme martial core. Every peerless prodigy had stepped there. It was the gate separating genius and monster. He concluded with one short sentence. Could the senior give a discount? The old man shook his head, saying the ancestor forbade discounts. If he decided himself even 100 spirit stones, no, even 10 would open the door. He sighed and pointed behind him, asking if he bought a ticket, could his younger brother enter with him. The old man firmly replied no. He stared at the old man for a long time. Then he produced a large pouch and said there were 4,000 spirit stones. Seeing the stones, the old man's eyes shone, thinking whose child was so generous. The old man attached his token to the door. Spiritual energy radiated from the token into the door mechanism. Door slowly opened. The old man led the two brothers inside. The crowd outside whispered that someone had entered Great Achievement Tower. It seemed to be Duong Tran from the ceremony. He entered with a heavy mood. He observed his surroundings, assessing the scene. The space was sealed, gloomy and eerily silent. He turned to Kim Vo Kiat and said he felt as if they had been deceived. Kim Vo Kiat's expression darkened. He widened his eyes, saying, how could that be? He would go demand the spirit stones back. He quickly pulled his brother's shoulder and said, forget it. This place was safe and quiet, suitable to attempt condensing martial core. Hearing his elder brother, Quiet nodded at once. He sat down and said he would begin now. Immediately streams of aura surged into Kim Vo Kiat's body. Next, a mass of black energy shaped like an evil ghost gradually appeared. Evil shadow emerged. Kim Vo Kiat closed his eyes tightly, focusing to steady his mind. Those streams slowly fused with him and continued invading. He poured deep into his sea of consciousness. Kim Vo Kiat cried out in intense pain. Immediately, the ghostly diagram raised a finger and pointed at his forehead. Behind him appeared a darkened phantom, identical to himself. Seeing this, he felt deep worry. The martial core had not yet formed. Tiu Kiat might have reached his limit and be about to fail. At this moment, from the top of the tower burst streams of blood-red light. Blood light descended directly onto Kim Vo Kiat's position, causing a terrifying shock. Even he was shaken by the impact. He staggered several steps and had to brace himself on the ground. Kim Vo Kiat was worse. He collapsed to his knees. His entire body pressed to the floor as he opened his mouth and screamed in agony. Immediately summoned Black Dragon Martial Soul and shouted Tiu Kiat. At once, the red light surged again into Kim Vo Kiat's sea of consciousness. His eyes turned crimson, his gaze becoming vacant and soulless. He worried inwardly whether the red light had driven him insane. Could it be soul possession? This situation is not good at all. Could it be that he was truly struck by a soul-snatching technique? Duong Tran carefully observed his younger brother for a moment, then let out a soft snort. Right behind Kim Vo Kiat, a vague shadow suddenly condensed. That figure looked extremely similar. Kim Vo Kiat himself, making Duong Tran wonder in astonishment. Could this be the form of Tiu Kiat's martial soul? Then a gigantic tree trunk suddenly grew out. Duong Tran widened his eyes in shock as he recognized it was the Zyming sacred tree. At this moment, Kim Vo Kiat had regained clarity, his entire aura becoming far brighter. Duong Tran said happily, Tiu Kiat, I have seen your martial soul, very good. And inwardly he thought, could that red light just now truly be the ancestral might left behind by the old ancestor Dong Hong? He raised his head again to look at the tower that was still flickering with red light. Kim Vo Kiat told Duong Tran that he now fully understood what a supreme martial seed was. Duong Tran immediately urged him, tell me about it. Kim Vo Kiat explained confidently, brother, the supreme martial seed is the condensation of essence within the martial seed, fusing the power of 4 same origin attributes. After hearing this, Duong Tran suddenly understood, so that is how it is. He continued asking, when you were about to fail, did you feel that red light pierce into your head? Kim Vo Kiat nodded and replied, that was the fire attribute origin true chi. Although it does not match my attribute, it greatly enhanced my soul power. Otherwise, I would have definitely failed this time. Duong Tran asked excitedly, the fire attribute origin. Duong Tran sat down and said, Tiu Kiat, guard me. I also want to try condensing a martial worm. After speaking, he began forming seals with both hands. In his mind, he kept calculating, I possess 3 attributes. Could it be that I will condense 3 martial worms or dense a single martial worm that fuses all 3 powers? Duong Tran summoned his 3 martial souls one by one and pondered. No matter which method he chose, the foundation must be based on the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. There could absolutely be no mistake. Once the martial seed formed, it must carry explosive might while also fusing 3 streams of aura, and also align with the path of sword cultivation as the main focus. At this moment, streams of black chi continuously poured into the martial soul. Duong Tran felt his soul power fluctuate violently. He panicked. What was happening? Within Duong Tran's sea of consciousness, black chi surged wildly like raging waves. Duong Tran cursed inwardly, damn it, the weapon form does not work. The humanoid form also fails, then I will try the beast form. But within the sea of consciousness, the black chi once again failed to condense. Duong Tran felt discouraged. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a low snort. He recalled the image of the giant sword, combined with the martial soul that had once appeared. Thus Duong Tran continued to try once more. With his spirit highly focused, the black chi of the black dragon gradually became clearer in form. Outside the tower, the red light flared up once again. The blood-colored radiance shone directly onto the black dragon form, making its outline even sharper. Duong Tran exclaimed in delight, so this thing can even generate its own divine ability. Phantom Form's secret art can mimic the appearance of the opponent's martial worm. It sounds formidable, but what practical use does it truly have? At this time, Kim Vo Kiat stepped forward and asked, brother, how is it? Duong Tran replied with slight disappointment, not yet finished. Oh right, Tiu Kiat, does your martial worm have any divine ability or secret art? Kim Vo Kiat said proudly, of course, my demonic tree martial seed contains an offensive secret art. When unleashed, it can silently assault the opponent's sea of consciousness. After hearing this, Duong Tran felt happy for his younger brother and asked again, is that so? Kim Vo Kiat asked curiously, brother, what divine ability does your supreme martial seed have? Duong Tran replied with a casual smile, mine is also very strong, Tiu Kiat. let us go inside. It has been quite a while, we should go out. That old man Gongsun is probably looking for us. Only then did he realize the issue. It was indeed time to leave. How do we get out? Just then the door suddenly opened. A group of people were already waiting outside. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat immediately dashed out. The crowd stared at the two of them, as if looking at monsters. The red-haired old man spoke. Duong Tran, you used the ancestral resonance might to condense a supreme martial seed. Duong Tran nodded and admitted it. The old man continued asking, can you explain it clearly to me? Duong Tran readily agreed to the request. All right. He waved his hand in invitation. Little friend Duong Tran, could you come to the city lord's mansion for a talk? Scene shifted to the city lord's mansion. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat were invited to sit and drink tea while chatting. City lord proposed that Duong Tran show everyone his martial seed. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran told his younger brother, Tiu Kiat, manifest your martial worm for City Lord Dong Hong to observe. Kim Vo Kiat immediately summoned his demonic tree martial worm, its imposing aura surging outward. City Lord Dong Hong hurriedly exclaimed, this is indeed a supreme martial worm. City Lord Dong Hong turned to look at everyone and said, Duong Tran, very good. This is truly a supreme martial seed. I did not expect you to truly comprehend the fortune left behind by the old ancestor. This destiny is indeed extraordinary. Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly and replied, City Lord, we come from poor backgrounds. The 4,000 spirit stones for entry into the tower truly emptied the savings of us two brothers. The city lord smiled and said, rest assured, as long as you clearly explain the secret of the Grand Merit Tower, the 4,000 spirit stones will be returned. Fearing that he would not lose money, Duong Tran immediately beamed, good, city lord and everyone present. Any family with someone in the true martial realm or martial worm realm who wishes to condense a martial worm can bring spirit stones to trade privately with me. Each secret costs 4,000 spirit stones, only for one person, absolutely not to be spread. After speaking, he revealed his familiar sly smile, causing the crowd to pale. City Lord Dong Hong then said, Tai, you pay 4,000 spirit stones to buy Duong Tran's secret and enter the Grand Merit Tower to see whether your martial seed can evolve. Dong Hong Tai stammered. Dong Hong Tai opened his pouch of spirit stones and handed it over. Duong Tran's eyes instantly lit up. Duong Tran transmitted his voice. The secret of the Grand Merit Tower is exactly this. Brother Dong Hong must swear upon your martial heart to absolutely not reveal it. Dong Hong Tai turned pale and thought to himself, this can hardly be called a secret, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I swear upon my martial heart. Can this method truly trigger the ancestral might within the tower? Duong Tran laughed loudly and replied, I have already calculated it carefully. You indeed have the aptitude, possibility to resonate with the ancestral might. Only then can a supreme martial worm be formed. The city lord urged Tai, go to the Grand Merit Tower now. Dong Hong Tai left, while Duong Tran quickly pocketed the pouch of spirit stones. In contrast, Kim Vo Kiat revealed a worried expression. He transmitted his voice and asked, brother, if Dong Hong Tai fails, will we have to return the money? Duong Tran replied with a sly grin, return the money, Tiu Kiat. Have you ever seen money that entered my pocket be taken out and returned? Not long after, the old city lord cried out in joy. It succeeded. It truly succeeded. At the same time, a phenomenon occurred at the Grand Merit Tower. Red light radiated outward. Everyone hurried outside to observe. Dong Hong Tai also stepped out from within the tower at this moment. The city lord immediately said, Tai, quickly manifest your martial worm for everyone to see. Dong Hong Tai then unleashed his martial seed, its form appearing extremely peculiar. The city lord cried out in shock the moment he saw it. Dong Hong Tai stepped forward and said to Duong Tran, I owe you a favor. One day I will repay it. Duong Tran laughed loudly in response, ha ha. Many thanks in advance. Perhaps in the future I may have the chance to rely on you. At this time Tran Than also spoke up and asked, Duong Tran, can I buy 2 slots? Duong Tran showed surprise. With Tran Than's great reputation, you are only buying 2 slots. The old man of Van Trung interjected, Duong Tran, my Van Trung family will buy 5 slots. Duong Tran nodded in agreement, of course. From my observation, the Van Trung family certainly has more than 5 geniuses like Van Trung Ho or Van Trung Tiu Nguyen. All are talents. Entering the Merit Tower, they should be able to condense martial worms. The old man of Van Trung sighed, Brother Tran, my family's financial resources are limited. 5 slots are already the limit. Duong Tran raised his thumb in praise. The head of the Van Trung family is truly capable. The younger generation of your family is indeed blessed. In my next life, I would also like to be reborn into your family. But in his heart he thought, With only 5 slots and you want to condense a supreme martial worm? You are truly dreaming. And Trung Ho then asked, are you certain that you are not playing with us? Duong Tran raised 2 fingers and said, I swear upon my martial heart. The words I just transmitted are absolutely the secret of the Grand Merit Tower. Van Trung Ho's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. When it was the next person's turn, Duong Tran said, Junior brother Nguyen Jaya, I absolutely will not deceive you. I trust you greatly. If you cannot condense a supreme martial worm, I will return the spirit stones. The old man of Van Trung immediately said, Brother Tran, that is discrimination. If members of my Van Trung family fail, you must also return it. Duong Tran waved his hand and replied, no. Junior brother Nguyen Jaya and I share a deep bond. This is not favoritism. The crowd was stunned after hearing this, a deep bond. Tran Than was also speechless at this moment, sitting silently without speaking. Duong Tran closed his eyes while calculating and thought to himself, I've already sold 32 slots. How many spirit stones do I have now? Tran Than finally could not hold back, his face full of doubt. When he saw Duong Tran stand up, he was startled as well. Duong Tran respectfully cupped his hands and said, City Lord and everyone, my brother and I shall take our leave. Otherwise, the elders at the guest inn will grow anxious. City Lord Dong Hong waved his hand and said, go. Thus the 2 brothers Duong Tran, together with Kim Vo Kiat, left decisively. Kim Vo Kiat asked in confusion, brother, can they truly condense supreme martial worms? Duong Tran replied decisively, how could that be? Kim Vo Kiat said worriedly, brother, they are all important figures of Dong Hong City. If they discover they were deceived, will we not be in trouble? Duong Tran answered blankly, deceive? When did I deceive them? It was a transaction. It was fair and transparent. What trouble could there be? Just then a loud voice called out, Duong Tran, Duong Tran. The 2 brothers turned pale upon hearing it. The scene shifted back to Duong Tran's guest residence. Duong Tran asked Thien Ba Quang, Master, where are they? Thien Ba Quang replied calmly, whether alive or dead is unknown, who knows where they are? Duong Tran hurriedly said, Master, there is some trouble, Tiu Kiat, and I must leave the city immediately and head to the mountains. Tell Lin Hai to bring the 3 of them there to meet me, and have Lin Hai bring Tiu Hak as well. After hearing this, Thien Ba Quang sensed something was wrong and felt alarmed inside. Then he was so furious his head nearly exploded when he saw his disciple run off. You brat, what trouble have you caused this time? The scene shifted to Dong Hong Mountain. Kim Vo Kiat said worriedly, brother, this time we have offended all of Dong Hong City. When we return in the future, will we not be skinned alive? Duong Tran remained calm. What is there to fear? It was a voluntary transaction. I did not force them to hand over spirit stones. Tiu Kiat, do not worry. Dong Hong sword sect is different from the eastern lands. The people here still reason. Looking at the statue before him, Duong Tran thought to himself, this must be the old ancestor Dong Hong, a great ancient powerhouse, a true divine realm expert. The 2 brothers stood there staring blankly. At the mountain gate, someone was already waiting. This person was Luo Chengjai, a disciple of Dong Hong sword sect. He called out, Junior brother Duong Tran. I heard that in this grand ceremony you were one of the top 2. Duong Tran respectfully returned the greeting, Senior brother, please instruct us on the sect rules. We have just arrived and fear violating something unknowingly. Luo Chengjai scratched his head and replied, Junior brother, our sect is rather free and relaxed. There are almost no rigid rules. Only the main peak cannot be entered or exited without a token. Aside from that, there are basically no taboos. Junior brother Duong, the cultivation resources in the sect, including important artifacts related to cultivation time, are allocated according to ranking. As the top of the grand ceremony, your share of resources is so abundant you will not be able to use them all. Hearing this, Duong Tran sighed. Is that so? Then that is truly wonderful. The scene shifted to a high mountain peak. Luo Chengjai raised his hand and introduced, Junior brother, this Hong Dam Peak is the main peak reserved exclusively for the top of this grand ceremony. From now on it belongs only to you. It is your personal cultivation ground in the sword sect. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat widened their eyes in shock. Is that true? Luo Chengjai continued explaining. By tradition, the sect master will personally summon those ranked in the top 20 of the grand ceremony and open the sword pool forbidden ground of the main peak for you. I advise Junior brother to prepare a sufficiently good treasured sword early. Duong Tran asked in confusion, Senior brother Luo, why is that? Luo Chengjai replied, I have never set foot in the sword pool either, but I heard there is a great opportunity there to help a treasured sword awaken its spirit. After hearing this, Duong Tran respectfully bowed in thanks, and Luo Chengjai turned and left. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat walked side by side into Hong Dam Peak. Kim Vo Kiat exclaimed excitedly, the earth attribute spiritual chi is truly dense. Hong Dam Peak truly lives up to its reputation. Duong Tran turned and said to Kim Vo Kiat, Tiu Kiat, you go stroll around first. I will head to the main peak for a while. The scene shifted to the main peak, north of Thien Ko Medicinal Valley. The moment Duong Tran saw the grass and flowers here, he cried out in delight. It truly is a wonderful place. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded, "Have you looked enough?" Duong Tran was startled and turned around, seeing the great elder expressionless as he slowly approached. Duong Tran immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, great elder." The great elder spoke, "Little fellow, according to the rules, you must help me look after the precious herbs for a period of time. As for granting you the soul radiant stone, that depends on your performance. If you dare to be deceitful, you can imagine the consequences." Duong Tran patted his chest confidently and said, "Taking care of the precious herbs is no problem. Please rest assured, elder." The great elder instructed, "The herbs outside are not important, but inside there are 20 extremely important precious herbs, all with name plaques attached. You must tend them carefully. In addition, those 20 must be fertilized daily. The fertilizer is taken from the prison deep within the valley, where vicious criminals are held. One is executed each day, burned to ashes and scattered around the roots. Remember, they must be burned to ashes." Hearing this, Duong Tran's eyes widened as he thought to himself, using living people as fertilizer. After that, Duong Tran began inspecting each precious herb. When he saw a plaque reading Black Bodhi, he softly read, "Black Bodhi, dark sacred grade." Seeing the black chi continuously emanating, greed rose in Duong Tran's eyes. His eyes shone brightly as he muttered, "What grade of treasure is this Black Bodhi? If the primordial demonic dragon within me absorbs it, what would happen?" He immediately restrained himself. "No, if I absorb this dark origin, that old man will surely tear me apart." The scene shifted as Duong Tran entered the death prison. The moment he stepped inside, he felt an inexplicable chill. Within stood a large furnace. Countless criminals were bound and suspended. He walked up to a woman and asked. He asked, "Elder sister, why are you imprisoned here?" The woman replied calmly, "Just for a meal." Duong Tran froze and asked again, "What did you eat? Were you that poor?" The woman giggled and said, "Hee, immortal meat soup. Soup cooked from 6-month-old infants." Hearing this, Duong Tran's face darkened as he angrily shouted, "Even death cannot absolve your crimes." After speaking, he grabbed the woman by the collar, threw her straight into the furnace and roared, "Today I will use you to feed the flames." Furnace lid slammed shut, and terrifying sizzling sounds echoed inside. After a while, the woman was reduced to a pile of ashes. A flash of light made Duong Tran squint in shock. He saw a soul raise its hand and charge straight toward him. Its appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. When the evil woman was thrown into the furnace, a beam of white light burst forth. Duong Tran broke out in cold sweat and thought to himself, "This time there is truly big trouble." Unexpectedly, the evil woman's soul was directly devoured by Duong Tran, leaving him stunned. My Zyming True Chi was originally transformed from the dark origin of the Zyming sacred tree. I did not expect it could also devour souls. Duong Tran felt power fill his body as he thought. My Zyming True Chi cultivation was only at the 8th level of the true martial realm, yet in such a short time it has risen by 1 level. While Duong Tran was still rejoicing, Elder He at the side thought to himself, "It seems there are still secrets on the young master that I do not know." After that, Duong Tran returned to the herb garden and poured the evil woman's ashes onto the ground. Beside the tree, black chi from the spiritual trees in the garden surged into the pile of ashes. Seeing this scene, Duong Tran broke out in cold sweat. As expected of a place personally tended by the great elder, even human lives are used to nourish spiritual medicine. The scene shifted inside the peak courtyard. Hu Zhen-yi said to Gong Sun Wuya, senior brother, "Rumors are spreading throughout the city. They say that Brat truly has the guts of heaven." Gong Sun Wuya replied, "There may be hidden circumstances in this matter. We must wait for that brat Chen to return and ask clearly." For here, Thien Ba Kwong angrily slammed the table. That brat earned so many spirit stones, yet does not know to honor the sect. Truly insolent. Gong Sun Wuya coldly reminded, "Can you keep some composure, useless fellow? That brat is becoming more and more excessive. Next time he returns, I will personally discipline him." The scene shifted to Thien Ko Medicinal Valley. Elder He appeared behind Duong Tran and said, "That is enough." Duong Tran was startled and asked, "Great elder, I have not been negligent at all. As instructed, all 20 spiritual herbs have been carefully tended." Elder He stroked his beard and praised, "Not bad. You have taken good care of them. But if you want the soul radiant stone, you still must help me with one more matter." Duong Tran gritted his teeth in anger, then immediately put on a flattering smile and asked, "May I ask what the great elder requires this junior to do?" Elder He replied briefly, "Help me retrieve something. Go to the sect master and bring it back here." Hearing this, Duong Tran let out a sigh of relief and nodded, "All right." Elder He smiled slyly and instructed, "Boy, this matter is not simple. You must go quietly and return quietly." After hearing that, Duong Tran's face darkened, his mouth agape and eyes wide in shock. Elder He patted his shoulder in reassurance. "Seeing your extraordinary talent, this small matter should not trouble you." Duong Tran was so angry he was speechless. Elder He narrowed his eyes and added, Recently, the sect master has been quite busy and may not be in the Nine Bens cave. You only need to be careful. The third passage from left to right leads to the Three Bens cave. Go in and bring back the demon eye of Mopan Dai for me. Hearing this string of names, Duong Tran felt dizzy. Nine Bens cave, Three Bens cave, demon eye. Elder, he smiled and explained. It is just a black stone shaped like an eye, very easy to recognize. Duong Tran rested his chin in thought and muttered, I have shadow escape martial intent. It should not be a problem. Watching Duong Tran leave, Elder, he stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Boy, I believe you can do it. The scene shifted to the entrance of Nine Bens cave. Duong Tran wondered, is this the place? He quietly stepped inside and then grew puzzled. Why is there no guard? Inside, 9 cave entrances appeared before his eyes in a row. Duong Tran thought to himself, the third passage from left to right, that must be Three Bens cave. As he stepped in, he thought, I did not expect it to be this smooth. In front of Duong Tran were 2 long stone tables, covered all over with various precious treasures. Before long, Duong Tran discovered a black stone eye. Looking at this eye, he thought, this truly feels ominous. Duong Tran reached out and touched the eye, wondering whether this was truly the demon eye of that powerful being. He casually stored the pitch black eye into his storage ring, and thought it seems there are no restrictions. Great Elder secretly observed, seeing Duong Tran focus only on the target without being tempted by other treasures. He silently evaluated that such temperament is rare. Not long after Duong Tran brought the demon eye back and handed it to Elder he looked at the Great Elder with eyes full of expectation. Elder, he casually tossed Duong Tran a soul radiant stone and said with a smile, little one, do you think I would deceive you? Duong Tran held the soul radiant stone and thanked him joyfully. Many thanks, Great Elder, for the reward. The Great Elder called out again, little one, wait. Is there some dissatisfaction in your heart toward me? Duong Tran hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head. None at all. Elder, he stroked his beard and continued, that is not right. I will give you another piece of information. At the summit of Hong Dam there is a treasure, very useful to you. Duong Tran asked in surprise, truly. Elder, he turned and left, leaving only one sentence behind. Believe it or not is up to you. Duong Tran thought, if there truly is a treasure within Hong Dam, it surely will not be easy to obtain. Otherwise, he would not speak so indirectly. Scene shifted back to the peak courtyard. The moment Thien Ba Quang saw his disciple return, he roared, brat, you still dare to come back. Seeing his master's reaction, Duong Tran could not help but feel bewildered. Qiu Zhen-yi also said with an unpleasant expression, brat, come here and sit. Old man Gongsun interjected, brat, we abandoned our homes for you. You must also cover the expenses of this trip. After hearing this, Duong Tran fell silent. His whole body stood stiff. Thien Ba Quang glanced sideways with a sly smile. As expected, the Grand Master speaks reasonably. You brat, now that everything is settled, you must pay our labor fees. Duong Tran scratched his head and asked, is it not just labor fees? Tell me how much I will pay. Thien Ba Quang raised one finger, brat. I am not greedy. 10,000 spirit stones will suffice. Duong Tran was furious, but still handed 10,000 spirit stones to his future father-in-law, cursing inwardly, shameless. Once I marry Lin Hai, we will see if I still care about you. Qiu Zhen-yi also added, on the road from Thien Nam to here my head was always on the line. 10,000 for labor I would not consider much. 10,000 I would not consider little. Without it I will not be pleased. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and threw the pouch of spirit stones over. 10,000, not a single more. Dai Can at the back also raised his hand to speak. Dai Can said, brat Tran, since escorting you back to Thien Nam, everything inside and out has been handled by me. Before he finished, Duong Tran interrupted and asked, Dai Can, how much? Dai Can blinked and smiled. Any amount is fine, but it cannot be less than 10,000. Mother-in-law standing beside them said awkwardly, Tiu Tran, you do not need to give more. Hearing this, Duong Tran was deeply moved and thought, mother-in-law is the best. She truly cares for her son-in-law the most. Gongsun Wuya spoke up. Brat Tran, this foreign land is not safe. You carry so many spirit stones, I am not at ease. Hand over the rest for me to keep. Leave only a few hundred for cultivation. These words struck like thunder and left Duong Tran stunned. Duong Tran hurriedly explained, Grand Master, Dong Hong Mountain is very safe. Sword sect discipline is strict. No one dares to rob openly. Gongsun Wuya sipped tea and said calmly, you are still young. Wherever there is light, there is shadow. Think how many people are watching you now. Duong Tran turned pale and asked, Grand Master, how much labor fee do you want? Gongsun Wuya raised 5 fingers and said decisively, 50,000. Duong Tran could only grit his teeth and place the pouch of spirit stones on the table. Thien Ba Quang laughed heartily. Today everyone is happy, drink to your fill. The scene shifted to the next day. Duong Tran took out the Soul Radiant Stone and handed it to Thien Ba Quang, Master. Quickly use it to restore your soul body. Once you recover, return it to me. Thien Ba Quang held the Soul Radiant Stone and said happily, Brat, this time I owe you a great favor. After hearing this, Duong Tran waved his hand in farewell. This disciple will take his leave first. Don Mok Manhua said worriedly, we took so much from Brat Tran, he must not be pleased. Daikan smiled and replied, Manhua, you do not understand. We did this for Lin Hai's sake. Don Mok Manhua asked in surprise, what do you mean? Daikan explained, if a man holds too much money, sooner or later he will deteriorate. Hearing this, Don Mok Manhua giggled. Qiu Zhen sighed and said to Gongsun Wuya, senior brother, it seems we are not truly in exile. Old man Gongsun shook his head, shallow. We call this roaming the world. It counts as stepping out of the small pond of the eastern lands. Qiu Zhen thought to himself, compared to the eastern lands, Dong Hong sword sect is not much better. In the end, it is still just a small pond. Gongsun Wuya continued, I heard that whether the eastern lands or Dong Hong sword sect, they are only a poor little corner of the vast Dong Xuan. I also wish to go out, but my strength is insufficient. Once outside, I could lose my life at any time. The scene shifted to the summit of Hong Dam. Thien Lin Hai asked Duong Tran, have you obtained the Soul Radiant Stone? Duong Tran replied proudly, I have already brought it down the mountain. Such a small matter cannot trouble me. Thien Lin Hai asked in surprise, did the great elder make things difficult for you? Duong Tran seized the chance to boast. That old man has quite a fearsome reputation and still wanted to trouble me. But who am I? He grinned widely and said, Lin Hai, what do you think of my Hong Dam Peak? The peak is spacious and open. Why not the three of you move here? During this, Kim Vo Kiat immediately agreed eagerly. He answered decisively, all right, I support it. Thien Lin Hai shook her head and said, the sect has a rule that under 20 years old, regardless of male or female core disciples, are not allowed to live together. Duong Tran shouted angrily, what kind of ridiculous rule is that? After speaking Thien Lin Hai, Lin and Chai and Can Ham turned and left. Thien Lin Hai said in parting, we will go first. Remember to take good care of Tiu Hak. Duong Tran remained behind, in a gloomy mood with Tiu Hak. He sighed and said to Tiu Hak, let us go up the mountain. Tiu Hak glanced at him with disdain. Duong Tran sat by the lake and reached out to sense it. Suddenly he was startled. My divine sense cannot penetrate this water surface. Without thinking further, he leaped straight down into that golden lake. The deeper he dived, the more clearly he felt something strange. What was going on? At the bottom of the water, there seemed to be an extremely powerful force, blocking him from descending. Duong Tran immediately closed his eyes, placed both hands before his chest, and circulated the ocean true chi to protect his body. At last, his feet touched the solid ground at the bottom of the lake. Walking underwater to explore, he opened his eyes wide in shock. What is this? At the bottom of the pond appeared a pool of dark golden liquid that stood out sharply. That pool floated within the water. He stared at it and wondered what it truly was. Unable to resist his curiosity, he reached out to touch it and discovered it could be grasped like a lump of mud. He clenched the object tightly in his hand, sweat seeping out from both curiosity and tension. With one hand holding the golden lump, he injected spiritual power with the other to test it. Suddenly, the golden mass exploded in his palm, making his heart jump as he stared with his mouth agape. The object emitted a dazzling light within the water. Then it slowly dissolved into strands of thin energy. Duong Tran recognized it at once. This was Earth Vein Essence. It is said that every world possesses its own origin, that origin being the rules of heaven, located at the deepest center of the earth within the earth womb, the foundation of a realm containing earth origin, over time giving birth to a supreme earth treasure called Earth Vein Essence. If the earth womb is likened to a trunk, then Earth Vein Essence is its branch. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists in excitement and laughed inwardly. Truly a rare opportunity. After that, he sprang out of the pond and quickly departed. Sitting cross-legged on the shore, he began cultivating. This was his fourth great true chi, Earth Vein True Chi. As soon as he circulated his technique, he felt his mind grow heavy and fatigued, thinking that at present he was only at the first level of the true martial realm. Reaching the martial worm realm was indeed far away. At the same time, in the Dong Hong Grand Hall, everyone had gathered inside the hall. The yellow-robed elder standing above looked down and said, by tradition you are qualified to enter the West Sword Pool. This place not only helps weapons awaken, but also purifies the body and enhances strength. Among you is there anyone without a treasured weapon? Immediately a hand shot up high and shouted, ah. The person was Kim Vo Kiat. The elder looked at him somewhat surprised and asked, then what kind of weapon do you want? He raised his hand eagerly and said, as long as it is heavy enough. Hearing this, the elder turned to the person beside him and said, Lang Na Chai, take Kim Vo Kiat to Three Ben's cave to fetch a treasured weapon. She responded, yes. After speaking, the two immediately left. Half an hour later, Kim Vo Kiat returned, dragging behind him a pitch-black staff that looked extremely heavy. His whole body was drenched in sweat, dragging that object with great difficulty, yet his face was filled with satisfaction. Once prepared, the elder said, "Follow me, let us set out." Walking beside him, Duong Tran saw him struggling and softly asked, "Tiu Kiat, is it very heavy?" He turned with bright eyes and replied with a grin, "This is the ancient divine weapon dragon imprisoning staff. I used the heavenly demon contract art, so it has acknowledged me as master. It is a spirit artifact, yet for some reason it is still dormant." Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "A spirit artifact?" He smiled and confirmed, "The dragon imprisoning staff weighs 54,000 catties. Before acknowledging a master, it required true chi to even move. No wonder dragging it was so exhausting." The elder led everyone to a small pit in the ground, within which red flames flickered. Looking into the pit, there seemed nothing special. The elder stood before it, stroked his beard, and said sternly, "This is the sword cleansing pool. Go down. You may remain for 3 days." The disciple scratched his head in confusion and said, "This is the sword cleansing pool. It does not look like much." Even Duong Tran looked at the pit suspiciously, thinking that this must be the sword cleansing pool the sect master mentioned. Uncertain, he decided to jump down and try. The moment his feet touched the ground, the pit emitted golden light. He widened his eyes in shock and cried out. Red flames engulfed his entire body. He shouted, "So this is a restriction array." Duong Tran closed his eyes to sense it, then laughed in delight. This is indeed not a bad place for cultivation. After that, he drew out his sword. He smiled faintly and thrust the sword straight into the bottom of the pit, reminding himself not to forget the main matter. The blade touched the ground. A strange red mark immediately appeared on the sword. He looked at it in shock and asked, "What is this?" As if realizing something, he leaped upward and dashed away swiftly. 3 days later, the senior brother standing among the crowd smiled and said, "Junior brothers, I will escort you down the mountain." After 3 days, everyone was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. All were listless, faces ashen as if about to collapse, none willing to speak. The man clasped his hands behind his back and said gently, "Do not be discouraged. Awakening sword chi in the sword cleansing pool requires opportunity. Since ancient times, few succeed on the first try. In half a year, there will be another chance." At this moment, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat were walking in the forest. Kim Vo Kiat looking delighted because he could now wield his weapon as lightly as an ordinary sword. He looked at him and cautioned, "Tiu Kiat, never reveal that the dragon imprisoning staff is a spirit artifact. It is too heavy and ordinary storage rings cannot contain it. Later, I will find you a higher grade storage ring." He hugged the weapon and replied with a radiant smile, "Brother, rest assured, I understand. No one can snatch it." The two arrived at Hong Dam Peak. They saw that man already waiting. Seeing them, he said, "Duong Tran, these are your cultivation resources." Accepted them and stared in astonishment. He was given a mid-grade yellow storage ring for free. Inside were 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10 divine sense recovery pills, a third-floor pass to the sword sect scripture pavilion, and a time card for cultivating in the 4 great instruments. After handing over the items, that man left. He smiled and saw him off. "Senior brother, take care." As he toyed with the golden ring, he thought no wonder Van Trung Tiu Nguyen fought desperately on the arena. The cultivation resources were so abundant. The two continued on their way. Suddenly Kim Vo Kiat turned and sighed. Sword sect is truly generous. To consume such resources within 1 year is hard to imagine. He examined the ring and asked, "Brother, what is the time card for the 4 great instruments?" Duong Tran winked and explained, "It is a certificate for cultivating in the great instruments. My card grants 1 hour per day and it accumulates. What about yours?" Hearing that, he said with admiration, "Mine only grants half an hour." And he asked curiously, "Besides the demon sword platform, what are the other 3 great instruments of sword sect?" Duong Tran acted like a senior and snapped his fingers. Tiu Kiat began explaining, "Among the 4 great instruments of sword sect, the demon sword platform is used to awaken and temper sword intent. The azure jade flame lake contains terrifying azure jade true flame. If one fuses even a trace, then fire attribute true chi will transform, and the Yun Chang Valley tempers martial heart and condenses soul power. Great hidden secret realm is the most mysterious. It is said to contain countless divine traces. If one has sufficient comprehension, not only can one grasp secret arts, but also obtain innate true chi." After hearing this, he was stunned. Among the 4 great instruments, he could only enter Yun Chang Valley and the great hidden secret realm. Duong Tran clenched his fist in encouragement. "Tiu Kiat, let us remain at Hong Dam Peak for another month to accumulate time, then go together." He pondered and nodded in agreement. 1 month later, Duong Tran sat on the ground sighing. After a month of bitter cultivation, Earth Vein True Chi was still difficult to advance. Thinking this, he looked at Kim Vo Kayat cultivating nearby, flames blazing around him. A few days earlier, he had broken through to the first level of the martial worm realm, making him envious. Suddenly, Kim Vo Kayat opened his eyes, the flames around him gradually extinguishing. He turned and laughed heartily. "Brother, let us go. The time card should have accumulated enough. It is time to visit the 4 great instruments." He stood up and walked ahead with a smile. "Tiu Kayat, I want to visit the Demon Sword platform first. Even the core disciple selection held every 3 years bears this name. Are you not curious?" During this, Kim Vo Kayat frowned and broke into sweat. "The Demon Sword platform sounds related to sword cultivators. Must I go?" Duong Tran glanced at him confidently and said, "Hearing is only legend. Seeing with your own eyes is true." After speaking, he immediately ran down the stairs ahead and called out, "Let us